Morning, everyone. Welcome to The Sweat. I am Emerson Latzia. If you are new here, first off, where have you been? Second, we do this show every weekday morning at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Sports betting advice, DFS advice, life advice. It's the perfect way to start your day, according to those of us here at DraftKings. 6 Madden Sims on the Dream Stream, kickoff at high noon, but we kick off this show with some MLB price check. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Stan Sun. I need your favorite plays at the following positions on tonight's massive, ginormous, thick 14-game Major League slate. Kenny, start me off with your pitcher over 8K.
Yeah, it's really hard not to love Tyler Glasnow in this spot at 10.1K. He's a heavy favorite here with the Tampa Bay Rays. They have a 61% implied chance of winning here, according to the odds. Toronto ranks 21st in WRC plus against righties. And this is an insane pitcher at the moment. He has a 40% strikeout rate, an insane 1.24 expected ERA, 1.3 or 0.138, excuse me, expected batting average. The guy's just been absolutely on fire, picked up right where he left off from last year. And again, in a great matchup against the Toronto Blue Jays team that is still sleepwalking, still has yet to find their footing. I think that he once again dominates. I have no problems paying up here to 10.1K, considering all the value bats we got on the slate.
Yeah, one of 3 pitchers north of 10K on this slate. Stan, who's your pitcher over 8K?
Yeah, sorry to be boring, but I'm going Jacob deGrom. 48.6% strikeout rate, 4.3% walk rate. I mean, that's insane. Who does that? A 23.2% swinging strike rate. You know, he averages 98.7 miles per hour on the fastball. The FIP is 1.34 on the season. In 3 games, he's produced 24.4, 41, and 43.1 DK fantasy points. One of those games was in Coors Field. Washington, they're the only team to be projected for scoring fewer than 3 runs at 2.5. No Juan Soto in the lineup. They're 20th in ISO against right-handed pitching. I mean, the stars are aligned.
Yeah, highest price player on the slate at 10.9, dude. So with both of you guys giving us pitchers north of $10,000, I need a pitcher under 8K, Stan.
I'm going Dylan Cease. You know, the walks have been his big bugaboo this year. He's got 9 in 14 innings. So, you know, he can get into trouble if the control is not there. But, you know, that may not matter if he can just strike everyone out. 11.6 swinging strike rate. Texas, they're first in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. They're also only 22nd in ISO. Cease has only allowed 1 home run this season. The BABIP's an elevated 368, so he's actually had some, bad misfortune on this side.
Kenny, what do you got?
I don't know if you can hear me because I'm frozen up right now. Can you? Because I have a great play.
I can hear you. Yeah, and it looks like you're unfrozen now on Zoom.
Oh, beautiful. All right, well, I have a great play here. It's Mike Minor at $6,800 against Detroit. The Tigers are dead last in WRC plus the lefties at 41. This number continues to creep down. The Tigers started off hot. I was the biggest Tigers guy around, and then it got worse, and it's continued to get worse. They especially can't hit lefties because they got a lot of lefties in that lineup. They don't have Miguel Cabrera right now. It should be 55 degrees in Detroit. That only helps Mike Minor. He has a lot of great numbers against the current Detroit Tigers dating back to 2015, a 202 expected batting average. He's been great at limiting hard contact this year, 71st percentile in average exit velocity. I just think Mike Minor's in a really good spot here. He's got the splits advantage. He should have a little bit of a weather advantage, and he's been pitching really well. And again, you know, Detroit's not going to scare you. 6,900 is really, really cheap, and he's going to let you get a DeGrom or Glasnow in your lineup.
Okay, how about a hitter over 4K, Kenny?
You know what? I'm not looking to spend. I'm going to save my money, you know, for later on Friday night. I'm not looking to spend too much here on the hitters. Mitch Haniger at $4,100. That's all I need. He is crushing the ball this year. He's got the splits advantage. He's got really the everything advantage when you look at Martin Perez in a hitter's ballpark pitching for the Boston Red Sox. He is awful. A 358 WOBA against lefties. Haniger has. He carries that into this game. And again, he had the homer last night with 2 walks. He faced Urias and Dustin May from the Los Angeles Dodgers the 2 games before that. They're very difficult pitches to hit against, so I'm not really knocking him for that. Before then, he was red hot. He seemed to pick right back up after seeing a downtick in competition level in terms of the pitchers he's facing. Perez, top 10% of the league in hard hit rate the last 2 years, very low whiff rate. He's not going to strike a lot of guys out. Mitch Haniger at the top of that lineup for the Seattle Mariners, who are red hot at the plate right now. I think he's going to be involved in plenty of run scoring events tonight. I think he gets a couple hits. He gets a couple RBIs. He scores a couple runs. He has a monster game here. And it's hard to not love a guy hitting this well at just $4,100.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. Almost like a value there. What do you have for a hitter over 4K, Stan?
I'm going all the way up top, just like for pitchers. I'm going Freddie Freeman. He's tough, 6,200, but he has 5 home runs on the season. Only a 180 BABIP, so some good times are on the forecast. He's a career 236 ISO against right-handed pitching. He's facing Luke Weaver. He's given up 4 home runs in 16.2 innings. He's been very fortunate. He has a 196 BABIP. He's stranded 85% of batters. His career rate is 70%. The fifth is 4.89 versus 3.78 ERA. Average exit velocity is 94 miles per hour. So hard hit rate, 48%. He gives up a career 4.48 slugging against lefties. And also, if they can knock him out of the game, Arizona, if they can get to the bullpen, they have the 9th highest FIP in the league.
All right, give me a bat under 4K, Stan.
All right, I'm going all the way down here. Raimel Tapia kind of really stood out to me when I first looked at the slate. He's batting leadoff. He's in Coors Field. He has some pop, legitimate speed on the base pass, so he has multiple ways to produce those fantasy goodies. He's only struck out 10.6% of the time. The BABIP is only 278, so he has a career 348 mark. So some good times should be on the horizon. Velasquez, he is worse against lefties and righties, so it's good times.
Kenny, save us a little more cash.
Yeah, Tapia was the guy I had written down as well with the 9 DKFP per game over the last 4. Obviously Stan mentioned that there's a little bit of a splits advantage here, but I mean, you should just know coming into this game that Vince Velasquez is an awful, awful pitcher. He's not been good at all. His career's been a disaster. He walks everybody. He gives up a lot of hard contact. Behind him is a terrible bullpen in Philadelphia as well. So Tapia at 3,000 is definitely the best value of the day, I think, leading off in Coors. But since, I'll give you someone else because that's who you want. I'll also give you someone else from the Seattle Mariners in a great matchup against a terrible pitcher in Martin Perez. And that is Ty France at $3,800. Ty France, I can't decide whether or not I like Mitch Haniger or Ty France more on this Seattle Mariners team. The good news is they both hit 1 and 2 in this lineup. I've stacked them before. I'll probably stack them again here in a great matchup here against a lefty. France and Haniger both mash righties. Specifically, France has had a lot of success this year, over a 300 batting average against lefties. So I think he's got a great matchup here as well at $3,800.
Yeah, Ty France ended Nick Pavetta's no-hitter in like the 6th inning last night. Slate approved pick, Kenny. Favorite sportsbook bet on tonight's slate? Hook me up.
Yeah. I think I could have ended Nick Pavetta's no-hitter. I mean, who is he to have a no-hitter through 6 innings? They're just letting anybody nowadays have a no-hitter through 6 innings. I like 2 bets here. I'm going to give you 2 bets. The Tigers-Royals under 8.5. I mentioned Mike Minor has a great advantage against this Detroit Tigers team that can't hit lefties. Casey Mize, I don't think he gets enough credit here. He's young. He's talented. He's going to have some bumps along the road in his first couple years, but I think he's good enough to hold this total under as well. I also like the Pirates money line here, because JT Brubaker, low-key, is a very good pitcher. I think he's very underrated. Plus 140 is a great price to pay. To fade J Happ, or J.A. Happ, as his name really should be, and back JT Brubaker here, I think that's a pretty good value. Also, some great bats in that Pirates lineup that are really heating up. Phillip Evans, Colin Moran's legit. I think those 2 both cash.
Stan, what do you got? Favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook?
I'm going New York Mets over 4.5 runs. I'm not a believer in Eric Fed, and the Washington bullpen is gettable. I don't even know if it's Fed or Fetty. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. So some of his numbers on the season are pretty good. 11.91 K per 9, 3.17 FIP, 387 BABIP. But if you dig in a little closer, the swinging strike rate is only 6.7%. Average exit velocity is 92 miles per hour. He's given up 17.4 degree launch angle, 15.6% barrel rate, and a 40.6% hard contact rate. The Washington Pen give up the 8th highest FIP. The wind is blowing out to right at 16 miles per hour today. And for the Mets, their lineup, Lindor, McNeil, and Conforto, they've all been ice cold to start the season. they're really, they're good hitters, so they're not going to be like that all season. So, they're going to get hot at some point. I can see that happening today.
You're a brave man. You're
Yeah.
a really brave man to back the Mets on a day that Jacob deGrom is pitching. They average
I
like
know.
1 run a game when he pitches.
I know. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it today.
All right, lovely work, guys. Let's do that NBA building blocks thing right after AJ Andrews catches up with Diamondbacks outfielder Nick Heath, who opens up about his journey to the big leagues.
I want to know from you, Nick, what are you most proud of throughout your journey in baseball to being now a big leaguer?
Ooh. That's a hard question. All right, this is I'm not necessarily proud of myself. I'm proud of, this is gonna sound kind of corny. I'm proud of the people that I've been around. Cause I take a little tidbit from everybody each and every day. I might not say nothing to you about it. I might not do it right away. It might take me a week to think out the process of how to do it myself or how to make it my own. But I'm proud of the fools I've been playing with. All the kids I came up with in the minors, like looking to the left and looking to the right and knowing that they still went out there and gave it everything they had and they were good teammates. And they always told me like, hey, bro, we're going to make something shake one day. So like being able to look back on that and understand that not only did I have good teammates, I had dudes that cared about me outside of baseball. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's tough when you lose teammates, when guys get sent home or when guys get traded or you make the leap and some people don't. Like, it's kind of tough, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of hit me in the heart every now and again because I feel like some of the guys that I play with should be getting the opportunity as well, and maybe they don't. But nonetheless, I'm proud of them for being good teammates. I'm proud of them for always having my back, for always supporting me. And I think a lot of those guys are the reason that I got here. And it's a testament to the work that I put in, but it's also a testament to the people that I've been around. Because I've been around some guys who didn't let me take my foot off the gas. And I might have showed up one day and my first day back, they was like, you didn't even look like you was ready to be here. And I was like, you just checked me. That's all I needed for you to say. So, you know what I'm saying? The gears would flip and I'm be proud of the work ethic. Be proud of being able to, handle some adversity, handle somebody telling you you're not good enough, handle somebody telling you you're not going to be the starter and, you're going to come off the bench or you are fourth outfielder or so on and so forth. So I'm proud of the process. That's what I'm proud of, and being able to stick through that and know that I had guys around me every day that was going to push me and they knew I was going to push them. So I know I'm going to be me at the end of the day. You're going to get what you're going to get, and you know what you're going to get out of me. But I guess in that process, it make my heart happy knowing I got to come up with those guys over at the Royals. You know what I mean? Because I feel like they made me who I am today. They made me the type of player I am. That wasn't a me process. That was a we process.
Nick, you are a true testament to what hard work, focus, and just never giving up really is. And it's been amazing to hear your story, to see it, but to hear it from you. I think everyone now has a clear understanding as to why you have made it through and how you've been able to trust the process, making it through to now being an Arizona Diamondback. My last question for you is, what can we expect from the Diamondbacks now that they have this new stud outfielder? And can we see do you think we're going to see the Diamondbacks in postseason, and what has to take place in order for that to happen?
Yeah, we're going to see the Diamondbacks in postseason baseball because it's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I get over here and you look at the division, we got the Dodgers, we got the Padres, we got the Giants, we got the Rockies. So we got some, you know what I'm saying? We got some stiff competition. Like, and that's just how it is. Now you're in the big leagues, everybody good. It's not just, you know what I mean? It's not just a couple players here and there. It's not a squad here and there. Everybody's good. You know what I mean? Like, just the best of the best. And you're one of them now. So you get over here and the energy, like, we don't got a winning record right now, but the energy don't say that. You know what I mean? Like, I showed up, we won on Sunday, and they was like, hey, man, hurry up. We got to teach you the winning dance. Like, we got to teach you the team dance when we win. I'm like, what in the world y'all talking about? So I'm over here learning the new dance, you know what I mean? Like 2 days in. But you can just tell, like, the dugout fun. And obviously we won, and they say, you know what I'm saying, like, you win, happy flight, happy off day. But I feel like even if we'd have lost that game and we lost the day before, them boys came back the next day like it never even happened. And they was like, bro, it's go time. Like, we're here to have a good time. You know what I mean? Like, you in the big leagues, you're getting paid to do what you love. You get paid pretty well to do what you love, man. What you complaining about, bro? We out here having a good time. So I fully expect this team to be in the playoffs. And I think that they expect themselves to be in the playoffs. I don't think it's ever a moment of like, I don't know if we got a good team this year. I don't get that feeling. You know what I mean? And I know we're not too far into the season, but it feel like these boys already know where they're going to be at the end of the year. You know what I'm saying? So I think what you can expect from us is to go out there and give you the best that we can every single day, win, lose, or draw. It might be ugly, but that's just how the game goes sometimes.
All right, taking you to the hardwood now in our NBA panel consisting of DraftKings contributors, Matt, Mr. Wiggles LaMarca, and Alex Hunter. Dudes, it's NBA building blocks. So who is your favorite player at each position on tonight's NBA slate? But first, we heard you, and we're giving you some love, Mr. LaMarca, for getting something right yesterday.
Me?
Here's a clip. Yes. Hold on. Here is a clip from yesterday's edition of The Sweat.
All right, how about that 7K range, Matt? Simmons, Harris, Bridges, Paul, where are you going?
I'm going to go with Kemba Walker. Kemba's coming off a pretty big game in his last outing. He went for 45.5 DraftKings points. We already said Jaylen Brown is doubtful, and Kemba has increased his usage rate by 5.1% with Brown off the court this season. That's the top mark on the team. He's averaging 1.13 DraftKings points per minute in that situation. So even if just Brown is out, I think Walker is a very strong play.
No Jaylen Brown, so Kemba crushed it. 45.5 DK fantasy points, his third highest output of the season here. 32 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and the Celtics win. He wasn't the highest scorer in that price range, but still a good pick, Mr. LaMarca. So if you'd like to take a victory lap, now is the time.
I feel like I bullied the production staff into that montage right there because I always give them crap about how anytime Jeff Ulrich gets something right, they give him kudos. So every time I come on, like, oh, what's Jeff's victory lap montage going to look like today? So I feel like this was a pity win. I just by Kemba being on the court. I don't know if I got anything else right yesterday. Full disclosure. But
take that win, Matt. That was a good win.
So, thank you, production staff. I feel obliged. I feel heard. And
I'm telling you, you can get
forward.
anything. You can get anything you want if you bully your producers in this business.
Absolutely.
Like well done. Way to finally realize that. Now tell me who you're building around at guard tonight.
Yes, I'm going with the contrarian call of Russell Westbrook. Ever heard of him?
Yep.
11K, most expensive guard on the slate, but he's in a great spot against the Thunder. The Wizards right now are implied for over 120 points. It's the highest mark on the slate. Westbrook has just been racking up fantasy points recently, at least 55.75 in 10 straight games. The Thunder, as you may or may not know, a team he played for. So if you like the revenge narrative thing, he checks that box as well. Wizards have a couple of injuries that they're dealing with. I think overall, just a very nice slate to pay up for the safety of Westbrook.
Okay, Alex, who do you want at guard?
I love Westbrook too in the revenge narrative, but I also love Paul George tonight at $9,300. Kawhi is going to be out with the foot injury. He's going to be out for at least a week. And in the first game, he missed since being diagnosed. Paul George led the Clippers to a road win against the Blazers with 56 fantasy points. And we can't forget that Patrick Beverly's still out with the hand injury. Ibaka's out with the back injury. And Lou Williams is now in Atlanta. They just traded him at the deadline. Lou Williams is a high usage player. And Paul George has played 5 games without Leonard, Beverly, Ibaka, and Williams this year. And in those games, he's averaging 53 fantasy points with a crazy 39% usage rate. And to put it in perspective, Embiid leads the NBA in usage rate with 35.5%. So 39% is crazy for Paul George. And tonight he's playing the Rockets, who are 27th in defensive rating this month. So George should smash, and anything less than 50 fantasy points would be a big disappointment.
Okay, Alex, take me to forward. Who's your guy you want to build around?
Forward's a tricky position. I think Jason Tatum would be a really good play, depending on the Celtics situation. If Jaylen Brown's out again, I think Tatum's worth paying up. But I like paying down tonight for Davis Bertans at $4,300 against the Thunder. Just like Matt was saying, they have the biggest implied T total of the night going against the defensively challenged Thunder. And Bertans has gone over 30 fantasy points in back-to-back games. And the reason being is Rui Hachimura has been out with a knee injury. And now Denny Avita is also out with a broken ankle. So I think Bertans likely starts, but even if he doesn't, he's still going to play 30 minutes. And that's a really good bet at $4,300 going against the defensively challenged Thunder, like I said.
LaMarca, how tricky is forward for you?
It's a little on the trickier side, but I'm with Alex. You just played Davis Bertans, man. Piece of cake. At least 30.5 DraftKings points in back-to-back games. He's increased his usage rate by 3.7% with Hachimura and now Denny Avdia out of the lineup. With both guys off the court, he's averaging just under 1 fantasy point per minute. Should see roughly 30 minutes in this contest, if not a few more. So I think 4,300 makes him a guy that you want to build around as a value play.
Absolutely.
Well, who you building around at big, beefy center position, Matt?
If I know one thing, it's beef.
Yeah.
And
Mr.
we're
Wiggles.
going with Yusuf Nurkic tonight, 5,200. So we mentioned the Wizards are the top implied team total. Portland's number 2. And Nurkic is getting his minutes ramped up. He's coming off 28 minutes, almost 29 minutes in his last game. Could take even another little step forward today. He's averaged 1.19 DraftKings points per minute over the past month, facing a Memphis Grizzlies team that does not have Jonas Valanciunas, with Jaren Jackson Jr. still playing limited minutes. So great matchup, underpriced player. And everything lines up for me with Nurkic. He's another building block for me.
Building block at center, Alex, hit me with it.
I'm going all the way up to Joker at 10,900. He put up a dud by his standards with 44 fantasy points against the Blazers the other night. But before that, he was averaging 57 in his previous 10. And Jamal Murray's obviously out, but we can't forget that Monte Morris is also out with the hamstring injury. And when these two guards have been off the floor, Jokic has handled a 37% usage rate and a 40% assist rate, which is 1.64 DraftKings fantasy points per minute, which is just ridiculous. And tonight he's going against the Warriors, who he's averaging 61 fantasy points against this year. So I think Jokic is a pretty good bet to read the triple-double bonus, and he should get over 60 fantasy points.
How about a value play, Alex?
I like Daniel Gafford at $3,800 of the Wizards. He just joined the team 7 games ago, and in 6 of those games, he's gone over 20 fantasy points. Against the Warriors the other night, he got 38.5 DraftKings fantasy points off the bench, which was his first double-double as a Wizard. And tonight he's going against the Thunder, who we keep talking about are such a bad defense. And in their last 10, they've allowed the 4th most fantasy points to centers. So I think Gafford's a pretty good value at $3,800.
Who do you have, LaMarca, for a building block value play?
Yeah, I like that call quite a bit. Gafford's kind of like the perfect center to play with Russell Westbrook, just very athletic, attacks the rim. But I'm going to go with Brandon Goodwin. No Trae Young tonight. Trae Young probably out for an extended period of time. And Goodwin has been a nice source of value without Trae Young this season. He's played 4 games with Young and DeAndre Hunter, both out of the lineup, averaging just over 24 DraftKings points in 30 minutes per game. At 3,400, you will definitely take that kind of production. I think it's a really good night for value in general. The Wizards have a couple of guys. You could throw Raul Neto in with Daniel Gafford, with Davis Bertans. The Celtics, again, could be a nice source of value on the second leg of a back-to-back, perhaps no Kemba. And who knows if Jaylen Brown is going to suit up. Romeo Langford played almost 32 minutes last night, and he's priced at the absolute minimum. So I think that value is not going to be a problem tonight. If you want to find a way to get Jokic and Westbrook in your lineup, you can do it.
How about a slate approved pick? So favorite sportsbook bet on tonight's slate, Maddie?
I'm going with the Cleveland Cavaliers. They are slight underdogs at the moment, 1.5 points against the Hornets, but they are healthy again for basically the first time all year. They did lose Taurean Prince, but you can live without Taurean Prince. But they have Kevin Love, they have Larry Nance Jr., they have their 2 guards, they have Jared Allen. I think that this Cavs team, when they're at full strength, is not that bad. They're kind of bad, but they're not that bad. And now they're playing a Charlotte Hornets team that is missing perhaps 2 of their best players in LaMelo Ball and Gordon Hayward. So I kind of like them to get the job done. I think that they can win this game. And it wouldn't shock me if they won it kind of convincingly. So I like Cleveland here tonight.
Alex, hook me up with your favorite sportsbook bet on tonight's slate.
I like the Blazers at -2.5 at home against the Grizzlies. Like Matt said, the Grizzlies don't have Jonas Valanciunas, and without him in these last 2, they've dropped 2 games, and they've been 24th in defensive rating. And Damian Lillard's back for the Trailblazers. Nurkic is starting to play more minutes. They're at home, and they need a win. I think they get the job done and cover against the Grizzlies.
Maddie, before you get out of here, where does your Mr. Wiggles nickname come from?
Well, I've been known to cut a rug at a wedding from time to time. And, sometimes you just got to let the freak flag fly, and they call me Mr. Wiggles.
Give us a dance move, Matt.
I'm not dancing on camera.
For Kemba for the last night.
Yeah, you don't want to celebrate your victory from last night?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Matt.
Don't hurt him, Maddie. That is too much. That is too hot. That is not safe for the Dream Stream. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Because now I need everyone to get your popcorn ready as part of the Film Awards festivities this season. Major League Eating is hosting the Red Carpet Film Feast event in Las Vegas, Nevada. DraftKings coverage is going to begin this Sunday, 2 days from now, 5:30 Eastern time, right here on the Dream Stream. So DraftKings is also offering a free entry to a sportsbook pool that will hand out $10K in prizes for answering a series of questions about the Major League Eating contest on Sunday. So the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast is scheduled to stream live on YouTube and Twitch. Coverage will start at 5:30 Eastern time, again, with our preview show. Do not miss it, but let's get you ready for that and the pool by bringing you my conversation with Nick Weyer, who will be competing in the undercard event, the 50 Egg Challenge. Everyone say hello to MLE's 6th ranked eater and soon-to-be father, Nick Weyer. So last time we talked here, dude, you and your girlfriend, top-ranked female eater, Mickey Sudo, announced that you guys were expecting a kid. How has everything been going?
Doing great. We are 26 weeks as of today, actually. So her and the little boy are doing well. She just had a recent doctor's appointment. Everybody's doing good. So, that's if that's good, I can deal with the rest. Everything else is going pretty good. So,
what food has she been craving throughout this pregnancy?
There's a hot sauce called Santava. It's a habanero-based hot sauce. I literally bought her 2 cases of this hot sauce. We found on clearance, which was really cool too. That's probably why I bought the 2 cases. But really spicy foods, and then just depth of flavor. She can't just make a lunch. It has to be like a 76-step process into making depth of flavor with stuff. So I think her taste buds are enhanced. So just a lot more flavor stuff.
Will she be there supporting you during this event?
She will. I think it's
nice.
It's half support, and then it's half if you don't do well, I won't even sit next to you on the plane ride home.
Okay. Yeah, but you got like that dad strength now. So like I'm confident in you here because you're going to be competing in like one of the undercards at the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast, right? So this is like the hard-boiled egg contest, 3-person event in which all contestants will be served 50 hard-boiled eggs in a standardized bowl. So the first to finish or whomever consumes the most in 6 minutes will be declared the winner. So what is going to be your strategy here for this one?
Eat eggs really fast. No, it's going to be there's gauging them. I feel like subconsciously I've been training for a hard-boiled egg event for the last like 14 years of my adult life, but eating my fair share. But if you can get a rhythm with that, because as crazy as it sounds, it's only probably about 6 pounds of food total, so not too bad. If you can get a rhythm with the eggs, try not to maybe get your mouth too dry with the yolk, you should be able to get them down pretty quick.
Yeah. How often do you eat eggs? It sounds like quite a bit.
Yeah. Usually each morning, either starts with protein paste or it starts with 12 egg whites and 2 whole eggs. So it's probably the equivalent of about 6 dozen eggs a week in the house. We go through just for myself, and then she eats a few here and there.
Oh my God, man. So that's probably got to give you a little more confidence coming in, or does that like not really matter?
There's a little bit of confidence. I know my way around an egg, so to speak. Being a bodybuilder. If this was 10 years ago in my active bodybuilding life, there's no way, because I loathed eggs during that time, being forced to eat. But now I'm pretty psyched. I'm trying not to get overconfident, but I'm pretty excited.
All right, this will be your 3rd DraftKings and MLE event, right? So you came in 4th at the Halloween Candy Bowl, 3rd at the Big Game Snackdown. So how badly do you want to win one of these?
Oh God, yeah. Winning isn't everything. It's the only thing. So for me, it's every contest I go into, it's with the intent to win. So this one definitely, I wanted a little bit more because it is hard-boiled eggs. I'd love to be your hard-boiled egg eating champion. Done pretty well, even at the big game events. I almost snuck into 2nd with Chestnut there towards the end, so that was pretty cool. So if I can go into this one and try to dominate start to finish, that would mean a lot. Try to come out on top and get my first pro W that's not a qualifier.
So what changes with you just going up against 2 other people instead of like a stage filled with other men and women?
For me, to be honest with you, not too much. I know some people, they pay attention to what other people are doing. If you watch me, tune in next Sunday, you'll probably see my eyes closed for the majority of the event.
Really?
Yeah. If I have my eyes open and I'm looking around, I'm really not doing my job. There's the movie For the Love of the Game with Kevin Costner, and before every pitch, there's the Clear the Mechanism, and 70,000 people in the stadium go away. That should kind of be how it is. I want to kind of hear George or whoever's doing the countdown at the time, maybe where the time is, where some other people are, but you really can't give too much of a shit, to be honest with you. Yeah. If I go in there and I do my job, that title's mine. So.
Is that like your all-time favorite movie, For Love of the Game?
It's definitely up there. For the Love of the Game is definitely up there. That one, Castaway is probably the only movie where I've ever shed a tear when Wilson floats away. That's probably
my God, that gets you?
Dude, that's
Wilson floating away?
Cinema history. The Green Mile is close, but Wilson floating might be more sad. But that one's pretty tough. Or Jurassic Park, just the OG Jurassic Park. I have a 3-year-old son. He absolutely loves Jurassic Park, which, I probably shouldn't be showing a 3-year-old Jurassic Park, but he seems cool with it. So.
I'm sure. You're not like a regular dad. You're a cool dad.
Exactly.
Don't worry, man. My mom let me watch like Beetlejuice when I was like 3 or 4, which probably explains a lot, this is Oscar night, which is why we're kind of talking movies. That's why we came up with the name, the Red Carpet Film Feast. So when you go to the movies, though, like what is your snack of choice? Do you have like a strategy?
I would love to say that I've never snuck snacks into the movie theater, but you try to do that if you can. Like I'll ask Miki to bring her big purse, and by big purse I mean like what's duffel bag to be considered a purse? So try to sneak in maybe whatever the food of choice is. But as far as movie theater snacks, I want snow caps that are going to be gone before the movie even starts.
Wow.
Or white things, and then I want popcorn. I'm going to tell the kid behind the counter, look, Seth, or whatever your name is, you layer that butter, kid. Don't be giving me that little strip of butter down the middle. I need layered butter. So like legit buttered popcorn and snow caps, and then I'll probably go through about 6 giant Diet Cokes and miss a bunch of plot points because I'm not peeing. So.
All right, so this isn't like you walking in with a fanny pack filled with like hard-boiled eggs.
I mean, you never know. If I have to practice, or something might be a good time to practice. No one's gonna be staring at me in the movie theater.
Amazing, man. Nick Weyer, happy eating, man, and we're gonna talk to you soon. Good luck.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, fans will be back in the building, by the way, for the Red Carpet Film Feast. Fans will also be back in the building at UFC 261 down in Jacksonville, Florida. And here for some Chase or Fade, DraftKings contributor Tim Finnegan. So we are breaking down DFS or Sportsbook plays here for UFC 261 on Saturday. The main event features Kamaru Usman against Jorge Masvidal. So Usman's the second highest priced fighter on the slate, dude. You chasing him or you want to fade him for a different high-priced player?
I'm going to chase Usman. So there was a DraftKings rule change recently. And if you look at Usman's first fight against Masvidal, he originally finished with 108 DraftKings fantasy points under the old scoring system. But since then, there's been a rule change. And now he's listed at 156 DraftKings fantasy points for that same fight. So this new scoring criteria really fits Usman's fighting style like a glove because he throws a lot of strikes that didn't count under the old system because they're close distance strikes. They weren't being classified as significant strikes, but now they're being classified in the scoring system. So he has easily the highest DraftKings fantasy point average on this entire slate. He's averaging 124 DraftKings fantasy points per fight, which is like by far the most. I would just pay up for him because I really like him in this matchup.
What about who you may be like leaning towards at the top of the price list, but you're also going to be fading in this event? So someone that people would really like, but you're like, no, stay away from.
So Dwight Grant is 9,200. He's a big favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook. He's minus 240. So he's in a good position to win the fight. But in terms of fantasy scoring, I'm not really crazy about paying up for him. He doesn't really produce a lot of volume. He's only landing about 3 significant strikes per minute. He doesn't land a lot of takedowns. In his last win versus Alan Joban, he only scored 45 DraftKings fantasy points due to low striking volume, and he got like no grappling points. So if you're going to be paying up for somebody, I don't see the volume here with Grant. I would fade him.
What about which fighter you are chasing for some value though on this slate?
So Jessica Andrade, she's 6,700. She's the cheapest fighter on the entire slate. Now she's facing Valentina Shevchenko, who's awesome, and Valentina's a lot bigger than her. She like towered over her at the weigh-ins, so I'm not necessarily picking her to win. But if you want to take a chance on somebody with some upside, Andrade lands a lot of volume. She's landing over 6 significant strikes per minute. And if you're looking for an upside play in tournaments, like that's exactly the type of fighter you want to try to roster because she has so much volume upside and can really rack up a lot of fantasy points. So I would look at her for some value.
How about an underdog you are chasing on the DraftKings Sportsbook in this event?
Uriah Hall, he's only a slight underdog to Chris Weidman. He's about plus 100. Chris Weidman's about minus 125. Weidman at one point in time was elite. Like he was a great fighter in his prime, but he's way past his prime now. Like he's been knocked out 5 times in his last 7 fights. And once your chin goes, it never tends to come back. Uriah Hall, most of his wins are by knockout. 12 of his 16 career wins are by knockout. So, you know, if Weidman can't really take a punch anymore, like that's a bad sign. I would look at Uriah Hall in this fight.
Props. Which ones are you chasing for UFC 261?
So I'll go right back to the Uriah Hall prop bet. He's plus 195 on DraftKings Sportsbook to win by KO or TKO. And Chris Weidman has lost 5 of his last 7 fights by KO or TKO. So, you know, 12 of Hall's 16 career wins are by KO or TKO. So this matchup could really produce a knockout here. So I would look at that.
Slate approved pick time, Tim. Your favorite bet or DFS play for UFC 261?
So we'll go back to question 1 when I said I was chasing Kamaru Usman at 9,400. He has such explosive fantasy potential under this new scoring system because he gets a lot of control time. He throws a lot of close distance strikes. And I don't see any way Masvidal can really win this fight. Like Masvidal has a puncher's chance because he's a good striker and he can win by knockout. But Usman has more margin for error because he can win this fight standing and he can win this fight grappling. Like if he's getting picked apart standing, he can just turn this into a wrestling match and take Masvidal down and work him over that way. So I would pay up for Usman at 9,400. He just has so much upside and he has such a safe floor.
All right, appreciate you, Tim. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the fights, dude. On the other side of our final break, Jeff Ulrich will deliver to us his mock draft for the first 10 picks. But first, Pierce Dietrich breaks down this Sunday's Geico 500 from Talladega Super Speedway in this week's edition of NASCAR Price Check.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Talladega. Whose salary jumped up this week? Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $6,200 up to $8,500. He won 2 plate races a couple years ago. Now his price always goes through the roof when we go to a plate track. Michael McDowell, $5,800 up to $7,200. He was always good at the plate races, even before his win at the Daytona 500. Front Row Motorsports builds really good plate cars. Ryan Blaney, $9,100 up to $10,100. He won at Talladega last season. He won at Talladega in 2019. Whose salary dropped this week? Martin Truex Jr., $11,400 down to $8,900. The price drop probably not steep enough. Last night at Talladega, not one top 20 finish. Brad Keselowski, $12,000 down to $10,500. It looked like his plate track curse was about to be broken. He was in second place on the last lap of the Daytona 500, and then he wrecked. Denny Hamlin, $11,000 down to $10,000. 9 top 5 finishes at the plate track since 2018. That includes 3 wins. He has figured it out. Favorite play of the week, Corey LaJoie, $5,600. The poor man's Denny Hamlin. He's patient. He can survive these races. 5 top 15 finishes at the plate tracks since 2019. Ryan Newman, $7,600. He has the 5th best average finish at the plate tracks. He's starting in the back. You do the math. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
All righty, with the first round of the NFL draft arriving on Thursday, I'm sure you've seen a mock draft here or there, but you've never seen one quite like this. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich is here to reveal his 10-pick mock draft ahead of next week's event. I am so excited for this, Jeff.
You should be, buddy, because it's coming in pretty hot, man. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I got some pretty heavy predictions going on here, so we got to get to this.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff, you have quarterbacks going 1, 2, and 3 in your mock draft. 1 and 2, pretty much expected here. But at 3, you have Mac Jones to the Niners. So please explain yourself. I know he's the favorite here, but those odds are getting a little shorter.
They are getting shorter here. Obviously with Justin Fields' pro day, he moved in front as the favorite briefly. The media kind of getting on it, but Mac Jones has gone right back in front. And look, you look at Kyle Shanahan and what he's done. He's always been happy to take a guy who's just a good distributor of the ball. Kirk Cousins, he could have gone out and gotten anyone he wanted at San Francisco, and he chose Jimmy Garoppolo. He was with Matt Ryan and had a lot of success. He's got a type, Emerson. He's got a type, and Mac Jones fits his type. Mac Jones is a guy who at Alabama led a group of insanely talented wide receivers to a monster season, had a 76% completion rating there. He was a great pocket distributor. There's arm issues. He doesn't have the arm talent the other guys does. I just don't think Kyle Shanahan cares. Like I said, he covets a certain type of player. Mac Jones has been his guy from the start. Adam Schefter came out and reported this was his guy. Yeah, you go to Justin Fields' pro day, absolutely you're going to get enamored with him. I think he's the better prospect, but I just don't think Kyle Shanahan cares. I think Mac Jones has always been his target here since they moved up there, and I think that's going to be the case on draft day. So, me and other analysts probably don't really agree with it, probably think Justin Fields is a better prospect. I think Mac Jones is going to the San Francisco 49ers, though, and I think that's going to create a big hubbalub of to-do because once Justin Fields falls from 3, things will get a little crazy.
Yeah, I could definitely see that going down. I mean, those aren't the only quarterbacks, too, that you have in the top 10. You've also got 2 more going 6 and 9. Both are because of trades here as well. So what's your reasoning there?
Okay, so like I said, once Fields drops, and I'm pretty confident Mac Jones is going 3. Once Fields drops, people are getting on the phones here. Now, the price to get up to 4 and 5, Cincinnati and Atlanta, I think those teams are probably just going to take some players that are going to help them. I mean, you got Kyle Pitts, you got Sewell. I think that Cincinnati and Atlanta are going to be asking too much. You know, you look at what San Francisco paid, 3 first-rounders and then another pick as well. I'm just not sure if other teams out there are going to be willing to pay that. But once we get down to 6, we have a very willing trade partner, Emerson, in the Miami Dolphins. Ian Rappaport already reported Dolphins taking calls, considering trading back. I think the Chicago Bears, who have been hot to trot for a QB1, potentially the first QB1 of their actual, franchise. If Justin Fields gets to 6, I got to feel like the Bears are going to be in on it. And that's where I think Justin Fields is going to go. At 6 to the Chicago Bears. They're going to make a trade up to the Miami Dolphins. I do think that the Dolphins are going to trade back regardless of whether it's Fields or someone else. So that's where I have Fields going in my mock draft. And then you mentioned the other quarterback. Look, we still got Trey Lance hanging out around there. Once you get down to 9, you have the Denver Broncos, who admittedly probably aren't going to go quarterback. I mean, they haven't said anything bad against Drew Lock. They still seem committed to him. I think that you're going to see a trade there. I think Denver is another willing trade partner. And I think I have the New England Patriots to trade up here. I think it makes a lot of sense. If not in Cam Newton, they're all in. Look, we know from the Patriots offseason, one thing's for sure. They're not going through a slow rebuild. They have no interest in it. They can go out, trade up. This isn't going to cost them much. They're already at 15 to get up to 9. That's not going to cost them much. They can go and get Trey Lance. They can play him behind Cam Newton. If Trey Lance performs well in preseason, they can play him in front of Cam Newton. Either way, they have an MVP to sort of, co-host with Trey Lance. I really like this move from New England if Trey Lance is there at 9 and if Denver is a willing trade partner. And I think Denver is a willing trade partner. That's why I got Trey Lance going to the Patriots at 9.
Oh, Bill Belichick didn't even go to Trey Lance's pro day.
So?
What do you mean, so?
So what?
So what?
You got to go with the value. I mean, look, if he drops, I mean, he's got a ton of potential. I mean, look, the Patriots, I think, are going to be in on a quarterback. And it's all about, are you willing to pay up for all the way to go up to Justin Fields, or are you going to take the guy who falls back? I think if Trey Lance is available at 9, Patriots will be in on it.
And wow, you would actually take Justin.
If it's not the Patriots, I could be wrong about the team, but I still think Trey Lance will go there. It could be Washington. It could be another team.
Okay.
I have the Patriots. I think it's an interesting move for them because, like I said, they ain't rebuilding slow. But I do think Trey Lance, regardless of if I'm wrong on the team, I think that's where he's going to go.
And you would really draft Justin Fields knowing you have Andy Dalton as your QB1 in Chicago.
I know it's a hot take. I know. I mean, I know. But yes, I would. I really would. I mean,
yeah, I would too.
I'm going out on a limb here, but.
No quarterback to Atlanta at 4 here. You got him taking tight end Kyle Pitts out of Florida. I mean, how much does this have to do with maximizing the final years of Matt Ryan?
Yeah, and it's similar. It just like I said with Denver, they haven't been talking about getting rid of Drew Lock. If anything, the team has kind of been like supportive of the role. It really looks like they're going to stick with Drew Lock. It's the same kind of thing with Atlanta. We haven't really heard anything about Matt Ryan potentially being on the move or Atlanta wanting to sever that connection. I think they're very committed to going with Matt Ryan for next year and potentially just, beyond until he's ready to retire. So with that in mind, I mean, maybe Atlanta gets like an offer they can't refuse and trades back here, but I think that they're going to be pretty fine taking Kyle Pitts here. I mean, a really versatile receiver, obviously has a ton of top end, but a guy who played outline, inline in college, 6'6", 240, runs a sub 4.540. I mean, he's like a perfectly natural Julio Jones replacement. And, Julio obviously struggling a little bit with injuries now that he's kind of in the latter half of his career. Maybe Atlanta chooses to move on from Julio in the offseason. I don't know. But the other thing is, like, don't forget, Matt Ryan, Tony Gonzalez, those guys connected for 27 touchdowns over a 4-year period there back in the early 2010s. So, I think Atlanta here, I think they're going to be just fine taking Kyle Pitts, the most versatile, the highest end receiver, and I'm talking all receivers of this draft. I think they're just going to settle on that. I just don't think that anyone is going to be willing to pay the price to move up here of what they're going to be asking.
All right, so you have Jamar Chase, wide receiver out of LSU, going to Detroit at 7, who's now being quarterbacked by Jared Goff. So is that just too much talent, I guess, to pass up in a position of need right now for Detroit?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? I mean, I think Chase has been linked a little bit to the Bengals, and that's another potential landing spot. But I have the Bengals going O-line. I just feel like with Sewell there, a dominant O-lineman, the temptation just to protect Joe Burrow coming off a knee injury is just going to be too much. So I think they'll let Chase drop. And once he gets to 7 for Detroit, I mean, Detroit, obviously they lost Marvin Jones and Kenny Golladay. And I know they brought in Perriman and Tyrell Williams, but both of those guys are kind of just like hired free agents, hired guns, so to speak. They're probably not long-term solutions. You draft Jamar Chase, a guy at 19 was dominating bigger cornerbacks in the college ranks. This guy's super young. He opted out last year, but so what? I mean, we've seen his raw potential, and I think it's just an easy sell for the Detroit Lions too. They have this fan base. They've lost a lot of their superstars. You draft a skill position guy like Chase, who's going to be there for the long run, and you give Jared Goff a little bit of support. So yeah, I think the Lions, much like Atlanta, they're going to be happy to just sit there, take probably the top end guy at his position in this draft. I like the spot for Chase a lot.
Yeah, the consensus top wideout in this class for sure. You have only one defensive player going in the top 10, and that's Patrick Surtain, the corner out of Alabama. So going to the Cowboys, the best player on the board kind of thing, or an actual real need for Dallas? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. I mean, obviously defense not super deep in this draft. You could see no defensive players taken in the top 10. It wouldn't overly shock me if that happened, but Dallas is going to have a little bit of competition here. Denver has been linked to Patrick Surtain a little bit too, but again, I do have Denver trading back. I think Denver is going to be a willing trade partner with someone, potentially for Trey Lance or someone else as well. Maybe another wide receiver. Someone might want to move up and get Jalen Waddell or something in 9. So I think the Cowboys are probably just going to try and sit here and try their luck here. But Surtain is a need. He's also a need. He may be the best defensive player in this draft, or definitely one of the top 3, but he's a need. Last year, Trayvon Diggs for the Cowboys was the highest graded cornerback on their team. He was 58th in the league via Pro Football Focus. So this is just a team that isn't deep at cornerback. The last 2 seasons, they've lost Byron Jones and Chidobe Awuzie, their top 2 rated cornerbacks. So Surtain could give them kind of an Alabama duo as well. Diggs, another Alabama guy. This just makes too much sense. He's a big dude. He's got a lot of range. He performed well in college, and he's got some good, NFL sort of genetics as well. So, yeah, I think Surtain at the Cowboys, most people have him linked here. Again, it's just another one of those picks. It makes too much sense. If he's available at 10, I'm pretty sure the Cowboys are going to take him.
What are your thoughts on NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell finally being vaccinated? So he will be allowed to hug players who attend Thursday night's draft.
This is big news. This is great. This is kind of what we want. This is what we missed from the draft last year. I mean, obviously we had an exciting draft, but I'm excited. I want to see the draft and back to being normal. The guys coming out, getting hugs, getting their little moment on stage. That's what the draft is all about, man. These young guys making it big. So
yeah, part of me kind of enjoyed him being in like a basement last year. And
that was also funny with and the dog drafting for the Patriots. That was
Nike.
Great. Hopefully Nike makes a return. Yeah.
All right, man. You are done here. We are done here. I appreciate all of your help. That was very exciting. We have a 6-game Madden slate that kicks off here in less than 10 minutes with the Ravens at the Lions. I'll be on the call of that one with Christian DeAndrea. So I will see everybody soon. Thanks so much for watching The Sweat. All right, baby. We are up. We are at it. We are kicking off a full 6-game Madden slate here on the Dream Stream today. You and me, big guy, and a squad of stud muffins behind the scenes. So Christian D'Andrea, Emerson Lazia. We got Andrew on the ones and twos. We got producer Drew here. We got Jared. We got Frangelico chilling with us. Heck of a day, dude. Heck of a day. Heck of a start here. First off, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I got my coffee. I was up at like 6:30 with the tiny one, but I feel like my tiredness pales in comparison to your post-vaccination tiredness. So congrats on that. Congrats on getting closer to resuming normalcy. I'm like 2 days away from being 2 weeks out, and I can go back and watch a Bucks game, watch a Brewers game. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Let's go, baby.
Looking forward to a little Matthew Stafford here, because Matthew Stafford in Simland, a bit trick or treat-ish, and I am betting on a trick. Now the lineups have locked. I can take you all through my likely to be terrible lineup. I paid up. I did the chalky thing. I put Lamar in the captain spot. Then I went T.J. Hawkinson, my lone lion, Hollywood Brown, Mark Andrews, J.K. Dobbins, and that Ravens defense. So I'm hoping for a one-sided sim today. Emerson Lazia, how does your lineup look?
Okay, so the lineup looking pretty damn good. Not going to lie. I'm feeling pretty confident here. And we ended up having 100 entries on the dot. So I go J.K. Dobbins, all right, in the captain spot. A little different there because I wanted to make sure I could squeeze in some of the higher-priced players in my lineup. Lamar Jackson, Stafford, Hawkinson, Hollywood Brown, and then I threw the Ravens defense in there.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Ravens D might be able to do a thing here. This is a bad Lions team. We've seen them lay some absolute eggs, which is strange. You'd think in a match between the Ravens and the Lions would be ones laying eggs, not the mammal on the other side of the field. But we all know the Lions are a bad football team here in Simland and in the real world, where they're going to try to tank their way to the top. We can just keep enjoying the essence, the last hurrah of Matthew Stafford in Detroit here in Simland. He will be missed.
Yeah, dude. A little Jared Goff action. Man, they're going to have some, like, all these two wide receivers will be calling their names a lot of today. Kenny Golladay, Marvin Jones. They are going to no longer be in Detroit here. Stafford completes his first pass of the day to DeAndre Swift. Got my little puppy crying right next to me. Looking at the ownership numbers here, we have Lamar Jackson at 88%. That is not a shocker. T.J. Hawkinson, huge drop off between Lamar and then Hawkinson's the second highest owned at 48%. Stafford's 43, Amendola 42, and Mr. Mandrews at 41.
Dude, that's wild on Amendola, but I guess
right?
You got to go out there. You got to find a way to fit Lamar into that lineup at that massive salary. So this is a game, too, where none of the running backs were super appealing because they weren't cheap unless you wanted to go all the way down for Kerryon Johnson. And Kerryon Johnson's not a terrible play at 4,400, but it was a situation where it's like, okay, Dobbins at 56, I can talk myself into that a lot more easily than Mark Ingram at 6,800 or DeAndre Swift at 76.
Good to see everybody here over on YouTube. Everyone, eventually waking up, realizing it's Freaky Friday, realizing this is the first of 6 Madden Sims, and there is the future Jacksonville Jaguar Pro Bowler. Wait a minute. Was that Marvin Jones?
Marvin Jones? I think it was.
I couldn't tell. I thought I saw 11. Honestly, my brain is fog. So I don't really care at this point. Mo, what's up, dude? Good to see you, Broby, Dave, the Tater Hater, Noah. I love seeing Kelly Clarkson in the chat. Really good to have you here, too. Mike Bizzle. Then we got the squad. Must be. Morning, everybody.
Dude, Kelly taking time off from her daytime TV show to hang out with us. That's an honor. I thought From Justin to Kelly is unfairly maligned. I thought there were some good moments in that movie.
I am proud to say I have never seen it.
It should probably stay that way, if we're being honest.
Okay.
Well, not only do you have Kelly Clarkson, but you have the man who would go on to play Little Sweet in all those Diet Dr. Pepper ads. Have you had the Diet Dr. Pepper or Dr. Pepper with cream soda? they don't have it up here. I'm sad about it, but if I could find
No.
it,
So it's a cream soda flavored Dr. Pepper. Pretty simple
it's like
stuff.
a half and half.
Dude, Dr. Pepper is like I don't have it a lot, but when you do, you kind of question like, why don't I have this more? Because it's that delicious.
Yeah. It's one of my go-tos because for a while it was like 99 cents for a 2-liter at my local Woodman's. And Wisconsinites will know what I'm talking about. Woodman's, quite possibly the finest of the regional grocery stores. Maybe only second to Wegmans, and I'm sure as someone who spends a lot of time in upstate New York, Emerson Lacia, you can appreciate the beauty of a Wegmans grocery store. Oh no!
Oh, dude, Stafford. Yes, please do it.
Oh, can Galladay get him?
Finish
Can
it.
Galladay get him?
Finish it. Don't touch him. Pick six. Housing it. And that's why, baby. That's why I said to myself, dude, Ravens defense, welcome home. You're in Daddy's lineup today. Freaky Friday, off to a smoking hot start.
Big time return, and Tater Hater almost captained the Ravens D. Instead, hopefully Tater Hater, you got him in your flex at the very least, because that is a game changer right there. The defensive touchdown, 6 points plus the INT. Not a bad start for them. Producer Drew points out, number 44, is he a linebacker, defensive back, a wide receiver? Tom Brady doesn't know, and he is furious about it.
Bro, what was up with that yesterday? He never really seemed like the guy who'd want to complain about something to me that just seems like so small. I mean, I guess you're going to have to learn like numbers again, but like, come on, 20 plus years in the NFL, 7 Super Bowls, like you're going to figure it out. Like it's going to be A-okay. Everyone's going to figure it out. Like he was the guy yelling at the cloud. He's the guy who wants you off his lawn. I was like, this seems like a little weird, but I guess it's just 0 F's given, and at this point of his career.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine. It's going to be a time, you know what? Because Tom Brady does that thing sometimes where he finds a way to blame others for shortcomings. He's going to throw an interception, or he's going to take a bad sack, and he's going to go to the post-game press conference, and he's going to bring up the uniform numbers.
Yeah.
He'll do it kind of like half joking. That's exactly what it's going to be. That's one of those things that, like, all right, he's going to feed into that this time. Of course, he doesn't care because he's got all the rings in the world, but still.
Yep.
As we see over there on the Twitch chat, Heavy Kevy, hello, Energy, Larizi, CJ, a fellow Dr. Pepper drinker, Wes, good to see y'all. River Rat, appreciate you. Yeah, talking about good mixer, Dr. Pepper.
Coke Zero, by far my favorite soda. I don't drink a whole lot of sodas, but when I do, it is Coke Zero, dude.
Especially if you can find like the vanilla Coke Zero, or if you are truly blessed, cherry Coke Zero.
Dude, especially, and I haven't been to the movies in like more than a year for obvious reasons, but when I do, they have like those machines now where you can combine like the flavor of like 3 million sodas in one.
Yeah.
Remember as a kid just ripping down like the soda line a little bit in each. Yeah. And then you'd always occasionally would make the mistake of putting the diet soda in there, and that would kind of like taint the otherwise perfect, equation and combination and concoction of all the other sodas.
Well, I think it always depended on what kind of high C they had on tap too. If it was the orange, you'd kind of hit it with a little bit. If it was the fruit punch, then you go a lot harder.
Good call. Good.
All sins.
Carry on, wayward son. 3rd and 3 coming up for Detroit. We got 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. If you're just tuning in right now, the Lions on the opening drive of the game, marching downfield, looked promising, Christian. It was a lot of Stafford to Marvin Jones, but as they got closer and closer to the end zone, Matthew Stafford throwing a pick six that was just howls. What was it, 80 yards or something? Something ridiculous.
It was more than 80 yards. It was deep in the red zone. And, the screen pass here is going to work. So Ravens D bending for sure. Did not break on that first drive, but encouraging if you have the Lions stacked up because they're moving the ball pretty well here, barring that one horrible Matthew Stafford interception.
All right, checking my inbox here this morning, and what is cooking on the post route? What should the 5 most interesting teams at the 2021 NFL Draft do? So, 5 happen to be either one of these teams.
In fact, one of them is the Detroit Lions, who need to fix just about everything on their roster. So, with them, we didn't even mess around. It's like, you know what? You need to do, Lions. Trade back or just take the best player available. You got holes everywhere. Sure, you need a wideout. You need, in fact, my argument was, you know what? Whoever's available, Jamar Chase, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, somehow maybe Kyle Pitts falls to them. Although the discourse on Twitter today, Anderson, has been nothing but Kyle Pitts praise, just talking about how he's a game changer, he's going to be the best player in this draft. And I kind of get it. But for me, it's like, you know what? Go out there, get yourself a wideout. This is a punt year, right? They're going to do what the Jaguars did. They're going to treat Jared Goff like the Jags treated Gardner Minshew. It's like, okay, if he can revive his career, if he can be a starter, great. If he can't, guess what? We're gonna go all the way to the top of next year's draft. We'll get a quarterback then. So what this Lions team needs to do is find themselves a playmaker, a guy who can carry that offense, a guy who can make DeAndre Swift's job a little bit easier up front, and go from there. Do I have faith the Lions will do that? Absolutely not, because that's not what the Lions do. Ooh, did Swift?
I know that's going to be close. What do we got? First down? Yep, first down. So I just hosted the Sweat from 11 to 11:50, and we wrapped up the show with Jeff Ulrich and his mock draft for like the first 10 picks. Yeah. And when it came to the Lions, he had the Lions going with Jamar Chase, who I think is looked at as the best wide receiver in this draft, right? You're the pro here.
Yeah, would agree 100%. He's got that build. He's got that body. He's got the college production. He's a guy who made Justin Jefferson, wide receiver 2, or maybe not wide receiver 2, but wide receiver 1B alongside Joe Burrow in that LSU offense. So there's a lot to like about a guy like Jamar Chase. The question is if he will sink all the way to the Lions at number 7, because this can be a little bit tricky. It's going to be a tough call there.
You mentioned Pitts. He had Pitts going to Atlanta. Looked at that as like more of a move of maximizing maybe some of the final years of Matt Ryan's contract there with the Falcons.
I like it. Yeah, if personally, and this is another team we talk about in today's post route. That pick, they should draft a whole bunch of cheap defensive players. Carry on, Jonathan. Stuff.
Yeah, terrible.
So yeah, loss of 3, 3rd and long coming up. But we are within Matt Prater field goal range, to be a 56-yarder from here. They need to maximize value because they have a whole bunch of expensive contracts, and they can get by with Matt Ryan for another couple of years. He's not really tradable right now, just current contract. So why not stick with it? You're not gonna get a great quarterback at number 4. You're gonna get a project, maybe a guy like Trey Lance interests you, but Kyle Pitts, man. That would be such a fun offense to watch. Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Hayden Hurst, Kyle Pitts, that would be awesome. It wouldn't make. Yeah. It wouldn't make. Oh no, this is gonna be.
That's gonna be some pass interference there, man.
Defense, man. Trick or treat on that one. Giving up the 3rd and long conversion here, and the shutout may not be with us for long here in Detroit. 1st and goal coming up from the 10. Man, Pitts wouldn't make the Falcons a contender, but he would make them a lot of fun to watch. There would be a reason to buy a Sunday ticket just to watch the Falcons lose games 43-41 every week.
Yeah, he will be a top 10 selection in this draft. Just teams absolutely drooling over that young man, the Florida Gator, with the closing. Get the snap off and taken down at the 3, DeAndre Swift. So 3rd and goal will be coming up when we kick off the 2nd quarter here, guys. It wraps up the 1st quarter here between the Ravens and the Lions, 7-0, just a defensive touchdown and pick 6 on the board for Baltimore. In some other NFL news that came down like moments before we hopped on, We saw that, and yes, without the Ravens offense has yet to take the field in this game. We should just like point that out. Like right now is where I'm looking.
Lamar's
at
getting 3/4 of action. That's it.
You know what? And he'll still probably find a way to put up like ridiculous numbers.
He'll still hit 30. It's not a problem.
We saw that Roger Goodell has been vaccinated, so thank God our long national nightmare is over. He will now be able to hug all of the players selected in the first round of the draft on stage, which was just, I was totally concerned that I wasn't gonna be able to see dudes like being able to hug it out, especially Roger Goodell. Those awkward hugs, the pictures where he's like an inch from another dude's face.
Or he's kind of like doing the face away. My favorite.
Yeah, he's like, congratulations.
Goodell's arms. Yeah, like not just like the caressing, which is obviously delightful.
Yeah.
Or do you have like the lineman go up and try to jump into his arms? Like at one point, I want to see Roger Goodell slip a disc on national television. I want him to have to crouch his way to the podium after that. I want him to have to get the painkiller injections just to be able to walk. I feel like that's what we're owed. You know, we saw him last year slowly melt into that easy chair in his basement as the content level of his jelly bean jar fell. Got ourselves
let's go.
Here.
Teddy, baby.
Woo! Former Lion, current New York Giant. The guy Dave Gettleman is hoping will unlock all the best years of Daniel Jones' career. Gets the touchdown there. And, well, the good news for the Ravens is they're going to get the ball back. We're going to finally see some Lamar Jackson. The bad news is it's going to be in a tie game as that pick six only gave him the lead for the bulk of the first quarter.
All right, so Galladay, 34% owned, 7% in the captain spot, around 9,000 entries in the $250 free contest here. Current first place team has that Ravens defense in the captain spot, but that will be changing here as scores are updated, which they are manually. So shout out again to our ops team, Frangelico, Jared, what's up, guys? Andrew here on the ones and twos for us. Producer Drew, Christian Dandra, Emerson Latzia, kicking off a fun-filled, freaky Friday. So we have the Patriots at the Steelers coming up next. Christian will stick around. We'll be joined by Rossi. Dolphins at the Panthers. Will be Rossi and Brandon at 4. And then we have an MLB edition of the slate with Bukes and Matty Lamarca coming up at 5. Then you got the late slate of Madden games kicking off after that.
Excited to bring the congeniality crew back for Patriots, and with this, it should be a good sim. And this one thus far outperforming expectations, even with the limited looks at Lamar Jackson. In fact, here is his first snap of the game, and it's a handoff. Not super exciting, but Dobbins picks up 12, which is not too shabby.
Yeah, Jay's saying, Emerson, I can't stop looking at Winnie and Georgie when you post them on Instagram. They are just so cute and photogenic, and it's true. They really are. Two angels who have just been ripping up this department all morning long, which is why they are now currently napping in their crate. I will be taking them for a long walk following this game, and I'm very much looking forward to it. How's your hairless chinchilla doing?
He's good. I mean, he's getting harassed every day by a toddler who wants nothing to do but to love him so hard all his hair falls out as Lamar picks up about 20 there. But no, he's having a good run. He got his booster shots lately, so he's cleared. He's ready to go. The winter allergies were not kind to him, so he's very excited to get back out. We got a wonderful dog park that's like it covers 3 square miles. So not only can he hike around it through the woods, but plenty of play spaces, and he hasn't socialized with another dog since last October. So he's going to absolutely lose his mind once it's warm and dry enough to go out there. I'm looking forward to that.
Another reminder, guys, here on the Dream Stream, it's a fun weekend as Lamar, that one could be coming back. Could have a little bit of holding there. We've got the red carpet film feast with Major League Eating and DraftKings. We're going to have a nice little pregame show at 5:30. Jesse Cofield's going to be hosting that. I'll have a boatload of interviews, some which you've seen already, with many of the competitors. Joey Chestnut, Matt Stoney is involved there. You have Mr. Esper out of Massachusetts who won the big game snack down around the Super Bowl. Those guys are going to try to eat as many 24-ounce servings of popcorn as they possibly can. I believe it's in like 8 minutes. Can't remember off the top of my head. I should probably know that. But then you're going to have guys trying to mash 50 eggs in about 6 minutes. You're going to have a chugging contest. So it's Oscars night. We're going to have a lot of fun. And I hope everyone here can mark their calendars, set a reminder in your phone, because it's going to be fun. Who does not want to watch dudes and dudettes just stuffing their face with protein and eggs and watching the yolk come pouring down their face? It is going to be picturesque.
I can't imagine the smell. Like with hot dogs, it's like I get it. It's not pleasant to watch, but like I'm sure it doesn't smell awful. With eggs though, oh my god, that's a lot. That is a lot.
I know.
I'm happy that they're doing that out in Vegas and not live in studio with you, Emerson Lazia.
Dude, I mean, there's that big ass cafeteria over there at the DraftKings office, but not many people have been in the office at all over the past year. One day, and I've told the higher ups, even though I'm the highest paid employee at DraftKings, I said, I got to be there at one of these events. I have to be. Yeah. Like, this is it. I was literally born to do Major League Eating interviews. As Lamar connects here, we are inside the 10. It is first and goal. That is Hollywood Brown. First series, offensive series for Baltimore in this game, everybody, because it was a pick six in the beginning on the opening drive of the game for the Lions, and it was all Lions until then, until now.
Yeah, and both teams moving the ball pretty effectively and efficiently. We kind of expect this from the Ravens. The Lions a little bit more surprising. Now we get to see who gets the call on first and goal if Lamar decides just to do it himself, or maybe we get a little bit of Dobbins. I can't tell if it's him or Ingram in the backfield. Could be a 1, could be a 7. It's a 1, it's Ingram, and he's down to about the 2.
Tommy R. asking who scored for Detroit. It was a Stafford touchdown pass to Kenny Golladay. That was on third and goal, I believe, from like the 1 or the 2, as we have Baltimore here on the 2 for second and goal. And Lamar is going to hand it off, and that is Ingram. Ingram, smack dab down the middle, wide open, like just the Red Sea splitting.
Yeah, Ingram at 6,800, 1,200 more than J.K. Dobbins, but showing you why you can't really sleep on him. This is just a frustrating tailback platoon in Baltimore. So if you went Dobbins over Ingram, you're a little furious right now. But hey, if you paid up a little bit more to get the veteran out of Alabama, former Heisman winner, well, then you're probably okay with it.
Yeah, would have loved to see some J.K. Dobbins action there. I am one of the 5% in our contest, our LOTZIA I am dead inside contest, who decided to captain him. Lamar, 35 passing yards, 24 on the ground up to this point. Stafford now will take back over. He's got a passing touchdown, has a pick, has 87 yards through the air. Hollywood Brown with 2 catches, 26 yards on that drive. So that's kind of where we're cooking, where we're at. Where are you in the contest right now, dude?
Boy, it's probably it's actually not that bad. I'm 30th right now. It could have been a lot more painful. Yeah. I mean, because I like you went Dobbins over Ingram, and my lone line is one of the few guys without any catches, or T.J. Hawkinson. So I'm having a great day. Is Lisa Robinson putting you on blast in the YouTube chat?
Well, I'm sorry, Lisa. You know, I got to let everyone know. I mean, you're talking to the king here, young lady. Maybe I'll Venmo you $5 if you're lucky. Well, we've got almost 350 people hanging out with us now. We're at 61 likes. If you got a like to give, feel free to hammer away. Would love to hit the century mark before the first of 6 sims today is said and done. Christian Giandria and Emerson Lazia, the highest paid DK employee, here with you through the noon sim. Then Rossi will slide in for the 2 o'clock, and we'll do that thing we like with Christian.
I don't know if you saw the picture Rossi posted about how he shattered a 70-inch TV, but it was long enough ago that it was like 2 feet deep. The whole thing must have weighed like 500 pounds, and it looked like it was in like a small apartment. Like I have so many questions that I'm going to force Rossi to answer. Like, how did he break his television on WrestleMania weekend? How long ago was it? All that good stuff.
Dude, I saw the picture. I saw the picture actually when I woke up this morning and saw that you had replied to it. And I said, what the hell is this? That was a ginormous television, the size of planet Earth. And it's just sitting there shattered on the ground. And I think he was talking about how he was spending some time with babysitter Billy. I think they were getting a little weird. They were watching some wrestling together. I think not a whole. Yeah, I don't think they were wearing a lot of clothes. They were probably all oiled up, emulating what they were watching on television. And I don't know who threw who into the television. As Marvin Jones there, hell of a grab, one-handed grab. But yeah, dude, the TV destroyed. Imagine your wife coming home and seeing that happened when you and your oily buddy on the couch. Huh?
I would be more concerned, honestly, with getting the oil stains out of the couch and trying to figure out how just the physics of babysitter Billy flinging Rossi. Because let's be honest, Rossi is, he's built like a lawn dart. He's the one you'd be throwing, if anything. And plus, I've seen babysitter Billy. He's 90% traps. He's like Jake from State Farm, Jack. You just can't tell underneath that beard. So I clearly Rossi was the projectile in this one. I just want to know what moves were they trying to replicate there? Was it a straight up? Was it a suplex, a spear? Was it just a hip toss? At any rate, I think we can both agree that it was the poor result of roughhousing.
Another fun little fact that I learned this morning, and you guys can talk to Matt LaMarca about it when he hosts that MLB edition of the Slate here at 5 o'clock today. But this morning on the Sweat, I learned that Matt LaMarca, one of his many nicknames on top of Big Saxy is Mr. Wiggles. Ooh. And I guess it's because he used to be, Mr. LaMarca, used to be a street dancer back in the day. Yep. Used to be a street dancer. I said, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, I need proof and confirmation of this. I also need how much money he would make on a given. Like a bucket drummer maybe, but street dancer, there's no way that dude made more than like an extra value meal's worth of change on any given shift. There's no way. I reject this premise, Emerson.
No way, dude. And then we asked him, he said, hey, man, come on, get up, get out of your chair for the first time today and show us and prove it to us. And he goes, I don't dance on camera. I said, okay, man, you got to be able to back up here.
Yeah.
You got to be able to put some hustle in that muscle, dude. All right? You got to be able to walk the walk if you're going to talk the talk.
This is up there with I could take Christian at trivia at levels of unconfirmed rumors out of LaMarca. And plus, how much can we really trust a man who pays Kenny Ducey for a mattress anyway? I have a lot of questions for LaMarca.
I mean, it was, yes. And it's weird. I haven't heard LaMarca talk too much about Top Shots like recently. Yeah, even Mr. Knight over on YouTube says, I can see LaMarca doing that. I'm telling you, the guy is cool as a cucumber. Like 100% back in the day. And I say back in the day, this could have been one of those things like a year or two ago. Like no one really knows what he's doing or what he's up to. So we need to get to the bottom of it. We just didn't have a whole lot of time this morning to do that, as Lamar Jackson is sacked and 3rd and long coming up.
Right. Unlike the free form flow of these Madden streams, you actually have to stay like on topic and on target with the Sweat. You got things to talk about rather than Lamar Jackson games. For me, it's like, he had the saxophone. Why wasn't he just playing the saxophone to make money on the street? If he went out there and busted out Careless Whisper, I would have thrown 75 cents, maybe even 85 into whatever upturned case he had. I mean, that's enough money right there for a 1-ounce bag of Munchos. That's a big deal. Ingram gets the carry there. The Ravens waving the white flag on this drive. The Lions take the timeout. They're going to give it a shot, see if they can't mount a little bit of a comeback here. They'll get the ball back with around 37 seconds and 2 timeouts.
Yeah, Jimmy B, the dog is going a little crazy here behind the scenes. There is no doubt about it. I think little Georgie is ready for lunch. currently chewing on the face of Winnie. Poor soul. Pray for Winnie, by the way. She will be spayed on Tuesday. So that will be, which actually reminds me, I may need to take myself off the schedule here, producer Drew, for Tuesday. Although it looks like you've already put me on there. No, that's okay. I don't know what time I have to pick her up. And there's another alarm going off. I don't know what's happening right now. I can't look at the screen though and tell you there's 30 seconds to play, and trailing by 7, Stafford and company have a little bit of work to do. And thank you very much, Jeff Ulrich, for chiming in. Says, of course, Emerson could outrun Derrick Henry. Have you seen his quads? Which is very true. Thank you.
Plus,
thank you for recognizing.
Henry's a bigger guy. He's got all that wind resistance. I feel like you, with your lithe serpentine figure, really just cut through the breeze a lot more easily than a guy like Derrick Henry, who's shaped like a block of cheddar.
Broby one says, Mr. Big Wiggles is fresh. I know. So I was actually unaware of this. So I was like, all right, dude, I got to do some digging. I got to see if I can find a little bit of your past, maybe buried somewhere on the internet. So I just start off real simple. I type in Mr. Wiggles, right? And I was unaware that Mr. Wiggles was an actual street dancer. Really? Noted for his popping skills, not his pooping skills, but his popping skills, and a member of the Rocksteady crew. And LaMarcus says he tried to emulate, his skills after Mr. Wiggles, stole his name, now uses the Mr. Wiggles name as his chess username. I guess there's an app where you can play chess against anybody in the world.
Chess.com is a big thing, man.
I don't know if it's chess.com. I don't. Yeah. Supposedly he's really good at chess. So he's done with the saxophone, he's done with the dancing, and now is taking his talents to this app. So he doesn't have to leave his room and he could just play chess against strangers around the world.
I've heard that not only is that booming, but there's a whole bunch of scandals related to it. People using bots to level up and basically claim grandmaster status, and there's a whole cheating ecosystem in there. It's like the people who seek out the marathon cheaters, the people who say they were that. That's always been really interesting to me. Just not only the niche communities, but the people who are so desperate they would cheat their way to the top of these niche communities. Always very interesting. Is third one coming up here. Even if the Lions don't get it, they should have enough time left for a Hail Mary. There is.
I don't know. You could send out
Prater,
the big B3 dude built by UCF. Yeah. Doesn't he share the NFL lead right for longest?
I think he might hold it outright at 64.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head. I know he either holds it or he's tied for it or he's close to it. Yeah. So it's one of those three. I have a 33% chance of having that right.
Oh, they are going to try. Oh, a 60-yarder? Absolutely here for it. And if I'm the Ravens, why not try to return this?
Make us proud.
Get us.
Come on. Damn it.
Go through. It seems like it maybe had the distance. I couldn't really tell. That was a tough one.
Yeah, it's still built by UCF. Yes, he is, producer Drew. It's all good. Sometimes you swing and miss. It's just all that matters is that you're swinging.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Good for you, Matt Prater. Not quite Sebastian Janikowski lining up for a 76-yarder, but
oh my God, yeah.
Well, through one half, both teams have one offensive touchdown. They've been moving the ball pretty effectively. The Ravens' difference maker, that 80-plus yard pick six from Marlon Humphreys. On the ground, no one doing much of anything, although Ingram has the rushing touchdown. Lamar, relatively low-key in this one, Emerson Lopsy. Only 24 rushing yards, not too much through the air. No touchdowns for him so far, but to be fair, we've only seen him in one quarter of action because the Lions have dominated time and possession today.
Yeah, so what is it? Ingram's got the only offensive touchdown. Post route. One more post route. No, Ingram's got the only offensive touchdown for Baltimore. Is what I meant. I should have finished my sentence, but my brain's all over the place.
You're digesting food. I mean, to be fair, at least you're honest with the DK Sim fan when you're eating food on stream and not trying to deny it or hide it like other Sim Fam commentators here who maybe.
Just call him out. It's Kenny Ducey. Call him out.
Yeah,
Cheats of rock, paper, scissors, lies to all of you. But
he picks the worst foods to eat on stream too. Like there are days where he's just going through a bowl of soup, just loudly slurping through it, and then goes into the chat to say, "I'm not eating, guys. I'm not eating." Yeah, it's
he's sucking up ramen noodles. Relax, Kenny. It's all good, man. Just you're gonna eat. Let people see you eat. Tell them you're eating. Don't tell them you're not eating, and then be sucking up all sorts of
licking his fingers after every salt and vinegar chip he puts in there.
Like, dude, he's got like Cheeto fingers.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, I haven't been eating Cheetos.
Yeah.
By the way, there are, I think on Amazon, you could find like they're almost like food clips that you put on the end of your finger. So when you eat Cheetos, you actually don't get the Cheeto dust on your fingers. But to me, it's like you want the Cheeto dust on your fingers because then when you take that finger and just drag it against your teeth and then it collects on the back of your teeth. Oh, it is so good.
It is. So, especially if you get the flaming hot dust. The flaming hot dust, the superior of the Cheeto dust. But I feel like we do need to praise the man who came up from maintenance all the way to the executive spot with Frito-Lay for coming up with the flaming hot recipe.
Bless you.
A true titan of industry, Jimmy B. Appreciate you as well for recognizing the greatness that is New Glarus. Spotted Cow, obviously the flagship there, keeps the lights on. But the thing is, like, Spotted Cow, as famous as it is like their 8th best beverage. It is a great brewery and a really cool little town to go to. They do a great Oktoberfest, little Swiss town. I love New Glarus. Big fan. That's another thing. I'm excited to get back to that. We had to skip Oktoberfest last year, and unfortunately, the best restaurant, Emerson in New Glarus, closed down due to the pandemic. It was called the Cow and Quince. They had the best biscuits and gravy I'd ever seen. Some of the best burgers I've ever had. Everything was super local. Like they would just go drive to a nearby farm, pick up meat, pick up vegetables. Awesome. Tremendous.
Oh my God.
Replaced by like a vegan bakery, which I'm not nearly as excited about.
No, it sounds like a lot of sadness in the flavor department. I love like the farm to table places. There's like the food is so fresh. Like they literally walk 20 feet. They grab like, a cow nipple. They grab some milk. Next thing you know, you're having like the most delicious like latte or corn cream you've ever had in your entire life.
Oh man, great cheese plate too. I'm not even a cheese guy, but like their cheese plate was solid, especially to get like a good chunk of salami or other cured delicious meats. Is salami the best lunch meat? Discuss.
You know what? I've never been the biggest salami guy. I don't have anything against it. Well, I will eat it. Don't get me wrong. I'll eat it, especially a little like Italian stuff, just when I'm in the north end around this neck of the woods. Well, I mean, just give me like a regular, honey smoked turkey or something like that. Maybe a little ham. I'll take roast beef. If I have salami in the fridge, which isn't too often, I'll combine it with another meat. 100%.
See, for me, like salami is great both on a sandwich with a little bit of mayo and tomato, or like on its own, just as a snack. Yeah. Having a little charcuterie.
Yeah, oh man,
exactly. You eat a Tony Soprano style where you flip open the bag and you just eat it in a huff. The salami, the gabagool, all that good stuff.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Speaking of hell yeah, my guy Steve Buchanan in the house. Says Kenny also lives in a 5 square foot apartment.
Yeah.
And he probably pays like $5,000 like a month for it too.
That's why he needs the loft space in his apartment. He puts the desk underneath the bed. That's why you never see Kenny's bed. It's because it's underneath his loft and set of bunk beds.
He's sleeping on Lamarcus' old mattress, and Lamar Jackson picking up another first down. So he is close to 50 yards on the ground. We have a little more than 5 minutes to play here in the third quarter. I see CJ71 over on Twitch. He tags me in a tweet yesterday and is reminding me again. He was asking if I was going to enter my dogs in this contest that Bush Beer is having right now. It says it wants to pay your dog $20,000 to taste test its new canine-friendly brew.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, anything without too much hops is typically dog okay. I don't know if it was dog recommended, but that's typically been the rule from what I understand. But it's pretty good. It's a pretty sweet gig. $20,000 would buy you about 60,000 cans of Busch at the current exchange rate too.
Yeah, my dogs may be a little like too young for this.
That's
true. I don't think they're of age yet, even in dog years. But I don't know. I mean, maybe I could just lie about it. Is there like a dog age that is like legal for drinking dog beer?
Dog years, just like human years. I don't know why we're exempting dogs from the 21 age limit that humans have to deal with. Of course, it would be, it depends on how you measure the dog years too. Like I know the traditional way is every year is 7 years, but then recently it's the first 2 years are 25 years, and every year after that's 4.
Yep. Another first down for Lamar. Smart enough to slide. Now has eclipsed 50 yards on the ground. Who is it? Offensive guard 79. Bacon ranks supreme as the number 1 overall meat, period.
There's no arguments here.
Dude, even like you could add it to anything and it takes it from good to great or great to like greater, as Mandrews takes the catch.
Bacon wrapped asparagus on its own, not a fan. Bacon wrapped asparagus, amazing. Brussels sprouts, sprouts cooked up in a little bit of oil with bacon, amazing. The thing is, we were talking about lunch meat sandwiches, which is a different thing. You don't want cold bacon. Cold bacon is fine. It's not, you're not putting cold bacon on a sandwich. You want that crispy bacon. So salami, a little bit more versatile for that. I also don't want hot salami, although when I did go get my J&J vaccine shot, I did hit up a place in Monroe, Wisconsin, amazing deli, salami sandwiches for like $3, just loaded up on those with a little lettuce, tomato.
Yep.
Homemade stone ground mustard. Far into the end.
So easy.
Big time drive for him. So the passing yards, the rushing yards, he's starting to come alive, starting to pay off if you paid up to roster him as the Lions facing a 14-point deficit here.
Tom Brady, cheat always, says Dobbins or I quit. So likely taking off and quitting now because that was not Dobbins. Nope, it certainly wasn't. But Lamar, the Lamarier for everyone who has decided to roster him, which is the majority of you, a large majority, more than 88% in the free showdown contest, 21-7 right now. Baltimore with the lead, commanding lead, 3 minutes to play in the third quarter. Detroit hasn't been able to get a whole lot going on here.
Yeah, but now you'd see if Matthew Stafford can come alive. Obviously, he hit Galladay with that one touchdown, but the rest of the lineup, a little bit in and out. DeAndre Swift having a decent day, but guys like Marvin Jones we hadn't really called his name since that first quarter drive. TJ Hawkinson, only the one catch. Have to wait and see if they can get anything going against this Ravens defense. They looked good in the first half, and this is going to be their first touch of the second.
400 people hanging out with us on YouTube, wherever you're watching, however you're watching. We love you. We appreciate you. We're also available over on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Maybe some of you are watching in the Game Center. You can hear us. Hello. Welcome. 79 likes, 21 away from the Century Club. Let's get there, folks. Let's get there before the end of this game. That's it. Just 21 more. 21 of you. Gather around. Hold hands. Take the plunge together. DeAndrea, Christian, he needs this.
True. It's true. My last 2 sins of the week send me off right. Lions coming out in that babysitter Billy formation. There goes Amendola with the fake. I know a lot of you need Amendola, one of the top 5 most rostered guys in our 250 free showdown. I see it there. Maxwell Trottier. Please throw to Hawk into that as well as someone who made Hawkinson my only Detroit Lion in this game.
Tater Hater says, Emerson, can you name one of your like free contests here? Emerson Tatsia in lieu of your newfound love for shouting to the world your love for the Devil's Nuggets.
Oh,
Let's go, dude.
the hate is so consistent and pure. I have no choice but to respect it.
Yeah. Frank White, great question. Is Canadian bacon just ham? I mean, I think it is, dude.
Yeah,
I've always been under the impression that it is. Just kind of like a more circular.
Yeah. Maybe more. Yeah. I mean, the thing with Canadian bacon is with regular bacon, you get that nice layer of fat that sizzles off and leads to the little extra crisp and a little extra flavor. With Canadian bacon, you don't really get that fat. You don't really. I mean, if anything, it's a little bit leaner, which in American means a little bit worse. Lamar with a nice juke, but doesn't really get anything out of that. Still got a shot at the bonus here, especially with his team up by 14. You got to figure he's going to run the ball quite a bit. Needs about 40 more yards to get there.
Smother me and just cover me in limp pieces of greasy bacon. I am all about that life. I'm also about Lamar delivering some points for us here. His X factor is on fire, and he is going way downtown. That's an incomplete pass. 3rd and 9 coming up, minute to play in the third.
Great protection, but throwing into double coverage there. Key 3rd down coming up here. The Ravens can get this first down, sustain a long drive, maybe even get some points out of this. They will pretty much clinch this game. To no one's surprise, Baltimore angling towards a road win in Detroit. And is Lamar going to pick up the first here? Yeah, he sure is.
Yes, he is. Brian C., I'm going to take my like away so I can re-like and be 100. Hashtag 100th like. Let's go. I'm totally cool with that, dude.
Okay, so David Kabinski, Canadian bacon is smoked, uncured ham. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I don't know if I'm not really a ham guy to begin with. Like, it's okay.
I love it.
Yeah, it's like, it's down the ranks. Like, I'll eat a sandwich with ham on it. Like, I obviously like a little bit of gabagool, particularly on a good Italian sub. But, like, regular ham just doesn't do a lot for me. But I can appreciate it, especially if you get, like, a good, thick chunk of, like, honey-baked ham. You dip it in a little bit of spicy stone ground mustard. Outstanding combo.
Yeah, I'm thinking like a Virginia honey ham.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Then I could put some of those, like, sweet pickles on it. Oh, man, there's this pickle brand called Wickles. It's like this sweet and spicy pickle. They make like a relish, too. Dude, I could seriously bathe in that stuff. It is so freaking good. Erwin says, is Canadian bacon just called bacon in Canada?
That's a good question.
I'm adding Jeff Ulrich here in the chat.
That's good, yeah.
And asking him, what's Canadian bacon called in Canada? Hopefully he sees that.
Okay, Auntie Social apparently also Canadian as well, saying it's back bacon. And it comes from a place of expertise, I imagine. So Canadian bacon is back bacon, and American bacon is just referred to as bacon up there, or is that there's a lot of logistics at play here. I have questions, but I mean, I'm far be it for me to question the dietary choices of Canada. They are the nation that gave us poutine, after all, and somehow found a way to unlock a different layer of deliciousness for cheese curd, which is.
But like there in your homeland, like you guys provide a lot of the cheese curds for like the poutine.
A good squeaky curd with a little bit of light breading. You don't like the Culver's curds are fine. Like they're like a yellow cheddar. You want a lighter cheddar, like a white cheddar, a little bit less coating on it, because the Culver's cheese curds are a little bit too heavy, a little bit too crispy. You get a nice little bit, and the way you get a nice kind of squishy curd, but a little bit of crisp on it. You dip it in the tiger blue sauce that is mayo, blue cheese, and a little bit of horseradish. Outstanding. We've gone above and beyond. I'm not gonna lie to you. There are probably 3 different places in Madison, Wisconsin alone that would qualify for the best cheese curd in the world. Shout out to you, the old fashioned. Shout out to you, Craftsman Table, Dottie's Dumpling. I'm a connoisseur. I'm not even a cheese guy, and I'm like, these are amazing. I want this in my mouth at all times. 24.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
Exactly.
I'm with you. Put all that cheese in my mouth, dude.
Exactly.
DeAndre Swift with 7 catches. So he's in the leader in the receptions department here. Like really not a whole lot else like going on. So Mandrews is 4 for 46. Golladay 4 for 36. Golladay does have the only touchdown of the day for Detroit. Little touchdown pass from Matthew Stafford. That was back in the second quarter of play.
The good news is they're going to get the ball back here. They're going to have an opportunity to mount a comeback. So those Lions wideouts should be getting a little bit more run, and we'll get to see if DeAndre Swift can continue his pretty solid day both on the ground and through the air here. He might be a big part of this Lions comeback effort. So according to Auntie Social, regular bacon called back bacon or pea meal bacon. Okay. In Canada, what do they call American ham? Must buy. I don't know. Damon area, Tillamook, Oregon rocks the curves. Not only Oregon, but Pacific Northwest in general has some really great creameries and dairy products. Washington State, all the way out in Pullman, has a great in-house creamery. So yeah, if you are a Cougar fan, if you are from Pullman, if you're from the area, you know they make some incredible cheese products. My guy Brian Floyd goes above and beyond to hype up all the stuff they make. As after that banger of a punt, Stafford pretty much out of safety range, although let's not take anything away from him. He could still shuffle backwards for a loss of 11 and put this one squarely in the Ravens' hands.
What's Belgian chocolate called in Belgium? That's a great question, Brian. See?
Milwaukee Burger Company has great cheese curds too. Larger than golf balls, a great snack. Dan Anderson, I'm not familiar with the Milwaukee Burger Company, so I'm intrigued now. I am familiar with the Milwaukee Brewing Company. I'm familiar with the Milwaukee Symphony Orchestra. Most things Milwaukee named I am used to by now, but I'm not familiar with the Burger Company out here. Gotta give them a look.
Bro, you got Brad Wallace is like, damn, I'm ready to go back to the Northwoods after that cheese curd speech. You're spot on, Christian. Your speech there did give off vibes of like the passionate 4th of July speech in Independence Day by the President of the United States, where they battled for their life and, for freedom.
Yeah. This is our independence. These are our cheese curds.
These are our cheese curds. Wait, Jared said, have you ever explained to the DK Sim fan what the Rochester garbage plate is? Yeah, so that's just like where you throw every food that you have in the kitchen, on a plate. It's like the potatoes. Yes, it is. Like ground beef, right? The eggs. Yes, no?
Yeah, you get like a starch on the bottom too, so it's like it's potatoes, maybe rice. Yeah, it's great.
Hold on. I've got the Western New York expert sitting right next to me.
Connoisseur, yes.
Oh my God, the pictures is ridiculous. Yeah, there's like mac and cheese on it, like a macaroni salad.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. All right, so here we go. The modern day garbage plate. You get your choice of 2 base items from a list that includes home fries, pasta salad, baked beans, mac and cheese, French fries, other similar food items. After the starchy foundation is formed, it's topped with either grilled red hots, cheeseburger, eggs, fish, or whatever else the restaurant you happen to be at offers. Then finally, the plate is topped with the meat sauce, onions, bright yellow mustard. As if that wasn't enough, the modern garbage plate is often served with a soft roll or a few slices of white bread. Ooh, to sop up all the liquid.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's just incredible.
A great late night option too. Soaks up all the bad things in your bloodstream.
Yeah.
Gets you ready for bed.
Yeah, I can confirm. It's like so many times, like after those nights, I just want pizza. Just give me like the buffalo chicken pizza. Oh, damn. That Frangelico's like, yeah, that sounds amazing. I'll take 2.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's probably enough calories for you for like 2 weeks.
Good news here is the Lions are making some progress. The bad news is they are taking their sweet time doing so. We're about to hit the halfway point in the fourth quarter, and this is still a 14-point game. See if Stafford can't maybe take a shot downfield. Nope. Instead, he's just going to pick up the first. Not a bad little swing there. Is that DeAndre Swift again? It is indeed. So he has been pretty solid today. Lots of PPR points from him, if I'm not mistaken.
My bad. Ratty K says, I haven't had breakfast yet. Stop it, Emerson. Sorry, bro. All right, 1st and 10. That's an incomplete pass. All right, they're down 14 here, and I don't know if their defense has shown enough to where they could, even if they score here, right, for them to be able to stop Baltimore. Not a whole lot. There have been times.
Yeah, I mean they got a chance. I'm not gonna rule them out. I just don't feel good about it. That's where we are with that one.
2nd and 10 from the 25. Ooh, Galladay putting them on skates. So 3rd and short, 3rd and 1 now with 4 minutes to play in the final quarter here. Again, the schedule the rest of the day looks like this. Coming up next, Christian will be hanging with Rossi for the Patriots at the Steelers. That's at 2 o'clock. 4 o'clock will be the Dolphins at the Panthers, Rossi and Brandon. The slate and MLB edition, Bukes and LaMarca. That's when I want you guys, when they're like, hammer us with questions about the MLB slate, which is there is like 14 games tonight. So it's incredible. I want to make sure that you guys get to the bottom of his Mr. Wiggles chapter of his life. Cowboys, Vikings, Brandon and Jeff at 6. Kaufman and Jeff. Packers at the Saints at 8. And then Kaufman and Tom. Bears at the Seahawks at 10. And for the second time in this game, Galladay celebrate his second receiving touchdown. 3 minutes, 13 seconds to go here. An extra point away from making it a 7-point game.
Look at that. Kenny G makes it a one-possession game. The Lions are one stop away from being able to get back into this one, but we've seen Lamar Jackson handle his business before. A couple first downs from the Ravens, and this one is all over. Big time pressure coming up on the Detroit D, who, if nothing else, is very used to sending the home crowd fans back home unhappy.
Looking at my lineup here, I am just free falling down the leaderboard in the I Am Dead Inside contest. Now down to, oh, dude, I went from like 54 to 60 to 71 here.
I'm 69 right now, so it's not nice.
You're, no, that's not, but you're a couple spots ahead of me. Dude, J.K. Dobbins, what a dud of a game right now. Just 2.4 fantasy points. That's in the captain spot. He has 16 rushing yards. Again, I threw him in there thinking, all right, we're trending in the right direction. Has 14 points, 13 points in his last 2 games. I was like, that's enough to return some value in the captain spot, especially when he was like only 5'6" in the flex. Like 8,400 in the captain spot. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I had him in there, and I was like, oh, I got enough cash left over. I'm going to go Hawkinson instead. And clearly, the sim god's taunting me right now.
Yeah, D-Rod says Marvin Jones doing all the dirty work. Indeed, and he's going to be doing that in Jacksonville next year with Trevor Lawrence throwing him the football.
Appreciate you, YouTube chat, trying to get us to read off terrible Urban Dictionary descriptions. We're not going to do that. Glash might. Ooh, very nearly a hole there for the first down. Instead, should be enough to take us down to the 2-minute warning as Ingram sets up 3rd and very short. Pickup of the first down here is going to severely hamper the Lions' comeback attempts. And if you're the Ravens, why not call up a passing play? If it's there, you can throw the easy pass. If not, you just let Lamar Jackson run a bit. Either way, you will force the Lions to burn a timeout. Now that we're underneath the 2-minute warning.
Bonzo currently leading our 100 entry contest here. Paul Sox in second.
There's the pickup. So it just got a lot tougher for the Lions here. They got 2 more timeouts, so they can get the ball back with like a minute and 0 timeouts remaining. Obviously, is a tough spot to be in. We've seen lots of comeback attempts from that area fail.
Christian, currently in 5th place is Christian 69. And that is not you?
It's not, unfortunately. I could not have,
unfortunately.
Such creative screen name.
All right, 1st and 10. Detroit is going to call a timeout. Yeah, I saw someone asking earlier. Adrian Peterson. He was only $1,200 in the flex. He's got you 2 points right now. That's in Bonzo's lineup. 1 catch, 6 receiving yards. That's 4 rushing yards. 2nd and 9, keeping it on the ground again. Basically, ball game's coming up here.
Should be enough that the Ravens can run it here if they want. 3rd and 3. The whole playbook is open here. Is Lamar going to pull it down or do it himself? And then will we get some kneel downs to end this one? Or are the Lions going to hold steady? It's going to be a tough position here. They're probably going to get pinned relatively deep in their own territory for a Stafford comeback. We got numbers up front, though. Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God, yes.
That's the bonus on the nose for Lamar. So he needed all 28 of those rushing yards to make his day complete. 97 through the air, 100 through the ground right now. Lamar did more work on the ground than he did in the pocket. Good for you, Lamar. I'm going to go kneel down, maybe a carry, and then kneel down. We'll have to wait and see. Actually, it should just be 2 kneel downs, right?
You want to go ahead and start handing out awards because we'll have to skedaddle soon, as a re-air of this morning's sweat will be coming up right after us, leading up to you and Rossi at 2:00.
Sure, certainly. Yeah. Tough call on this one. Let's take a look at our numbers and take a look at that leading lineup, because that's going to tell us all about who is there in front. Stafford had a decent day. Lamar was fine. But I think ultimately you got to give the Krusty Cough Award here to a guy only under 35% owned. Kenny Golladay gave you almost 35 points in the flex, as Lamar currently backing away from the bonus.
Yeah, I know, that's ridiculous, dude. Right on the bonus, kneel down, you lose the bonus. But here's the thing. Again, most people are in the same boat because almost 90% of folks rostered him. So
under 90 points, or under 20 points rather, for him in the flex now. Not ideal at all. And then a lot of good options for Babysitter Billy, because not a lot of guys showed up in this one. Let's go ahead and give it to J.K. Dobbins. Why not? DeAndre Swift outplayed him. Mark Ingram outplayed him. Kerryon Johnson might have outplayed him the way he did.
Yep.
So Dobbins 1.9 in the flex today. So that man is your Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner for the eye opener today. And now we can duck out, hand it over to the sweat. But not Bill. Oof. It's been a while since I've seen Billy on stream. But instead, his partner, the man who he helped shatter a 70-inch television with through roughhousing, Jason Rossi, will be back with me in just about an hour. Emerson, are you done for the week? You taking the weekend?
Yeah. I'm done now. You'll see me though in the rear of the SWAT coming up here. But shout out to Andrew on the 1s and 2s, producer Drew, Jared, and Frangelico. Keep an eye, guys, whatever contest you are inside right now, because scores will be going final here in just a moment. Appreciate everyone hanging out with us. 119 likes, damn good for game 1 of the day.
Beautiful.
You Rossi, 2:00, 6 games today. MLB edition of the slate coming up at 5. Much love. I'll see everyone back here again on Monday. Deuces. Morning, everyone. Welcome to The Sweat. I am Emerson Latzia. If you are new here, first off, where have you been? Second, we do this show every weekday morning at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Sports betting advice, DFS advice, life advice. It's the perfect way to start your day, according to those of us here at DraftKings. 6 Madden Sims on the Dream Stream, kick off at high noon, but we kick off this show with some MLB price check. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Stan Sun. I need your favorite plays at the following positions on tonight's massive, ginormous, thick 14-game Major League slate. Kenny, start me off with your pitcher over 8K.
Yeah, it's really hard not to love Tyler Glasnow in this spot at 10.1K. He's a heavy favorite here with the Tampa Bay Rays. They have a 61% implied chance of winning here, according to the odds. Toronto ranks 21st in WRC plus against righties. And this is an insane pitcher at the moment. He has a 40% strikeout rate, an insane 1.24 expected ERA, 1.3 or 0.138, excuse me, expected batting average. The guy's just been absolutely on fire, picked up right where he left off from last year. And again, in a great matchup against the Toronto Blue Jays team that is still sleepwalking, still has yet to find their footing. I think that he once again dominates. I have no problems paying up here to 10.1K, considering all the value bats we got on the slate.
Yeah, one of 3 pitchers north of 10K on this slate. Stan, who's your pitcher over 8K?
Yeah, sorry to be boring, but I'm going Jacob deGrom. 48.6% strikeout rate, 4.3% walk rate. I mean, that's insane. Who does that? A 23.2% swinging strike rate. You know, he averages 98.7 miles per hour on the fastball. The FIP is 1.34 on the season. In 3 games, he's produced 24.4, 41, and 43.1 DK fantasy points. One of those games was in Coors Field. Washington, they're the only team to be projected for scoring fewer than 3 runs at 2.5. No Juan Soto in the lineup. They're 20th in ISO against right-handed pitching. I mean, the stars are aligned.
Yeah, highest priced player on the slate at 10.9, dude. So with both of you guys giving us pitchers north of $10,000, I need a pitcher under 8K, Stan.
I'm going Dylan Cease. You know, the walks have been his big bugaboo this year. He's got 9 in 14 innings. So, you know, he can get into trouble if the control is not there. But, you know, that may not matter if he can just strike everyone out. 11.6 swinging strike rate. Texas, they're first in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. They're also only 22nd in ISO. Cease has only allowed 1 home run this season. The BABIP's an elevated 368, so he's actually had some, you know, bad misfortune on this side.
Kenny, what do you got?
I don't know if you can hear me because I'm frozen up right now. Can you? Because I have
a great I can hear you. Yeah, and it looks like you're unfrozen now on Zoom.
Oh, beautiful. All right, well, I have a great play here. It's Mike Minor at $6,800 against Detroit. The Tigers are dead last in WRC plus the lefties at 41. This number continues to creep down. The Tigers started off hot. I was the biggest Tigers guy around, and then it got worse, and it's continued to get worse. They especially can't hit lefties because they got a lot of lefties in that lineup. They don't have Miguel Cabrera right now. It should be 55 degrees in Detroit. That only helps Mike Minor. He has a lot of great numbers against the current Detroit Tigers dating back to 2015, a 202 expected batting average. He's been great at limiting hard contact this year, 71st percentile in average exit velocity. I just think Mike Minor's in a really good spot here. He's got the splits advantage. He should have a little bit of a weather advantage, and he's been pitching really well. And again, you know, Detroit's not going to scare you. 6,900 is really, really cheap, and he's going to let you get a DeGrom or Glasnow in your lineup.
Okay, how about a hitter over 4K, Kenny?
You know what? I'm not looking to spend. I'm going to save my money, you know, for later on Friday night. I'm not looking to spend too much here on the hitters. Mitch Haniger at $4,100. That's all I need. He is crushing the ball this year. He's got the splits advantage. He's got really the everything advantage when you look at Martin Perez in a hitter's ballpark pitching for the Boston Red Sox. He is awful. A 358 WOBA against lefties. Haniger has. He carries that into this game. And again, he had the homer last night with 2 walks. He faced Urias and Dustin May from the Los Angeles Dodgers the 2 games before that. They're very difficult pitches to hit against, so I'm not really knocking him for that. Before then, he was red hot. He seemed to pick right back up after seeing a downtick in competition level in terms of the pitchers he's facing. Perez, top 10% of the league in hard hit rate the last 2 years, very low whiff rate. He's not going to strike a lot of guys out. Mitch Haniger at the top of that lineup for the Seattle Mariners, who are red hot at the plate right now. I think he's going to be involved in plenty of run scoring events tonight. I think he gets a couple hits. He gets a couple RBIs. He scores a couple runs. He has a monster game here, and it's hard to not love a guy hitting this well at just $4,100.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. Almost like a value there. What do you have for a hitter over 4K, Stan?
I'm going all the way up top, just like for pitchers. I'm going Freddie Freeman. He's tough, 6,200, but he has 5 home runs on the season. Only a 180 BABIP, so some good times are on the forecast. He's a career 236 ISO against right-handed pitching. He's facing Luke Weaver. He's given up 4 home runs in 16.2 innings. He's been very fortunate. He has a 196 BABIP. He's stranded 85% of batters. His career rate is 70%. The fifth is 4.89 versus 3.78 ERA. Average exit velocity is 94 miles per hour. So hard hit rate, 48%. He gives up a career 4.48 slugging against lefties. And also, if they can knock him out of the game, Arizona, if they can get to the bullpen, they have the 9th highest FIP in the league.
All right, give me a bat under 4K, Stan.
All right, I'm going all the way down here. Raimel Tapia kind of really stood out to me when I first looked at the slate. He's batting leadoff. He's in Coors Field. He has some pop, legitimate speed on the base pass, so he has multiple ways to produce those fantasy goodies. He's only struck out 10.6% of the time. The BABIP is only 278, so he has a career 348 mark. So some good times should be on the horizon. Velasquez, he is worse against lefties and righties, so it's good times.
Kenny, save us a little more cash.
Yeah, Tapia was the guy I had written down as well with the 9 DKFP per game over the last 4. Obviously Stan mentioned that there's a little bit of a splits advantage here, but I mean, you should just know coming into this game that Vince Velasquez is an awful, awful pitcher. He's not been good at all. His career's been a disaster. He walks everybody. He gives up a lot of hard contact. Behind him is a terrible bullpen in Philadelphia as well. So Tapia at 3,000 is definitely the best value of the day, I think, leading off in Coors. But since, I'll give you someone else because that's who you want. I'll also give you someone else from the Seattle Mariners in a great matchup against a terrible pitcher in Martin Perez, and that is Ty France at $3,800. Ty France, I can't decide whether or not I like Mitch Haniger or Ty France more on this Seattle Mariners team. The good news is they both hit 1 and 2 in this lineup. I've stacked them before. I'll probably stack them again here in a great matchup here against a lefty. France and Haniger both mash righties. Specifically, France has had a lot of success this year, over a 300 batting average against lefties. So I think he's got a great matchup here as well at $3,800.
Yeah, Ty France ended Nick Pavetta's no-hitter in like the 6th inning last night. Slate approved pick, Kenny. Favorite sportsbook bet on tonight's slate? Hook me up.
Yeah. I think I could have ended Nick Pavetta's no-hitter. I mean, who is he to have a no-hitter through 6 innings? They're just letting anybody nowadays have a no-hitter through 6 innings. I like 2 bets here. I'm going to give you 2 bets. The Tigers-Royals under 8.5. I mentioned Mike Minor has a great advantage against this Detroit Tigers team that can't hit lefties. Casey Mize, I don't think he gets enough credit here. He's young. He's talented. He's going to have some bumps along the road in his first couple years, but I think he's good enough to hold this total under as well. I also like the Pirates money line here, because JT Brubaker, low-key, is a very good pitcher. I think he's very underrated. Plus 140 is a great price to pay. To fade J Happ, or J.A. Happ, as his name really should be, and back JT Brubaker here, I think that's a pretty good value. Also, some great bats in that Pirates lineup that are really heating up. Phillip Evans, Colin Moran's legit. I think those 2 both cash.
Stan, what do you got? Favorite bet on the DK Sportsbook?
I'm going New York Mets over 4.5 runs. I'm not a believer in Eric Fed, and the Washington bullpen is gettable. I don't even know if it's Fed or Fetty. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. So, some of his numbers on the season are pretty good. 11.91 K per 9, 3.17 FIP, 387 BABIP. But if you dig in a little closer, the swinging strike rate is only 6.7%. Average exit velocity is 92 miles per hour. He's given up 17.4 degree launch angle, 15.6% barrel rate, and a 40.6% hard contact rate. The Washington Penn give up the 8th highest FIP. The wind is blowing out to right at 16 miles per hour today. And for the Mets, I mean, their lineup, Lindor, McNeil, and Conforto, they've all been ice cold to start the season. They're really, they're good hitters, so they're not going to be like that all season. So they're gonna get hot at some point. I can see that happening today.
You're a brave man. You're
Yeah.
a really brave man to back the Mets on a day that Jacob deGrom is pitching. They average like
I know.
1 run a game when he pitches.
I know I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it today.
All right, lovely work, guys. Let's do that NBA building blocks thing right after AJ Andrews catches up with Diamondbacks outfielder Nick Heath, who opens up about his journey to the big leagues.
I want to know from you, Nick, what are you most proud of throughout your journey in baseball to being now a big leaguer?
Ooh. That's a hard question. All right, this is I'm not necessarily proud of myself. I'm proud of, this is gonna sound kind of corny. I'm proud of the people that I've been around. Because I take a little tidbit from everybody each and every day. I might not say nothing to you about it. I might not do it right away. It might take me a week to think out the process of how to do it myself, or how to make it my own. But I'm proud of the fools I've been playing with. All the kids I came up with in the minors, like looking to the left and looking to the right and knowing that they still went out there and gave it everything they had, and they were good teammates, and they always told me like, hey, bro, we're going to make something shake one day. So like being able to look back on that and understand that not only did I have good teammates, I had dudes that cared about me outside of baseball. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's tough when you lose teammates, when guys get sent home or when guys get traded or you make the leap and some people don't. Like, it's kind of tough, you know what I mean? Like, it kind of hit me in the heart every now and again because I feel like some of the guys that I play with should be getting the opportunity as well, and maybe they don't. But nonetheless, I'm proud of them for being good teammates. I'm proud of them for always having my back, for always supporting me. And I think a lot of those guys are the reason that I got here. And it's a testament to the work that I put in, but it's also a testament to the people that I've been around. Because I've been around some guys who didn't let me take my foot off the gas. And I might have showed up one day and my first day back, they was like, you didn't even look like you was ready to be here. And I was like, you just checked me. That's all I needed for you to say. So, you know what I'm saying? The gears would flip. And I'm be proud of the work ethic. Be proud of being able to, handle some adversity, handle somebody telling you you're not good enough, handle somebody telling you you're not going to be the starter, and, you're going to come off the bench, or you are fourth outfielder, or so on and so forth. So I'm proud of the process. That's what I'm proud of, and being able to stick through that and know that I had guys around me every day that was going to push me, and they knew I was going to push them. So me, I know I'm going to be me at the end of the day. You're going to get what you're going to get, and you know what you're going to get out of me. But I guess in that process, it make my heart happy knowing I got to come up with those guys over at the Royals. You know what I mean? Because I feel like they made me who I am today. They made me the type of player I am. That wasn't a me process. That was a we process.
Nick, you are a true testament to what hard work, focus, and just never giving up really is. And it's been amazing to hear your story, to see it, but to hear it from you. I think everyone now has a clear understanding as to why you have made it through and how you've been able to trust the process. Making it through to now being an Arizona Diamondback. My last question for you is, what can we expect from the Diamondbacks now that they have this new stud outfielder? And can we see do you think we're going to see the Diamondbacks in postseason, and what has to take place in order for that to happen?
Yeah, we're going to see the Diamondbacks in postseason baseball because it's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I get over here and you look at the division, we got the Dodgers, we got the Padres, we got the Giants, we got the Rockies. So we got some, you know what I'm saying? We got some stiff competition. Like, and that's just how it is. Now you're in the big leagues, everybody good. It's not just, you know what I mean? It's not just a couple players here and there. It's not a squad here and there. Everybody's good. You know what I mean? Like, just the best of the best. And you're one of them now. So you get over here and the energy, like, we don't got a winning record right now, but the energy don't say that. You know what I mean? Like, I showed up, we won on Sunday, and I was like, hey, man, hurry up. We got to teach you the winning dance. Like, we got to teach you the team dance when we win. I'm like, what in the world y'all talking about? So I'm over here learning the new dance, you know what I mean, like 2 days in. But you can just tell, like, the dugout fun. And obviously we won, and they say, you know what I'm saying, like you win, happy flight, happy off day. But I feel like even if we'd have lost that game and we lost the day before, them boys came back the next day like it never even happened. And they was like, bro, it's go time. Like, we're here to have a good time. You know what I mean? Like, you're in the big leagues. You're getting paid to do what you love. You get paid pretty well to do what you love, man. What you complaining about, bro? We out here having a good time. So I fully expect this team to be in the playoffs. And I think that they expect themselves to be in the playoffs. I don't think it's ever a moment of like, I don't know if we got a good team this year. I don't get that feeling. You know what I mean? And I know we're not too far into the season, but it feel like these boys already know where they're going to be at the end of the year. You know what I'm saying? So I think what you can expect from us to go out there and give you the best that we can every single day, win, lose, or draw. It might be ugly, but that's just how the game goes sometimes.
All right, taking you to the hardwood now in our NBA panel consisting of DraftKings contributors, Matt, Mr. Wiggles LaMarca, and Alex Hunter. Dudes, it's NBA building blocks. So who is your favorite player at each position on tonight's NBA slate? But first, we heard you, and we're giving you some love, Mr. LaMarca, for getting something right yesterday.
Me?
Here's a clip. Yes. Hold on. Here is a clip from yesterday's edition of The Sweat.
All right, how about that 7K range, Matt? Simmons, Harris, Bridges, Paul, where are you going?
I'm going to go with Kemba Walker. Kemba's coming off a pretty big game in his last outing. He went for 45.5 DraftKings points. We already said Jaylen Brown is doubtful, and Kemba has increased his usage rate by 5.1% with Brown off the court this season. That's the top mark on the team. He's averaging 1.13 DraftKings points per minute in that situation. So even if just Brown is out, I think Walker is a very strong play.
No Jaylen Brown, so Kemba crushed it. 45.5 DK fantasy points, his third highest output of the season here. 32 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and the Celtics win. He wasn't the highest scorer in that price range, but still a good pick, Mr. LaMarca. So if you'd like to take a victory lap, now is the time.
I feel like I bullied the production staff into that montage right there because I always give them crap about how anytime Jeff Ulrich gets something right, they give him kudos. So every time I come on, like, oh, what's Jeff's, victory lap montage going to look like today? So I feel like this was a pity win. I just by Kemba being on the court. I don't know if I got anything else right yesterday, full disclosure. But
take that win, Matt. That was a good win.
So, yeah. Thank you, production staff. I feel obliged. I feel heard. And
I'm telling you, you can get
forward.
anything. You can get anything you want if you bully your producers in this business.
Absolutely.
Like well done. Way to finally realize that. Now tell me who you're building around at guard tonight.
Yes, I'm going with the contrarian call of Russell Westbrook. Ever heard of him?
Yeah.
11K, most expensive guard on the slate, but he's in a great spot against the Thunder. The Wizards right now are implied for over 120 points. It's the highest mark on the slate. Westbrook has just been racking up fantasy points recently, at least 55.75 in 10 straight games. The Thunder, as you may or may not know, a team he played for. So if you like the revenge narrative thing, he checks that box as well. Wizards have a couple of injuries that they're dealing with. I think overall, just a very nice slate to pay up for the safety of Westbrook.
Okay, Alex, who do you want at guard?
I love Westbrook too in the revenge narrative, but I also love Paul George tonight at $9,300. Kawhi is going to be out with the foot injury. He's going to be out for at least a week. And in the first game, he missed since being diagnosed. Paul George led the Clippers to a road win against the Blazers with 56 fantasy points. And we can't forget that Patrick Beverley's still out with the hand injury. Ibaka's out with the back injury. And Lou Williams is now in Atlanta. They just traded him at the deadline. Lou Williams is a high usage player, and Paul George has played 5 games without Leonard, Beverly, Ibaka, and Williams this year. And in those games, he's averaging 53 fantasy points with a crazy 39% usage rate. And to put it in perspective, Embiid leads the NBA in usage rate with 35.5%. So 39% is crazy for Paul George. And tonight he's playing the Rockets, who are 27th in defensive rating this month. So George should smash, and anything less than 50 fantasy points would be a big disappointment.
Okay, Alex, take me to forward. Who's your guy you want to build around?
Forward's a tricky position. I think Jason Tatum would be a really good play, depending on the Celtics situation. If Jaylen Brown's out again, I think Tatum's worth paying up. But I like paying down tonight for Davis Bertans at $4,300 against the Thunder. Just like Matt was saying, they have the biggest implied T total of the night going against the defensively challenged Thunder. And Bertans has gone over 30 fantasy points in back-to-back games. And the reason being is Rui Hachimura has been out with a knee injury. And now Denny Avita is also out with a broken ankle. So I think Bertans likely starts, but even if he doesn't, he's still going to play 30 minutes. And that's a really good bet at $4,300 going against the defensively challenged Thunder, like I said.
LaMarca, how tricky is forward for you?
It's a little on the trickier side, but I'm with Alex. You just played Davis Bertans, man. Piece of cake. At least 30.5 DraftKings points in back-to-back games. He's increased his usage rate by 3.7% with Hachimura and now Denny Avdia out of the lineup. With both guys off the court, he's averaging just under 1 fantasy point per minute. Should see roughly 30 minutes in this contest, if not a few more. So I think 4,300 makes him a guy that you want to build around as a value play.
Absolutely.
Well, who you building around at big, beefy center position, Matt?
If I know one thing, it's beef.
Yeah.
And
Mr.
we're
Wiggle.
going with Yusuf Nurkic tonight, 5,200. So we mentioned the Wizards are the top implied team total. Portland's number 2. And Nurkic is getting his minutes ramped up. He's coming off 28 minutes, almost 29 minutes in his last game. Could take even another little step forward today. He's averaged 1.19 DraftKings points per minute over the past month, facing a Memphis Grizzlies team that does not have Jonas Valanciunas, with Jaren Jackson Jr. still playing limited minutes. So great matchup, underpriced player. And, everything lines up for me with Nurkic. He's another building block for me.
Building block at center, Alex. Hit me with it.
I'm going all the way up to Joker at 10,900. He put up a dud by his standards with 44 fantasy points against the Blazers the other night. But before that, he was averaging 57 in his previous 10. And Jamal Murray's obviously out, but we can't forget that Monte Morris is also out with the hamstring injury. And when these two guards have been off the floor, Jokic has handled a 37% usage rate and a 40% assist rate, which is 1.64 DraftKings fantasy points per minute, which is just ridiculous. And tonight he's going against the Warriors, who he's averaging 61 fantasy points against this year. So I think Jokic is a pretty good bet to read the triple-double bonus, and he should get over 60 fantasy points.
How about a value play, Alex?
I like Daniel Gafford at $3,800 of the Wizards. He just joined the team 7 games ago, and in 6 of those games, he's gone over 20 fantasy points. Against the Warriors the other night, he got 38.5 DraftKings fantasy points off the bench, which was his first double-double as a Wizard. And tonight he's going against the Thunder, who we keep talking about are such a bad defense. And in their last 10, they've allowed the 4th most fantasy points to centers. So I think Gafford's a pretty good value at $3,800.
Who do you have, LaMarca, for a building block value play?
Yeah, I like that call quite a bit. Gafford's kind of like the perfect center to play with Russell Westbrook, just very athletic, attacks the rim. But I'm going to go with Brandon Goodwin. No Trae Young tonight. Trae Young probably out for an extended period of time. And Goodwin has been a nice source of value without Trae Young this season. He's played 4 games with Young and DeAndre Hunter, both out of the lineup, averaging just over 24 DraftKings points in 30 minutes per game. At 3,400, you will definitely take that kind of production. I think it's a really good night for value in general. The Wizards have a couple of guys. You could throw Raul Neto in with Daniel Gafford, with Davis Bertans. The Celtics, again, could be a nice source of value. On the second leg of a back-to-back, perhaps no Kemba. And who knows if Jaylen Brown is going to suit up. Romeo Langford played almost 32 minutes last night, and he's priced at the absolute minimum. So I think that value is not going to be a problem tonight. If you want to find a way to get Jokic and Westbrook in your lineup, you can do it.
How about a slate approved pick? So favorite sportsbook bet on tonight's slate, Maddie?
I'm going with the Cleveland Cavaliers. They are slight underdogs at the moment, 1.5 points against the Hornets, but they are healthy again for like basically the first time all year. I mean, they did lose Taurean Prince, but you know, you can live without Taurean Prince. But they have Kevin Love, they have Larry Nance Jr., they have their two guards, they have Jared Allen. Like, I think that this Cavs team, when they're at full strength, is not that bad. They're kind of bad, but they're not that bad. And now they're playing a Charlotte Hornets team that is missing perhaps two of their best players in LaMelo Ball and Gordon Hayward. So I kind of like them to get the job done. I think that they can win this game, and it wouldn't shock me if they won it kind of convincingly. So I like Cleveland here tonight.
Alex, hook me up with your favorite sportsbook bet on tonight's slate.
I like the Blazers at -2.5 at home against the Grizzlies. Like Matt said, the Grizzlies don't have Jonas Valanciunas, and without him in these last two, they've dropped 2 games, and they've been 24th in defensive rating. And Damian Lillard's back for the Trailblazers. Nurkic is starting to play more minutes. They're at home, and they need a win. I think they get the job done and cover against the Grizzlies.
Maddie, before you get out of here, where does your Mr. Wiggles nickname come from?
Well, you know, I've been known to cut a rug at a wedding from time to time. And, you know, sometimes you just got to let the freak flag fly, and they call me Mr. Wiggles.
Give us a dance move, Matt.
I'm not dancing on camera.
For Kemba for the last night.
Yeah, you don't want to celebrate your victory from last night?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Matt.
Don't hurt him, Maddie. That is too much. That is too hot. That is not safe for the Dream Stream. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Because now I need everyone to get your popcorn ready as part of the Film Awards festivities this season. Major League Eating is hosting the Red Carpet Film Feast event in Las Vegas, Nevada. DraftKings coverage is going to begin this Sunday, 2 days from now, 5:30 Eastern time, right here on the Dream Stream. So DraftKings is also offering a free entry to a sportsbook pool that will hand out $10K in prizes for answering a series of questions about the Major League Eating contest on Sunday. So the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast is scheduled to stream live on YouTube and Twitch. Coverage will start at 5:30 Eastern time, again, with our preview show. Do not miss it, but let's get you ready for that and the pool by bringing you my conversation with Nick Weyer, who will be competing in the undercard event, the 50 Egg Challenge. Everyone say hello to MLE's 6th-ranked eater and soon-to-be father, Nick Weyer. So last time we talked here, dude, you and your girlfriend, top-ranked female eater, Mickey Sudo, announced that you guys were expecting a kid. How has everything been going?
Doing great. You know, we are 26 weeks as of today, actually. So her and the little boy are doing well. She just had a recent doctor's appointment. Everybody's doing good. So, you know, that's if that's good, I can deal with the rest. You know, everything else is going pretty good. So,
what food has she been craving throughout this pregnancy?
There's a hot sauce called Santava. It's a habanero-based hot sauce. I literally bought her 2 cases of this hot sauce. We found on clearance, which was really cool too. That's probably why I bought the 2 cases. But really spicy foods, and then just depth of flavor. She can't just make a lunch. It has to be like a 76-step process into making depth of flavor with stuff. So I think her taste buds are enhanced. So just a lot more flavor stuff.
Will she be there supporting you during this event?
She will. She will. I think it's
nice.
It's half support, and then it's half if you don't do well, I won't even sit next to you on the plane ride home.
Yeah, but you got like that dad strength now. So like I'm confident in you here because you're going to be competing in like one of the undercards at the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast, right? So this is like the hard-boiled egg contest, 3-person event. in which all contestants will be served 50 hard-boiled eggs in a standardized bowl. So the first to finish, or whomever consumes the most in 6 minutes, will be declared the winner. So what is going to be your strategy here for this one?
Eat eggs really fast. No, it's going to be there's gauging them. I feel like subconsciously I've been training for a hard-boiled egg event for the last 14 years of my adult life, but eat my fair share. But if you can get a rhythm with that, because as crazy as it sounds, it's only probably about 6 pounds of food total, so not too bad. If you can get a rhythm with the eggs, try not to maybe get your mouth too dry with the yolk, you should be able to get them down pretty quick.
Yeah. How often do you eat eggs? It sounds like quite a bit.
Yeah. Usually each morning, either starts with protein paste or it starts with 12 egg whites and 2 whole eggs. So it's probably the equivalent of about 6 dozen eggs a week in the house. We go through just for myself, and then she eats a few here and there.
Oh my God, man. So that's probably got to give you a little more confidence coming in, or does that not really matter?
There's a little bit of confidence. I know my way around an egg, so to speak. Being a bodybuilder. If this was 10 years ago in my active bodybuilding life, there's no way, because I loathed eggs during that time, being forced to eat. But now I'm pretty psyched. I'm trying not to get overconfident, but I'm pretty excited.
All right, this will be your third DraftKings and MLE event, right? So you came in fourth at the Halloween Candy Bowl, third at the Big Game Snackdown. So how badly do you want to win one of these?
Oh God, yeah. Winning isn't everything. It's the only thing. So for me, it's every contest I go into, it's with the intent to win. So this one definitely, I wanted a little bit more because it is hard-boiled eggs. I'd love to be your hard-boiled egg eating champion. Done pretty well, even at the big game events. I almost snuck into second with Chestnut there towards the end, so that was pretty cool. So if I can go into this one and try to dominate start to finish, that would mean a lot. Try to come out on top and get my first pro W that's not a qualifier.
So what changes with you just going up against 2 other people instead of a stage filled with other men and women?
For me, to be honest with you, not too much. I know some people, they pay attention to what other people are doing. If you watch me, tune in next Sunday, you'll probably see my eyes closed for the majority of the event.
Really?
Yeah, if I have my eyes open and I'm looking around, I'm really not doing my job. There's the movie For the Love of the Game with Kevin Costner, and before every pitch, there's the clear the mechanism, and 70,000 people in the stadium go away. That should kind of be how it is. I want to kind of hear George or whoever's doing the countdown at the time, maybe where the time is, where some other people are, but you really can't give too much of a shit, to be honest with you. Yep. If I go in there and I do my job, that title's mine. So.
Is that your all-time favorite movie, For Love of the Game?
It's definitely up there. For the Love of the Game is definitely up there. That one, Castaway is probably the only movie where I've ever shed a tear when Wilson floats away. It's probably
oh my God, that gets you?
Dude,
Wilson floating away?
In the history, the Green Mile is close, but Wilson floating might be more sad. But that one's pretty tough. Or Jurassic Park, just the OG Jurassic Park. I have a 3-year-old son. He absolutely loves Jurassic Park, which, I probably shouldn't be showing a 3-year-old Jurassic Park, but he seems cool with it. So.
I'm sure. You're not like a regular dad. You're a cool dad.
Exactly.
Don't worry, man. My mom let me watch Beetlejuice when I was 3 or 4, which probably explains a lot, this is Oscar night, which is why we're kind of talking movies. That's why we came up with the name, the Red Carpet Film Feast. So when you go to the movies, though, what is your snack of choice? Do you have a strategy?
I would love to say that I've never snuck snacks into the movie theater, but you try to do that if you can. I'll ask Miki to bring her big purse, and by big purse, I mean what's a duffel bag to be considered a purse? So try to sneak in maybe whatever the food of choice is. But as far as movie theater snacks, I want snow caps that are going to be gone before the movie even starts.
Wow.
Or white things. And then I want popcorn. Tell the kid behind the counter, look, Seth, or whatever your name is, you layer that butter, kid. Don't be giving me that little strip of butter down the middle. I need layered butter. So legit buttered popcorn and snow caps, and then I'll probably go through about 6 giant Diet Cokes and miss a bunch of plot points because I'm not peeing. So.
All right, so this isn't like you walking in with a fanny pack filled with hard-boiled eggs.
I mean, you never know. If I have to practice, something might be a good time to practice. No one's going to be staring at me in the movie theater.
Amazing, man. Nick Weyer, happy eating, man, and we're going to talk to you soon. Good luck.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, fans will be back in the building, by the way, for the Red Carpet Film Feast. Fans will also be back in the building at UFC 261 down in Jacksonville, Florida. And here for some Chaser Fade, DraftKings contributor Tim Finnegan. So we are breaking down DFS or sportsbook plays here for UFC 261 on Saturday. The main event features Kamaru Usman against Jorge Masvidal. So Usman's the second highest priced fighter on the slate, dude. You chasing him or you want to fade him for a different high-priced player?
I'm going to chase Usman. So there was a DraftKings rule change recently. And if you look at Usman's first fight against Masvidal, he originally finished with 108 DraftKings fantasy points under the old scoring system. But since then, there's been a rule change. And now he's listed at 156 DraftKings fantasy points for that same fight. So this new scoring criteria really fits Usman's fighting style like a glove because he throws a lot of strikes that didn't count under the old system because they're close distance strikes. They weren't being classified as significant strikes, but now they're being classified in the scoring system. So he has easily the highest DraftKings fantasy point average on this entire slate. He's averaging 124 DraftKings fantasy points per fight, which is like by far the most. I would just pay up for him because I really like him in this matchup.
What about who you may be like leaning towards at the top of the price list, but you're also going to be fading in this event? So someone that people would really like, but you're like, no, stay away from.
So Dwight Grant is 9,200. He's a big favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook. He's minus 240. So he's in a good position to win the fight. But in terms of fantasy scoring, I'm not really crazy about paying up for him. He doesn't really produce a lot of volume. He's only landing about 3 significant strikes per minute. He doesn't land a lot of takedowns. In his last win versus Alan Joban, he only scored 45 DraftKings fantasy points through the low striking volume, and he got like no grappling points. So if you're going to be paying up for somebody, I don't see the volume here with Grant. I would fade him.
What about which fighter you are chasing for some value though on this slate?
So Jessica Andrade, she's 6,700. She's the cheapest fighter on the entire slate. Now she's facing Valentina Shevchenko, who's awesome, and Valentina's a lot bigger than her. She like towered over her at the weigh-ins, so I'm not necessarily picking her to win. But if you want to take a chance on somebody with some upside, Andrade lands a lot of volume. She's landing over 6 significant strikes per minute. And if you're looking for an upside play in tournaments, like that's exactly the type of fighter you want to try to roster because she has so much volume upside and can really rack up a lot of fantasy points. So I would look at her for some value.
At an underdog you were chasing on the DraftKings Sportsbook in this event?
Uriah Hall, he's only a slight underdog to Chris Weidman. He's about plus 100. Chris Weidman's about minus 125. Weidman at one point in time was elite. Like he was a great fighter in his prime, but he's way past his prime now. Like he's been knocked out 5 times in his last 7 fights. And once your chin goes, it never tends to come back. Uriah Hall, most of his wins are by knockout. 12 of his 16 career wins are by knockout. So, you know, if Weidman can't really take a punch anymore, like that's a bad sign. I would look at Uriah Hall in this fight.
Props. Which ones are you chasing for UFC 261?
So I'll go right back to the Uriah Hall prop bet. He's plus 195 on DraftKings Sportsbook to win by KO or TKO. And Chris Weidman has lost 5 of his last 7 fights by KO or TKO. So, you know, 12 of Hall's 16 career wins are by KO or TKO. So this matchup could really produce a knockout here. So I would look at that.
Slate approved pick time, Tim. Your favorite bet or DFS play for UFC 261?
So we'll go back to question 1 when I said I was chasing Kamaru Usman at 9,400. He has such explosive fantasy potential under this new scoring system because he gets a lot of control time. He throws a lot of close distance strikes. And I don't see any way Masvidal can really win this fight. Like Masvidal has a puncher's chance because he's a good striker and he can win by knockout. But Usman has more margin for error because he can win this fight standing and he can win this fight grappling. Like if he's getting picked apart standing, he can just turn this into a wrestling match and take Masvidal down and work him over that way. So I would pay up for Usman at 9,400. He just has so much upside and he has such a safe floor.
All right, appreciate you, Tim. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the fights, dude. On the other side of our final break, Jeff Ulrich will deliver to us his mock draft for the first 10 picks. But first, Pierce Dietrich breaks down this Sunday's Geico 500 from Talladega Super Speedway in this week's edition of NASCAR Price Check.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Talladega. Whose salary jumped up this week? Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $6,200 up to $8,500. He won 2 plate races a couple years ago. Now his price always goes through the roof when we go to a plate track. Michael McDowell, $5,800 up to $7,200. He was always good at the plate races, even before his win at the Daytona 500. Front Row Motorsports builds really good plate cars. Ryan Blaney, $9,100 up to $10,100. He won at Talladega last season. He won at Talladega in 2019. Whose salary dropped this week? Martin Truex Jr., $11,400 down to $8,900. The price drop probably not steep enough. Last night at Talladega, not one top 20 finish. Brad Keselowski, $12,000 down to $10,500. It looked like this plate track curse was about to be broken. He was in second place on the last lap of the Daytona 500, and then he wrecked. Denny Hamlin, $11,000 down to $10,000. 9 top 5 finishes at the plate track since 2018. That includes 3 wins. He has figured it out. Favorite play of the week, Corey LaJoie, $5,600. The poor man's Denny Hamlin. He's patient. He can survive these races. 5 top 15 finishes at the plate tracks since 2019. Ryan Newman, $7,600. He has the 5th best average finish at the plate tracks. He's starting in the back. You do the math. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
All righty, with the first round of the NFL draft arriving on Thursday, I'm sure you've seen a mock draft here or there, but you've never seen one quite like this. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich is here to reveal his 10-pick mock draft ahead of next week's event. I am so excited for this, Jeff.
You should be, buddy, because it's coming in pretty hot, man. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I got some pretty heavy predictions going on here, so we got to get to this.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff, you have quarterbacks going 1, 2, and 3 in your mock draft. 1 and 2, pretty much expected here. But at 3, you have Mac Jones to the Niners. So please explain yourself. I know he's the favorite here, but those odds are getting a little shorter.
They are getting shorter here. Obviously with Justin Fields' pro day, he moved in front as the favorite briefly, the media kind of getting on it, but Mac Jones has gone right back in front. And look, you look at Kyle Shanahan and what he's done. He's always been happy to take a guy who's just a good distributor of the ball. Kirk Cousins, he could have gone out and gotten anyone he wanted at San Francisco, and he chose Jimmy Garoppolo. He was with Matt Ryan and had a lot of success. He's got a type, Emerson. He's got a type, and Mac Jones fits his type. Mac Jones is a guy who at Alabama led a group of insanely talented wide receivers to a monster season, had a 76% completion rating there. He was a great pocket distributor. There's arm issues. He doesn't have the arm talent the other guys does. I just don't think Kyle Shanahan cares. Like I said, he covets a certain type of player. Mac Jones has been his guy from the start. Adam Schefter came out and reported this was his guy. Yeah, you go to Justin Fields' pro day, absolutely you're going to get enamored with him. I think he's the better prospect, but I just don't think Kyle Shanahan cares. I think Mac Jones has always been his target here since they moved up there, and I think that's going to be the case on draft day. So, me and other analysts probably don't really agree with it, probably think Justin Fields is a better prospect. I think Mac Jones is going to the San Francisco 49ers, though, and I think that's going to create a big hubbub of to-do because once Justin Fields falls from 3, things will get a little crazy.
Yeah, I could definitely see that going down. I mean, those aren't the only quarterbacks, too, that you have in the top 10. You've also got 2 more going 6 and 9. Both are because of trades here as well. So what's your reasoning there?
Okay, so like I said, once Fields drops, and I'm pretty confident Mac Jones is going 3. Once Fields drops, people are getting on the phones here. Now, the price to get up to 4 and 5, Cincinnati and Atlanta, I think those teams are probably just going to take some players that are going to help them. I mean, you got Kyle Pitts, you got Sewell. I think that Cincinnati and Atlanta are going to be asking too much. You look at what San Francisco paid, 3 first-rounders and then another pick as well. I'm just not sure if other teams out there are going to be willing to pay that. But once we get down to 6, we have a very willing trade partner, Emerson, in the Miami Dolphins. Ian Rappaport already reported Dolphins taking calls, considering trading back. I think the Chicago Bears, who have been hot to trot for a QB1, potentially the first QB1 of their actual, franchise. If Justin Fields gets to 6, I got to feel like the Bears are going to be in on it. And that's where I think Justin Fields is going to go at 6 to the Chicago Bears. They're going to make a trade up to the Miami Dolphins. I do think that the Dolphins are going to trade back regardless of whether it's Fields or someone else. So that's where I have Fields going in my mock draft. And then you mentioned the other quarterback. Look, we still got Trey Lance hanging out around there. Once you get down to 9, you have the Denver Broncos, who admittedly probably aren't going to go quarterback. I mean, they haven't said anything bad against Drew Lock. They still seem committed to him. I think that you're going to see a trade there. I think Denver is another willing trade partner. And I think I have the New England Patriots to trade up here. I think it makes a lot of sense. If not in Cam Newton, they're all in. Look, we know from the Patriots offseason, one thing's for sure. They're not going through a slow rebuild. They have no interest in it. They can go out, trade up. This isn't going to cost them much. They're already at 15 to get up to 9. That's not going to cost them much. They can go and get Trey Lance. They can play him behind Cam Newton. If Trey Lance performs well in preseason, they can play him in front of Cam Newton. Either way, they have an MVP to sort of, co-host with Trey Lance. I really like this move from New England if Trey Lance is there at 9 and if Denver is a willing trade partner. And I think Denver is a willing trade partner. That's why I got Trey Lance going to the Patriots at 9.
Oh, Bill Belichick didn't even go to Trey Lance's pro day.
So?
What do you mean, so? So what? So what?
You got to go with the value. I mean, look, if he drops, I mean, he's got a ton of potential. I mean, look, the Patriots, I think, are going to be in on a quarterback. And it's all about, are you willing to pay up for all the way to go up to Justin Fields, or are you going to take the guy who falls back? I think if Trey Lance is available at 9, Patriots will be in on it.
And wow, you would actually take Justin.
If it's not the Patriots, I could be wrong about the team, but I still think Trey Lance will go there. It could be Washington. It could be another team.
Okay.
I have the Patriots. I think it's an interesting move for them because, like I said, they ain't rebuilding slow. But I do think Trey Lance, regardless of if I'm wrong on the team, I think that's where he's going to go.
And you would really draft Justin Fields knowing you have Andy Dalton as your QB1 in Chicago.
I know it's a hot take. I know. I know. But yes, I would. I really would. I mean,
I would too.
I'm going out on a limb here, but
no quarterback to Atlanta at 4 here. You got him taking the tight end Kyle Pitts out of Florida. I mean, how much does this have to do with maximizing the final years of Matt Ryan?
Yeah, and it's similar. Just like I said with Denver, they haven't been talking about getting rid of Drew Lock. If anything, the team has kind of been like supportive of the role. It really looks like they're going to stick with Drew Lock. It's the same kind of thing with Atlanta. We haven't really heard anything about Matt Ryan potentially being on the move or Atlanta wanting to sever that connection. I think they're very committed to going with Matt Ryan for next year and potentially just, beyond until he's ready to retire. So with that in mind, I mean, maybe Atlanta gets like an offer they can't refuse and trades back here, but I think that they're going to be pretty fine taking Kyle Pitts here. I mean, a really versatile receiver, obviously has a ton of top end, but a guy who played outline, inline in college, 6'6", 240, runs a sub 4.540. I mean, he's like a perfectly natural Julio Jones replacement. And, Julio obviously struggling a little bit with injuries now that he's kind of in the latter half of his career. Maybe Atlanta chooses to move on from Julio in the offseason. I don't know. But the other thing is, don't forget, Matt Ryan, Tony Gonzalez, those guys connected for 27 touchdowns over a 4-year period there back in the early 2010s. So, I think Atlanta here, I think they're going to be just fine taking Kyle Pitts. The most versatile, the highest end receiver, and I'm talking all receivers of this draft. I think they're just going to settle on that. I just don't think that anyone is going to be willing to pay the price to move up here of what they're going to be asking.
All right, so you have Jamar Chase, wide receiver out of LSU, going to Detroit at 7, who's now being quarterbacked by Jared Goff. So is that just too much talent, I guess, to pass up in a position of need right now for Detroit?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? I mean, I think Chase has been linked a little bit to the Bengals, and that's another potential landing spot. But I have the Bengals going O-line. I just feel like with Sewell there, a dominant O-lineman, the temptation just to protect Joe Burrow coming off a knee injury is just going to be too much. So I think they'll let Chase drop. And once he gets to 7 for Detroit, I mean, Detroit, obviously, they lost Marvin Jones and Kenny Golladay. And I know they brought in Perriman and Tyrell Williams, but both of those guys are kind of just like hired free agents, hired guns, so to speak. They're probably not long-term solutions. You draft Jamar Chase, a guy at 19 was dominating bigger cornerbacks in the college ranks. This guy's super young. He opted out last year, but so what? I mean, we've seen his raw potential, and I think it's just an easy sell for the Detroit Lions too. They have this fan base. They've lost a lot of their superstars. You draft a skill position guy like Chase, who's going to be there for the long run, and you give Jared Goff a little bit of support. So yeah, I think the Lions, much like Atlanta, they're going to be happy to just sit there, take probably the top end guy at his position in this draft. I like the spot for Chase a lot.
Yeah, the consensus top wideout in this class for sure. You have only one defensive player going in the top 10, and that's Patrick Surtain, the corner out of Alabama. So going to the Cowboys, the best player on the board kind of thing, or an actual real need for Dallas? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. I mean, obviously defense not super deep in this draft. You could see no defensive players taken in the top 10. It wouldn't overly shock me if that happened, but Dallas is going to have a little bit of competition here. Denver has been linked to Patrick Surtain a little bit too, but again, I do have Denver trading back. I think Denver is going to be a willing trade partner with someone, potentially for Trey Lance or someone else as well. Maybe another wide receiver. Someone might want to move up and get Jalen Waddell or something in 9. So I think the Cowboys are probably just going to try and sit here and try their luck here. But Surtain is a need. He's also a need. He may be the best defensive player in this draft, or definitely one of the top 3, but he's a need. Last year, Trayvon Diggs for the Cowboys was the highest graded cornerback on their team. He was 58th in the league via Pro Football Focus. So this is just a team that isn't deep at cornerback. The last 2 seasons, they've lost Byron Jones and Chidobe Awuzie, their top 2 rated cornerbacks. So Surtain could give them kind of an Alabama duo as well. Diggs, another Alabama guy. This just makes too much sense. He's a big dude. He's got a lot of range. He performed well in college, and he's got some good, NFL sort of genetics as well. So, yeah, I think Surtain at the Cowboys, most people have him linked here. Again, it's just another one of those picks. It makes too much sense. If he's available at 10, I'm pretty sure the Cowboys are going to take him.
What are your thoughts on NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell finally being vaccinated? So he will be allowed to hug players who attend Thursday night's draft.
This is big news. This is great. This is kind of what we want. This is what we missed from the draft last year. I mean, obviously we had an exciting draft, but I'm excited. I want to see the draft and back to being normal. The guys coming out, getting hugs, getting their little moment on stage. That's what the draft is all about, man. These young guys making it big. So
yeah, part of me kind of enjoyed him being in like a basement last year.
That was also funny with and the dog drafting for the Patriots. That was
Nike.
Great. Hopefully Nike makes a return. Yeah.
All right, man. You are done here. We are done here. I appreciate all of your help. That was very exciting. We have a 6-game Madden slate that kicks off here in less than 10 minutes with the Ravens at the Lions. I'll be on the call of that one with Christian DeAndrea. So I will see everybody soon. Thanks so much for watching The Sweat. Morning, everyone.
Welcome in, DK Sim fam. Hope you're feeling fine, feeling fly on this Feel Good Friday. Jason Rossi with you. And the most handsome, well-groomed conditioner, probably way too much, but maybe spends the most products on it. Don't interrupt the incredible intro. Redact that, start over. Hey, everybody. Well, no, I'm kidding. But he is the face that runs the place when he's on these sims. He is the Keanu Reeves of our DraftKings Dream Stream. He is at Train Island over on Twitter. Follow him there. Don't forget to check out the postroute.substack.com. It is Christian DeAndrea. Christian. Woo!
Jason D. Rossi, how are you this fine Friday afternoon?
Gonna be better, my man. And I got the hot tag to come team with you. I was excited.
I saw, and not only that, you rescued us all from Kenny Ducey's loud chewing on stream. So for that, we are all eternally grateful. How are you feeling about today's game? It should be a decent. I mean, it's one of those matchups that looks good on paper. Should be better than our early game. We saw the Ravens kneel out the clock on the Lions. We got Patriots. We have the Steelers. We got 30 minutes till lineups lock, and you can still jump in the
or 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Yes, that's a much different time frame. But you can still jump into Who Wants More Patriots Talk free roll if you're part of the DK.
Love it.
But take us through the bullet points of your roster.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I like these teams. These are two teams I'm very excited about because you actually have a lot of options. Balls get spread around between the two. For me, the one thing I'm still sticking with it has been tried and true. We've seen a little more action out of the backfield for the Steelers, but I'm going to avoid at all costs. I put up the warning sign comes up unless you just have the right amount of money and you feel like it's going to be a James Conner at the 2-yard line once or twice. Samuels has kind of fallen off since the early 21 stage, so I've avoided, actually on both sides, if I could speak, no running backs in this game for me.
Really?
Yeah.
I went with one, and it was James White, and I'm going to feel bad when James Conner breaks free for 2 touchdowns. That's what he does. He punishes you. He never rewards you.
It's so true. I don't know if it was me and you on a call a few weeks ago. I had a Steelers game, and I was telling everybody, don't bother with James Conner. It's like that should be his nickname in Madden 21. But yeah, he popped in like 3 scores, all from the goal line. So it was just an embarrassment. But we'll see what we get here. So what does the full Christian DeAndrea lineup look like in this pup?
Well, for me, I always captain Deontay Johnson with the Steelers. He rewarded me once, and that's apparently all I can remember about him. I just throw him in there no matter what, and we'll see if that pays off. I got both quarterbacks in this one. N'Keal Harry, James White, and James Washington. James Washington, one of those guys who's always cheap in that kind of Dontrell Inman range, where if he's under 6K, he's usually worth getting in your lineup. We'll see it this time around. Obviously, a tough secondary to go up against. Should be a lot tougher for a guy like Juju Smith-Schuster rather than the wide receiver 3, James Washington.
Yeah, we have very similar lineups. It's going to come – well, I think – is there 2 different – maybe 3, actually. I got N'Keal Harry in the captain, which I know you have him in your lineup. Yeah. I have both quarterbacks. I also have James Washington, and I included a kicker, Boswell, and Julian Edelman.
Ooh, Edelman. So, paying your respects to the – I was just tired.
Yeah, and I'm going to be – no one asked, but I'm just going to jump to this. He's not coming back. All right, I'm going to just let people know.
I don't think he is either. I think he knows how dinged up that knee is. And even here in Simland, the knee a little bit dinged up. 3 catches or fewer in each of his last 4 games. Last sim 1.2. 2 sims before that 2.0. In between an 18-point game, that was only because he found the end zone twice. He's kind of touchdown reliant if he's going to break into double digits for you. He's not the Julian Edelman of the Tom Brady era where you would get 10, 15 targets per game. No. Cam Newton here in Simland does not see him on. We go now live to Heinz Field, a lovely stadium for pro football, and a deserted one if you're trying to go watch the Pitt Panthers play. Not only is it like a 15-minute drive from campus in South Oakland, but it's just too big for them. They can't fill it out. Even in the good days, even when Pitt, West Virginia, they were duking it out for supremacy in the old Big East, it was still a real tough sell to fill out Heinz Field. It's 55,000 seats.
Yeah, it's a lot of butts and seats there as we get our first catch across the middle for the Patriots. Edelman, just so you know, one other little nugget here. He had 2 catches for 31 yards against Pittsburgh not too long ago, so that doesn't really favor him. But I just, have a feeling. Simland every sim day. Give a shout out to our friends and fam following along with us over on YouTube. We see you all. Smash that like. We'll get the 2-way convo going with 2 voices. Several million people. Also over on Twitch, first time playing Fortnite, trying to light the discussion, saying I captain future Hall of Famer Julian Edelman. Sorry, bro.
Fort, you dumb summer child.
Like, I get you, Fort. I appreciate you, and there is no. I don't want to say there's not a bigger fan of Julian Edelman than I. There definitely is, but I respect the pants off of Julian Edelman. I have already so much criticism for that tainted Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio, with all the Hall of very good players that are in there. So With all, and he can have a special little section of postseason incredible performances. I'm all in, but all-timer, you can tell the story of the NFL, and Edelman does not have to be in that, with all due respect.
Yeah, it doesn't have the regular season numbers. A great playoff performer, but Robert Horry's in the NBA Hall of Fame, and that's
great, Paul.
Yeah, very, very similar comp there. I mean, every single wideout in the Hall of Fame has at least 3 Pro Bowl invitations to his name. Edelman has 0. There are only 4 guys who've never been an All-Pro in the Hall of Fame right now. Edelman has never been an All-Pro. He's a great postseason performer. Credit where it's due. The man is clutch. But he had, twice as long as a Patriot than Wes Welker did. And Wes Welker's the guy who has those receiving records, not Julian Edelman.
No, and I guess Fortnite was just poking some fun. But either way, it is a conversation that we see happening throughout the world. But nonetheless, yeah, Patriots on the drive here. Christian, we're 6 days away from the NFL draft. I know and seen some write-ups. I'm intrigued by what your guys are going to continue to put out with the post route. Everyone's got their mock drafts. I teamed up with Moose last night. He told me he was revealing his on the sweat. I tuned in, watched it, and almost spit my drink out when he had the Patriots trading up to number 9 to take Trey Lance.
I like it.
I'm going to say this. This is just me. This is just an assumption, being close to the team at one point, not a reporter. I've said this a million times. I'm not going to claim to know more than I actually ever did, but a source of a source, the game.
Yeah.
There is, to me, if I will honestly, I got to think of something crazy here.
Another big third down pickup there for the Patriots. So.
Second one on the drive. Do never be sorry to call a play, especially when it's right. But I'll do something. Sim fam, start throwing out some options. You want me to shave my head? I'm not shaving my eyebrows. That's just foolish. Shave my head. Go shirtless on a sim. Shave my armpits. I'll do something. Eat something dumb. If they trade up and take a quarterback, regardless of the talent, it would shock me so much. So think if they do that, it would blow my mind because I just don't see it happening. I don't see Belichick doing it.
I mean, Belichick has traded up before, but he's not going to overpay. That's where it is. So he's moved up to find his guys before. He did
linebackers
in 2012. Yeah, for linebackers.
Yeah, linebackers, DNs.
Yeah, but I mean, it's because he always had a quarterback in tow. We don't really know what Belichick is going to do with a losing roster because he hasn't had a losing roster since he first took the job. We didn't think Bill Belichick was going to go out and be the most active guy in free agency. Yet here we are.
True.
I don't think he'll overpay, but I think if the right deal presents itself in draft tech through Pat Pulpit's Rich Hill has a good breakdown of the Bill Belichick draft value chart. He's made 14 deals in his Patriots career where he's traded away a day 1 pick on day 1. First rounder for, not like a first rounder for Brandon Cooks, but a first rounder to either trade back or move up. Only 4 times in those 14 attempts has he moved up, and every time he did, all but 1 time, in fact, he got excess value. The 1 time he overpaid, the excess value was only worth an extra 6th rounder. So I don't think, if opposing GMs want to try to hold his feet to the fire, good luck with that. He's not going to overpay, but if the price is right and he can go from 15 to 9 for like a 2nd round pick, I think he'll do it. Oh, no.
Fumble there. Looked like he was down.
Ooh, yeah, we're going to get the review on this one, I bet. But Ossie stopped in the red zone, turns it over. Steelers ball. Are we going to go into a review, or are we just going to go right into the Steelers' possession here?
There's the review. So, 5 minutes left here in the first. We'll see what we get here. So far, Irwin says ghost pepper bet. I like that. Dallas Scott says, how about not be on a sim for at least a week? Well, sure.
That's taking money.
If they really don't want me to be here for a week, all right. No, kid doesn't have to eat, I guess. Here we go. I want you to eat. Wait, I don't know what that word is. Red, white, and green. I like how everyone's like AKAs now. Basically, no water for a minute while chanting buzzword. Tapito? I don't know. I apologize. I just said it. I might have just pulled a glass as we get no fumble into the end zone. What a turn of events. Is that the bird is the word?
It is Demir a bird. Wow. Typically a deep threat gets the short-range target there, and the Patriots on the board first, not Bill Belichick. Stoic after the touchdown.
Yeah, just excited as ever.
Yeah.
Right now, I like that pepper one. I'm into that. I'll do that. If the Patriots trade up and take a quarterback, I'll down one of those Mr. Renfro's or Miss Renfro's like ridiculous hot sauces during a sim. I have to take down the whole jar.
The whole jar?
Yeah, why not? Let's make it ridiculous.
That's a lot. You are inviting a world of pain.
A jar? Is that half a jar better?
I mean, I would even just say it depends on which one you get. If you get the ghost pepper,
one,
it's pretty spicy.
Yeah, it's still.
My bets were always ghost pepper related. Unfortunately, I guess they're not in season right now. All I could find was habaneros at my local grocery store. But if I were to lose a bet, I would make sure to find the proper ghost pepper. I had a buddy who grew them for a while.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're good. They're a lot. They are.
Yeah. Let's see.
As producer Drew points out behind the scenes, tapatio, just a hot sauce. It's actually not even that spicy. That one you could do like a full 8 ounces of.
Okay. Maybe we'll think about it. We have time. We'll ponder it. I'll keep bringing it up and see which one best. And if they do it by Thursday night, then I'll follow through. Tapio hot sauce. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, and we'll get to this. I know already. I can see Must be asking about it, asking about the Mike Tomlin extension. I've gone absolutely bonkers the other day. You know what? We'll just do it. Yeah. Christian, the other day I woke up. I think it was Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? No, it was Wednesday. Tuesday. It was Tuesday. Woke up feeling great after the sim finals, the bracket challenge. Had a good time watching. Joined the fam. Woke up refreshed, feeling fine. Roll over to my phone, and what do my eyes see? An ESPN update saying Mike Tomlin has agreed to a 3-year extension. And immediately, I just said, I need to become the most mediocre and coach and lose my entire team or lose my entire wherever you work and get an extension. I know he could be fired next year. I understand what these really mean. But it blew my mind after being 11-0, a failure of a second half, losing to the Browns. I don't care how good the Browns are. They're still the Browns to Steelers and Steeler fans. And he gets a 3-year extension before the draft. We don't even know what their game plan is. And they're already like, yeah, no matter what, Tomlin's a Steeler. Yeah. Blew my mind, Christian.
I mean, this is Pittsburgh. It's a traditional franchise. They hold on to coaches as pretty much as long as possible, as long as they don't go out there and crap the bed. And Tomlin's never cracked the bed. Yes, that was a rough finish, that 1-5 sprint to the bottom of the NFL's playoff ranks. But this is a guy who has never finished worse than 8-8 as an NFL head coach. He's been there for a while. He knows the system. They like him in Pittsburgh. And granted, they get frustrated with him the same way they got frustrated with Cowher. But he's a good head coach. And a lot of the issues they had were not necessarily his fault. He had to deal with Ben Roethlisberger suddenly aging like someone found the portrait that he'd been keeping in his attic, and actually the portrait in his attic is just a picture, a still from Shrek 2, but still, you get the point. The guy aged in dog years this year. His arm wasn't there, and I don't think you can necessarily blame that on a guy like Mike Tomlin. Instead, Randy Fichtner took the fall. They upgraded Matt Canada to offensive coordinator. Now we get to see what he can do there. I am fine with this move. I think it's a solid deal.
Solid deal
there from James White, and
I say absolutely not a solid deal. This guy should have been moved. I don't want to, like everyone says, oh, you want him fired. I did want him fired. I think he should have been, and I think he should be head coach somewhere else. I think he's just that team and him. It's over. They haven't been to an AFC title game in 5 years. His playoff record not overly impressive.
He's 500 in the playoffs. That's above and beyond for most coaches.
Yeah, but getting there that often, not getting to the AFC title game, and people will say, well, they had Peyton Manning against him all these years, Tom Brady. Well, you got to beat those guys to become those guys, right? So Ben Roethlisberger is no one to cough at or sniff at. He's been a great quarterback in this league. I feel like Tomlin, with the Antonio Brown situation, Le'Veon Bell, the inmates run the asylum a little bit on him. I don't know. I just thought that was definitely last year. Once they kind of choked out there at the end, I'm like, okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. We'll be seeing you. I've been on here touting that him and Sean Payton should have switched jobs. I would love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think Tomlin's also working under some constraints because the Steelers are a team that don't throw out big-time guarantees, so it's always going to be more difficult for them to bring in free agent talent, to retain their own guys, because they know they can get that guaranteed money elsewhere. That's what led to the Le'Veon Bell holdout. It was not like Tomlin calling the shots. It was the front office being just as stingy and rigid as ever. It's the Roonies more than anything. So you're coaching within a system in Pittsburgh that says you have to do things a certain way. They're very old-fashioned there. And, I think Tomlin is doing the best he can within that system with those limitations. He does a great job of developing talent. And he does the thing that Pittsburgh Steelers fans want to see. He develops and cultivates great defenses. He sticks to the plan, and that is important. Is Cam going to take this upfield?
He does. No, he throws it off. A couple people, this always grinds people's gears, but this is the conversation. Listen, I'm not saying you have to agree with me. This is what I believe. Kelvin says, if it was Bill, you'd feel the same. Mike is a great head coach. Is he? Who scored the first TD? Tom Brady wanted to ask. That would have been Damiere Byrd, by the way. Sorry.
They're going to go for it here. I like
Here we go.
Call, Rossi.
Getting aggressive.
Up front, I mean, Cam could just run this right up the gut. There's a big gap. Could have had there. Steady throws it. It works out. Ozzy again. Yeah, and look at the Cam Newton trending towards 100+ in the first quarter alone, and he's got the Patriots rolling right now.
Sure
Two solid, sustained drives, and if they don't gain another yard, it'd be about a 51-yarder for Nick Folk. In the real world, he'd probably hit it here in Simland a little dicier.
Yeah.
Have the proper respect on Nick Folk's name.
People also saying that, what else do we say? Someone told me to be happy you're an announcer on Sim because you cannot be making real decisions. Mike Tomlin took them to a few Super Bowls. Glad the guy, that's not a misspell, I'm just reading as I can. A guy here else to be too dummy looking at. I'm looking at you. I don't know what you're trying to say there, but I get you're calling me a dummy. And yes, he brought him to 2 Super Bowls. Been a while, been a long time. And people that keep saying he has 2 Super Bowl rings, yes, one was a coordinator though. And that's no disrespect. Coordinators are a big part of the game. But that Super Bowl was like 13 years ago. So
I was in college for that Super Bowl. I was in for that Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say he's a horrible coach. That's not my point. I just think that the marriage is done. I think the Steelers could potentially be a better team. It could be worse as well. Just new voice in there. That's what you see, and it's been a long time. It's not like this is, 2 years. This isn't like Jim Caldwell, 4 years with Detroit, gets fired after 2 playoff appearances. One of the most ridiculous. Like, get Caldwell in there with the Steelers. Give me a calm source. I said it.
Yeah, that's not how the Steelers work, man. They promote from within. They're not going to buckle with the trends. They're not going to hire someone just because it's Sean McVay's friend. They're going to develop internally. Everything takes a long time in Pittsburgh. The black and yellow, man, they go slow with things. They don't like to try new things. So it's everything is kind of internal development up there. They're going to give their guys a fair shot, and I think that's what they're doing with Mike Tomlin. I like the deal. I like the move they're making.
I feel like it's been
trends.
I understand, but it's been a long time. AFC title game was 5 years ago.
Yeah,
and they got waxed.
It's still a good team. I think there are fans all over the place that would be like, you know what? I would love to be in contention every year. Even if we don't win it all, I would love to have a winning record. I don't want to have to worry about a team bottoming out. I want a team that's going to be competitive week in, week out, a team I can have Super Bowl hopes for rather than going into a season cheering for the Jaguars and going, all right, lose. We need Trevor Lawrence. You never have that in Pittsburgh. So it's a rich tradition there. It's just Tomlin has done nothing to merit being fired. If he puts together back-to-back losing seasons, then come talk to me.
All right, I will note that. I will call you in 2 years because that's just the way I see things happen. I do. This thing's gonna break. The levee is about to break on this team. They got no offensive line. Sticking with Roethlisberger, who, as you mentioned, end of the year got real bad, real fast. They can't run the ball. I still do believe we're going to see, whether it's Najee Harris, they're gonna be drafting a running back early. NTN, they need to. If there's a team that absolutely needs it, it's them.
Yeah, they could even go counterculture and go to Javonte Williams out of UNC. Now, personally, I like Harris the best. I think he gives them the best combination of production and pass catching and just open field missability. Dude is a monster, but he does have some miles on his odometer, and if they want a bruising back, a guy who really crushes short yard situations, maybe Javonte Williams out of UNC, a guy who was a linebacker first is Cam.
Whoa. Wow, where are you going, Cam? Wrong way, dude.
Loses 12 on that sack. Williams is a guy who does not shy away from contact. In fact, violence is a big part of his game. So maybe the Steelers throw us a curveball there, although Najee Harris, a big dude in his own right, he's only like 15 pounds lighter than Derrick Henry. I like Harris as the pick for the Steelers. If they went Javonte or if they went maybe with a little bit of Travis Etienne, I would be into that too.
Yeah, a lot of really quality running backs in this draft, and we know it takes a lot for a team to jump up and draft them. A lot of rumors of the Cardinals as well looking as Cam's going to try to make up for that lost fumbles, but goes out of bounds. Kelvin says, is this the Boston attitude, I guess? No, it's a Jason Rossi attitude, all right? It's not. I'm not speaking for Boston. Darn says, don't worry about Pittsburgh. They get a few Super Bowls. They know what they're doing. Yeah. If you can get a coach like Tomlin, you better keep him.
Exactly.
All right, listen, good on you guys. If you enjoy mediocre seasons and losing in the playoffs
mediocre. Oh my God, get out of here, Rossi. Winning season. Just say winning seasons, because that's what they have.
That's fine.
Mike Tomlin.
I will give Tomlin this. If you want me, I will also listen. I play both sides. I'm not the guy who was supposed to be here, and I'm just dead fast, and whatever I say is right. I will say that 2 years ago, I give him. This is why I think he got the extension too. 2 years ago, he coached a team that was GD awful. Like they had the offense that was just pathetic. Connor had a good year. They were playing, I think, Christian DeAndre at quarterback at one point. And basically, look what Dallas did this year and how bad they played, where Pittsburgh had a very similar situation, but their defense with that trade from Minka Fitzpatrick just skyrocketed up and carried that team to, if there was an extra playoff seed 2 years ago, they would have been in there. So there's where the credit, like, I'm not completely, like, I still believe I would have moved on. I think it's over. But I think going back 2 years, they say, okay, look at that. It was a COVID year. We were 11-0. The bye week was kind of shafted on them as they got forced into a week 3 bye and had to just play the rest of the season. So I just thought, why are you giving an extension? Like, let's see what you got. But that's just what happens as well in the NFL. Very few coaches go in on a contract year.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. And obviously they can move on if need be. If they don't, it's not a problem. It's just...
Listen, it's like our production crew. We got this Drew Stack today. We got Frangelico. We got Jared. Any of them, they all have multi-year contracts. But once they, they're going to all renegotiate for more money. We already know. But if like Andrew or Drew make one mistake, they know. Dunzo. Same with that. Like Christian's multi-year contract that he signed earlier this week. Breaking news, by the way. He is now. Yeah, you got the Taysom Hill contract. It's a lot of fluff in there, but he's right up there with Emerson for the highest paid member on DraftKings, so still something to tote. But at any point, we could be told later. There's a pass to the back, the sideline there. Love that play. Nothing like just catching and going right out of bounds. Oh, here we go. Dam says, I was a diehard Bears fan until they drafted Mitch. Rest in peace, 1971, until the drafted Mitch. I know about garbage, trashy coaches. Tomlin is not one of those. Again, I'm not saying he's a garbage, trash coach. I just think it's just, I think, in my opinion, they've reached the max with him. Let's see what else we can get. That's all. But there you go. Hot. I'll suffocate the hot takes. It's a feel good Friday. Oh, it's Obi-Wan. First time playing for it. It says Obi-Wan is Rossi's #1 fan. I haven't seen Obi-Wan in here. Everyone else is slaying me. But these are good conversations, people. I like it.
Oh, Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan still over there at the YouTube, but he got time. He got a timeout over on Twitch.
He was on Twitch?
He popped over. He popped over for a minute, and very nearly a first down there for the Steelers, but Patrick Chung makes sure. I think it was Juju that couldn't get his feet in bounds, so we're about to have another punt here, and the Patriots play away here from, it's James Washington, not Juju, drive away here, essentially taking a 3-possession lead into halftime.
Don't get me started on Juju now, trying to keep this thing calm. Even though, hey, good on him getting that $15 million. There's another reason, Steelers. It's a lot of money. But, hey, we'll see how it goes. And, again, we mentioned, they're definitely going to have to do some impact on that offensive line. They definitely need to get some impact out of that backfield. I like the receiving core outside of Juju. I think they have a bunch of like Jags, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that is a good thing. Like they have like very above average receivers, as we know. That is the calling card of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, all sorts of them.
And all on cheap contracts, aside from Juju, who, again, My thoughts will redacted. Ross, you're wrong on this one. Hey, I have no problem with people, but you can't be wrong on an opinion. Remember that. That's part of a conversation. I'm not factually based. But I appreciate you guys. This is fun. Smash that thumbs up. You can follow Christian over at Train Island. We got the Drew Stack, as I mentioned, Frangelico, who the freak said deserves a raise.
Ooh. Very nearly picked there from Cam. So 3rd and 3 coming up. The Steelers might be able to escape that disappointing drive without having giving up any further points to this Patriot offense, which is looking pretty good through about quarter and a half so far.
I agree with you there. Just our producer Drew dropping in some takes from other hosts, and that does happen. My belief is when you want to have a conversation. Whoa, Cam! What did you throw that with your left hand? Just dirt ball right there. It's a tough one on a 3rd and 3. Tuck rules, says Drew. Jump on it! Yeah, we have a great Friday. Great, still 4 sims to go after this one. Almost forgot him. Going to be teaming up with Brandon Cristal at the 4 o'clock. You'll get the slate with Bukes and Lamarca talking a little baseball. That's actually going to be a nice little show there. You got, I like it. Just total calm demeanor of Lamarca. It can never go wrong with someone that's like an energetic blowhard like Bukes. I said it. I'm coming for that number 1 spot, Bukes. Coming for that wrestling content. Cowboys, Vikings, Brandon, and Moose will take you at the 6. Packers, Saints, Koff, and Moose. And then Madden After Dark is Koff and Tom. So I don't know if Kyle's here, but no Glash tonight. Just want to get it out there. So don't have to ask.
Speaking of Big Ben and the Steelers, currently trending on Twitter, Big Ben, because people are clowning PFF from they put up who's stopping this potential Steelers offense with the wideouts and Najee Harris in there, and everyone's like, yeah, but Ben Roethlisberger sucks now. So listen, I think they can make it work. The Saints kind of gave you the blueprint of what to do with an aging quarterback who isn't making his deep throws any longer. Obviously, New Orleans had some pretty good teams, and were in fact one missed pass interference call away from returning to the Super Bowl a couple of years back. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that the Steelers offense continues to do well. A lot of pressure is going to be on whichever rookie running back that is that takes over, because what teams did is they just stacked that intermediate zone against Roethlisberger, knowing he wasn't going to throw deep even against single coverage. His average depth of target was way, way down. A nice sling there. The screen works out on 3rd and 2, and Ebron, the big run after catch, sets up his Steelers inside the happy side of the field. What a good running back does, though, is it keeps those extra nickelbacks and safety help off the field. And what that does instead is means teams are going to have to put more linebackers and guys who can get roasted in the slot, can get roasted by tight ends. And that would really clear things up for Ben Roethlisberger. If he can hit those inside slants like Drew Brees did with Michael Thomas, that would be a massive boon there. As
we're going down to the 1
in the end zone.
Yikes.
Second straight sim with an immensely damaging DPI called Jason McCourty, the former Brown, former Rutgers standout, making sure that James Conner gets his due here. After Conner runs this one in, we can,
yeah, just walks in. This is what I feared. Oh! This is my nightmare, Christian. James Conner at the goal line, bounces it in. James Conner, that son of my gun, does it again. Where is he in the ownership? I'm looking here in all of ownership. James Conner at 11.8. 11.8, right above the Patriots defense and right below James White in this showdown. Disgusting. Captain in 1.3. You know who the 1.3 are? The ones who are arguing with me about Tomlin, I bet. Just the people that just don't get it. But they're right. See, it's a compliment. Anyway, so there he is. James Conner bounces in, so we have ourselves a 3-point game with just over 2:11 to play here in the second quarter. Now, another thing, speaking about trending on Twitter, have you seen these Dallas Cowboys draft interviews, Christian? Okay. You're going to love it. I know we already have the hot off the presses, the post, right? Has it dropped yet? I didn't check my inbox yet.
The post route has come out. In fact, it's a breakdown.
Oh, there it is.
Of the
10
5
a.m.
most interesting teams and what they should do with this year's draft. It's a conversation between myself, Ryan Van Bibber, and Sarah Hardy, the former big three of SB Nation NFL coverage before they had to gut the site during pandemic times. And I do miss it. But we break down not only what the Falcons should do, what the Broncos should do, we also talk about what these Patriots should do. And we know y'all wanted a little bit more Patriot talk. Well, you can read all about it and more over at postroute.substack.com. Postroute.substack.com.
Check it out. LT, the great number 21, says use Connor and Ingram in my RB in the Classic. Both scored TD so far. Good call, dude.
It's a bold call. It's a bold move. Yeah. They both pay out for it. It's not
so far.
Stupid it works.
I also just got my invitation into the Thunderdome for SmackDown tonight.
Ooh, nice.
Last time I did that, I totally forgot and missed it, and then I got banned for probably since till this time. So maybe my stupid face will be on SmackDown tonight. We'll see. With that being said, but yes, so the Cowboys are doing these interviews with players, the draft eligible players. So Kyle Pitts, these are released too. So they have little snippets, little Twitter 2-minute videos. Kyle Pitts just dropping names, saying how good different corners are, like Horn, and how, he needs to learn to block more. Just kind of cliche, but nice. Sounds like he's going to be a great pick in this NFL draft. Probably going to be the first tight end to go top 5, in my opinion, in I think 30 plus years, maybe 40 years now. I know Ditka was the world famous one. Also, they had, I was going to call him Joe Horn. Why am I not remembering his first name? The cornerback out of, it's not going to come to me. Either way, Christian, you're going to love this. He basically craps all over Patrick Surtain Jr. the third. He basically tells, I'm faster than him, I'm quicker than him, I'm more competitive than him. And it's funny to me because I just think, did they know this was going to be released? Did they understand fully, because, when you go on a job interview, you're trying to keep it above bar and you're saying certain things, but this is not your prototypical job, at CVS at the checkout counter. This is you versus the world to get a higher pick, more money the higher the pick. So when you see this, I want you to check it out later. I think I'd love your take on it because it's very fascinating to see somebody actually kind of pushing somebody else down, which I'm sure these guys are somewhat buddies, or at least cross paths, being in the top of the draft.
That's right.
And a lot of people, then I read, because I don't know enough about him, and I read, he could sneakily be a top 15 pick, because cornerbacks aren't as deep, once Surtain, or it could be Horn. But I just found it fascinating that the Cowboys are releasing this information. It's and the Cowboys more than likely aren't going to have a chance to pick either one of them.
Ooh, nice run there from James White after the catch. So it looked like it was going to end in disaster, and instead, excuse me, I have someone at the door. I'll be right back.
It's a special guest. Oh, I thought it was part of a gimmick. Who is it? Hey, everybody, it's me. Christian has characters now. I like it. But yeah, I just found that whole draft thing. You guys can check it out. It's on Dallas Cowboys official Twitter. It's pretty hilarious. And it's a deep pass down to the 3-yard line for the Patriots. Bird. Look at this, Drew. Drew's calling plays from the toilet. Gotta love it. Smash that thumbs up while you guys here. Also wanted to mention that I saw today the layout for the draft for next week. They're expecting 50,000 people. Going to be interesting. Outdoors, safe. You saw Roger Goodell all vaxxed up, got his Fauci ouchies. He's all good to go. He's going to be hugging players, handing jerseys. That ball's incomplete. Bird had a nice catch down to the 4-yard line, but yeah, so I'm intrigued by that. I'm intrigued. Cleveland getting some love, on the up in the league, and
Cleveland's
all eyes.
Yeah, I'm a fan. It's obviously not going to be as packed and hectic as Nashville was. Dude, Nashville, I remember watching the draft from Nashville. And as someone who lived in Nashville, it looked like the most uncomfortable experience in the world for me. It was just
Cam walking in. Just walks in. Give it to him. Give me the Superman. Oh, it's not a little salute. Ooh!
What? There it is. There it is.
Cam, baby. Just absolutely dissecting right there. Oh, so does Carbon says it. Carbon Rod says Cam dissecting the Steelers secondary. Sure is today. So there you go. Nice score there. Going to go up 10. Still 46 seconds remaining here in the first half. 3 timeouts for the Steelers. Yeah, it's going to be great. Did you see the overhead view of like what it's going to look like?
I have not yet. No.
Yeah, again, all this stuff on various Twitter accounts, but yeah, they have like a whole setup towards like right over in front of the river. Looks beautiful. They said about 50,000 expected, but spaced out, outdoors. Hopefully weather is good. And as I was saying, when with the commish able to hug in hand, and I'm sure he's not really going to be hugging much, but I'm sure he will be hugged because I don't know, the emotion will probably just be unrivaled. A lot of players actually showing up to the draft too, which I like. I like the, because we're going to get...
Make it an event again. I'm into it. I just want to see one of these 300-pound guys just go up for the hug and just absolutely ruin Goodell's back. I want him to have a herniated disc live on camera. I want to see that man limp his way back to the podium. I want to see him have to go into the back room and get the proper fall shots, get him ready to play again, get him back in game shape, because that was a man who got more and more tired as last year's draft went on.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That was a draft that took place in his own basement.
Yeah. If I was writing for you guys next week, my hopes for the NFL draft is, let's not waste time. Let's make this a 3.5-hour event, not like the 5-hour events that we've been getting.
Exactly.
Because things tail. We have to remember, things tail off at the end. I get like these are major decisions, but like once we're past like pick 20, it's down. Like you saw ratings in the past. It's just
speed it up. I mean, make it SmackDown, not Raw. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Good analogy there. As you get a pass, gets out of bounds, Juju.
Oh, solid play there for the Steelers. You might have some pushing you, Rossi.
Might. Still got the 2 timeouts, 31 seconds at the 45, up the Patriots. Good drive thus far. Stretch out there, still in the room. But, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm just intrigued who's going to be the guy who's going to fall. Like, is it Trey? Because Trey Lance is going to be at the draft. Moose, again, if you didn't catch the sweat, you'll probably see some clips. He did project him being traded. The Patriots trading up to 9 to get him. He also has the Chicago Bears trading up to 6 to get Justin Fields, who will not be attending. So Fields not attending, Trevor Lawrence not attending. Those are like the big notables. But outside of that, it looks like all the other projected top 10s are there. You have... I saw Mac Jones will be there. You have
Kyle Pitt. And gets out of bounds. Huge play there. So they don't have to settle for a 59-yarder. They can throw it downfield once, maybe even twice more here. Sorry, who else?
Basically Kyle Pitts, all of the offensive linemen that are up there, Surtain. It was just a ton. I saw like just so many names that I was so surprised. I'm glad to see it. I just wonder if like Trey Lance, to me, has that feel of a guy who there's going to be a lot of talk about. Another catch. Could just drop and drop.
Didn't have a great year. I mean, obviously, he only played the one game at North Dakota State last year, and it wasn't a very good game. He is an unknown. And I would love to see him slide all the way to the Patriots. I'd like to see what they could do with him, but who knows what this year's draft has in store. I do like the idea. I do agree with Jeff that if a guy like Fields drops, there's going to be a bidding war for services. We already saw the Bears basically offer the Seahawks the ability to run their franchise in order to get Russell Wilson. Obviously, Seattle turned it down because they're not stupid. But 2 first-rounders could be going from Chicago to a team like the Dolphins, to a team like the Falcons, if a guy like Justin Fields slips down the draft board.
Yeah, there's a field goal there from Boswell. DFS Queenie says, if Fields is available at 6, Pats will take him. See, I just don't see the Patriots trading. This is just me. I just don't see it. If it happens, I'm in. I still think the trickle effect of the other moves are more Belichick style, the passenger, not the driver. I understand free agency a little different, but I could see, in my opinion, the Jimmy Garoppolo possibility still being out there. And it doesn't have to be draft night. It could be a month from now. It could be once Mac Jones, if you believe he's going 3rd overall, they get him in. They're like, yep, this is the guy. We're good. Let's make this move. Defense, they're already making some switches. I don't think they're necessarily. And Christian, I'd love you taking this. This is why I think Garoppolo's going to the Patriots. I don't think the 49ers are in a win now mentality. I think they know it's like, let's give this 2 years, 3 years, especially with the moves the Rams have made.
See, I don't agree with it. I think they have the roster to get there. They have some expensive extensions coming up, and I think they know they need to maximize that. I think for them, I think Jimmy G is on the go because I think they think that a rookie quarterback can give them what he gave them back in 2019. He can give them the rough equivalent of a backup quarterback, of an average league quarterback. Maybe take a few more chances downfield because that's where Garoppolo really did struggle. He wasn't throwing a lot of deep passes. He turned the ball over entirely too much. He was good for about one baffling throw per quarter. Obviously, the Niners could deal with that when they were in the NFC, but maybe they want a little bit more of a caretaker guy who's a little bit of an upgrade over Nick Mullins, CJ Beathard, a higher ceiling. And maybe they make that move once they figure out who they can get in the draft. Once they realize, okay, we need to cut some spending here, we can trade Jimmy Garoppolo to Patriots. But, I mean, who knows? At this point, if they haven't traded him, his value has gone down a lot on the open market. I don't know a team that would really be super interested in getting him. Maybe the Broncos, because they are a quarterback away from being a very good team. But maybe the Broncos just go after Teddy Bridgewater, who has a very similar profile to Jimmy Garoppolo and that kind of low impact. In fact, if you want a turnover reverse quarterback, you go Teddy instead of Jimmy G. And just a weird situation developing in San Francisco, and all the Mac Jones rumors just make it a little bit weirder. It can be very interesting to see what San Francisco does and whether they are really infatuated with the guy they've been linked to so heavily. That was all a smokescreen for whatever reason. It doesn't make any sense that you'd have a smokescreen. It's not like you're trading back from that pick. It's not like you want to make anyone else. It's a weird situation in San Francisco. I'm not going to doubt John Lynch because he's been right a lot of the time, but I don't know how much I trust this version of the 49ers.
I can't disagree with you. My feeling still is that that's kind of the Belichick thought process. Give me the guy that I know he wanted Garoppolo to be the guy. So, hey, this is a couple years later. Let's see what we can get, lower cost, and maybe we can get the most out of him. Alan over on YouTube, this is a good question, actually. Not that all questions are great, but this one just intrigues me. He goes, how many quarterbacks do you see going top 10? So, Christian, I'll defer to you first.
I'd put the over-under on 4.5, and I think I would take the over on that. I think the Mac Jones hype has gotten a little out of control, and if he goes top 10, that kind of really opens the door for those trade-ups, and we're going to see those guys. I don't think we're going to see a guy like Trey Lance fall all that much. If the Niners do the common sense thing and go with Justin Fields instead, okay, then maybe Mac Jones languishes a little bit longer. Maybe Lance languishes a little bit longer because teams don't feel that urgency to move up, and maybe the asking price drops. Or maybe a team like the Dolphins, the Panthers, who aren't necessarily in the market for a quarterback, maybe their asking price stays too high, too long, and they don't recover. And instead, they go out and get some offensive playmakers or an offensive lineman. I think it really depends on what happens with that 49ers pick. If Mac Jones goes before he realistically should go, we'll have 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 10. If he languishes, then it's probably going to be 4. It's probably going to be either Jones or Trey Lance, lasting until maybe the 12th to 15th pick.
Yeah, from my gut tells me it's 5. My heart tells me it's 3. I think it's top 3 because I think you're right. I think with like the Josh Rosen effect, we've talked about this time and time again. 1 year, we're moving on. We're not married to him. The money isn't what it used to be. This isn't the Jamarcus Russell days when you're paying these guys guaranteed $60 million over a long period of time. You can make moves and move on from them. So that's the reason that tells me that maybe a team will trade up. I still think there's not enough conversation being had about Washington. I think they're the team that still strikes me as a move-up team. So, again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gut tells me top 3, where then we'll see him in the teens, the next 2 quarterbacks, even in Justin Fields. But
yeah, I mean, the tough thing for Washington and Chicago as well, that they're teams that need quarterbacks, but they would have to give up a lot of capital to break into a spot where they can get a top 5 guy. So that might scare them off. But Ron Rivera, he's a gambler, so it does make sense. In fact, he's made a deal with Carolina before. Granted, it was for Kyle Allen, who cares. But he might be back on the horn, might be trying to get his way back to me. I see J.E. You are 9th in our contest. I'm currently 71st, thanks to Deontay Johnson's 4.6 points in my captain spot, my 0 from James Washington, and
it's a little anchor there in the lineup.
Yeah,
I got 0 out of him. Harry at least got me 11. Cam Newton's playing fine. Roethlisberger stanks. Edelman quiet, 3 catches, 43 yards. So yeah, I'm chilling right now in 45th. That's a nice time. Roll call it. Yeah, let us know what you guys
Kennedy, I see you as well. KC is going to rule Denver for a long, long time. Sure, but that doesn't mean Denver can't be a good team. They can't be a playoff team. It's a 7-team field in the playoffs, so we're going to have more and more 3 playoff team divisions in the NFL, and I think Denver can absolutely sneak in. I think they can be a sticky out for the Chiefs because they have that good defense and they have a lot of offensive playmakers just without a quarterback who can really maximize that talent. I mean, Courtland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, I like those guys a lot, especially with Noah Fant.
Yeah,
you got to have a guy who can throw him the ball, and Drew Lock is just kind of like a malfunctioning jugs machine behind center. He's going to throw things very hard, very far, but who cares?
Yeah, the accuracy has been the issue. And I will say they right now, if you want the board that nobody cared about, I like to pick who's going to be my biggest turnaround team. And the trends I'm seeing with Las Vegas, where just I'm not loving them. And they're also today, there was a report that they could also be, if a quarterback slides past the top 10 that they like, they didn't put a name. This is like an Ian Rappaport retweet from somebody. He said if a quarterback that they like slips past the top 10, they would take a future. They would trade up for the future for him. So they're still, that's basically saying Derek Carr's still the quarterback today, but for their future, move. But nonetheless, I think Denver, if they trade for a quarterback, great. Or if one falls to him, awesome. But I still think, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, even as ridiculous as it seems to Drew Lock, because he has too good of weapons to overthink this. As you mentioned, he is just slinging the ball. If they can slow this process down for him, and he can have a Josh Allen type of, or even less than, even 48% of the Josh Allen jump, that is well, there's no more 8-8 teams. That's like an 8-9 team or a 9-8 team, in my opinion, because Von Miller should be back. You have a ferocious front seven in defense. You have a decent, at best, offensive line. You have yourselves maybe one of the best young receiving cores or weapons, including Noah Fant that you just mentioned. So everything's there for success out of that quarterback position. It is just, can we get Drew Lock to take a deep breath, hang in there, have faith, and deliver? And that's obviously the biggest question mark.
Yeah, and I do not.
I can tell.
No, he regressed in a bad way last year, and I don't think it's going to click for him. I think he has a big arm, but the reads aren't right. The accuracy is waning. And maybe he could survive in a better place. Maybe he could even thrive, but I'm not into it right now. I don't see Drew Lock being the answer.
And D-Rod has a good one here, Christian. He says, hey, my guys. D-Rod, you're our guy. He says, please give me the comparison between Lance and Fields, or what's the difference? What do we see? What do you see in any quarterback, or what's the difference between the two?
Fields, for me, has more raw talent. He looks more like a franchise quarterback. He does a better job throwing on the run. The accuracy is there. He does stand up to pressure a little bit better, I think. He does a good job of staying on rhythm, making his deliveries in the pocket when plays do get disrupted. I think he has a better feel for where to go and what to do, as that's a design run for Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Great. I think he has a little bit better feel for the game. He's a little bit more advanced right now. Lance obviously has a lot of nice raw tools, and he can make things happen, but I do worry about his ability to read defense, to adjust to the game speed of the NFL coming from the FCS. Now, obviously, these guys make that leap before, and they've been okay, but they've typically needed a year. I mean, even a highly regarded guy, says, oof.
Talking about Drew Lock, that looked like a Drew Lock pass right there.
And these
Patriots will take back over.
Yeah, despite punting away the first possession of the second half, get it back in plus territory. Unless they turn it over here, they're going to get at least a few points out of this drive. Let's see if Cam Newton can't lead them back to the promised land and put the screws to this Steelers defense.
Yeah, I agree with mostly everything you said. I think right back! Wow. Holy Jamoke, what a play there. What a turn of events. Interception by Roethlisberger. First pass by Cam Newton gives it right back to the Pittsburgh Steelers, so they'll take back over at the 35. 4:24 to play here in the third. We have the Drew Stack in our production team. We have Frangelico and Jared with ops. We got the man, the myth, the legend, Christian DeAndrea at Train Island on Twitter. I am at Jason D. Rossi, and we're hanging out with you on this Feel Good Friday, a little earlier than 3 p.m. Eastern. Hope you guys are doing well. I did want to go back to that. I look at exactly what you said. I like Fields a lot more than I like Lance, but Lance is what the league is now looking at. Who's going to be that next like X factor guy? Oh, tripped up. Connor was about to
very,
go
very
there.
nearly had us cursing his name again. Instead of just game 5 there.
Yeah, so I just look at it from the perspective that Trey Lance is a complete project. I don't see him in any which way, unless the team really just wants to let him go to the Wolves, any reason that he would be a day one starter in this league. I think it's a team that has, that's why I don't see like a Chicago going for him, or like I think Washington would, but that's the reason why they have Fitzpatrick. I think a team that has confidence in the future, wants a year or two for him to learn, maybe bulk up a little bit as well, real slight guy. So that's my take on it, but I love the draft for this reason, Christian. He was in the beginning in the Kellen Mond second, third round conversation, like no more than 3 months ago. Now he's a top 10 pick, depending on who you listen to. And that's the hype, and this is what happens. This is why some days blueberries are $2.99, then everybody wants them, and prices go up, gas, all this stuff. It's all about the market, baby. We should start talking marketing. You want to do that? Want me to be like, what's that, Mad Money?
Yeah, Jim Cramer.
Yeah, I want Christian to fill in for that. As we have the Steelers here at the 47, making moves. 3rd and 1, big play here. Give underneath, going to get that first down.
Looks like it was Samuels on that one. So the short yardage carry goes to the passing down back, so a little bit of surprise there, but the Steelers stay on schedule here and remain on target to tie this game back up with a sustained drive here as Pittsburgh going back to its smash mouth football roots. A lot of runs up the gut, a lot of trying to bully you at the line of scrimmage. Not too many shots downfield, but after that Ben Roethlisberger interception, kind of understand why as Connor picks up about 4 on first down.
Yeah, must be, says Rossi. Stop saying what I look at. Dude is blind, people. I'm not blind. I just have really bad eyesight and I've yet to get glasses. I'm just lazy. I've talked about this. I got I got a little Lamarck in me, and that's not a disrespect. He talks about it all the time. Does what he needs to do, and everything else will fall into place. Eye doctors aren't just down the street. There's a catch there. Ben Roethlisberger. James Conner again. This guy's been way too involved in this game for my liking, even though that is just his first catch.
Still, he's got the touchdown. He's doing James Conner type things, which, for a guy who averaged 6.1 per game, you look at that flex number and it's like, why would I? He cost me 6,200 and he's giving me as many points as the Steelers kicker. Like, why would you ever? No, you do that because James Conner just finds a way to ruin your day. My day, your day, our collective day.
The royal, our day. D-Rod says, Fields is Jamarcus Russell 2.0. There's so many reasons that's not true, but I do like the take. Like, go for it. Jamarcus Russell with all, is a what if, in my opinion, Christian. If things were different, if he wasn't going to the Raiders, if the Raiders weren't just infatuated with a guy who could throw the ball 80 yards through the air, but had the touch, I think, of, me, if you spin me around 15 times doing the bat game. I don't know what that's called. What's that game called when you dizzy bat? Is it dizzy bat? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's why I feel like Jamarcus Russell, he just could hum the ball and I don't know, somewhere else and somewhere where he wasn't again, day one starter, early starting, maybe a different story. There's the handoff, trying to get that first, another 3rd down conversion on this drive for the Steelers. 22 seconds remain in the 3rd. Might sneak in one more play.
This is a methodical, slow-developing drive, but it is absolutely working for Pittsburgh, who now stand 12 yards from tying this game up. Let's see if they do, in fact, get the snap off. Looks like they will, so they have a chance here to make it a tie ball game before we go to the quarter break.
Now, you know what? I actually, in all football games, in reality, I don't know why people don't do that more. I'd be hard counting the crap out of people because the defense does not have the same visual on the clock as the offense. The quarterback. But here we are after 3. He's Christian DeAndrea. You can check out the postroute.substack.com. Look at it. Look at that billboard. Who sent that to you again? Was it Meager?
It was the Kilgores.
The Kilgores. That's right. The Kilgores. Love to hear it. Love the DK Sim fan. Appreciate you guys hanging with us as always. Smash that thumbs up. But do subscribe. Check them out at Train Island on Twitter. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. We got the Drew Stack, Frangelico Jared, James Conner breaking our hearts. 10 carries for James Conner, 31 yards. The Tud, Cam Newton, half the carries, more, and not even close to 3 yards off from the yards. He's got 5 for 28 in the touchdown. Outside of that, it's been Stinkville. Your guy, James White, 1 for 1. Not really doing much on the ground as you would expect, but even through the air. 2 for 7. It's tough pull for him.
Good. Yeah, and Juju, who we both were like, let's pump the brakes on that. He's gonna be drawing Stephon Gilmore. He's gonna have to fight off that Patriots secondary. Nope, today he is the most valuable member of that Steeler receiving core. 6 for 78. No touchdowns yet, but might get the call here. 1st and 10 coming up from the 12, so not quite James Conner bulldozed his way into the end zone territory quite yet, but we could get there. I get the impression we're going to have something stupid like an 11-yard Eric Ebron catch, and then Conner will plow into the end zone.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
His yards per carry will go down to an even 3.
Oh, jeez. I don't want it to happen. But right now it looks like for Scotty J still leading the pack here as we'll get to the fourth quarter. He's got Connor and the captain. You're the one of them. Connor and the captain for Scotty J. Newton, Schuster, Edelman, Harry, Bird. There's your lineup right now, number 1 spot.
He's
look. No, he's going to get in.
Juju again. So on cue, right as we praise him, say, he might be able to find the end zone. Yeah, he does. 7th catch. First touchdown of the day. Puts him at about 90 yards now. So bonus within striking distance. And now Cam Newton trying to shake off the regret of that terrible interception as he now needs to lead a scoring drive in the hostile environment of Heinz Field. The Yinzers out in full force today.
They sure are. Shout out to Pittsburgh Dad over on YouTube, one of my other, not a Pittsburgh fan, but I love watching their fan base chat. But there it is, long drive, as you mentioned. Juju in the captain spot in the free showdown. It's 16% owned and 60% in the contest that Christian created so humbly and appreciatedly. He is 53% owned and captained in 13%. So similar numbers throughout, helping a lot of rosters out, including for Scotty J, who actually gets jumped for first place by Beltway Boy, who has Juju clearly in the captain spot there. Jay East, is he captain Juju with the thumbs up? Bodie McBoatface, not so happy about Juju. I feel you about that.
Understandable, man. I always enjoy fading.
Yep. By the way, Twitch, we feel you. We got everything working it out. Crew here. I would have more faith in these guys getting taken care of anything than anybody in the world. All right, so all will be cleared up. We Twitch fam, we're with you. We love you. We're working on it. Here's the handoff. Wow, nice run there.
Oh, okay.
There's James. There's your guy.
Jimmy
and the shotgun.
Sweet Feet White there, who re-signed with the Patriots after it seemed like there was a chance he'd be the latest New England veteran to sign down in Tampa. No, he came back to the fold, and where he's just invaluable as a pass catcher, a good run after catch guy, a good fill-in platoon back if you need someone to get carries. And he and Damian. Ooh.
Gets it off. And caught.
Okay.
Wow. Did not see that coming. Thought Cam was going to take a sack, maybe fumble, and gets it off, gets it complete to his receiver. Look at that as he's being hit. Across his body.
There, working out for him. Just kind of had to brute force that one over to Ozzy, who we hadn't called his name a lot here in the second half. We'll see if he can get back on track. A guy who is usually worth throwing into your lineups here in Simland, but never in the real world. Both he and Dalton Keene were non-factors last season for this New England Patriot team. Ozzy last fall. 9 games, 3 starts, 2 catches. Dalton Keene, 6 games.
1 touchdown.
3 catches. Yeah.
The last game.
Production they got from their rookie tight ends last year.
Yeah, not the Hernandez Gronk draft 2.0. We can clearly state that. At least not in the early goings. Are they going to run 4 tight ends next year? I doubt it. Well, Dalton Keene can technically be a fullback, as they say, but didn't see him there either. You got Jakob. But yeah, you mentioned James White coming back. Found that fascinating. A lot of people thought Tampa. I personally did too. I thought with the new offense, the Patriots, but that's what gives me some thought that they're going to try to have more of a pure passer, at least in the fold. If Cam wins the job, Cam wins the job. But I just don't think the effectiveness is there for James White with Cam Newton. With that being said, also, Giovanni Bernard, like, I think that signing, I don't know, I'm very intrigued because that backfield right now, like Tampa Bay, I just don't understand the cap. I feel like they must have been turned the cap off like in Madden and just signing everybody.
They have proven that the cap is a false construct. It exists only in our minds because you shouldn't be able to bring every guy who's important to your roster back like that. And yet,
I got breaking news, Christian. Breaking news on the DraftKings stream. Just tweeted from the blue checkmark, Adam Schefter. Touchdown! There's some breaking news for you. During it, how dare you take over my breaking news sounder? That's your guy, James. Oh, no, Sony. Hit the PlayStation, baby. All right, here it is. Kansas City is trading their first-round pick Thursday night along with 3 other picks in 2021 and 2022 to the Baltimore Ravens in exchange for Pro Bowl offensive tackle Orlando Brown and 1 pick in the 2021 draft and another in the 2022, per source. Wow. What a Baltimore giving up a Pro Bowl tackle. What are you doing?
No, Orlando Brown didn't want to be there. I didn't think that Baltimore had this kind of leverage to get a first rounder back for him, along with 3 other picks. We don't know how good they are, but holy moly. Obviously we have to see what the rest of the picks are to properly grade this, but it seems like a pretty sweet deal for the Ravens getting a guy who didn't want to be around anyway.
Yeah, I agree with that totally. And honestly, I just thought they'd work it out. You know, when you have a team where you have to protect a scrambling quarterback like Lamar Jackson or make that line move, like that could be devastating for both. I understand the personnel side, but man, what a move for Kansas City. You're not getting that in the first round in the second to last pick. So great move there.
And it was kind of wild how Brown, he didn't like Baltimore because, he wanted to be a left tackle somewhere. He wanted to be the guy. And I don't think we're in a league right now that really, obviously left tackle is still like the blind side protector, but I think the importance of the right tackle has been rising steadily. Nice pick there from Roethlisberger. Steelers still in this game. Juju hits the bonus with that one. That dude is having himself a day.
Yeah. So here we go. Here's the breakdown of the trade. Orlando Brown. Well, here Kansas City gets Orlando Brown, 2021 second-round pick, number 58. So that's good too. A 2022 sixth-round pick. Baltimore gets a number 31, a third-round, number 94, a fourth-round, 136, and a 2022 fifth-round pick. So I think people are saying Baltimore won this trade. If Kansas City, for what we saw in the Super Bowl, they now have 2, one coming out of retirement, now getting a Pro Bowl 2021. A 2020 tackle. If I'm Kansas City, like you said, at 31, you're not getting that type of. At least I don't believe, especially at offensive line where it gets kind of shallow in the tackle position after the top 2.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's a pretty reasonable deal for both sides. It's the 27th spot trade down for the Chiefs. They go from 31st back to 58th, and that's not nothing, but at the same time, it's pretty reasonable. The third and the fourth round picks will obviously that'll hurt as well, but I don't know. It seems like good value for a very solid player. Even very nearly
getting close.
And this means it's probably gonna be James Conner time. First and goal from the 2. Here comes 3 straight James Conner carries, and then I whip my laptop at my wall in frustration when it happens.
Yeah, Piercy, we see you, buddy. Says Christian is my favorite. But he says, but can be swayed, Rossi, for free merch. No, I don't want you. I'm not going to win anybody's love. You like me or don't. No big deal, dude. And Christian should be your favorite. That you line up with whoever you want to line up with. And I see what he's looking for. Yeah, lad, we're with you, dude. Christian is definitely a proponent. Oh, no. Don't say it.
We called at the beginning of the game. We said we're fading James Conner. So
are you kidding me? Second touchdown of the game. He's got grabs. He's got scores. This is insane. Wow. Bring out the con man, said Tater Hater. Well, Tater Hater, you got your man. You got your points. There it is. Touchdown for the Steelers. Going to tie this thing up with 3 minutes to play. Wow. The few and mighty Ashley excited. Can't believe it. James Conner. This we talked about it. We said it. Usually when you fade him, he had a 2 touchdown game, not too long ago. It's always when they get down to the goal line. If they don't come in shotgun, because Samuel will snag some, but he gets it there. Man, tough. But the score there. So now all knotted up. 3:08 to play.
An overtime impossibility for a game that's already going long anyway. Keeping me from a delicious roast beef sandwich. But,
is it homemade or from some?
Oh, it's homemade, dude. I my sandwich game has improved leaps and bounds since I've been working from home. Like I do.
Yep.
Go the hot jardinera, a little bit of hummus, red pepper hummus, roast beef, tomatoes, pickles on cottage. What kind of bread is it? Either way, it's like good, solid bread too. Very good. Just a giant pile of meat. And
the meats, baby. It's like you're like your own little version of. Oh man, that's good advertising. We've got the meats. I can't even think who that is now. Not Jimmy John's. Arby's. That's in there. But yeah, good on you, dude. I love it. We've all gained some sort of special skill during this last year and change, so I'm glad yours is there.
Yeah, just a big sandwich, and that was always like we had an awesome place right off the square. I think it's still around. It should still be around because it was like Lindsay's Market. If you ever been, I don't even think Lindsay's exists anymore. I think they turned into condos, but it was like half drugstore, half deli. So they had a bunch of. There was like a CVS where we'd get great homemade sandwiches. And we had one of those in Madison called Pincus McBride, which I do believe still exists. If it doesn't, I'll be very sad. But they had a hot grill in the back. They had all sorts of like boar's head meats, and the food was amazing. So I get like spicy hummus, lettuce, tomato, pickles, onions, and like buffalo chicken, finely sliced buffalo chicken from boar's head. Awesome. So that's what I've been chasing ever since. I can't find good buffalo chicken up here, like unless I go to like the fancy supermarket. So instead, it's been like Costco roast beef, which is still pretty good. I'm not complaining, but I might have to make might have to make a stop, get a solid cold cut buffalo chicken because that is just next level delicious.
I love it. You know what it is? I think a good cold cut sandwich, very underrated. Doesn't get enough credit for what as a great lunch option too. Like I never have like just a regular sandwich for dinner, but as a lunch option, come on. Fuels you, gives you the right amount of carb with protein, depending on your cold cut. Not a roast beef guy though, but I'm glad you are. There's Cam, wide open receiver, connects, got it.
That's into field goal-ish range. So now the Steelers have to play the time game here. They're gonna have to think about using those timeouts. Patriots can be pretty open with their play calling here. They can run it, they can pass it. All they need is 3 to take what might be an insurmountable lead late in the game here. And there indeed is Sony for about 3 yards there, and there's the time.
All right, timeout here. So we'll see as we get ourselves at the 33. So they're in field goal range with about 90, a little over 80 seconds to play. Even though Nick Folk had a couple game winners last year, still with the Patriots, re-signing him. Will they put the team on his leg? We'll get a stacked left side of the line.
Formation again, so unless they're going to a tight end, this is going to be another run up the gut. Steelers are ready for it. They got everyone up front, and the blocking holds out. So 3rd and reasonable coming up. Again, whole playbook's open. They can run it again, force the Steelers to burn a timeout. If they don't, and the Patriots don't get a first down here, they'd be trying like a 45, 46-yard field goal with roughly 45 seconds left in the game. We'll see what the call is here. There's big formation again, but 2 wideouts to the bottom of the screen. It's a handoff out of the shotgun. It's enough for the first, and that should probably do it here. Now, Nick Folk still needs to kick that field goal, but pretty reasonable range for him. After the next carry, it'll probably be under 40 yards, but you got to figure he's got about a 95% chance of making. Rossi, since we're winding down, let's talk players of the game in this one. Guess what?
Who is it?
As much as I hate to do it, and as good as Juju Smith-Schuster was, stupid James Conner in his roster-ruining 2-touchdown day.
Wait a minute! Oh, so, well, we have that nonetheless. It's already on the book. So who will be your babysitter, Billy?
I mean, our babysitter Billy might have to be Sony Michel for keeping this game going and ruining the poor Patriots comeback hopes. Although there are a lot of options. I mean, Deontay Johnson right now, still a whole lot of nothing. James Washington, a whole lot of nothing. N'Keal Harry, yeah, okay, he's been fine. But, oh, man. All right.
I actually, there's some stuff happening behind the scenes here. So, Christian, you're going to take over the rest of the way. I'll be back with you guys for the 4. Christian, always a pleasure. And you will take it away.
Yeah, no, looked like we were going to escape with you and having plenty of time to deal with your post-game stuff. But instead, well, we get a Steelers no-huddle offense here. They've been keeping the ball in bounds. They need a deep completion badly. That's not going to do it. So they got maybe 2 plays left here to get into field goal range. And I'm not super enthused. I got to imagine that this game is headed to overtime. Ooh, there's Piercy. Always out there repping the post route, and I appreciate you very much. Hopefully you will enjoy. Get out of bounds, you dummy. All right, well, overtime coming now as the Steelers don't even get a crack at the end zone. The Sony Michel fumble may prove fatal as this game headed to overtime. Worst possible situation for the Patriots here. We were so close. We were so close to getting off and going to lunch. But... all right, who do you need to show up in this one? Pop in, let us know who you need to upset the apple cart when it comes to the scoring. We already know if you don't have James Conner, if you don't have Juju Smith-Schuster, probably if you don't have Cam Newton because he's up over 22 points today, you are probably not having yourself a very good day. Who else do you need? Who do you need to come alive here in the extra frame to carry you to glory? Patriots will get the first crack at it. Touchdown ends the game. Field goal shifts the burden to the Steelers, and anything else means the Pittsburgh Steelers will have the sudden death opportunity to finish this one off. Obi-Wan, don't know what you're going for in the Twitch chat, but cool. All right, Sony Michel getting back on Bill Belichick's good side, running for about 14 there, pushing this one out, nearing midfield. Solid field position. At the very least, they should be able to flip the field here and maybe even put us in safety range with a kick. Now, obviously, not a guarantee in Sinland, but Ryan Allen is an All-Pro. Did have an amazing year in 2020. So if anyone's going to pin the Steelers deep, it would be him. Oh, no way. How is that a catch? That I don't think Demir Bird was making a football move there. I got to imagine we're going to get a review here. As the hit stick engaged, and come on. No booth review. We're going right into it. Steelers just need to gain about 15 yards here to kick a field goal and end this one, as poor Patriots cannot get out of their own way late here. First, it was the Michel fumble. Now, Demir Bird. Steelers only pick up one on first down there, so they still theoretically need to pass the ball here. They can't just sit back on that run game and spam James. Come on. Are you kidding me? We're going to have a walk-off pick six? No. Jalen Samuels says no. No, not Jalen Samuels. No, it was Jalen Samuels on the stop there. So now the Patriots can win this one with a field goal. Although last time we had an interception here in this game, who's promptly responded to with another interception. So I'm looking forward to the Patriot turnover that gives the Steelers new life en route to this 6 overtime game. Patriots come out in a big formation, probably just going to run it up the gut and hope Michel doesn't fumble again. Instead, he loses a yard. Not fatal, but not great. He loses 2 yards. if they go back to Michelle again, or if maybe they decide to settle for the field goal. I mean, 45 is no guarantee, but regular season Nick Folk would have made it. Simland Nick Folk, a little dicier, but it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, cool. Now it's going to be a 50-ish yard field goal because Michelle has 2 carries for -5 yards on this drive. Let this madness end. Not a good start. Game. No, don't worry. Yeah, game over is what we were thinking. But again, 50 for Nick Folk, not a guarantee. Probably like a 60% shot there. As Sony Michel once again does nothing with the ball. So it'll be roughly a 49, maybe on the brink of 50 here for the veteran Nick Folk. Let's see if he can end this game. Or you know what? Let's just go full chaos and get a blocked kick return touchdown. It will be a 49-yard with the veteran Folk back there. The timeout coming in. Mike Tomlin going to try and ice the kicker, see if he can't earn that 3-year extension Rossi was so unhappy with. Retees, did you know, trying to call out the Dalton Keene bomb. I'll take it. I'll take it if it ends this game. Instead, we're going to get that Folk kick on 4th and 16. It is up. Looks like it's got the leg. Looks like it is good. Patriots win this one despite a pair of crippling fumbles, one at the end of regulation, one to start overtime. Steelers cannot stop shooting themselves in the foot long enough to take advantage. Patriots escape where the Monongahela and the Allegheny meet the Ohio. And we have ourselves a New England Patriot road victory, 27-24. And, now that we are back, we already know who the Krusty Cough player of the game was. It's James Conner, the ruiner. We also know who the Babysitter Billy Award winner was because he fumbled at the end of regulation. He gained -6 yards on 3 carries on what could have been the game-deciding drive. What was the game-deciding drive, in fact? You, Sony Michel, the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner. Coming up at 4, Rossi is back. He'll be here with Brandon Cristal at 5. The slate between Buchanan and Lamarca. 6 p.m., Cowboys, Vikings, Brandon and Moose. 8 p.m., Kaufman, Moose, Packers, Saints. 10 p.m., Madden After Dark, Kaufman and Tommy Freeze, Pops, Bears at Seahawks. Coming up next is that Ross Tucker podcast. Not only does he drop in that experienced NFL knowledge, but I believe he's also got a little bit of Ivy League background for you. The only true college football conference among the FBS and FCS ranks, the only D1 division that counts. Anyway, that'll do it for me, but I will be back on Monday bright and early with Emerson Lazia at noon. I got a whole bunch of shifts coming next week. Don't worry, we're going to be talking draft a whole lot. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hitting that like button. Thank you for subscribing to the Poster Out. I'll see you guys next weekend. Bye.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. I would never do that to you guys. It is a teaching tutorial Thursday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. They got a crazy, awesome promotion for UFC. Just make sure you throw the code Ross in. Teaching tutorial Thursday means we have the civilian GOAT. Yes, greatest of all time. Greg Cosell, NFL matchup show on ESPN, NFL films, 42 years. There is nobody better. In my opinion, there is nobody more objective. He doesn't have people he needs to please. He doesn't care. He just says what the videotape shows. I absolutely love it. Just like I love any of you or all of you that go ahead and help our show in any way. You are the real winners.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
Easiest contest in the world, #1. Spreading the word via social media with a quote tweet or a retweet or a like or a love or a reply or anything at all. Frank Aroni, he quote tweeted the Even Money podcast. Thank you, Frank. That's all we needed. I think it might have been the Vikings clip that we posted at Ross Tucker Pod. You can also quote tweet or retweet anything I do at Ross Tucker NFL. Facebook, I look at Facebook a lot. Instagram, it all helps. Frank, Arone. Let me know if you want a signed picture, press pass, whatever, football card. Sponsor confirmation email winner, Jim Walsh. Jim Walsh went to fantasypoints.com and threw the code 21Feastin. Very simple, Jim. I love it. Graham Barfield was amazing from Fantasy Points yesterday. Absolutely amazing with his yards created metric talking running backs. Just use the code 21Feast over there. Congrats, Jim. And then the YouTube shout out, which is like these cameo videos I do for people. People have me do cameo videos. They hire me on Cameo to give them like a happy birthday shout out. I'm going to give you whatever you want, Stephen Clinton. Just let me know. I saw your awesome YouTube comment after you subscribed, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, I already told you about him. He is the greatest of all time, Greg Cosell. He'll actually join us next Friday morning. So we will be the first place where you can hear Greg's post-round one thoughts, and Greg and I can talk about it and just the interesting fits. You know, we don't talk – I'll talk more about what I think about some of the decisions teams made. Greg will dive more into the fits and where we see these players playing for these new teams. So that's next Friday morning. We'll do the third Ross Tucker football podcast of the week next week. Got some awesome stuff planned for Even Money and Fantasy Feast as well. So today we're going over the DBs, Greg, both corners and safeties. It's our last position group. We've done a different position group every week for the last, 8 weeks. People can go back. That's a cool thing about podcasts. You can listen to them or watch them on YouTube whenever. Before we get there, though, Greg, we did get a couple of official weights from guys that were at the Indy Combine that stood out to people. I guess the medical checks. They finally had the medical checks last weekend. And I just got to get your thoughts on it. You'll probably tell me it's meaningless. Maybe you'll tell me it's not. I don't know. The first one, Devontae Smith weighed in at 166 pounds. So he's over 6 feet tall. He's 6'1.5", whatever, 166 pounds. Now, we thought he was 170, Greg. So I don't know that it makes that much of a difference. But does it matter to you at all that he's 166 and not 170?
Oh, no. But the point is, he's an outlier. He's an exception because of his weight. And that will be discussed in draft meetings, Ross. There's no question. He's a high-level traits receiver. There's no question that when you watch him on tape and you see the traits and the attributes, you say this guy's a really, really good receiver. But at 166, he's an exception. So it will be discussed. It's easy to say right now, and certainly because he played at Alabama at the highest level of college football, that, it doesn't matter because he played so well at that level. It's an impossible question to answer, but it will be discussed because he is truly an exception, and that's just the reality.
And then you've got – it's funny because I was thinking like Deshaun Jackson's awfully skinny. I was trying to think about the other receivers that are really, really light. Hollywood Brown doesn't weigh very much.
Yeah, but think about what you're saying. Devontae Smith is being talked about as a top 10 pick. So if you draft Devontae Smith in the top 10, then you're expecting him to be a high-level wide receiver one who's an all-pro, correct?
Yeah.
Deshaun Jackson's had a really nice career. Deshaun Jackson would never be considered a top 5 receiver in the NFL. And by the way, he was the 47th or 49th player chosen in a draft, and he's a specific kind of player. He's an explosive vertical dimension.
But I would say, Greg, and you might disagree, I think if you knew you were getting Deshaun Jackson and Deshaun Jackson's career, I think he would go in the top 10. now. Like with the way the game is now, with the number of plays, I mean, the number of big touchdowns stretching the field Deshaun Jackson had. I think, but that look, that's because Greg, you know he's going to play 10 years and be productive. Of course you would, I think they'd probably take him in the top 10, but you don't know that now.
No, and again, you make an interesting point about the vertical dimension and the explosive plays, because that's what offensive football, in a sense, has become. Coordinators are trying to create explosive plays to score touchdowns. So that's an impossible question to answer about Deshaun Jackson. But in terms of volume, you would never call him a wide receiver 1.
As for Zaven Collins, Greg, he weighed 270.
Yeah, that surprised me.
So you want to talk about an outlier? There are not any 270-pound off-the-ball linebackers in the NFL. There just aren't.
No, and the fact that he weighed 270, I'm assuming he wanted to gain weight. He knew there was going to be a recheck. So I'm trying to think that what that means for him. What does he see himself as? Because when he was 259 at his pro day, I thought, wow, that's a good weight. This kid's really athletic. He's fluid. He's smooth. He's a terrific athlete for that size. You start to get to 270, and you start thinking that this guy's not a linebacker. You start thinking that he's really a defensive lineman. So does he see himself that way? Does he ultimately want to transition as a defensive end? I don't know the answer to that. You'd have to talk to him. He showed some pass rush traits at Tulsa, but he wasn't really used that way that much. So I was very surprised to see that, because now I'm uncertain as to what he is as he transitions to the league.
So I would tell you, just like they're talking about Devontae Smith, they're talking about Zaven Collins weighing 270, and they're getting to the bottom of it. Did he let himself go a little bit after the pro day?
Well, that's a good point, too.
Did he really have to fight to get under 260 for the pro day?
Right.
Because he wanted to have good measurables with the jumps and the shuttles and the 40 and stuff. Is he really a naturally 265, high 260s guy? I'm skeptical that he was 259 at his pro day, because that feels to me like a guy who knew he had to be under 260 at his pro day.
Well, then here's the question. Let's say he truly played this season at Tulsa at 267, 268, 270. Then that's all the more remarkable, the way in which he moves at that weight. So maybe he too is an exception in a good way, and I'm not saying Smith is an exception in a bad way. I'm just saying, maybe Collins is just one of those freaky guys that moves like he does at 270. And you're right. There have not been off the ball linebackers. I mean, you can go back to LaVon Kirkland, but obviously he was not that level of athlete. He was not a smooth guy. He was kind of tight-hipped, although he could run, but he was tight-hipped. Collins is not tight-hipped.
But that was also a different era with LaVon Kirkland. LaVon Kirkland wouldn't play on passing downs now.
No, he certainly would not.
I played against him a couple times. That was not fun.
Yeah.
For him to have that head of steam. Here's what I would say to Zaven Collins. There's no value in the 10 pounds between 260 and 270 for him.
No.
That doesn't help him at all
for
the stuff he's going to be asked to do. Like I you know what I think, Greg? I think he probably played at like 265, and I am now fascinated to see what he could be at 250.
Right.
And it might be difficult for him, but if he could get to 250, like he could really be like, you think about the Van Der Esch's and the Edmonds. I mean, he could really be something. Anyway, we got to get to the DBs. Let's start with corners. They'll go higher off the board. They're more talked about. I am, by the way, Greg, always fascinated. And there's other positions like this, but boy, there are different body types for corners. Like just think about Patrick Surtain II versus Asante Samuel Jr. I mean, really, you're talking about 4 or 5 inches difference in height.
Well, we can start with Surtain, because when all's said and done, he was my favorite corner to watch. You know me, I don't necessarily love lists. I don't sit here and say number, because it's hard, let's say, to compare Patrick Surtain and Asante Samuel. But Surtain was just my favorite corner to watch. I think that playing mirror match press man. And for people that don't know what that means you're in press man coverage, but you don't physically jam with your hands the receiver off the ball. You let him declare his route, and then you literally just get in his hip pocket. You're mirroring his route. So we call that mirror match press man. Patrick Surtain, to me, was just born to play that. It looks effortless when he plays mirror match press man. And he reminded me the way in which he played that coverage of Champ Bailey. It just looks effortless. And again, we know who his dad was, who played in the league for a long time at corner, but it just looks like Surtain was born to play that coverage. But having said that, he can play physical press. He's very physical and competitive as a tackler on the outside. To me, he was the most complete corner prospect in this draft class.
So I've read on multiple occasions that there's a concern of how high his ceiling is. There's a thought that maybe J.C. Horn has more upside. What do you think people are seeing or getting at when they're saying those things, Greg?
There may be a sense that, and we've heard this through the years, we know that Nick Saban, that his background is coaching the secondary. So there's a sense when Alabama corners come out that they've been coached so extremely well that they're playing to their highest level right now, that they're not going to be better. That's a very difficult question for me to answer. The only thing I would say about Surtain, that I don't want to say it's concerning because it didn't happen often, but he's not necessarily a burner. He's not. Tennessee wide receiver Josh Palmer ran by him a few times. He's not that guy. Whatever it means, he's a 4.46 guy on his 40-yard dash, so he's not a speed guy. But I can't answer that. To me, he's just a really good corner.
What did you see from J.C. Horn from South Carolina?
I mean, I think J.C. Horn is a really good prospect too. I think he checks all the boxes. There's no question about that. I mean, you're talking about a kid that's 6'1", 205. His measurables are really strong. He's got size, length. What stood out was his physicality and his competitiveness. That really stood out. The one thing he will have to clean up, which you're allowed to do in college, but not in the NFL, Ross, is he was very handsy and grabby through receivers' routes. And you can do that in college. You can't do that in the NFL. But he's got all the athletic and physical traits you want in an outside corner. He can play press. He can play physical press. He can play mirror match press. I mean, you watch him against Auburn when he lined up against their wide receiver. I mean, that was textbook mirror match press man, just getting in the hip pocket of Williams and maintaining contact throughout the route. All the boxes. He just has to clean. He could be giving up 3-4 inches and 30 to 40 pounds playing on the outside in the NFL. So the question is, what is he? It would not surprise me if he moves inside to the slot. But on the other hand, some teams could see him in the mold of a Steven Nelson. Steven Nelson has played on the outside for a number of teams. I forget who he just signed with. He was with Pittsburgh, but I remember watching him when he came out of Oregon State, and he was really competitive in the same way Asante Samuel is. So Samuel is going to be a fascinating litmus test because he has really good sticky man coverage traits. But at 5'10", 180, is he an outside corner? It's an unanswerable because it will be in the eye of the beholder.
So let's get to safety, Greg. I don't spend as much time on it because there might not be any taken in the first round. Feels like this is the same way every year, where there's like not a first round guy. There's a few that could go late first, early second. Is there a guy you love? Because I like letting you talk about guys you love.
Well, there's a couple of guys I really like. And one guy I really liked on tape was Andre Cisco from Syracuse, who got hurt, and I think he only played 2 games this year. But I think this kid, to me, he can play multiple positions within different defensive concepts and schemes. I think he's as good a post-safety prospect as there is in this draft class. There's not a lot of post-safety prospects. And I think he's as good as there is. I mean, he's got play speed and range. He's got great ball skills and production. I mean, this kid played 24 games in college, Ross, and had 13 interceptions. Think about that for a minute. I think he had range to work from the middle of the field to the sideline. He could work from one hash outside the opposite hash when he was cheated. I mean, he was also used as a man-to-man defender on wide receivers and tight ends. I really like Andre Cisco. I'm fascinated to see, number one, where he's drafted because he only played 2 games this year, and who drafts him and how they see him when they draft him.
So, Greg, you and I know what a post safety is, and I think we've talked about it on the show before, but a lot of our listeners, they love listening to you because they learn. Post safety, Greg, your explanation.
Oh, post safety is when you're in a coverage that has just a deep safety, a single high deep safety. So it's cover 1, which is man to man with a single high deep safety, or cover 3, which is zone coverage with a single high deep safety. There's only one deep safety. That's what a post safety is, and that's what I was speaking about with Andre Cisco.
So, I mean, that happens a lot. I mean, there's a lot of single high looks in the NFL. If he's the best post safety, I would think there's a lot of people looking for guys for that role. I feel like
there's other guys
safeties are the guys that the 2 deep safeties are the guys that are good near the line. I feel like those are easier to find than a really good post safety with range.
You're 100% right, and that's why over the last 4 or 5 years, Ross, there's been a gradual increase in split safety, meaning 2 safeties now, in split safety coverage in the NFL. If you look at the statistics, a coverage called quarters, cover 4, has been on the increase incrementally each year because it's very hard to find true post safeties. And in the NFL, that's a big factor, obviously. So there's been, as I said, a gradual increase in split safety coverage concepts, particularly cover 4.
So if you're not already, make sure you subscribe to this show so you can make sure you hear Greg next Friday morning after round 1 of the NFL draft. And of course, you can read all of Greg's draft profiles at fantasypoints.com. Just make sure you use the code 21Feast. But there's a lot of other players that Greg and I don't get a chance to talk about that Greg has evaluated and written up profiles on. So it's a great way to go. Fantasypoints.com. Use the code 21Feast. Greg, you're the man. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ross. Appreciate it.
Gosh, I love Greg. You know what else I love? My mom. Mother's Day season is here, and that means it's 1-800-Flowers.com time. Ordering early means getting the best selection of bouquets that are guaranteed to show her she's loved. Right now at 1-800-Flowers, you can get 36 sorbet roses. That sounds good. For $36. These aren't your average roses either. I love these sorbet roses. You guys know me by now. I get it from my mom. I get it from my mother-in-law. I get it from my wife. No matter what they say, they love flowers. They love roses. I actually think they like the multicolored more than the red, but I think maybe for Valentine's Day, it's more of a red for your significant other. Anyway, so order 36 sorbet roses for $36 like I do every Valentine's Day, every Mother's Day. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click the radio icon, and enter code football. That's 1-800-Flowers.com. Code football. Hurry, this offer expires Friday. That's tomorrow.
Tux Takes.
Morning, Ross. Let's start with some of the actual rule changes in the NFL. They announced yesterday. What are they, and your thoughts?
No overtime in the preseason. That's awesome if you are a preseason broadcaster like I am. We don't need overtime in the preseason. I'm surprised it took them this long to get rid of that. One less guy in what they call, I don't know, the recovery zone or something. One less guy trying to recover an onside kick for the kickoff return team. They're not doing the 4th and 15 thing, which I think would be amazing. They're keeping the onside kick. So They're trying to make it a little bit easier to try to recover an onside kick. The replay official is going to be more involved, but still vague as to what exactly that means. And they're going to allow single digits for skill guys, which is pretty awesome. And we'll see some number changes. However, you got to buy out the entire inventory of your old jersey if you want to switch. However, I would think by the time you buy out the whole inventory and then switch, everybody's going to want to get your new one. I don't know. Somebody have to do the math on that one for me.
Tuck's Takes.
The NFL announced yesterday that they're going to announce the 2021 NFL regular season schedule on May 12th.
I might be the only person or one of the only people, Bri, in the galaxy that is like more interested in the preseason schedule because I want to see what Eagles games I'm calling when. I guess they're all coming out May 12th. Used to come out before the draft. Used to be a big deal. I think they've realized, though, there's enough like pre-draft buzz that doing it in mid-May, you know, it gives it another like turbo boost at that point on the calendar.
Tuck's Takes.
Any thoughts on Devontae Smith weighing 166 pounds, Zaven Collins weighing 270, or it being revealed that Justin Fields has had epileptic seizures in the past?
Well, I think Greg and I hit the Devontae Smith and Zaven Collins thing pretty much. I'm not overly concerned about either, but I do think it's fair to discuss it, and in particular to reach out to Zaven Collins or Tulsa and find out what he played at last year. As for Justin Fields, it obviously appears to be something that he's been able to manage and manage well. I actually like hearing these stories in the sense that it can really be inspirational to other people that have to deal with similar issues. So kudos to Justin Fields for revealing that. And I didn't realize this, but Hall of Famer Alan Faneca evidently, you know, had seizures and had to take medication to manage that. And he obviously had a ridiculous career.
Tuck's Takes.
Other news includes, and it says here, read all at once, Brian. So we will go and start with safety. TJ Ward retires. Wide receiver Antonio Brown settles lawsuit. Running back Bryce Love cut and unclaimed on waivers. Seahawks sign cornerback Pierre Desir, and the Niners sign Arden Key and Wayne Gallman.
TJ Ward had a nice career. It's interesting. It feels like TJ Ward was around forever. He played 8 years. And I guess it's natural. I always kind of relate to me playing 7. He started a lot more games, made a lot more money, whatever. But makes me feel good that it feels like TJ Ward was around forever, and I was almost around that long. Antonio Brown settling that lawsuit probably gives him a better chance to get signed by somebody now that at least that legal issue is not hanging over him anymore. The Bryce Love story, wow, did you hear that, Bri? That was not intentional. Did you get that?
Got it, yeah.
Like the Bryce Love story. No, the Bryce Love, story. It's not a love story. I think he's probably done. He was never able to recover from the torn ACL that he suffered at Stanford. You know, it's funny because, not funny, but the running back before him, Christian McCaffrey, was the first one to skip a bowl game, caught some flack for that. Bryce Love, objectively, from a business and financial decision, should have turned professional after the ridiculous 2,000-yard year or whatever he had. It's very rare that it makes sense to come back to school. I don't think it helped Travis Etienne at Clemson at all. I wish more guys, especially at running backs, would leave school early. Although I guess you could argue Najee Harris improved his draft stock. As for Desir, Arden Key, Wayne Gallman, these are teams that would like to go into the draft without feeling like they have to draft a player at a certain position. So Desir is a competent corner. He gives the Niners some depth as an edge rusher. Gallman gives them another runner that had a pretty good year, actually, for the Giants, filling in for Saquon Barkley. So all those things make sense, just like it makes sense for you to take the code Ross over to the DraftKings Sportsbook. I mean, the offer they have right now for UFC, are you kidding me? I mean, Masvidal, Usman, 26-1 odds. Just put a bet on either guy, 26-1 odds. So if you bet $5 on either fighter to win, you get $130. Just make sure you use the code Ross over at DraftKings Sportsbook. I love that because you might not be that into MMA, but it makes it a heck of a lot more interesting if you can win $130 after you put $5 down if your guy wins. Other than that, Bri, shout outs are in order. But of course, for all of our Patreon members, but especially Pizza Boy Brewing, delicious, Sporticulture, delicious, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. That'll do it for us for this week. However, you can listen to Fantasy Feast. Grant Barfield was amazing. Even Money. College Draft with Emery Hunt's Elite. Business of Sports. Andrew Brandt went over the Super League with Taylor Twellman. Check that out. And your boy, me. I'll be on the Dan Patrick Show tomorrow, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, guest hosting, if you want to see your buddy on a Meat Friday. I think we're done here. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, RossTucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
It's the
Howdy, DK Sim fam. How we feeling? It's Jason Rossi with my guy coming out from a little beyond the Midwest. I don't really know what to call Denver. I don't know what that area is actually called because I'm uneducated, not smart, but he's a fine-looking man covering the Denver Broncos, doing big things, got a new pod coming out. We're excited to have him here with us. It is at BK Denver Sports on Twitter. Brandon Cristal.
Hey, buddy. I don't. Some people will call this the Midwest. They're wrong. Southwest, kind of. Rocky Mountain region's the easiest, or out west, because
I like Rocky Mountain region.
Back in the day, when you were heading west, you certainly would factor Colorado in. I would think, as you were talking about heading west from somewhere in the east, typically the Northeast. You would think, right? If you're heading west, you may settle on the Centennial State. As I told my 14-year-old, I said, "Do you know why it's called the Centennial State?" And he said, "Because actually he wasn't sure." I go, "Well, because it's 100th state." And he goes, "Oh, okay." And then he had to think.
Yeah, I was going to say, wait a second. What are we, doubling up states these days? BK, pleasure to be with you. Is there really a reason it's called the Centennial State?
Well, it was founded in 1876, 100 years after America. So on the Centennial, they celebrated by founding this, the 38th of these 50 states.
Look at you. It's like a walking Wikipedia right there. Well, or sitting at this point. Yeah, we got ourselves a little matchup here with the Dolphins and the Panthers. Did you get a lineup in?
I did. And I don't say more importantly because this is important, but for those that'll be with us for the next contest, where Moose and I are notorious at not making contests. I made one yesterday, got 92 people in it, about
awesome
hour and a half before kickoff. I made it way earlier this morning. I'm hoping it'll fill up. It's called Herschel Walker's Revenge. So that's in there. But for this one, I captained DJ Moore, and then no quarterbacks. I went no quarterback play because I don't love either of these guys. I know Tua can put up points. 3 Panthers, 3 Dolphins, DJ Moore, Christian McCaffrey, you got to play him, obviously, and then Robbie Anderson, so going to try to stretch the field against 2 good corners, and then Matt Breida, Devontae Parker, and Sanders, the Miami kicker.
Like it. I'll always love a kicker involved. For me, the lineup, do I split? Nah, 2 Dolphins. So I went Samuel and the captain, McCaffrey, Ian Thomas, Robbie Anderson, Albert Wilson, and Devontae Parker coming out of the Dolphin side. Also did not play a quarterback here, feeling exactly the way you do.
Yeah, I just maybe it's because of my issues with Tua in real life. I shouldn't say issues, just concern that he's not better than a 5th overall pick should be. That he's never going to get there because it's a risk-taking issue, right? And if you're only wired a certain way, it's hard to rewire your brain. So between that and Teddy Bridgewater kind of being a similar type player, right? The guy that's his biggest year ever was last year with 15 touchdowns.
Yeah. Wait, is that true?
I think so, yeah. So it's hard to get excited.
Oh, man, that actually kind of bums me out. I've always liked Teddy Bridgewater, but I always hear the arguments of why he's not that guy, if you will. And that stat right there kind of proves it. As we take to the gridiron here, Dolphins with the ball to start. 9 yards on the opening play. Here's the fake handoff by Tua. The lefty throws, nice play, connecting down the sideline in the free showdown. Christian McCaffrey, no shock here, coming in at 82%. Breida 63%. Mike Gesicki 51%. DJ Moore at 40%, and Tua wrapping up the top 5 at 39%. See you guys there on YouTube and on Twitch. Appreciate all of you hanging out with us. It's a Feel Good Friday. How's your Friday going, BK? What's it been like so far today?
I had to get a little work stuff done, post a couple things online. I still got to finish my podcast, which is literally just texting my man Solomon Wilcott's, hoping to get a little Cincinnati talk because he's based in Cincy. Now he obviously does mostly national stuff between Sirius and other stuff. He's a big partner with Pro Football Focus. And he does come on with us on our afternoon show every week. He didn't this week because of Rockies baseball. And the only time he can talk to me is in about 27 minutes in the middle of this. So
bring him in.
And he offered to do it next week, but I'm doing a draft team every day, right, leading up to the 9th pick. So it just works out that when I started it on Monday, right, you do Jags, Jets, Niners, yesterday Falcons. Today I need to find somebody from the Bengals. We have the Bengals, too, on iHeartRadio, and I reached out to their program director at the station there. Didn't hear back, so I'll find some.
Come on, Friday program director.
I'll find somebody.
Let's call him out. What's his name? What's his social?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Actually, I think I know who you're talking about.
There's enough people that talk Bengals. I'm sure I can find.
Oh yeah, you'll get some of them. We can do it in 48-7. Come on, dude.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Make it happen. All right. Hope everyone on Simland's also doing well. I don't know if they're going through.
How's your Friday going?
Dude, it's great. Had a run during the last sim. It literally took up until you saw me come on here to do something, a little semi-emergency going on, but all's good.
Everything's okay? All right, good.
Oh yeah, not like a scary emergency, just attention emergency.
Okay, time sensitive.
There you go. A better way to put it. We have to use the word emergency because there's no other reason I should have left, so I have to say that.
Oh, that's why Christian was there solo?
Yeah, I literally was like, I have till this time. I had to jump in. I got the hot tag to come in for the 2 o'clock, so it came with a few Rossi restrictions, which I'm sure the DJs and fam loved. But obviously, big shout out to Christian. Here we go. Field goal, 55 yards. Will he hit it? Sanders. Oh, he looked still short. Nice try.
Well, too bad I could have used that. That probably would have propelled me to first place.
Would have, yeah. Not a lot of, just a couple catches spread around. Sicky with the nice one, but not even close there from Sanders. So Bridgewater and Co. will take over here. Bridgewater potentially on the move as of a week from today. Maybe? Question mark? Denver calling? I don't know.
Well, Jordan Payton talked about yesterday in his pre-draft press conference that the trade market is still a possibility. So until I'm told otherwise by people that I trust, it seems like the ball's in Teddy's court, that they'll literally trade him anywhere that somebody wants to offer a late-round pick. So it's on he and his representatives to figure out a deal and then kind of work with the Panthers to figure out how much of the money the Panthers are eating.
Yep.
But that I'm fairly certain Teddy's agent, Kennard McGuire, has the green light to try to get a deal done somewhere.
I'm so intrigued. I'm getting so excited. Knowing now we saw that the commissioner will be there. He's going to be dapping and hugging. He's double vaxxed up. He's got the Fauci ouchies within. So I don't know. Like, all the people at the draft, like, does that come out? Like, are all these? Like,
13 players are committed. Yeah. I got an email from the league earlier.
I saw that, and I'm assuming
did you see who those 13 guys were?
Yeah, they're all the big names.
Yeah, Mac Jones is one of them.
I'm sure that means he really expects that number 3. Let me ask you this, because I saw Trey Lance.
Well, I think people just want to be on TV with the, they want that moment on TV with the commish.
Yeah. Do you feel any of these guys could have a Brady Quinn, Aaron Rodgers, Johnny Manziel moment?
Let me look at the list. Here's the list. So I'll just run it down real quick.
Yeah.
Christian Barmore from Alabama, the big defensive tackle. Jamar Chase, Caleb Farley, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, Micah Parsons, Kyle Pitts, Greg Rousseau from Miami, Rashawn Slater, Devontae Smith, Pat Surtain, Jalen Waddle, Zach Wilson. So no.
Okay.
I do not think that. And then 45 players are doing virtual draft festivities where they'll be part of it as well.
Yep. 50,000 expected in Cleveland, outdoors, spread. Hopefully, hopefully this thing goes off without a hitch. We need it. We need that positivity, just like that pass into the end zone. DJ Moore, opening touchdown for the Carolina Panthers. Moore came in with that top 5 ownership. So here he is, captained. Thank you, producer Drew. 40%, captain in 6. Get in there. Got the Drew stack as our production crew. Ops, Frangelico, and Jared. Got a great crew here. BK, Jason Rossi with you. It's Friday. Crack a soda water. Enjoy your life. Wait, this is kind of funny. There's a couple people saying we should. James Farrell says Rossi and BK need to start a slow pitch softball beer league.
The problem is we don't live in the same place. I'm already on 2 or 3 teams.
A league? Like, we have to start a league?
That's a lot.
I was once part of a media league, like, commissionership. It was the worst thing I ever did.
I may be having to take over the one here in Colorado. The guy's been doing it 35 years. He hasn't even worked in media in like 8 or 10 because, or maybe 9. I'm just approximating.
It's a load, man. You know how busy you are on the fly.
Well, here's the thing is once you get the schedule set, yes, there's some reworking, but because we do it with the Denver City League, they're involved and, we have to involve them in the fields and the umps. They kind of handle all of that. So it's mostly about just managing, reworking the schedule because of weather.
Yeah. having to call like the team people, like when I just remember it being a headache. I don't remember all the issues. Weather was obviously number one, or field, like when the occasional time that like somebody else got a permit and like you have to call the city, like what happened here? Some soccer team. I'm sure it's a little different now, or hopefully. Did you play any cool parks, like in a cool location? Or is it just like standard?
No, it's just this big complex has 8 fields. And when I lived in New York, I played in Central Park, which was awesome. So.
All right, see, that's cool. Like in Boston, there's a couple fields like right off the river, the Charles River, and it's like one of the coolest fields. And that's like, I only would try to play in leagues that played there. But the thing that happened with leagues that I'm in, and I'm sure people across wherever sport you're playing, like you get promised, like, oh, you'll have X amount of games at that cool place. Like, oh, awesome. And then you find out you have like 1. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and in New York, I played at Riverside Park in one league when I worked at Sirius XM. That was cool. And one time in a flag football league in New York, we played the championship game up at West Point, not on the football field, but on the like lacrosse field, hockey field. It was really cool.
That is cool.
But Central Park, being able to go to Central Park every week to play softball, and then you walk to whatever bar, as a team, give or take, 5, 6, 7 guys. It was awesome.
That is cool. See, I like anything like that. Being
just
common,
just the
Central
fields
Park.
thrown down in urban areas. Is that Breida?
Oh, he's going to be a house
cut.
call. Wow, bad angle there to the house. Matt Breida. Long one. Yeah, dance it out, bud. Take a breath. You didn't think you were getting there. Neither did we.
Probably in first place now.
Long touchdown run there. So Dolphins match the opening score from the Panthers. Now we'll tie it up 7-7 unless they do something wacky like go for 2, where we see the first ever blocked extra point.
I'm in really good shape. My captain DJ Moore scored, and then now Breida scores. I know I'm in 45th, but I got to be climbing up here quickly, I would think.
Let's see. Frangelico and Jared on the case for you. Our guy, Getter Boy, I think I'm saying that right, says Mortal Kombat, awesome movie. Are you interested?
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
It's not number 1 on my list right now, only because I got to get through 3 Best Picture movies before Sunday.
What do you got left?
Sound of Metal, The Father, and Mank.
I feel like this Oscars is like you just said 3 movies I never even heard. Now I'm an Oscar guy myself, but I never heard of these. Like there was no hype before. Like if you don't, I was joking. This is absolutely a joke. But if you don't win the Oscar this year, you're not winning one. That's what I've said to people. That you need to you got to capture it after a year where there's like so many movies not released. Yeah, Mortal Kombat obviously definitely not going to be nominated next year, but
no. But look, I understand people think HBO and Time Warner may have jumped the shark a little, or jumped the gun a little, rather, with saying, hey, everything's coming on HBO Max. But as more people are getting vaccinated, I still don't know how. I mean, I am a movie guy, right? And had the AMC movie pass that I need to check if I'm still paying for. I think it went on hold. I know they started charging me again, but I've not been in a movie theater, and that's not true. My sister-in-law rented out a movie theater, bought all 20 tickets or whatever for a birthday party for a little kid. So I saw The Croods, but I haven't gone to the movies for real. I'm definitely planning on doing it for Fast and the Furious. But in general, I was getting all that to say, I don't know anybody that's gone to the movies other than one coworker who takes his boys in the afternoon, and they'll go to the theater, and he's like, there's usually 2 other people there max. And so he's like, we don't feel that nervous or whatever. But in general, I think that they did the right thing. I mean, I don't know the financial implications of it, but I got to think that HBO Max subscriptions went up because of all these movies that were dropped on it, and it probably is negligible, the difference in the cost that the studio lost. Because I think I saw it in like the Hollywood Reporter somewhere where somebody said they jumped the gun by doing that, or that they wish they wouldn't have done it. I don't know what the future of American movie theaters is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's always going to be the multiplex, or if it makes more sense to just be 2 big screens and that's it, so that only big movies is a big sack there for the Dolphins. But I don't know if art house, like you go to art house movies because you can't see them anywhere else, right? But now that everything's streamed one way or another, you don't need to be on the biggest screen, or even, a 10-foot screen to see most of these Best Picture movies. Mank is Gary Oldman playing the guy who wrote Citizen Kane. That doesn't look the same as Transformers or Fast and the Furious. Those movies, Marvel movies, you want to see on the big screen.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it'll look
I think
like.
there's enough of an audience that just like I was telling my wife the other day, and it was a rainy day in Boston. Like, this is when I miss going to the movies. I miss that, like, nothing else going on.
Yeah.
Let's just go see a movie. Like, even if you don't know it, I think that, like, I used to have the most fun experiences. Just like, it's 7:30. We were thinking about doing one thing. No, not going to do it. Or had Red Sox tickets or wherever it rained out. Let's go to the theater near the park and, like, just see a movie. I'm such a movie goer, but I do understand the comfort of sitting in your butt and getting more return on investment for those big TVs.
Yeah, exactly. And look, TVs are getting bigger, nicer, and in some ways cheaper. I mean, right? Look at what every time I walk into a store, and I'm like, a 65-inch TV costs $699.
Oh, dude, I saw my
Or
wife.
what? You know, and I'm generalizing, but it's every time.
Dude, Walmart. I have no idea what the brand was. Like, it was like Cristal TV, but
Yeah.
I saw it was like $350 for a 70-inch television. I'm like, this is like, I should just buy it. Like, I have no reason to buy it.
Yeah.
But I just should get it because it was just like one of the rollback ridiculous price TVs. But you're right. It's just that's where we're at now.
You know, I was in a Best Buy a couple weeks ago. I'm constantly looking for the dual charger for PlayStation controllers, and they get like 2 a week and they're gone. So I just keep randomly stopping by Best Buy because, like, no, we get them. I'm like, okay. Like, well, we don't know when and we don't know the day of the week, so whatever. But I was just kind of walking through the TV section, and even the very nicest ones, right? Whatever Sony's top line is, and Samsung and LG, you know, with the OLED and QLED and all the 4K and maybe 8K, they're still only like $2 or $3 grand now. Like,
yeah,
there might have been one $4,000 TV, and I know that's obviously a lot of money, but the value you could get between $800 and $1,500 if you've got the extra cash and want to get a crazy nice TV is unbelievable.
It's true. I'm with you. I don't know. I also see our guy Boy over here on Twitch says he bought a Q90 75-inch TV 2K. That's a good price right there.
Yeah.
Percy wants to know if you got a PS5.
I do. Total dumb luck. A friend was bored. A friend who does not need the money, who played professional sports for a long time, was bored and posted on social media that he was selling them. And so he was buying them at retail, selling them for like $200 over. And none of it made sense. And then, so I bought it for like $40 more than he'd been paying for it, and obviously paid for shipping. So all told, I was in for probably an extra $100. But
whatever, you got it.
Yeah. Well, actually, it was a Christmas present from my mom to me and the 14-year-old, who doesn't get to play it as much as he should, but then he, of course, sneaks away to find the controllers and plays hours upon hours.
I'm waiting for those days.
If he would just finish his homework, then I wouldn't care at all. You know, his mom cares, but I was like, if I had the newest thing, Sega Genesis, whatever it was, like,
oh yeah,
I'm playing it, but I would get my homework done.
Are you kidding me? You know how many times I wanted to get back to Sonic 2 and I was told no, you got to
Of
finish your
course.
math homework. Come on, I was
Well,
hard.
and then I took the little one. We went to get Chick-fil-A, and he's like, "Can I have one of the controllers?" Because he's been homesick, and he's like, "Can I have one of the controllers? I'm gonna be so bored." I get home and my wife has just got done fighting with him because he had 5 assignments he just wasn't doing. It's like, dude, come on.
It's yeah, just give me something here. By the way, Percy's telling you to add him. It's Percy222 over on PlayStation.
Yeah, I'm just not playing anything online. I will, Percy, when I just kind of play. Yeah, I play
Remind him, Percy.
Madden. I want to get the new baseball game.
Yeah, the
But I
show.
just play the computer. I'll play against him, and I'm fine.
Yep. Turtles, I feel you on this one. Turtle says, when flat screens came out, I shelled out $1,300 for a
Sure.
32-inch Westinghouse. Yes.
I've got $1,000. Is it an LG? I think it's an LG that's at now my brother-in-law's. $1,000 42-inch that was full 1080p, and it was like a sale. It was like, not President's Day, like Memorial Day, Labor Day sale, and it was like, I felt like I was king of the world.
Yep. I've been there.
These 4 43-inch TVs behind me that are Samsungs, Black Friday, they were each $2.25. Like, how crazy is that?
I've told this story on here once before, but I was once, living in the media world, and when I had like a promise project with a projected amount of money. So I said, oh, I'm going to spend that money before I get it. And it was in, I want to say like 06. and I bought an LG flat screen, maybe 40-inch for like well over $2,000. And then, of course, the projected project was canceled. The client pulled out, and that's
and
how
you're
the
eating
cost-
ramen to offset
seriously.
to offset the cost.
I was living at home at the time, and I remember just the embarrassment on my face when I had to tell my parents that, my dad was like, "You sure you don't want to wait till like the project starts?" I'm like, "No, it's a guarantee."
Must be says that's one count of purchasing stolen goods. No, it was sent in the Walmart box with the receipt from Walmart. Like, he's literally just buying them online and selling them for a couple bucks. It makes no sense. But I do not believe it was a stolen good based on everything that was sent to me.
Well, hey, again, whatever. You got it either way.
We got it
Wasn't
either
your
way.
call. Wasn't your
No.
call. Look at this. We love to see you guys all out here. Great crew here with us today. Love to see you guys over on YouTube. Twitch fam always there. Look at this Ghost telling people how to get subscribed. Yeah, VPNs are huge these days. You can get, different access, different countries, Netflix and stuff like that. There's a pass from Tua across the middle. Gets it. Just cracking in here in the second quarter. Nick Cristal, Jason Rossi with you. I mean, oh, look at this, people. Look at it. You drop your PS name piercing now. People are going to friend you.
There you go. Good job.
Yeah.
Other people, I just don't have. It's not that I really don't have the time. It's not that I don't want to. And then every time I feel like I play a friend online, I get beat because they play way more online. I'm like, you know what? I'll play the computer. It'll pass my 45 minutes, hour, and I'll be fine. There's a touchdown to Jakeem Grant.
I was thinking about him. He scored recently when I had a game, but I went with Albert Wilson, who has occasionally had monster games. Not feeling good about it now, but nonetheless, there's a touchdown. Tua, the strike, his first touchdown pass will be 14-7. If you're just joining us, it was a Breida long touchdown on the first drive, or the first score for the Dolphins. The first score for Carolina was DJ Moore from Teddy Bridgewater. So there you are. You're all caught up. And there was Jakeem Grant. Freak, we see you, bud. Amazing energy in the sim. Smash that like. Appreciate the plug. Please do. Send the positive vibes throughout this world. Could use it.
So the program director from Cincy got back to me. Ooh. And the funny thing is, so there's a couple podcast networks out there. One called Locked On that David Locke, who is the voice of the Jazz, started. And there's Locked On every team you can think of. Locked On Patriots, Locked On Broncos, Locked On Bengals. So he's got them for, I think, every sport. And he got them locked on the NFL. And so I could reach out to him. But then I have my buddy Braun, who's Arthur Smith's brother-in-law, the owner of the Braun was a pro surfer. Braun's like kind of the most interesting man in the world. And, his wife is one of Fred Smith's 10 kids. So heir to FedEx, whatever. But so Braun has the Believe podcast network, which is Believe in Patriots, Believe in Broncos, Believe in Bengals. And so he helped me get this guy on from the Jags. And the thing about those podcasts is, for the most part, it's people you haven't heard of. But then I was looking at Believe in Niners, and it was Eric Davis, a 10-year former All-Pro corner. So I got Eric Davis on because it was awesome. So I didn't want to bother Braun again, or him and actually his PR or whatever the guy is, his operations guy, just because I didn't want to. They don't mind it; they're happy to have the pub. But I felt like I've got access to all the contacts as far as people cover teams. So when the guy from Cincy hits me back, I think they only have 2 live shows, and it's only 2 hosts. So it's not the biggest staff in the world. A lot of ESPN programming, and they carry the games. But he writes me back, "Hey, sorry, I missed your window." I'm like, "Oh, I just need somebody to talk to in between," and I gave him the time in between our 2 sims here, or my 2 sims. And he goes, "Well, here, try this guy, James." And it's the same. It's the guy from the Believe in Bengals podcast network that, had I have asked them, this
would have just avoided all this time.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But
do you know
instead,
who does it for the Bengals there?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it on Twitter. Someone named Jake_NFL, whose Twitter handle doesn't exist, and this guy James Rapien, and that's who the PD suggested. Was James Rapien. So now I was Rapien or Rapien, Rapien. Giving him plenty of plug. If anybody wants to find out what's going on with the Bengals.
Yeah. Rapien, Rap Sheet. That's who I heard. Ian Rappaport.
Yeah, exactly.
There's another catch here. First down now for the Carolina Panthers. Obi, I got to give my guy Obi-Wan a shout out. Had no idea your name because everyone was talking about you in the last game. Now I see your actual name. I thought you were Obi-Wan on Twitch, but I see you. Hope you're doing well, my man. Always appreciate you being in the chat. Appreciate your love, support. fuels me every day, just like my water, which I'm out of. Here's Bridgewater. Nice connection snap. Over 2. Is that McCaffrey coming out of the backfield? Couldn't quite catch a number. No, Robbie Anderson. McCaffrey, very slow. Again, he's kind of... I feel like this has become a little bit of a trend with McCaffrey. I'm in 92nd out of 93. I made this very late as well. McCaffrey so far, just 6 rushing yards. Just looking at his last... No, he had 30 in the last game. Still averaging double digits. He'll get there. Speak of the devil. There he's on the catch. Shay says Bohemian Rhapsody? I think so. That's who he's calling. It's going to be on the pod, baby.
That'd be great.
Thomas Please says CEH. Seeing you bounce between the two. I love to see it. Noah, see you. Mike Bizzle. Low Cow Central. Or Lol Cow, if you will. Tom Cruise. Rossi is the king of positivity. I don't know if I'm the king. I just spread the best I can, man. It's very easy to get dragged down. Try to keep it up. There's a pass into the end zone. Touchdown, second score.
Oh, look at my captain.
Game, yeah. BK nailed it. It's not one of his fake lineups. It's a real one. DJ
Real lineup.
Moore. Second score, strike from Teddy Bridgewater. There you go. Get it in there. Andrew says manager of positivity. Mid-level executive of positivity. I go more manager. Or maybe even like assistant to the manager. Like Dwight
Assistant
Schrute.
to the regional manager.
Exactly.
I watched like 6 episodes of The Office last week, and as we were watching, my wife admitted that she'd only seen a handful, because I never know who or what she's seen before we were together. Like,
sure.
Has she seen every episode of Seinfeld or Friends? You know, she's 5 years younger than me. She's more normal than I am, so.
That's relative.
Yeah.
Well, it is funny you say that, because obviously I just started watching The Office during the lockdown.
Oh, so you didn't watch it first time around either?
No, and I missed all these jokes, all these GIFs or GIFs, whatever you want to call them, on Twitter. And
I think they're
the internet.
GIFs. I mean, we need to ask Bill
GIF.
Gates, because he invented it. But
I'm going to ask Al Gore's wife there. Is it Tipper Gore? Didn't they create the internet? But yeah, like
I don't think Tipper created it. I think Al created it. He said he did.
He said a lot of things. I bet you know what? Whatever. Let's give him the credit. If you're the first one to do it, go for it. But yeah, I just believe that, watching it for the first time now, I was like, whoa. First off, total miss on my part. And second of all, it also when it switched over to Peacock, which I have Peacock, I just haven't watched it on there yet because it's on Comedy Central.
But it's with commercials? Yeah, I was watching on Comedy Central last week, but is it with commercials, or do you just fly through it? Or do you get paid because of wrestling?
Yeah, dude. I said, I have no time. I was talking with Moose about this. I have no time for commercial. If I'm paying money for a service, I get television. It's different. And I'm a big ad guy too. Like I like ads, but I'm sorry. I know it's a kind of sounds contradictory, but like if I'm watching TV, so I have YouTube TV.
Okay.
I totally understand advertising and I'm all about it. But when I'm watching a streaming service and I'm paying a little bit more for that specific outlet, I don't want the commercials.
Well, here's the thing. At some point, it's like, are you really buying every single streaming service? And because I have DirecTV, I get lots of the channel, the network's apps for free, except for Paramount Plus now, or CBS. But ABC, ESPN, you get as part of your subscription, Fox Sports, Watch NBC, which I think is going away to Peacock, but forever. So I've been able to watch like Premier League and golf tournaments and stuff. And so it's like, okay, because I'm paying so much for DirecTV beyond the Netflix and the Disney, Hulu, ESPN Plus bundle, it feels like enough because of HBO Max and all that.
Yeah.
So I signed up for Peacock to start watching Dan Patrick's show, and I haven't even thought about paying the $4.99 because there's nothing on there that I'm dying to see other than Yellowstone.
Yep.
And the Paramount Network ran a marathon, so I recorded all 29 episodes. I just haven't watched them yet. But in general, I'm curious if with the free Peacock, and so you can't answer this, can you just watch The Office? I imagine that it has commercials.
There's tons of commercials. When it first launched, because me and Babysitter Billy with some of the podcasting stuff we do on the Pop Culture Pile Driver will cover some stuff that were on there. And we once tried it to watch the first episode of The Office since we missed because we were doing recaps of each season. And it was literally like a 40-minute experience for like a 24-minute show. So I was like, this is not good. That was early. And I know they updated things and there's been some like you can read blog posts and I don't think they officially ever tweeted about it, but yeah, it was tough. Because like Hulu, like I can't. I'm premium or not. Like I'm paying for it because I don't know what it is. When I click on a streaming thing to watch something, I don't want the commercial. My habits have changed.
I remember when we got that Disney Plus bundle with Hulu, and I think first thing my wife wanted to watch was Handmaid's Tale. Yep. And so she puts it on, and she's like grabbing the remote, trying to fast forward, and it's not letting her. And she's like, how much is it for the upgrade? I'm like, I think it's like another $8 a month. She's like,
come on, it's worth it. It's worth it.
Fine.
If it's
so much of it to me is fundamental, because when you add it up, even whatever the difference is, because what's Peacock, $5 a month, $4.99?
I think $4.99 is still not the premium. I think that's a second.
Okay, so what's the premium?
Let's just, for argument's sake, I know it's under 10, but I'm just gonna say
we'll call it 10. So $120. Like even if you were to get every single streaming service, if you didn't have a cable provider, or even like I got my DirecTV bill under 100 right now for now. We'll see how long that lasts, or right around 100. You can probably swing it. I mean, I'm not trying to spend anyone else's money, but you cut out a dinner here, a night out here and there, which obviously in the pandemic, lots of people have.
It's a good point. And like also, here's what I say. What's the one thing we can't get more of, BK? As people, what is the one thing?
Time. It's the most valuable commodity.
And there it is. If I have to pay $10 a month and get a few more minutes of time, I'm in. That's the way I looked at it. Take it for what you're worth. What it's worth. And I take, if I can get a few more dollars, I'm all in. Here we go with a 4th and 20. Gonna punt this ball off. We'll see what the Dolphins can do. Tied up with 46 seconds remaining in the half. People hating on one of my tweets in a private group. I don't know what's going on. I don't know.
Private group?
Yeah, like I have Twitter groups. I don't know what that Messenger, whatever you call that. I just love when something is you tweet something and then a bunch of people just be like picking on you, but they don't tweet that stuff. So the engagement, man, hit that engagement. People are a bunch of cowards. Call me out on a tweet. Come on. I got plenty of crap out there. Yeah, a lot of people saying, and this is one of my friends said this earlier, like Verizon and I believe Xfinity, they include some packaging.
Yeah, we haven't figured that out yet. I think Verizon owes us something, Disney Plus, but I don't know. It's for 6 months, and I think we're already almost at 6 months. But yeah, AT&T is the same parent company with HBO Max, so.
It's, to me, I always joke because people say things are free, but I'm like, it's quote unquote free. You're still paying for something. It's included. I like that. Here we are at the half. This game's all knotted up at 14s. Brandon Cristal at BK Denver Sports. He's going to be hot on the Cincinnati Trail. Next,
I got it. Well, my guy got back to me. He says he's going to be in the car, but I was like, it's fine. It's a podcast, dude.
Who cares?
It's 8 minutes.
All right. So,
just give me a little Bengals insight. No, I already have another interview that's part of it.
Digestible. I like it.
Sure. No, my Broncos Daily podcast, if it's ever more than a half hour, it's because I have had a couple good interviews or something, or it's the day after a Broncos game, Yeah. Otherwise, it's 20 to 30 minutes is fine.
Love it. You know what? You want it digestible. You want people to be able to come in and come out as they want and want more. Leave them wanting more. Like Matt Breida has so far. 69 yards on the ground, 5 carries, got the tud. And Christian McCaffrey, 6 carries, 15 yards.
Not a great average.
No, he'll get there. I still have a feeling he'll get there, but man, that's a tough start. DJ Moore, on the other hand, your guy, 4 grabs, 2 of those for touchdowns, 60 yards in total. Jaheim, 3 grabs, 1 of those for a tud.
Yeah, but the problem is I have Christian in my lineup, and he's obviously not doing anything, so I'm sitting in 27th when I should be in first.
There you go.
Christian would have come to play like he's supposed to.
We'll see. Giving you the second half. Must be a big believer in yours. Is BK the best host in the sim? So congrats. He's congratulating you on becoming his favorite host.
Well, I
give you a
appreciate
trophy.
it. I don't know if I've already got my man sending me a bat, Justin Cravens.
Oh yeah, love that.
He's sending me a playable softball bat. The problem is all the leagues that I'm in, you have to have these stamps, like these certified stamps. He's like, I couldn't get any stamps. I was like, well, so I think it's a batting practice bat. the batting cage. But I'm excited to have it for sure.
Yeah, Justin Craven's big shout to him. Love,
But
what
I
he
appreciate
does.
that. Must be. Thanks for the love.
Yeah, always. Yeah, send it out. Listen, like I said, I don't care if I'm your favorite, your least favorite. We just appreciate you being here. But I always give a shout to when the guys are here and make them feel better, or you could
make them
be on
feel
the hate
worse.
for- Yeah,
Good.
it's all good. Listen, I get absolutely murdered at times, and that's all good with me.
Are there 17 of us? Does that sound right? Or is that an
No,
exaggerated,
I think
exaggerated
there's
number?
less.
Here, I'll give you, because I have it right here in front of me. So
What do you
obviously, producer Drew could do it because he's the one that does. But here you go. Emerson, Koff, Glash, Billy, who obviously is kind of few and far between.
Yeah, we'll
Reed isn't super active with the streams because he got too much other going on. Jeff, Moose, obviously, same person. Zach, who I've never worked with. Lamarca, Kenny, Rossi, is you, Christian, myself, and Tommy Freeze Pops.
So that's 13.
Yeah.
So
And
we can take
it's
Billy.
it's more like 11.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 11. And you kind of split some people for consistency levels. Yeah, like around 11 on average.
Yeah, 10, 11. So if you can make it into the top 10, you're doing good. So I look at it. If you're not anybody's top 10, I mean, I guess you really just want to stay in the bosses and Drew's top 10, but
That's true. Listen, like I said to people, whether this gets me placed or doesn't, I'm just gonna be me. Whatever. You like it, it's great. You don't, no big deal. Can't change who I am. Can't change my voice. Can't change my face. Unless we do like a face off, I can just get all like whose face? I'll
face off machine.
Just me and like Reed. Just get Reed's face on my short, stout body. Just ruin it. Kaufman clearly has the best voice for Madden streams, says W. German. I don't know if that's a compliment to him, so it's very nice that you said that, but I think if he read that,
It's weird that it's weird that it's qualified at Madden streams.
that's
Like,
what I meant. Good stuff. But yeah, and Drew saying his list is very fluid. Oh, yes, Drew, it's got to be.
His top 10.
It's got to be very fluid. As Madison once said to me, she goes, you could be number one day, a text message or a request goes the wrong way, you're out. I say, hey, man, that's the breaks. Just like when I was saying, heavy is the head, that way is the crown.
Well, look, without letting people too far behind the curtain,
Yeah.
3 of our hosts work for DraftKings as full-time employees. So you're going to, unless they're on vacation, see those 3 guys more. Yeah, you're going to see Emerson, Koff, and Glash more.
Sure. But I know Emerson is the highest paid. I don't know where that thing started, but I always love when people say he's the highest paid DraftKings employee, which I don't know if it's that.
I would guess that's probably not true because whoever owns the company, unless they're
Sure.
on employees or people
they
that
don't
got it
pay
on
themselves.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, but those are like the guys that started with DraftKings way before there was a Dream Stream.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, obviously those guys kind of run the show, and then we were fortunate enough to come on in.
Yeah, and certainly happy to be here. But the rest of us do about a half dozen, give or take.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. House calls. This is my guy DJ again?
All the way. It is. Oh, no. Yes, it is. The trifecta. Hat trick.
This is back-to-back. So last night, I didn't play Deshaun Jackson. I between he and Miles Sanders, I went Sanders. It was terrible. Deshaun Jackson went nuts and had 3 touchdowns. So now in back-to-back sims, I've had
the hat trick, and we are far from over. The hats are being
double it.
tossed
That's
here.
6.
Oh, I would love it. I don't know if there's been more than 4 in a game. I don't know if that would be true.
The actual Bundy. I've never actually seen one of those.
Oh,
But there's so much time left.
Dude, this is a long way to go here in Simland. We might see it. We might get. I want to see 5. Let's go, DJ Moore. You're killing me in my lineup, but hey, you're probably making a lot of people money right now.
Oh, but so what I was saying about announcers, right? So we all do about a half dozen, give or take.
Sure.
Right. And maybe a little more. And there's certain weeks, where I've done 8 here and there or 7. But like next week, I've got draft coverage Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I just had to let Drew know. I think I might be doing one Thursday morning, I think. But otherwise, it's like I just can't. I just don't. Yeah. I got too much going on. And look, we all have other jobs. We have other stuff going on. So you try to make yourself available and try to do this because it's fun to hang out with the DK Sim fam and talk to our fellow announcers and just kind of catch up.
Yeah,
talk about what's going on.
That's why I always tell people this isn't a job necessarily. It's just something that is, it's a fun thing we get to do, and a very lucky and fortunate, and we get to be a part of something, which is always fun. Like that's the thing I like. It's an experience. And yeah, like I said, you got like-minded people in the industry that are fun to catch up with.
It's not about like-minded, but we all like sports. I mean, I like pizza.
You trying to say you're not like LaMarca, or you and Kenny aren't like the same mind?
No, it's fine.
Must be says Rossi. What did I do? I don't know why you're justifying who you like. I don't care. He just says, Rossi, it was the Tomlin comment, also your RG3, Sam Bradford, and Cam hate. First of all, I just want to clarify one thing for always.
You hate the Steelers?
No, well, I don't like the Steelers. And my thing was I was hot on Tomlin getting a 3-year extension. I thought that was a bad call. That's just me. I don't hate anybody.
Wait a second. Okay, because I heard somebody else say this.
Yeah.
The guy's never been under 500, and he's only been 500 3 times. He's been over 500 every other year.
Yeah.
In 14 seasons. So what else does he need to do?
What does he need to do? He needs to win in the playoffs.
But he's in the playoffs almost every year. 10 wins, 11 wins.
Yeah, that's fine. That's great. He's a great regular season. Coaches him up. The team is kind of falling apart around him. This is the two sides, right? Here's my two things. I'll make it quick because DK Simfam already ate me in the last stint. I believe he has reached his peak with that organization. I don't think he's getting better. And I think they're about to make there's going to be a lot of flux in the future. So I thought, hey, this is a good time for them to move on from after this last year kind of fall apart at the end. But and also 2 years ago, and I always give a caveat, 2 years ago, he also coached up a team that had no business winning the games they did and would have been a playoff seed with the extra seed. I think they should have moved on. We could have got people switched around. You know, he's definitely a head coach. He still deserves to be a head coach in this league. Just thought him and the Steelers reached their max capacity. He hasn't been to an AFC title game 5 years. He's got an elite quarterback overall and just hasn't worked. Defense has always been consistently good. Now currently great. So that's it. That was my reason.
Can you make the case that he has a lot to do with a lot of those things, though?
On which side? Both sides. Oh yeah, he gets as much credit as I give him criticism. It's coaches and quarterbacks, I think, get too much of both. But I look at this team's average performance over the last decade realistically, and where else are we going? I think we've seen everything we could see out of Mike Tomlin with the Steelers.
I think with Big Ben at quarterback, but I think they like the stability. They like his approach to running their organization. We know the Rooneys obviously aren't hasty in their decision-making. When he coaches the final 3 years of this deal, they'll have had 3 coaches in 55 years. So
I think that's amazing, but
if he wasn't right, they would move on from him. That should have been picked off.
Should have been.
So
I agree with you. And by the way, I just need to give a shout out.
Just stop there. You agree with me, and then let's move on.
No, because I agree with what you're saying. I agree with the sentiment. I just believe watching this team over the last decade specifically, they have not been where they probably should have gone, especially with the talent that they've had. And I just thought this was a good chance for them to say, thank you, Mike. Complete failure at the second half of this season. We got to make a move. But they instead, or like my real opinion on it is, that's all Tuck rule. My real opinion is I just was shocked they gave him a 3-year extension. But again, very few coaches go into contract years.
Yeah, and just move on from him.
Or they like that, or they just you're fired.
Or they keep extending you. Right, that's what I'm saying. They move on from you, or they extend you.
Yeah, it's fascinating. When I saw that, just especially before the draft, I was like, whoa, boy, yowza.
But look how long Kevin Colbert's had that job too. He's been the GM for 20 years.
I think he's done a great job as a GM. I think the coach could use a step up. That's just my opinion on it.
So that was obviously the silliest reason. Mustbe's the one that pointed that out to me.
Yeah, because he knows it gets me.
And then what else?
Crazy this week.
Oh, what was your RG3 Sam Bradford?
Oh, take? I don't believe I actually said this. The first one I'll just cover. Cam Newton hate. I do not hate Cam Newton. I do not have hate in my body, on my mind. It's just not allowed. The RG3 Bradford thing, I'm assuming and I still stand by this. I believe I said that because Bradford was like, I don't actually even know anymore, but I was a big Bradford guy and said that they were both like great players that like failed out. Like it's just injuries, but did not meet their draft positions. I think that's it was a long time ago. Mustbe holds on to my takes. But Brian C says, I think there's like 6 Browns fans. No, Rossi? I don't know what you mean by that, but no one likes the Browns. No, I'm not a Browns fan necessarily. I was happy to see the win last year, but I'm technically a Patriots fan.
That's why you hate Cam, which brings us to his third point.
I do not hate Cam. I don't want Cam Newton to be the Patriots quarterback, I said, and I think people thought I meant like I hate him.
Here's why you can't call Mike Tomlin the Tony Romo or Andy Dalton of coaches. He won a ring. He has a Super Bowl championship.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
That's fine.
Mike McCarthy had a ring, and he got canned after being pretty good for the Packers. I understand it's different, but that's how I look at those guys as similar in that sense. And I thought the Packers made a call to make that adjustment, and look what happened. They then, something triggered off, and they've been to 2 straight NFC title games. Probably should have won both, but they didn't, but they got there. I just think the Steelers, maybe there's something that could be unlocked with a different coach.
All right.
Here it is. Look at that. We've come to a disagreement ending. I love it.
Well, I just don't want to waste anyone else's time with your silly take.
But again, like I say to people, I'm not sitting on this like hill like I'm going to die, and this is just what I believe from watching. A lot of code, but I also
Mike Bizzle says, dude, it was a long time ago, starring JR and BK.
It was. I'll drive.
Bradford pulled the biggest heist of any NFL player ever. Look at the with his glass body. Well, he took the Vikings to the playoffs.
Listen, did he?
Yeah,
no, he did. No,
didn't he when he came over from the Bridgewater trade?
No, I think he just played like that, like 1 or 2 games and then was hurt. Pretty sure. I still think Bradford, I think going back to when.
Are we sure?
Bradford, I'm pretty sure.
They traded for him and he didn't go to the playoffs. Maybe, why would I make that up? That's probably true. That I made it up.
I don't think he made it up. He just believed it.
They traded him out when Teddy Bridgewater's knee exploded.
Yep, and then I think he won the first game, and he was awesome. Second game got hurt, and then we never heard from him again.
Oh, this says he started 15 games and went 7-8. Then the next year he went 2-0.
Oh, yeah, that's when he got hurt, and he looked.
So he went
so
7-8. That is not the playoffs.
Okay.
20 touchdowns, 5 picks though. 3,800 yards. Seems like that isn't necessarily his fault then.
No, that Vikings team was pretty bad too. That was the year after the play, like you mentioned, with Bridgewater and that playoff game with a mixed extra point, was it, or field goal in the outdoor stadium? Still embarrassing.
Yeah, at the U. I actually worked a game there for Westwood One. Packers, Vikes did not have the same. I don't know.
You didn't like it? Yeah.
It was fine. It was weird being at an NFL game in a college stadium.
Let's see. Orlando Hewitt says Harbaugh has less division titles and 1 Super Bowl. You not calling for his job. Wonder why. Orlando, you want to bring up Harbaugh? That dude should have been fired 2 years ago. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I've never been a fan of Harbaugh's personally. I think he was.
He also wins too much?
No, he was. I'll say it. The one thing I just think 2 years. I think it was 2 years ago. I thought that. And listen, Orlando, I don't know where you're going with what you're saying there. Don't like that, and definitely don't do that. And second of all, Harbaugh to me, again, may have reached the apex of that coaching.
Well, you see what they've done, bringing in Greg Roman and reworking their offense to cater to Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that's why I think he's obviously still there. It's good. Orlando, here we go again. He says Pete Carroll, less division titles, 1 Super Bowl, not calling for his job. I don't think that he's coaches. Listen,
He also has Russell Wilson.
Well, that's a big point. And Orlando, I'll just make this very clear. I don't think he should be fired and never be a coach, Mike Tomlin. I think the Steelers should have moved on. Mike Tomlin should be a head coach in this league.
I guess I'm confused. What's the take that Bradford and RG3 are busts? Like, I don't think that's blowing anybody's mind away.
I don't remember exactly. Okay, here we go. It must be BK. Rossi said that RG3 was a flash in the pan. I'm right. And then he said Bradford was great, but injuries ruined it. Also, I'm right.
Well, I think the RG3 thing also may have been injury related.
I'm not denying it. I'm not. I agree with you, but he never got like anywhere back. I mean, you could say injuries, you can, but again, I'll stand by that. I don't even remember saying it specifically, but you would remember better than I would.
I'm not that much older than you, but
no, I mean Must Be would remember because he must have heard me say it.
Gotcha. Well, I see why you're maybe not even in his top 10 right now.
Oh, I'm dropping by the moment. Listen, here's what I'll say about you fickle DK SimFan members. If I just say nice things and don't have a take, if I Adam Kaufman this thing, you'll love me. As soon as I say something that maybe you disagree with, that's part of conversation. That's the fun of it. You guys.
What do you mean if you Adam Kaufman, they'll love you?
Well, because listen, we always joke with Kaufman. He actually hasn't been bad. My big criticism when I first started was Glash. Glash I used to call vanilla ice cream because he would never have a take. He would just tell you things, and I was like, dude. But now he's like hot take Charlie over there, and I like it. Having an opinion is a very powerful thing. Just don't be mean about it. And I hope I'm not being that way.
No, you're not. You're just being wrong, but that's okay.
That's a matter of opinion, BK. That's a matter of a GD opinion. Oh, I love to see it. All right, we're a little 10 minutes to 5 o'clock. Happy hour here in the East Coast. Hope you're doing well wherever you're watching us. It is 21-14. The story of this one is our guy BK's captain, DJ Moore. He's got
What place I'm in.
I'm guessing first. I don't know for sure. Not one, not two, but 3 touchdowns. Bridgewater connected with him 3 times.
13th,
so far.
dude. Lucky 13. I'm still.
Love it.
I'm guessing everybody in front of me also has. No, Breida, the captain here. DJ Moore has 56 points in the captain. 56.4.
That's going to skew a lot of future picks for me. But Tua with the 1 touchdown, he connected with Shaheem Grant. 100 yards for Breida. Hit that bony, baby. 1 touchdown for him. McCaffrey still 9 for 26. Up a touch. We'll see. Maybe he can get this thing going. But yeah, Breida, don't lose any yards. Must be says Kaufman is awesome. He lives in the chat. Have you heard from him today, Must be? Have you heard from him? He'll be in later. He'll come popping in.
He'll come live in the chat later.
Yeah, when he needs you. No, I'm just kidding. Listen,
I'm sure his wife and kids would love to see him, but maybe not.
Hey, honey, I'll be back. I got to go in the chat.
I gotta see what's up in the chat.
DJ Moore, also the bonus, along with those 3 touchdowns, 116, just 5 catches, BK. 3 of those for touchdowns. I like those odds.
Yeah, every time he catches it, just about every other time he scores.
Yeah. So maybe we can make it 4 for 6. Let's keep it going. A lot of people commenting here. Dom, I'm probably going to start with a positive. I don't know for sure. He says, I agree with you, Rossi. He says, I agree with you, Rossi, but then we'd both be wrong. Hope you like the King reference. I love it. I love that. That's good stuff right there. Red, White, and Green says, Rossi, speak your mind, bro. Tomlin is a joke artist. He got lost. He lost to Ryan Finley, the Bengals' 3rd-string dog. Listen, people lose those, but
Jason Meyer says Tomlin's a great coach. Sometimes a change of scenery isn't the worst thing. We all get complacent when we're comfortable.
Boom. I agree with that sentiment for the most part.
Maybe he and Belichick should just change jobs.
Oh, don't make me vomit right here on the Dream Stream. Just absolutely vomit.
Maybe Belichick needs a change of scenery.
Oh, don't do it. Did have a losing year last year. So I guess
maybe it's Josh McDaniels' time.
Oh, boy. Now we're getting silly. Speaking of which, I did say earlier, Moose had his projected top 10 on the sweat earlier, and he had the Patriots trading up to number 9 to take Trey Lance. So I said, if the Patriots trade up to take a quarterback in this draft, I'm going to, I think we said like the hot pepper challenge. I'm going to do something ridiculous because
you don't want them to? You don't like any of these guys?
It's not that I don't want them to. I just have no belief they're going to.
Oh.
If that's what they see as the future of this organization, I'm in. But I just don't see Belichick with all of the history, with all the things, especially the assets.
Well, you also didn't see him ever signing 15 free agents, but he did that this year.
I've seen that. A couple years ago, the Brandon Cooks offseason, Coney Ely, they had a bunch there. This would just be so crazy for me. A quarterback first round, especially to move up to get it. But we'll see. I'm just trying to read here. D-Rod. Yeah, we'll see. Listen, I agree. I like people. Listen, bring that passion to Pittsburgh with all these positive. The guy Mark Madden, absolutely. He's another one. Covers the team.
Yeah.
He wants Roethlisberger long gone. He's done with Tomlin. He's done with mediocrity.
Okay.
So there we go. Captain Blood. Pittsburgh should trade Tomlin to my Lions. Imagine
they'd
Tomlin
take him there.
Lions.
And then Dan Campbell in Pittsburgh biting kneecaps.
Dan Campbell in Pittsburgh, actually, not as a head coach, but like as an assistant would be amazing.
Well, he's been an assistant in a lot of places. Now it's his time.
We'll
Christian, yay, he's got some yards.
Oh, look at that move. There it is. Makes up. I think that was his total right there, down to the 8-yard line.
Is this setting up a DJ Moore touchdown, or is Christian going to finish it off here?
Let's see. Intrigued here. Brian C, appreciate you. Look at that. It must be says I'm not a Pittsburgh.
Herb Dog wanted to know who is taller, you or me.
Probably you. I'm 3'8".
Probably. Yeah, so I'm taller than that.
Ooh, fake. Come on, get in there. Samuel into the end zone.
Touchdown.
There's my captain, dude. Come on. Only the dumb ones got him, but here he is coming in with that score, bringing me up to a whopping like 20 points total. I was in the basement this whole. I'm literally in 93rd as we speak out of 93 because I created the contest right before or during the last sim. Wow. There it is. We get the touchdown there, though. So now it is a 2-score lead for the Carolina Panthers over the Dolphins.
Erod says Brady's better than Belichick. Certainly playing quarterback.
Yeah, I'm not playing this game. I don't have those arguments. I think those are really hard to have because it's so.
Well,
so difficult.
I don't know. Every time Brady's played without Belichick, he's won a Super Bowl. So
It's 100% true. No arguing that.
Belichick without Brady wasn't that good in Cleveland.
Oh,
And
don't get.
he was kind of trending up. The Matt Castle year, they didn't even make the playoffs.
11 wins.
Sure, but no playoffs. And then this year, under 500. You just brought that up.
Yeah, it's true. No, listen, fire him. Get Belichick out of town.
Hey, bring in Tomlin. Get rid of Belichick.
If Tomlin became the head coach of the Patriots, like that would just be so funny to me. Like watch that happen. Like Belichick, whenever he finally retires, let's say in like 4 years. Finally, Pittsburgh, after a bunch more like 500 years and losing in first rounds and not making it to the AFC title game, we finally can him and he comes to New England. And I'll be sitting there being like, Tomlin is going to change the direction of the Patriots, baby. Once he's your guy, once you're family forever. Until you're not.
I don't know if that's true.
It's not.
I can't swear that Denver fans love Josh McDaniels forever. Although, as I try to tell them, without Josh McDaniels, you never would have had John Elway running the organization and Peyton Manning coming in.
I still will say,
butterfly effect.
DK, to merge our fandoms and our livelihoods at times, and you're still there, that when Josh McDaniels and the Broncos beat the Patriots, I think it was 6-0.
Yeah, he went 6-0, right.
And he went wild on the sideline.
Yeah.
I was so mad. Like, I remember that day, and they were wearing those ugly uniforms, and I was so mad. I think Brandon Marshall had a game on us, too, and it was like, oh, and I just saw McDaniels just, like, pumping his fist, and there is definitely a curse with the Belichick tree, because anytime they actually beat Belichick and they have those moments like Mangini, or when he became the man genius when he beat the Patriots, and then like just look at how people look at Mangini as head coach. And McDaniels, that was the height right in that moment. And then people, the way they think about McDaniels now and after his Indy experience.
They were 5-0, and then they won the game the next week to go 6-0.
Oh, okay.
But you're right. They were wearing the original uniforms, the yellow and brown.
Oh, there's nothing worse to losing to a team with that uniform. I'm sorry.
Right, and that's Wyoming's colors every game.
Oh.
20-17 was the score.
And McDaniels pumping.
Kyle Orton, 35 of 48, 330 yards, 2 TDs. Nelson Moreno, 21 carries, 88 yards. Eddie Royal, 10 catches, 90 yards.
Oh, maybe. Did Brandon Marshall have a day, though? I thought he did. Or is that not on there?
He may have had a day he's had less than 90 yards.
Got it. This is the top of 10 catches.
He had 1 carry for 6, and then he had 8 catches for 64 and 2 TDs.
Yeah. Okay, thought so.
I
remember. He was just owning us. Oh, man, tough day. We all have those. Whatever team you're a fan of, that one game that sticks out. Well, there's probably multiple, but like you have those few games that stand out. Like the Broncos, I've always had a hair across my tuchus ever since. Champ Bailey.
They've been better than the Patriots head-to-head for a lot of those matchups. There's been, they've had more success than just about anyone consistently. Consistent in quotes. I guess Peyton with the Colts had some good back and forths too, but
the Ravens too. Ravens always.
But Tom Brady was under 500, I think, or 500. This was his worst record on the road here until he came in with Tampa last year and won. Yeah. And I think it still may be that, but it was the only place he was under 500.
Yeah, put the Patriots in Denver or in Miami. They somehow don't play the same game. Just doesn't work. Obviously Denver for potential reasons, but Jason Meyer says Harbaugh is a phenomenal coach. You've always been a tough out. He won a Super Bowl with Flacco. Enough said. That's going to be down to the 1 yard line. Not going to get the score. I completely agree with Harbaugh being a tough out. I don't know if he's a phenomenal coach. Seems kind of a high rank. And yes, winning with Flacco, I agree. But Flacco was good. He had good playoff runs. Like he was not. He was also as he kind of had the moxie of that defense as a quarterback. Wasn't maybe as talented, but I feel like he was never rattled in those.
But is he elite? Is he an elite?
No, he's not elite. He was not. And if I'm Flacco, I answer the same damn way. I am the best sim commentator. I'm elite at sim commentating. What am I supposed to say? I stink?
There's Breida getting it back.
Yeah, so 2 scores now for him. And I was waiting for BK to answer that question for me. So second score for Matt Breida. So there's 2 there. DJ Moore's got 3. We had a high scoring affair here for your 4 o'clock Eastern, just about to hit
19th. 5. DJ Moore is a catch away from 60 points in the flex.
Got that. Love it. Ops, be patient with our Ops team, fam. We see you over there, Twitch. Smash. The deli over there. We got you. Must be. Flacco was good. Dude, Flacco was good. You can't say he was bad. Super Bowl MVP. Had a game. But I don't know. I as a Patriots fan.
He had a great playoff run that year in 2013.
He was just never rattled. He always had just such, not against all teams, but against the Patriots in those big games, he always performed. Always stood out. I don't know what it was about him. And that's where I give Harbaugh a lot of his credit. I feel like he made Flacco feel invincible, even though he wasn't. Same thing that Eli had those 2 runs in the playoffs, even though he was a little different style. Mike Singletary would have been a great coach, says D-Rod. It just happened to be that he had to land in the 49ers when they're the worst 4-year span in their history. Yeah, Mike Nolan might actually got a worse team, but
maybe. You want a quick Mike Singletary story that will make you laugh, I think?
Absolutely do.
So I was lucky enough to tag along with John Randall to an event at the Super Bowl in Houston. And we were hanging out at his hotel, just having lunch, having a drink. He's like, hey, Brandon, come with me to this Verizon event. So we get there, and it's at this Mexican restaurant, and walk into this back room. No one else is there. The restaurant is closed, and the party starts later when all the Verizon guests come.
Okay, I like it.
Thurman Thomas, Bruce Matthews, Mike Singletary. They're all signing just helmet, mini helmet, signing footballs, and that's it. Then we all sit down in a room. So Thurman has his daughter with them. Singletary has his daughter and wife. Bruce Matthews is solo, and I'm there with Randall. And it's one of those things where, I like to talk, but I'm like, let me just be a fly on the wall and just listen to these guys. Because John Randall's a guy that holds court. Bruce is a big, gregarious guy. Singletary could not be quieter. And Thurman was kind of on his phone the whole time, just texting or doing whatever, and then kind of chiming in. And we get around to TV shows, and Game of Thrones comes up, and Walking Dead. And the Matthews family in SoCal has either had Walking Dead nights or Game of Thrones nights, and if you come over, you're not allowed to talk. And Randall's talking about how he has to pause the show every 10 seconds in Game of Thrones because his wife is always asking him a question. And that's where Bruce's like, oh, that would not be allowed. She's like, she just couldn't come. She couldn't come to the Matthews household during Game of Thrones. And so I'm watching them go back and forth, and I'm looking at Singletary, who's quiet kind of by nature. And then so there's a lull, and I go, hey, Coach, do you have any idea what these 2 guys were talking about? And he just shakes his head. He's like, no. I'm like, okay, those are TV shows. I said, and he had just gotten done wherever he was D coordinator or whatever, or a defensive coach with Arizona, somewhere he just gotten let go. So he was really doing nothing. He was a month into unemployment. And so I go, well, what do you watch? And he kind of perks up and he asks his wife, he's like, what are my two shows?
Yeah.
And Legally Blonde and Sweet Home Alabama. Whenever he has downtime, apparently the only thing he watch, Big Reese Witherspoon guy, were Legally Blonde and Sweet Home Alabama. That was it. I mean, you could have been speaking French to him about Game of Thrones and Walking. He just never even heard of them, or if you did, in one ear and out the other.
Well, that's the funniest part to me. Even if you don't watch those shows, the world knows about those. Yeah.
But when you're in your office and you're either watching probably SportsCenter, NFL Network, and just have film on of either your team, prospects, or free agents, or other teams that you're kind of scouting, that's all you're ever doing. That's how you're spending your free time. You eat your dinner with your family, and then you go back to your office, whether you go to the facility or go to your office at home, and you're constantly just looking at film. Maybe you're reading a book. I don't know if Singletary's a big reader or not. Some coaches are, and they want to read these leadership books and all this other stuff. But, yeah, it was one of my favorite things. It was very obvious to me that he had no idea what it was. And then on top of that he's Big Reese Witherspoon guy, I guess.
Well, who isn't? Come on. What a delight. But yeah, I love when I hear stories like that because you dealt with anybody in the sports world that's like a coach. Some players usually would have a better understanding, but like depends on the level of player and the age. But like I've had that before. I remember who was John Farrell for the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah.
Also was like he was not really a fun talk. But he had no idea about like television or things, and he would be so like kind of condescending about it. And I kind of like later, like while I was doing the show I was kind of like, all right, buddy, get off your high horse. But then after you kind of respect it. Like, yeah, I watch film. I'm studying on the whatever Blue Jays 3 pitchers for the weekend. I have no idea what. I think at the time, like it might have been like a Walking Dead, for instance. And it's funny.
Yeah.
So like Caldwell, but I'm sorry, with Singletary, you just saying that's hilarious. Like, what are my 2 programs? The legally what?
Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah, sweet. What is it? That Alabama move? And he thinks it's a show too, which is even better.
Yeah.
Because we'll see the Dolphins trying to tie this game up, 44 to go.
I don't know how much fantasy baseball you play, but Acuna's back tonight. I should probably put him back in my lineup, right?
Ooh, that's a nice little tease for the show we're going to be coming up next.
Yeah, I guess I can wait and ask Steve if I should put Acuna back in my lineup.
We'll find out. Well, no
I have
secrets.
to wait and see. Well, he's got the ab thing, but I don't know.
He's giving you the middle finger. Oh wait, no, let me double check. That's a thumbs up.
I just picked up this kid that the Twins brought up, Kirilov, outfield prospects, hitting 5th tonight.
Look at you. Keep it on the eye.
I've got my buddy who's a big fantasy baseball guy just texted me who to pick up.
There's 2 on a big 3rd and 15. Can he pick it up? Does he get the text from your friend? Throws it. Got a man. It's caught at the 50-yard line. Last time out called. So yes, we have plenty of more content coming here to your Dream Stream. Not just the Madden Sims. We'll still have the whole night slate coming up. We got some baseball coverage to get to. We'll lock in those lineups. Well, before they do, we'll have the slate, MLB style, Bukes and LaMarca. Coming up in just a few. We'll see if the Dolphins can push this to overtime. Who do you need at the 49 in the shotgun? Tua takes the snap. Looking, searching, waiting, scrambles out, does a 360. Lets it loose to the end zone. Incomplete.
A lot of drama, and then I like he took it down just a slight notch.
Oh my God, it's deep. It's far. It is caught at shortstop. Out number 3. We'll head to the 7th here in Detroit.
Nothing better than when a baseball announcer thinks it's going way farther than it is. It's deep. And third baseman grabs it. You're like, wait, what?
We used to have the number 1 guy with that. Anyways, here's going deep. So here it would be. Could it be all tied up? Bomb falls incomplete. 1 second remains. Yeah, we used to have Jerry Trippiano for the Red Sox.
Yeah.
And he used on the radio, you thought every crack of the bat was going over the monster. It would just be like, way back, going deep. And then because he's just looking up, I talked to him about it because I was like, how did you do it? He just looked up and he would go to shortstop. Like literally caught shallow right into the grass of the outfield. Out number 3. Red Sox down 3-2. Here's Tua. He's going to wind up one more time.
Off his back foot.
Bullet to the end zone. It's
caught!
Why in the world?
Is that Gesicki?
I don't know who that was, but that took literally like 13 seconds. But it is caught with no time remaining.
I think that was Gesicki.
Of course it was. It's the Rossi curse. I could absolutely throw my computer out the window. But wow. Yeah, Drew says Gesicki.
Feels like we're going to get overtime now.
I am the absolute curse of overtime all of a sudden. Great content to come, but money still to be made here. Wow. Yeah, I see you, Obi. I know your name now. I love you. Makes fun of me every time they go to overtime. Just blame the Dolphins, man. It's the bullet throw. We have noticed one thing, BK. Here in Sims, I've noticed the looping, like, deep balls that are like the rainbow throws always seem to be incomplete. The more likely is that one there where he kind of throws like a bullet off his back foot.
I don't think I've ever seen a Hail Mary completed, so history being made right before my eyes.
Can't say that again.
That's good. Just another chance for DJ Moore to get to Bundy.
Yeah, we can see it here. Opening drive again. You know the rules first. If Carolina scores a touchdown, ball game. We'll get to your next piece of content, then we'll get over to the slate coming up with MLB, Bukes, and LaMarca. Don't go nowhere. They're taking diligent notes. They're putting the powders on their nose to look extra beautiful for you, so stay tuned for that.
I guess the real question is, did producer Drew have big plans? Is that why he's
He had a huge date.
big night?
He had a ridiculous night planned. He has got things sauteed. He's got the adult salsa water popped, ready to roll. Oh, yeah, never mind. He's still got to hang with Steve and Marcus. So. Well, he's got a 3-way date, baby. And everyone's putting on their best.
I want to know from Marca if baseball top shots are coming. That's the thing.
I'm sure he'll answer that.
I'd love to get a big strikeout, a big Kershaw strikeout.
Catch there. My guess is everything will be available in
Good enough.
Yes. Just a hunch. Oh, must be. Just throwing straight disrespect my way.
What did he say?
Said Rossi staying for overtime. Wow, that's new today. Woo. Shots fired. Man has to step out for one time.
Go with the DJ Moore, Teddy.
Must be. Ooh, Teddy's going to scramble out. Does not fumble. Always worry about the quarterback fumble there.
Teddy, South Florida native, trying to upset his friends and family.
He is. He's trying to get to him. Trying to say, we're going to do this. So here we go. The 45.
My guy with the Bengals, James, just waiting for me in his car. He said he's going to be in the car for 2 hours and he's not driving. So
what is he doing? Who sits in the car for 2 hours? Yeah,
I assume that he's riding somewhere. Look, when you live in Cincinnati, you're probably getting in a car trying to get somewhere else.
Dude, it is the city of parking lots if you've ever been. There's so many parking lots in downtown Cincinnati.
Like, I'm going to head up to Indy. When you're in Cincinnati and Indy is a better option, you know it's not a lot going on there.
I'm a big Reds fan.
His service is really good in his car. That's why he's sitting there.
Oh, like that. There's a catch there down to the 37-yard line.
Maybe he's going down to Kentucky. See what's going on in Louisville. Heading down to Nashville, maybe head down to Nashville.
Isn't there races this weekend? Louisville. Isn't that where our guy Mike is, our producer?
Next weekend, maybe, yeah, there's got to be like the Kentucky Oaks and stuff like that's probably this weekend. Does that sound right?
You're asking the wrong guy. I just know our guy Mike, whenever he covers stuff.
Yeah, but next week is the Derby.
Oh, maybe that's what he's doing. Yeah.
But that's a week from now. I guess I don't know how much.
Production side.
Is he gonna be doing Sims from Louisville?
Oh, yeah, he's already there. He's doing listen. Is he
doing, yeah.
Yeah, last night when I talked to him, he was there in Louisville. Because I was joking with him as we were trying to pronounce things. I was saying Louisville.
It's not Louisville and it's not Louisville. It's Louisville. And they'll get on you if you say it Louisville or Louisville. They do not like Louisville. Louisville.
Let's see if they
Louisville, Kentucky. That's how they say it.
Incomplete pass. Yeah, we were just saying how like you could because I think Koff was getting called out for saying Nevada a certain way. And
yeah, it's because it's supposed to be Nevada.
Nevada, yeah. And then so we were saying all the other things.
Nobody really gets on you for saying Hawaii like we all do when people over there say Hawaii.
Yeah, you got to add the.
Oh, Kentucky Oaks is also next week, so I don't know what's going on today.
So
this weekend. Maybe
traveling.
Yeah, I'm just getting ready.
Could be. There's a catch across the middle. Looks like a first down again here to the 27-yard line. It is. Ian Thomas getting in on the action. Smash Atlanta looking for an Anderson TD. First time, what's up? CJ says, does Rossi lose a half an inch of height every time he has to call an overtime game? Yeah, that's why I'm almost 3 feet tall now.
Question is, when will you start over?
That's when. I don't know. When we see each other in person. That's when it will happen. When there's a sim called me and you arm in arm, holding each other. That's when it changes.
Okay, good to know.
Just keep that in mind. 2nd and 9 in the shotgun. Teddy Bridgewater. Fake run pass option. Always been the bad call. Defense was all over it, smothering him at the 29-yard line. So big 3rd and 12 here. We see you guys in there. Teddy Balloon. This is Jason Myers. Here we go. Big play. It's going to be a deep field goal attempt if they don't get any yards here. Bridgewater in the gun. Takes a snap. It's a blitz. Picked up. Bridgewater delivers. Caught. And Robbie Anderson makes the catch. Get him better field goal range. So should get 3 here. Just to get real wacky. And Matt Rule's just like, screw it, I'm going for the dub.
Flashing the other night, it was a Chargers game maybe, and they could have kicked a field goal, a 49-yard field goal to win it.
Mm-hmm.
Instead,
wait a minute, it's a fake to the kicker, and it's caught for a first down.
Wow, if he threw that better, it would have walked into the end zone.
What are we doing here? A hook pass from the backup. Kicker delivers the pass wide open. You're right, would have been an absolute walk-in touchdown, but kicker's going to throw.
Virgil Anthony Lynn chose not to kick it. Hail Mary didn't work. Then gets a stop on D, gets the ball, marches down, and scores a touchdown.
You knew it all.
And they like that. They like that flip play to Curtis Samuel.
Yeah, you usually see it a couple times a game. It's heavily in the playbook of the Carolina Panthers, but not going far.
Joe Brady calling it all the time, maybe too much. No Moon, not pleased.
News to me. Never heard that before. Here we go. Hopefully you had the kick.
Joey Sly, throwing the ball, picking up yards, passing yards.
Yeah. So here we go at the 12.
DJ Moore?
Nope. Sack. Happened
launch.
last time. So will they get it in?
A McCaffrey touchdown here kind of salvages his day.
Yep. We see you, Fidels, if I'm saying that right. Yeah, our ops team will get on it. They'll clarify everything once the game is done before everything gets closed out. They are on the case. For Angelico, Jared, great crew. Also,
Christian's sitting on 9 points before this drive.
We can already making it.
Go score!
Get in! How is he not?
Come on!
How is he not? That is Samuel.
Samuel, boo. Who cares? Even though he's on your captain spot.
I'm not wearing near close. Let me just
here's your Christian touchdown.
Yeah. Who's your crusty Cristal player of this game? I think that's kind of obvious, but
yeah. Do we really have to ask? I think it's my man DJ Moore, of course.
And then who will be your babysitter, Billy, even if he scores his touchdown?
Well, he did.
Yes, he does. Walking off, baby. Christian McCaffrey.
Well, it can't be Christian now. I think it might have to be Robbie Anderson.
Yeah, Robbie Anderson, highly owned.
40% owned, 10% of the captain spot in our little contest.
Yeah.
Reminder, I did make a contest for the upcoming sim after y'all get all the baseball knowledge you need from Steve and Lamarca. It's called Herschel Walker's Revenge. 102 people have already filled out lineups. You have 98 spots remaining.
Get in there, guys. All right, so we have got the slate coming up. By the way, great job, BK. Great hanging out with you. Enjoy the rest of your Friday night. Get in his contest. It's going to be a blast coming up at your 6 Eastern sim. So we've got the slate coming up with Bukes and Lamarca breaking down tonight's MLB slate. And don't forget, every weekday, the Dream Stream starts right here on YouTube, on Twitch, all across the universe at 11 a.m. Eastern with the Sweat. Before we get to Bukes and Lamarca, here's a little bit of the NBA in case you missed it earlier on the Sweat.
Now tell me who you're building around at guard tonight.
Yes, I'm going with the contrarian call of Russell Westbrook. Ever heard of him?
Yo.
$11K, most expensive guard on the slate, but he's in a great spot against the Thunder. The Wizards right now are implied for over 120 points. It's the highest mark on the slate. Westbrook has just been racking up fantasy points recently, at least 55.75 in 10 straight games. The Thunder, as you may or may not know, a team he played for. So if you like the revenge narrative thing, he checks that box as well. Wizards have a couple of injuries that they're dealing with. I think overall, just a very nice slate to pay up for the safety of Westbrook.
Okay, Alice, who do you want at guard?
I love Westbrook too and the revenge narrative, but I also love Paul George tonight at $9,300. Kawhi is going to be out with a foot injury. He's going to be out for at least a week. And in the first game, he missed since being diagnosed. Paul George led the Clippers to a road win against the Blazers with 56 fantasy points. And we can't forget that Patrick Beverley's still out with the hand injury. Ibaka's out with the back injury. And Lou Williams is now in Atlanta. They just traded him at the deadline. Lou Williams is a high usage player. And Paul George has played 5 games without Leonard, Beverley, Ibaka, and Williams this year. And in those games, he's averaging 53 fantasy points with a crazy 39% usage rate. And to put it in perspective, Embiid leads the NBA in usage rate with 35.5%. So 39% is crazy for Paul George. And tonight he's playing the Rockets, who are 27th in defensive rating this month. So George should smash, and anything less than 50 fantasy points would be a big disappointment.
What's up, all you hooligans? Steve Buchanan here. My guy, Matt LaMarca. We are here. This is the slate. We got to kind of rush already because we had all this overtime with Madden, so we don't have as much time as we would normally like to have. But a massive 14-game slate tonight. These are my favorite slates. Do you like the huge ones or do you like the smaller ones?
Yeah, I like the smaller ones, but
I'm all about the big. I'm all about the big slates. Those are my absolute favorite ones. So we have that here.
I knew
tonight.
that about you.
Oh, hey, let's calm down.
You know, you're like a buffet kind of guy. You know, you want your choices.
Yeah, I absolutely do. And there is a plethora of choices to choose from tonight.
Hey, before we get started, can I give you
Okay.
one really quick piece of trivia?
Sure.
April 23rd,
Yeah.
today, the only time in Major League history that a pitcher has thrown a no-hitter and lost.
Oh, man.
He threw a no-hitter and he lost. You're not going to know the guy. He's not a known player.
Oh,
but
okay,
I just think
okay.
that that's a cool little, fact of the day type thing.
Well, not only that, today is also the anniversary that Fernando Tatis hit 2 grand slams in an inning with the
There you
Cardinals.
go.
So there's that too. So what does Junior do tonight? Maybe we can get something out of him.
Whatever happens in that game, it's going to be fun, right? Like,
yeah,
that has just so quickly become the best rivalry in baseball. Like, forget
it absolutely has.
Give me Padres Dodgers any day of the week.
So we have a lot to talk about here. Like I mentioned, a 14-game slate here tonight. Couple of notable lineup news that has come down probably in the last hour. Ronald Acuna Jr. is returning to the Braves lineup tonight. So obviously that's a big boost for them. But some news that just came about 20 minutes ago after being announced that he was going to start. Mike Trout has now been scratched from tonight's lineup for the Angels with that elbow issue, was hit by a pitch just a couple nights ago. So obviously that's come and reared its ugly head, and he is now out of tonight's lineup after originally being announced that he's starting. So make sure you are not starting Mike Trout, because you certainly don't want a zero from somebody who is $5,900 in the outfield spot there tonight. Lots to talk about. So let's just seriously get right into it. The biggest thing that sticks out to me, there are 3 pitchers on this slate, 10K and above. There is a slate for expensive pitching, and then, of course, we have to get Coors Field in the next 2 as well, so a lot to pay up for on this slate. You got DeGrom, who, probably isn't going to get the win, because why would the Mets want to give him any run support, going up against a very bad Washington Nationals offense. You have Clayton Kershaw in that rivalry that we were just talking about with the Padres, and then my guy, who I am absolutely going with no matter what, but we'll discuss that, Tyler Glasnow, because he's going to win the Cy Young this year, going up against the Toronto Blue Jays. 2 questions. 1, who is your pick at pitcher? And 2, how much do you love calling him Tyler Glasnow instead of Tyler Glasnow?
I don't love it, to be honest. I don't know. It's something about it. Like, Siler just sounds like a weird millennial name. Like, oh, this is my son Siler. Like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I prefer Tyler. I don't know. Just Tyler Glasnow works for me. He's a stud. Can't go wrong with him for sure. The one guy, and it hurts me to say this, that you can cross off the list is Kershaw. Yeah. But I'm not overthinking it. I'm going with Jacob deGrom. Yep. The guy is the best pitcher in baseball, and he's getting better. He struck out 9 consecutive batters in his last start,
right?
Which was 1 shy of the major league record. Overall, he has 28 strikeouts over his last 14 innings pitched. That's good for 18 strikeouts per 9 innings. Little quick math there. He's a minus 300 favorite, give or take. He's taking on an offense without Juan Soto. Like, I understand the run support has not been there. The Mets, to be fair, haven't supported any starting pitcher this season.
Right.
But you would have to think they can get some runs off of Fetty here. So Fetty Wap, as I call him. They're going to whop Fetty. Love it. Give me Jacob deGrom. He's only $800 more expensive than Glasnow. I get that Glasnow's great, but to me, like a great Glasnow start looks like a average deGrom start.
Fair. No, that's totally fair. And look, I mean, it's hard to get away from Jacob deGrom here. Obviously, looking at his stats here, only 1 earned run allowed in 3 starts thus far. Granted, it hasn't been tough competition. The Rockies, which was at Coors Field, by the way, so worth mentioning that. The Marlins, who have been completely hit or miss, and the Phillies. The Phillies on the road have been absolutely atrocious. I think if I recall correctly, they're third. They have the third least amount of runs scored on the road so far this season. So it's just been a really bad run for the Phillies. But then you look at the strikeouts, 14, 14, 7, 35 strikeouts through 20 innings. That's just like absolutely absurd what he's doing right now. So yeah, obviously deGrom is fine. I mentioned it earlier. I love using Tyler Glasnow tonight. I mean, he's already making his 5th start of the season for the Rays, going up against Toronto. Here's something that I just thought was absolutely remarkable. So his 3 pitches that he uses, the 3 pitches in his arsenal that he most uses are the fastball, the slider, and the curveball. The Blue Jays are 18th against the fastball, 22nd against the slider. Not great there. But here's what absolutely blows me away. On the curveball, Glasnow has a 49% whiff rate on the curveball. Like that is his out pitch, and he's striking, and he's getting a swing and a miss almost half the time he throws it. I mean, that is just absolutely disgusting to think about, that he's getting that kind of swing and miss rate on that 12-6 curveball. It has been unbelievable. So if the Blue Jays get behind in the count, I forget about it. You're just not going to get anything off this guy, and nobody's been able to get anything off of him anyways. 2 earned runs allowed in 4 starts so far, which includes the Red Sox, which includes the Yankees. That is some impressive stuff. And he's $800 cheaper than Jacob deGrom. Thoughts?
No, I love Glasnow. I will probably have a few lineups where I try to get him and deGrom together.
Yeah.
I know that means that I'm going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel for hitters, but
right.
These guys both legitimately have 40+ fantasy point upside. You just look at their game logs if you don't believe me.
Right.
So I really enjoy both guys. Glasnow, the stuff is electric, and he's also kind of like, I don't want to say modernized baseball, but like, he's one of the first guys that I can think of that is throwing now like a high curveball.
Right.
Because the fastball for everybody is so elevated now, right? It's you want to challenge hitters up in the zone with heat. So then if all you're throwing is the low breaking ball, it becomes easy to lay off of it. Glasnow's not afraid to throw a high curve, and you can't hit it anyway. So his stuff is great. The Blue Jays, I do still have some faith in their lineup long term, but they have not hit to start the season. I will not argue against that fact. So I think he's in a great spot. I mean, again, it's just, if I can only have one, I'm going to take deGrom just because he's the safest investment in fantasy baseball at the moment.
So let's see how possible this could be. If you do take deGrom and you do take Glasnow, that leaves you with an average of just over 3,600 for your entire lineup. Tough, but doable on a 14-game slate.
Yeah,
if this was like a 6 or 7 game slate, maybe. But on a 14-game slate, 36.25 average for the rest of your hitters. It's going to look ugly, but there's definitely some value to be had there. And we'll talk about some of the hitters as the show goes along here. But I don't think that that's impossible. If you can do that, I would absolutely recommend doing that. Because like you said, there's 30-point upside with both of these pitchers. If you're getting 60+ points out of these 2 guys, it's well worth jamming them in there and then trying to find some value, poke around, try to get some of those inexpensive guys in your lineup tonight.
Yeah, maybe not for tournaments. Maybe you still want some offensive upside for tournaments, but I think for cash games for sure.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other pitching options on here because, like we mentioned, it's a 14-game slate, so there's a lot to choose from here. Anybody else kind of catching your eye here? Obviously, Yu Darvish just outside that 10K zone going up against the Dodgers. People might look at that offense last night against Brian Weathers, did almost absolutely nothing. But it should be said that the Dodgers have performed so much worse against lefties specifically.
So I wouldn't say that they're in like a slump per se. I would just say that lefties have been their kryptonite so far. So that doesn't automatically have me going to you, Darvish. But obviously, Darvish has some of that same upside that we get with guys like DeGrom and Tyler Glasnow. Obviously, he scored at least 23 DraftKings fantasy points in 3 of the 4 starts that he's made so far. Only allowed 7 total runs on the season. But I'm not going out of my way to take Darvish tonight against the Dodgers.
Yeah, for me, it's not enough of a price discount. Right? Like if I was going to pivot off of Glasnow to Darvish, I would want to be saving more than $400. Darvish does have great stuff. He's a great pitcher, but there literally isn't a worse matchup in fantasy than facing the Dodgers.
Right.
So I just don't see a ton of upside to go with him. He's an underdog. Granted, like his opponent implied team total of 3.6 runs is still pretty good, but it's tied for the 5th lowest mark on the slate. So I have no problem passing on him tonight.
Just real quick, too, because you mentioned the underdogs. Have you seen how good underdogs have been performing on the money line so far this season? Like, absolutely crushing so far. It's kind of crazy how mispriced some of these games have been.
Yeah, I would imagine, for me, baseball is always an underdog sport.
Yeah.
The favorites are always overpriced. Like if a team wins 100 games, that's like a 60% win rate. And if a team wins 60 games, that's like a 40% win rate.
Right.
And yet very often you're going to see lines that are way out of whack with those. So I'm always in favor of betting underdogs in baseball. But yeah, particularly early in the season, we've had some wacky weather. Like it's going to take some time to adjust. You're the only person that apparently realized that the Mariners were going to be the best team in baseball this year.
I said this in February. I said this. So when all your favorite analysts, when all your favorite, beat writers are jumping on the train, remember who told you first. It takes, a wimp to jump on a bandwagon when the party's going. It takes a real man to be there first and call it. So remember that I was the one who said that.
That would be
Don't let
me.
anybody
I'm
else change your mind.
Bandwagon Bukes.
What'd you say?
Drive me anywhere you want, baby.
By the way, you can still get them 17-1 to win the division on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Anywho, so Darvish is not really on my radar. I kind of like Sonny Gray.
Okay.
Now I'm a little worried about him because this is only his second start. He only went 4 1/3 innings in his first time, but the Cardinals' offense has been so unbelievably inconsistent that it's hard to think that they're going to do well one night and not the other. But we know Sonny Gray has that strikeout upside. And when I'm looking at some of the guys in the same range, which is, Steven Matz, Jordan Montgomery, Zach Greinke, you're not going to get this type of strikeout upside from those guys that you will from Sonny Gray. Now, rightfully so, Gray is the most expensive of those guys that I just mentioned. But I don't think anybody is going to be like, oh, I should be playing Sonny Gray on this slate, because it's basically you're up at the top tier or you're going way down the list. There's really no in between for me. Maybe Brubach or someone that comes up. But Sonny Gray is in such a spot where I wouldn't be surprised if he's like 5% less, 5% or less owned on this slate tonight at 9,300.
That jives with me because I'm really not looking at this price range. I'm looking at the expensive guys, and I'm looking at the cheap guys. I will say that the implied team total kind of scares me a bit.
For the Cardinals or the Reds?
Both teams are implied for 4.1 runs.
Okay.
So it's basically a coin flip game. But if you look at pitchers with a comparable price tag and a comparable implied team total, so I'm looking at, or opponent implied team total, I'm looking at pitchers with a 3.6 to 4.6 runs. So right sandwiched around Gray. Yeah. They've averaged 15.8 DraftKings points per start.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad, but you're looking for more. And
course.
You can definitely make a case that Gray is more talented than the usual pitcher you would find in this price range.
Right.
So I can definitely get behind it as a contrarian play, but it would be a tournament only type thing.
Yeah. And, just kind of talking about this range, I have no interest in Zach Greinke, even with Mike Trout out. I mean, he just doesn't get the strikeouts
Greinke
really
is
anymore.
done.
Yeah, he's toast, man. He's absolutely toast. Like, yeah, he had 6 strikeouts against the Mariners in his last start, but then you look at after that, 2, 4, and 4. I mean, this is not somebody who should be priced nearly $9K. So 0 interest in him in any format. Logan Allen against the Yankees. The Yankees have been so bad offensively, but like, I'm not going to go out of my way to pay $8,100 for Logan Allen of all guys. Like, that's not on my radar at all. Steven Matz, I'm just waiting for the blow up because I know what's going to happen. You should know what's going to happen. I have no faith in Steven Matz at all. Luke Weaver, forget about it. I mean, I don't even know how he's still in the guy is just an absolute disaster. Can't get out lefties and now has to face the Braves. Good luck with that. Anybody near the lower end of the list that you're kind of eyeing a little bit?
So, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of guys in this low range that I think are interesting. Okay. I mean, Alex Wood, I know that the Alex Wood experience is never fun, but he's 7,100 and he's taking on a team that's implied for 3.4 runs. That's the 4th lowest mark on the slate. That's less than the opponent implied team total than a guy like Darvish, and he's going to save you a tremendous amount of money. Wood is also a sneaky, good strikeout pitcher. He's around 10 Ks per 9 innings. The problem with him is he never really goes more than 5 or 6 innings.
Right.
But if he can give me 5 innings with 6 or 7 strikeouts and a win today, I'm more than acceptable. That's more than acceptable for me at 7,100.
Do you know who's 6th in WRC plus against lefties?
Over 15 games, I'm guessing the Miami Marlins.
They are. Hey, you know what, though? With these small samples, I mean, when you really mix in 2020, does it make much of a difference? You know what I mean? So I'd rather just go off the 2021 data.
Tough.
So,
all right. Well, then how about this one, sir?
Fine.
Mike Minor at 6,900.
No.
Taking on the Detroit Tigers. You want some 2021 stats? Detroit has a 41 WRC plus against left-handers. 4-1. The next best or the next worst team is up at 72. The drop from Texas to the Tigers is the largest drop I've ever seen.
No, it's true. It's true. But I will say Jonathan Scope starting to heat up a little bit. Okay. So there's that. Jaime Candelario, pretty good hitter against lefties.
Yeah.
They just haven't gotten started yet. That's all I'm saying.
I know. Last year they were great against left-handers.
They were one of the best against lefties, period.
Last year they also had CJ Cron.
They did.
Miguel Cabrera's out of the lineup right now. So.
And they kind of had CJ Cron. He was hurt early, remember? Like, it was very early that he got hurt.
Yeah.
But yes, you are true there. If there's anybody that you're looking to target against, let's talk about some of the hitters, because like I said, we got a kind of a shorter show here today. My favorite stack is the Indians going against Jordan Montgomery. That's my favorite stack here because even without Francisco Lindor, the Indians are a damn sneaky team against lefties. They have some good power against lefties. Jose Ramirez, Franmil Reyes, Jordan Luplow, like a lot of power all throughout that lineup. Even just a couple of years ago, Roberto Perez was a good hitter against lefties. If there's anything that Jordan Montgomery does well, is give up home runs. He's already given up 4 in 3 starts so far. 2 against 4, all 4 of them came against the Rays in his last 2 starts. This start is in Cleveland, which I like that too as well. And quite frankly, that Yankees bullpen right now looks like they're toast because they're not getting anything out of their starters. They're not getting their starters to go deep into games.
I feel like I'm back in the car listening to New York Talk Radio.
But
do you think they should send Gleyber down to the minors? That's all we need out of you now.
Oh, please. No, that's not true at all. But Corey Kluber not going deep at all. Montgomery, I love going with the Indians here tonight because, again, huge slate. But when you talk about some of these teams you want to stack, it's, a lot of the same characters. It's the Red Sox. It's, the Dodgers or whatever. Maybe not the Dodgers tonight, but I love the Indians tonight. And with how expensive Jordan Montgomery is at 9,200, which I think is absolutely asinine. I don't know where the algorithm went with this one. 9,200 for Jordan Montgomery. Why? What has he done so far? That one good start against the Orioles. Congratulations. 9,200. I am absolutely taking the Indians on the other side.
Makes sense to me. I mean, Vegas doesn't seem to love the Indians tonight. 3.9 implied team total. Not a very strong mark, but what do they know? You know, what does Vegas really know, Steve?
They don't know anything. Because you know what one of my favorite bets is for tonight? Cleveland Indians over 3.5 runs.
Okay.
So it comes full circle. It comes full circle. But truly, you're telling me that the Indians can't handle Jordan Montgomery? I mean, come on.
I think Jordan Montgomery is an extremely average pitcher.
That's being nice.
You know, like I think he's not a guy that they're going to ask to pitch more than 5 or 6 innings. He'll probably allow 3 runs, and then it's just whatever the bullpen does. So now you're right in saying that Cleveland is tearing the cover off the ball, at least Jose Ramirez and Franmil Reyes in particular. Franmil leads the league in hard hit rate right now. He's just smoking the baseball. So if you want to back those guys as a low-owned stack, I can totally get behind it. I'm looking at the Orioles as sort of like my under-the-radar type team, taking on Cole Irwin. Sure.
Let's
go with
I'm
that.
sure he's a nice fellow.
Let's go with that. The only Irwin I'm afraid of is Steve, okay? Cole Irwin does not scare me off of the Baltimore Orioles. Their lineup is loaded with right-handed bats. They do have 2 lefties in there, their leadoff hitter and their number 5 hitter. But other than that, all righties, all going to have the splits advantage against Irwin. They're cheap as well. So if you want to pair them with some expensive pitchers, I think you can do that. You know, Austin Hayes batting second, 2,900. Garion wrote up Freddie Galvis. He's hitting 8th tonight, unfortunately, but still, he's been hitting the ball really well of late. Some interesting guys like Michael Franco, Ryan Mountcastle, who's a big-time prospect. So I think that they're interesting against Mr. Irvin.
So I'm looking up Baltimore against lefties. This sun at this time of day is horrible. I need to fix this.
You got to get the cave look going, Steve.
Something.
Blackout curtains all over the place.
You know, I'm moving in 2 weeks, so this will be all drastically different. Okay, so the Orioles against lefties so far this season, 94 WRC plus, not great. 300 WOBA, 136 isolated power, nothing great. Striking out a lot, 29%, not walking much. But then I look at Irvin because, quite frankly, I wasn't even thinking about the Orioles at all. This is such a huge slate. I'm looking at his FIP over the past 3 years, 5.06, 5.37, 4.31 so far this season. Gives up a ton of home runs, gives up a ton of hard contact. Yeah, so here it is. This might be one of those stacks that if you're trying to jam in Glasnow and DeGrom, that might be one of those stacks because they are not going to be expensive at all. Let's just pull up their lineup real quick if it's not up there.
The weird lineup.
Okay, it is.
Because
it is a weird. Oh, you know what? It's oddly more expensive than I thought.
Yeah, you've got Mancini, who's super expensive, and then like the bottom hitters are more expensive than the guys at the top. It's a weird lineup.
Oh, how interesting. Now, if you are making a Orioles lineup, and let me tell you, this is not where I expected this segment to go. If you are making an Orioles lineup stack, you have to get in Pedro Severino in the 7th spot. Pedro Severino is so underrated when it comes to lefties. He's just like a lefty smashing catcher. Like, I never play Severino against righties. I almost always get him in against lefties. He's like Wilson Ramos. Like, never play him against righties, always get him in against lefties. That's just like his forte. So if you're making this,
is so good against lefties.
It really is. So if you're making this odds Orioles stack that I was not expecting to talk about, okay. So here, let me ask you this, and I probably know the answer. If you're using Severino in the stack, who are you omitting? It has to be DJ Stewart, right?
Well, I'm probably not looking at Mancini, even though he's their best hitter. 5,400 is not going to work with a cheap Orioles stack.
Yeah, right.
So I'm not afraid of using the lefties in the lefty-lefty matchup.
Yeah.
Here's what Irwin has done against left-handers, admittedly over very small sample sizes. This season, 475 WOBA. Last season, 764 WOBA.
Yeah, wow.
And 2019, 388 WOBA.
Wow.
So lefties can hit this dude.
Yeah, apparently.
This is not a lefty, dominant pitcher.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I want the cheap lefties in there. I want DJ Stewart. I want Cedric Mullins. But I also want the righties who hit lefties good, like Miguel Franco. So I would probably run it. I might run it Austin Hayes down to Pedro Severino, skipping.
Ooh.
That would be my stack.
I mean, apparently it sounds like the only people Irvin pitches well against is his family on Easter, in the backyard
he's
playing
great
wiffle
at the charity softball event.
Yeah, right. Okay, so Orioles stack on the table. Did not expect that at all, but this is why we do these shows. This is why we do these segments. LaMarca has ideas. I have ideas. We bounce them off each other, and we give our knowledge to you. Now, I was looking at the other side of this game. I was all over
I've heard
the
a lot of
Athletics
love for
game.
Oakland. So
And as it should be. I mean, they've won 11 in a row.
Yep.
They're trying to challenge the Mariners for the AL West, which is not going to happen, but I appreciate at least some sort of competition because of last week there was no competition. So at least make it a somewhat of a competitive race. But the Athletics, at least from what I've seen across, the daily fantasy community, if that's what you want to call it, daily fantasy, not a word I can say on air, is that the Athletics are going to be very popular. The Athletics are a very popular stack here, and rightfully so, against Jorge Lopez, who was cruising, by the way, against the Rangers until it all fell apart because that's what happens with Jorge Lopez.
Yeah.
Now,
Poor
there's a
Jorge.
couple reasons why I like the Athletics stack, other than that they've won 11 games in a row. One is that Lopez never goes deep into games. I mean, no matter how well he's pitching, he's averaging, I think, about 75 pitches a game, and he's only gone to the fifth inning once so far in his starts. So there's that. So you're going to get into the Baltimore bullpen early, which is good because we do want that. The majority of Oakland's games have come in Oakland. They've barely played on the road so far. So they're mashing the baseball right now, and all those offensive numbers that look so good have basically come in Oakland. Now they're coming to what's going to feel like a Little League park in Camden Yards and just smoke the ball. I mean, what's a routine flyout in Oakland is about 50 feet out of the park in Camden Yards.
Yeah.
So you have guys who are like Matt Olson, Nat Chapman, Mitch Moreland, who are all crushing the ball right now, going against a guy who's a fly ball pitcher and gives up a ton of home runs to begin with, no matter where he pitches. So they're very expensive, which is a nice wrinkle on this slate because people are paying up for pitching. So it's interesting to see how the ownership is going to shake out because you look at the top four guys in that lineup tonight, Laureano, Lowry, Olson, Chapman, no one is cheaper than 4,800 in that one. So for me, that is an excellent stack here tonight.
Yeah, and I will say like the weather conditions are much more favorable for the A's than they are for the Orioles at the moment because the wind is blowing directly out to right field. So against a right-handed pitcher, they're going to have their left-handed batters in there. That wind is going to benefit the left-handed bats much more than the right-handed bats. So that's something that you can use to I don't want to say break the tie between the Orioles and the A's because it's not a tie. The A's are better, but like it's another factor working in their favor. So yeah, Mitch Moreland to me at 3,100 is a steal.
What
I
a
think
steal.
That's a great cash game play. And obviously like it sucks that you can't play him and Matt Olson together in tournaments, but that's a very interesting pivot if you wanted to do it, because I would imagine that the folks that do stack the A's will get Matt Olson in there.
I want to touch upon the Coors Field game specifically because I think this is such a tough game to read and a game that I've been struggling with. This sun is really pissing me off. So the Rockies offense has been so bad. They've been so incredibly bad. And it's a huge reason, why Coors overs at Coors Field this season are 4-7-1. Like they're just not happening. And it's mostly because of how bad the Rockies offense has been. Now, the total over on the DraftKings Sportsbook is an over-under of 10.5. So naturally, You look at that and you go, okay, I got to get pieces of this game. But it's like, it's so hard to figure out because the Rockies offense has been so bad, but they're facing Vince Velasquez, who was like just probably as bad, from like a pitching standpoint. And then you got Herman Marquez, who has, obviously not been great at home, but he's facing a Phillies team that's been one of the worst offenses on the road so far. I think they're hitting like 200. They've hit 6 total home runs on the road. They're averaging like, barely over 2 runs a game on the road. What are your thoughts on Coors Field tonight? Because honestly, it's like kind of driving me crazy because I always like to have at least a little piece of it. But I look at this game and I'm like, this could easily be like a 4-2 game at the same time.
So I've done some research on this. I don't have the numbers in front of me at the moment, which is unfortunate, but Coors Field doesn't become Coors Field until the summer. Like,
that's fair.
Unders in Coors Field early in the season have been a good bet for long before this year.
Yeah.
Now, the fact that this Rockies team can't hit exacerbates that fact.
Yeah.
So I don't look at this, even though it is Vince Velasquez. To me, if you're telling me that the Rockies are facing Vince Velasquez at home and it was last year, I would say like, oh, great. They're implied for 7 runs.
Right.
Like it's not a situation where I feel like I need to get them in there in this spot. I'm more interested in the Phillies. Even though the Phillies offense has not hit this year, here's something that I found that was interesting.
Okay.
The 3 batters this year who have provided the most value against the fastball.
Yeah.
Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto, and Didi Gregorius.
3, 4, and 5.
Herman Marquez, very fastball heavy pitcher. He throws it. I want to say he's at the 29th highest rate to start the year amongst qualified pitchers. Over 55%. So, if anything, I want the Phillies in this matchup.
Sure. Looking up real quick, he has thrown the fastball this season 54.5% of the time. So he is obviously very reliant on that. And yeah, like you said, the guys that you just mentioned are batting 3, 4, and 5. Not overly expensive for Coors Field. Bryce Harper's 5,700. That's pretty expensive. JT Realmuto, always one of the most expensive catchers, so not that big of a surprise at 5,100. And then Didi Gregorius hitting from the left side of the plate, 4,700. So not the worst 3-man stack you could make. It is a little expensive, but we're talking about just under 5K.
If you want to make it cheaper, throw number 6 and 7 in there.
Yeah,
Brad Miller and Alec Boehm. Those are pretty cheap for Coors. Miller's on the positive side of his splits, and Boehm hasn't hit this year, but he hit a heck of a lot last year.
He did. Yeah, it's been a struggle for him so far. Picking up a little bit as of late. You see some decent numbers here in his game log over his past 7 games, so maybe starting to get something going there. But average of 5,600 for the rest of your lineup. If you do take that Philly stack, that does include pitchers, so you have to sacrifice a little bit on the pitching side. But yeah, that's kind of where I was standing with Coors. I just thought it was kind of a tough game to figure out. Like I mentioned, 10.5 run implied total for that game. Haven't been hitting the overs in Coors Field at all, so it's kind of been a tough one to figure out. One other game I want to hit upon, because I know we're starting to run up it a little bit here. Seattle and Boston. Not hitting on Seattle because I love them so much. Hitting on this one more because 2 lefties in this matchup. The Red Sox have been lefty smashers, even since dating back to last year, especially at home. Xander Bogaerts has insane stats at home against lefties about Fenway Park. JD Martinez, another guy. What are your thoughts on this one? Because Boston has been one of the more popular stacks in all of baseball since the season started here. But we've seen some nice starts coming from Yuzi Kikuchi so far this season, averaging just under 16 DraftKings fantasy points in 3 starts.
All right. I mean, that's not bad. Kikuchi was a guy who got buzz as a sleeper a little bit during the offseason, and I never really understood it. He is striking out guys this year, which I guess is nice, but 4.74 ERA, 4.25 FIP. He's not a left-handed pitcher that you really fear.
Right.
And like you said, the Red Sox just mash left-handed hitters. I mean, JD, I'm pretty sure it legally stands for just dongs, but specifically against left-handed pitchers. The guy just murders the ball in those matchups. He's off to a fantastic start this year. He had a bad year last year, no doubt about it. But years prior, he's like a 400 WOBA, 400 ISO guy against left-handed pitchers. So he's 6K. You know, like I think he's the most expensive hitter on the slate. So if you want him, you're going to have to pay up for him. But would it surprise me if just dongs hit a dong tonight? Absolutely not.
You know, for the record, you saying you don't like Seiler Glasnow, but you want to go with just Dongs Martinez. That says a lot about your character. All right, that's going to wrap it up. This is not going to happen anymore. This is really making me angry. That's going to do it for this edition of the slate. A little short edition as we had some overtime in the last Madden game, but there's plenty of Madden action still to come tonight. It's Friday night, baby. 6 p.m. We got Cowboys and Vikings. Brandon and Jeff will be on the call for that one. So stay tuned right here on the Dream Stream. For Matt LaMarca, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll do MLB once again next Tuesday. Catch you then.
What's up, guys? Welcome back into DK Simland. My name is Jeff Ulrich, and we are coming at you hot with 6 p.m. Eastern Sim here. We had a little Dallas Cowboys, Minnesota Vikings action. I do believe that this is Herschel Walker's revenge game on both teams. So joining me, as he was last night, Brandon Cristal is back in the the side booth, I guess we could call it. And yeah, this is my first of two. Strap it in for a couple here, DK Sim fam. So sit back and enjoy, and let's get this party started, man. Brandon, how you doing?
I'm doing good. We just had overtime. Rossi and I did with Bengals. I was just talking to the Bengals writer for my podcast with Dolphins and Panthers. Little OT. DJ Moore, 3 touchdowns in the captain spot, and that wasn't good enough to get me the win. So we have back-to-back games that I do with three touchdowns. I ended up finishing 32nd. 3 touchdowns from a wide receiver. Matt Breida had a great game too. Christian McCaffrey didn't do much, but he did score the game winner. 63 points in the captain spot for DJ Moore. But what's your lineup look like? I made the contest, Herschel Walker's revenge. Right now I'm sitting in 16th place. What's your captain spot and the rest of your guys look like? I
put Zeke in there. I went Cowboy heavy.
Okay.
I got Zeke in the captain. Who else do I got? Just disappeared. I put Cousins in there. So I went more. I faded Dalvin Cook, which is just normally a terrible
that seems
play.
Silly.
But I put Cousins with Thielen, Sharp, and then I capped it off with like Jarwin and the Cowboys. So I went with like a Zeke heavy Cowboy stack, and then hoping that we get some garbage time from like Cousins and stuff. So I will see how that works out.
I went Thielen as my captain because I wanted to get Zeke and Cook in my lineup. So Thielen's the captain, Cook, Zeke, Gallup, Justin Jefferson. I know can be boom or bust. He's obviously made some plays here and there, and then had to fit a kicker in. Didn't love either of these defenses. They don't have a lot of. They have playmakers. They just don't make plays in real life or on the Sims very often. So I faded both defenses, but did get Zerline in because he's usually good for a field goal or two.
Yeah, it's always a little tricky when you have 2 elite running backs in. It's like, because you don't really want to fade them, but they are hard to get in, especially if you captain one. So I went with captaining one. Hopefully we get like the monster day from Zeke. But generally, I think getting both in somehow is probably the better strategy because, Thielen, like you said, you put Thielen in your captain, right?
Thielen in my captain spot, hoping that this Cowboys D, which is very suspect, especially on the outside, just lives up to their reputation.
It's true. I was just talking about that this morning. I mean, I feel like, if the Broncos don't take Surtain, then Patrick Surtain in the draft, it's going to be the Cowboys. So.
Yeah, I think that he can step in right away and start opposite Trayvon Diggs. You get the starting cornerback duo from a year ago, from the 2019 football season, I guess, there in Tuscaloosa, now in Big D.
Yeah, the double Alabama stack there in the back end. I think that's going to have some appeal to Dallas. Pass out there to Cook to start. All depends on what the Broncos do, though. I mean,
how much are you regretting, by the way, not playing Cook? He's already the lead.
Like I said, it generally doesn't work out when you fade Dalvin Cook, especially against a bad D. So, like we said, Dallas isn't that great a D, but he has had some bust games. It's just so tough when
last time Vikes played that I had him. Yeah, I captained him and he scored like 3 touchdowns.
I have seen him score like 10 points before or like less, so it doesn't happen very often though.
We were starting to get into, you were asking kind of the Broncos question, I think.
I was just saying. What did I say? I said, well, I mean, I basically, Surtain, obviously the Cowboys will need to get past the Broncos or do a deal with the Broncos, but I think there's going to be. I think it all depends on. I think if one of those quarterbacks, the top 5 quarterbacks, get to the Broncos, there'll be teams making offers that they can't refuse. So.
Agreed. And so that's kind of probably what the Cowboys are hoping for, right? Is it Trey Lance is sitting there at 9? The Broncos can't convince themselves that he's better than Drew Lock.
Yeah.
And somebody wants him, and next thing you know, the Broncos are picking up more number 1s or a bunch of 2s.
And for the Cowboys too, since they're playing, as Dalvin Cook gets more points, he's already got like 3 points in this draft. Worst case scenario, maybe Trey Lance drops to 10, and then they could trade back. Like they'd still be.
At some point though. Well, I guess it depends on how far you're going back, and can you still get one of those frontline corners, one of those 3 corners, because you can't miss on. I mean, there's other good corners in the draft, but those 3 are kind of in a group above the rest.
Yeah, there's kind of those top 3. And we even heard like the top 2 kind of guys, but yeah, I think Dallas, if they don't get Surtain, they could be trade back a little bit, get a little more capital, and just take the guy. Oh, Dallas is one of those teams. They tend to not like to trade back. They just
it doesn't happen very often. They seem to just kind of stick and
Yeah.
make a splash pick if they can.
Yeah. So Jerry doesn't like to do the deals.
Let me throw this at you though, because Kirk Cousins re-signed, but what kind of deal did he re-sign? Wasn't it only like another 2-year deal?
It was a 3-year deal.
Was it a new 3-year deal? Let's just I can look at contract stuff.
I think it was.
Let's see. Because
I can't remember.
I don't know how many people talked about this, but one thing we know is Rick Spielman and George Payton are obviously very close. George was his right-hand man for 14 years. Now George is GM here in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Minnesota native Trey Lance. He's from Marshall, Minnesota, which is south and west.
Yep.
Minneapolis, pretty far south. Actually, was looking at the exact distance as I was starting to look at the contracts too. So he's not in Minneapolis. That was Thielen, right? I could use that. So
4th and 14.
That is, it's not close. But same state.
It's the same state. It's still a home state guy. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
And I have seen people link Trey Lance to the Vikings, and I think that's
what I was going to say. Is Kirk isn't going to be there forever? No one thinks Trey Lance is ready to go. Kirk's current deal, so this one I don't believe is fully guaranteed, but 66 is guaranteed. 31. Wow. So he just signed basically another a 2-year, $66 million deal. So the final year of this one, and then 2 years, 66. Completely guaranteed again? Really?
Yes. Yes, I know, right?
Okay, so here's what it is. He reworked that deal to give them more cap flexibility.
Yes, he reworked it. That's right, yeah.
And so it's this year and next year. But yeah, it's fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
So you can maybe move him next year because you're eating the bulk of the money if you needed to. So maybe that's a team to keep an eye on.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. They're not getting talked about much, but yeah, I think if
2 hours, 40
9 or
minutes,
10.
150 miles. Marshall, Minnesota, due west, a little southwest of Minneapolis. So it's all the same neck of the woods.
I can't remember the Vikings pick. Where do they pick?
14.
Yeah, so
that's kind of perfect striking distance. You could get 14-9 pretty easy.
I pegged the Patriots in there just because I feel like the Patriots are just so.
But if you're I don't know if George Payton's going to take the best deal. But if you're going to go 9-14 or 9-15, unless the Patriots just blow you away, you're probably going to trade with the guy that was your boss for 14 years and not try to help a team that no one wants to help in the Patriots.
It's a good point, man. I just pegged the Patriots because I feel like they're being hyper aggressive, and I'm not sure. I just don't really know if the Vikings have that in mind. But man, I agree. Like they're up there. I think there's 3 teams. When Lance gets involved, assuming it's Lance is the one who falls and not Fields. I think if Fields falls,
Fields falls, the Broncos have to take it.
Yeah, well, that's true too, right? Anyways, the quarterback that falls, I think there's about 4 or 5 teams. I think the Bears are again, we know the Bears want a quarterback. I think the Patriots, Washington is a maybe, but I think Minnesota is kind of the other team. I think there's 4 solid teams there that'll really be looking to move up. I think Minnesota's kind of the sneaky little underdog there. 4th and 28.
And George Payton mentioned that yesterday. He said he said it to James Palmer on NFL Network in video that it wasn't live, so it came out after his press conference. But then he said the same thing in the press conference, that he hasn't made any calls to move up yet, but they have taken calls to move back.
Yeah. Yep.
But a lot of it, too, is it's one thing if you're going to pull a deal like the Niners did, but for a lot of these teams, they're already kind of working the groundwork, but not ready to pull the trigger because they don't want to give up draft capital if their guy's not going to be there. And so at 3, you could make that move one way or the other and know that, for the Niners, they could control the draft. Whereas if you're a team, let's say you're Minnesota, and you're like, we want Trey Lance, let's trade with Denver tonight. We can get that pick done. It doesn't cost us as much as going up to 4 or whatever.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
you make that move. I guess you go to 4, that's a different thing. but you're not going to make the trade for 7 or 9 right now. I know 7 is Detroit, so probably not trade in your division unless you have to. I'm just saying a lot of this is, hey, if this guy is there, what can we have ready to go? Because you only have that 10-minute window, so you can't just come up with deals on the fly. I mean, you can, and you do, but it helps to have laid the groundwork to say, all right, we're going to do this deal now. Your guy's there. We're fine sliding back to 14, or we're fine sliding back to 12, or whatever it may be. Big sack there for DeMarcus Lawrence, living up to his contract for once. So I think those calls happen more than, hey, let's make this trade right now for this. I think it's, if this is going to happen, let's get this deal done, or let's have this deal ready to go.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's why sometimes we don't see the big trades happen, because like you said, it's only a small window. So maybe, I mean, in a way, maybe I should have pegged the Vikings in there, because there's the familiarity factor, right? I think that's like a super good point. It's just going to make it easier for them to make the trade if they want to.
Yeah, to have already had the conversation and have the framework laid out.
Just have the knowledge of who you're working with too, right?
Yeah, and what they're looking to do. So.
Yeah. Anyways, I mean, I put the Patriots in there, but I fully recognize there's like 3 or 4 teams that could be working with Denver there. Down goes Cousins. Dalvin Cook up to 4 carries, 44 yards. He's been okay, but the defense has kind of taken over this game. Seen a lot of sacks so far, guys. So, where's my lineup? Dallas D still 10 points. Cousins 1 point, just over a point. Thielen 3.2 points. He does have one nice catch, but not a whole heck going on here. Another punt.
Cook's got some yards though.
Yeah, Thielen's got some yards. He had one nice catch. Cook's got some yards. And touchback. Oh, no, out of the 11. Excuse me.
So because I was just talking to this guy that covers the Bengals, what do you think of the Bengals picking at 5? You know, Jamar Chase makes a lot of sense. Protecting Joe Burrow makes sense, but you remember they've got Jonah Williams who got hurt. So that's the guy they invested a first rounder in just 2019 in Alabama.
That's right. Yep.
They just signed Riley Reef, but not a big deal. So he's kind of just a placeholder. So if they went Penei Sewell, it'd be to play right tackle because you got Jonah Williams. They envision him as a left tackle. Or Kyle Pitts, you give him a big-time weapon to go with T. Higgins and why am I drawing a blank on Boyd and Joe Mixon. I think they go a few different directions there, but is Chase just too obvious because he is so talented and he and Joe Burrow had such a connection at LSU 2 years ago? Or do you trade back? Because maybe somebody wants to get one of those QBs.
They could trade back. Like they could. I don't think they're going to, because I really feel like even with the per chance that they might have to switch someone in the O-line, like getting Sewell is a pretty big get, and it really shores it up. And obviously with like the narrative around Burrow, it's not even a narrative, just around Burrow's injury, that just sort of insulates you around that. At least you've done your due diligence. But Pitts I have going forward to Atlanta, because I really feel like that is going to be a solid fit for them. And he's just so unique that I don't think they'll be able to pass it up. But if Pitts does fall, I could see it. I could also see Chase. I don't think the Bengals are going to trade back, because I really feel like they're kind of good with like probably a couple players there, and for good reason. Like I think Chase is like the legit number 1 receiver. I think he deserves it. And I think Sewell's a legit number 1 O-line, and Pitts is like just the best pure receiver. So whoever falls to you, like you're just getting an insanely good prospect. So I think the Bengals probably just stay there, but it's kind of wide open with who they take. Absolutely.
I guess the only reason they'd maybe move is if someone knocks their socks off.
Exactly. Right. And they could trade back and maybe still get a receiver.
How far do they want to go though? Like will you get the 3 guys you want? You may not be able to get Pitts, Sewell, and Chase. They may all be gone.
I mean, maybe Fields falls and like Carolina comes knocking, and then you get like Slater at 8, or maybe even Sewell falls to 8 or something, or Chase. Who knows? So, it's. I mean, look, draft day is going to be crazy. I think once the 3rd pick is in, things will get really interesting, because whoever, again, Mac Jones has gone back into the favorite here, whereas we're past the first quarter here. Not much going on, guys, in terms of stats. Still just 3-0.
Has a field goal. Yeah. There you go. You're caught up.
Caught up.
Dan Bailey?
once that third pick is made, there's going to be a lot of movement, like just in terms of guys, teams trying to, position themselves, make plans, whatever. So and Mac Jones, like I said, has headed back into like pretty significant favorite status. I think he's around at least minus 150 in a lot of spots. I think I saw him at minus 200 in some spots today. So he's a favorite, and I do think that's who San Francisco's going to take.
Yeah.
Rightly or wrongly.
Colin Cowherd made an interesting take today that you don't need the smartest guy. You just need a really good quarterback. In that Ryan Fitzpatrick, 48 on the Wonderlic, but has the highest interception percentage in the last decade. Second to him, Jay Cutler, Vanderbilt. So it's like you don't have to be Jared Goff, makes bad decisions, Cal kid, Josh Rosen as a guy that everyone thought was the smartest kid in that draft. So even though Mac Jones' process is super fast, which is the hardest thing for a quarterback to do, and he doesn't turn the ball over necessarily. He certainly didn't in Alabama. But being the smartest doesn't necessarily translate completely. You don't want a dummy.
Exactly.
You don't want someone that can't read the playbook or know how to read defense.
Yeah. And look, if you don't have the arm to beat like these quick corners, like, he had receivers who were getting like 10 yards open on like every like third play at Alabama. Do we really know like if this is going to translate over? I think it's insanely risky to take Mac Jones at 3. So
no, he's essentially Mac Jones. If you look at it, he will have thrown to 4 of the first 5 wide receivers taken over the last two drafts.
It's crazy, dude. It's really hard to like tell, how he's going to react in like a different environment with that, just with Alabama being so dominant. So,
He had 5 pros in front of him, a first-round draft pick as a running back, and then literally 4 of the 5 receivers drafted in order. The first 2 last year and 2 of the first 3 this year.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I know when I was watching Mac Jones tape last week, it was just like, is this just like, are they just cherry picking highlights here? But it's like, no, legitimately
it's
wide receivers.
But I had a person tell me that they kind of have fallen in love with him.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. No, I think it's happening. I think Mac Jones is getting picked 3. I would like to see that because I think it's going to make the rest of the draft super interesting. I think people should be falling over themselves to get Justin Fields if he falls past 3. So 2nd and 7 here. Dallas trying to get out of the shadow of their own end zone. Pin back here. This is the type of game it's been. A punt that falls at the 1 just to make things even more exciting. So BK and I getting some serious stinkers here in our 2 games together the last couple of days.
At least yesterday we had Deshaun Jackson. Today all we have is Minnesota kicker.
Sacks and punts.
Dan Bailey.
Right.
I should have called it Dan Bailey's revenge.
That's right. That's a good call. Dan Bailey revenge. All right. Shotgun 3rd and 4. Dak. Do something. Do something. He does.
Hey.
Completion to, I think that was Gallup. Yep, Michael Gallup. I believe that was his first catch.
He's on my roster.
There you go. I actually used him too, I think. What's up, DK Sim fam? I will be with you for the next sim as well, so settle in. Smash that like button for me and BK if you could. That'd be awesome. Twitch stream, I see you as well. Smashland, I got your DM. Try and give you some info on those cards tomorrow. It's a lot of them, dude.
On what?
He sent me some cards he had. He wanted me to take a look at trading
Like
cards.
to rate him, or he just like
just to give me get my opinion on some of them.
You emailed him to you, or you physically mailed him to Canada?
No, just DM. He DM'd me pictures
okay.
of them.
Like you're not a raider. That'd be
no.
Probably be a cool job though.
You can mail me cards. You get no guarantee you'll get them back. No guarantee. Okay, Dallas moving the ball a bit here. Zeke with a nice run. Midfield, 1st and 10. Touchdown would be cool. Anything would be cool. You can get a handoff to Zeke.
Oh, go right, Zeke.
Yeah. Cut back inside for no reason. And 2nd and 7. Did get 3 yards.
Rooster Michael says no CEH type pick for the Chiefs at the end of the round. No, they got Orlando Brown Jr. They now have a left tackle they have a left tackle for a decade.
Yep. Yeah, Kansas City really just, again, I
don't know how that works with their salary cap. I guess he's still on his rookie deal, right? And he's still on his rookie deal.
Yeah, he is, because that's the one thing about the trade that is a little bit sketchy for Kansas City. He's a free agent next year, so they have to re-sign him. But
they'll re-sign him.
Yeah, exactly. Who wouldn't want to play with Patrick Mahomes?
Right, he's gonna play with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
and they'll offer him top dollar.
They'll
spread
make
the money out.
Look, this is why I like teams who do this. It's very clear what Kansas City's need is, and it's they need to make sure their O-line is good so Patrick Mahomes can win them football games. That was the only thing.
But still, to go from where they were, and I guess Kyle Long, I think he's probably going to play right tackle. And a lot of people tell you left guard and right tackle are the same thing.
Yeah, I definitely do not know enough about the O-line position to comment there, but I have heard that he was going to be the one moving or whatever. So, but yeah, they signed him, obviously giving up a first at the end of this year, but they got some picks back too. They got a 2nd rounder back. So, but like our producer alluded to, they won't be taking a nifty little offensive weapon at the end of the first this year, but they did get a 2nd in return. So let me just break down the exact trade here. Actually.
And they have a lot of weapons already. Right,
yeah,
they have Tyreek Hill, Kelsey, McCole Hardman, CEH.
Yeah. They've been building up their resources there. Like they don't need to, like you said. Let's see here we go. Kansas City traded against 1st round pick along with 3 other picks to the Ravens in exchange for OT Orlando Brown, 1 pick in 2021, which I'm pretty sure was a 2nd round pick. So there you go. But yeah, really just loading up on a offensive line this year, which is smart. Here we go, 2nd and 11. Let's go, Dak. Infield goal range.
They got Kyle Long to come out of retirement.
That's right. They got Kyle Long to come out of retirement. Traded for Joe Tooney. No, they did it all without, not in the draft too. So they'll have some flexibility in the draft too. That's the other thing. Like now they can kind of draft defense if they want. So it was a smart allocation of.
Well, when's their pick? Was the 2nd in there too?
No, just the 1st.
The 1st, and then next year's 2nd. What else was in it?
So okay. Let me get.
Sorry,
I want the exact breakdown because it is kind of complicated. Here we go. Chiefs get Orlando Brown, the 2nd round pick, and a 2022 6th round pick. The Ravens get pick number 31 from this year, a 3rd round pick, 4th round pick, and a 2022 5th round pick. So the Chiefs did give up a 3rd and 4th round pick from this draft. So
that was actually 2nd to go with Orlando Brown.
Yes, the 2nd is going with Orlando Brown. So the Chiefs got a 2nd back from this year as well.
I guess it feels like they could have done better, the Ravens. But
yeah,
Orlando Brown's probably just going to become more of a malcontent. And then you've got a guy that every week is talking about how he wants to play left tackle.
Yep.
Versus just kind of moving on and
drop
cutting their
touchdown.
losses.
Exactly. And he's a free agent, right? I think that was the main thing.
Yeah, sure. Or right. And then he's not going to be there anyway. So.
Yeah. So, yeah, Ravens wanted to move on. They got good draft, improved their draft capital. They're in a really good spot in this draft there. I'm not sure who dropped that one, actually. Anyways, Dak. Oh, can drop it off. Zeke. Oh. Okay, what are they going to do? How much time do I left in the clock here? 50 seconds, 4th and 3. Probably just kick the field goal. Get aggressive. Go for it. Do it. No. Zerline. 3.
See, good thing I rostered Zerline.
PGZ says, how long before Tyreek Hill starts getting hamstring problems?
Hadn't happened yet. He's figured out how to stay fast.
Yeah. Maybe a couple years. Who knows?
So
You're right, though.
But you have him and McCall Hardman.
He's a dude who's a little bit, when he gets a little bit older, probably seeing more soft tissue injuries like that. Don't disagree. American ham, we call it Canadian bacon, if I'm being dead honest. Well, it's not really true, but Canadian bacon is like a version of ham.
But do you call Canadian bacon bacon?
So there's a version of bacon that's called Canadian bacon. It's like back bacon.
But that's different than the Canadian bacon we have here on pizza?
I don't really know if it's different. We just call it Canadian bacon up here. We call back bacon Canadian bacon.
Okay, but if you had bacon that you would have at breakfast, what do you all call that?
Bacon.
Just bacon. Okay.
Just regular, yeah.
Sure.
The strips, yeah. That's
Yeah.
bacon.
Strips of bacon. It's just
Yeah.
bacon.
But
Canadian
back bacon is technically called, it's another name for back bacon is Canadian bacon.
Boy, this Cowboys D is getting after Kirk Cousins.
Big time information you're getting here. Yeah. Defense, I did not envision a defensive struggle here. I really thought we were going to get one of Dak one of Zeke or like Dalvin Cook going for like 40 points. This is not the scenario I envisioned here. Clearly, BK and I are a terrible combo who are bringing bad luck to this game.
But you have both defenses and both kickers. You are sitting pretty.
This is important news for next time. You see us on the schedule.
No way to end
You captain those defenses and you stack those kickers as we end the first half. Thankfully, bring it to an end with a 3-3 tie. Zerline and a Bailey field goal. Cowboys, 2 kickers, 1 former, 1 recent, dueling it out. Cowboys D at 9.7% owned, 0.5% owned the captain. Vikings 8.6% owned, 0.9% in the captain. Thrilling stuff there, BK Sim fam. I know y'all love defensive struggles, so. Anyways, guys, that was the first half. We'll go through a couple stats here. It won't take long. Oh my God. Both quarterbacks under 50 yards passing. I honestly don't think I've ever seen that in a half. So bad.
It's a run-first league. Everybody knows that.
That's right. Dalvin Cook does have 50 yards rushing. He's had a couple good runs. Zeke 37. Tony Pollard was in there. What?
I've rostered him before and cheered for him to no avail. Let's see what place I'm in.
Oh my God, the receivers stats are. Adam Thielen is the leading receiver with 1 catch for 22 yards. Unbelievable. Dalvin Cook has 3 catches, but 11 yards. That honestly might be the worst half I've ever seen. And I say that knowing that I've done a million of these, and I've probably seen a shutout in the first half. I don't know if
I'm in 25th place, by the way.
There you go, dude. I don't even want to know where I'm sitting. Maybe I should look here quickly. Yeah. Let me check quick. Where am I? Oh, I'm in 22nd.
Well done.
That's because. Oh, did you cap? Oh no, you captained Thielen, who's the leading receiver. So I mean, those 3.2 points are huge. I got Zeke in there. He's like one of the only guys with more than 5 points too. So
we got 129 people in the contest. I figured starting it or putting it out as early as I did give us a shot to get to close to 150 or 200. I guess we're kind of close.
That is true. Guys, before I forget, I know this game isn't that exciting, but do you know what is exciting? And do you know what's going to be on this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern on the DraftKings Dream Stream? The Major League Eating, the Red Carpet Film Feast from Las Vegas, Nevada. It's on here, 4 p.m. Eastern. DraftKings offering the free entry to the DraftKings Sportsbook pool that will hand out $10K in prizes for answering a series of questions about the Major League Eating contest. You head over to that DraftKings Sportsbook pool, guys. You answer the questions. You get involved with the free contest. Then you come here around 5:30 Eastern because there's going to be a preview show as well. And you watch it. You support it. You hit the like. You subscribe to the DraftKings channel. You do all that good stuff. We can be friends. And like I said, it's going to be fun. If you've been watching the interviews with Emerson, throughout the week, I can tell you there's a lot of big personalities in the Major League Eating. And I know our producers have absolutely loved dealing with these guys. So I'm kind of pumped to sit down and watch a little bit of it. Again, really want to see how the popcorn goes down. Cristobal says 3 points are huge. It's true.
3 points are enormous.
Every point matters here. Here we go. Dak from the shotgun, 2nd and 9. Thrown out. A little completion. Like Gallup with his second catch.
Yep, I got him too. I'm probably.
There you go. You're in first. You're the richest man in the world right now. Yeah, just pretend it's a soccer game. English
soccer,
football.
hockey, either way.
3-3.
What if this is a score going to overtime?
Man U and Liverpool. Zeke.
What's soccer's popularity in Canada? Same as it is in America?
Yeah, not much.
Well, I mean, I could argue that in America it's certainly growing. That's why the MLS keeps getting as much money as they do for franchise.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's
a lot of people there with ties to Europe, so that's why I would figure that, because of their family, they'd be like, oh, I'm a Liverpool fan. Like I said, my parents are from Paris, so I like PSG or whatever. And I realize Montreal is the place with the most Canadian influence. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah. No, absolutely. There's a lot of people up here who will like watch it or like just are like, in that sort of, they're like fans of the sport. It's just as like a national sport, and like it's very big with participation in like younger groups, but it's not like a huge thing.
That should have been picked right in Harrison Smith's hand.
Yeah, Harrison Smith. But as far as like a national sport, like we just suck at it. So
no,
it never gets like the huge coverage that it could, I guess, because it is popular. Like it's, obviously we're an expansive country and there's like a lot of like smaller parts where, like playing soccer is one of the things that everyone can do, right? So
yeah, of course,
it's popular to play as a youth sport, but it's not like huge on the national scene or anything. No.
I want my 2-year-old to play soccer. My dad's from Argentina. He's built like me. He's probably going to be 5'9" if he's lucky, maybe 5'10", because my wife's family saw. But anyway, I bought him a little soccer goal, and we had lots of soccer balls around, but he's kicking the ball. Then for Easter, my sister-in-law got him little baseball home plate and 1, 2, 3 numbered bases and the pitcher's mound. Right. And yesterday was the first time we broke that out, and I was trying to explain it to him, so I flipped on the TV and like, see, he hits it, and he runs with these bases. And you got these little bats, so we'll let him swing the bat in the house. But, have a ball, he can fake swing it. Right. And he's just running in a circle all day. Did it all day yesterday, did it all day today. He's like, can we do this? And he went and got the bases. I'm like, yeah, you want to run the bases? He's like, yeah, run the bases. So maybe I'll have a baseball player and a soccer player. Maybe he'll be both. I mean, I think all kids should play as many sports as possible. And luckily for baseball, you don't have to be super big to be a baseball player and be good at it.
No, especially like with, just at any time, right?
And he's 2, so I don't.
And he's 2, so he's got room to grow.
His sporting future is not determined now.
No.
It's funny though, because every time that we'd have something, I'd be like, "Oh, kick the ball, score a goal."
You can just bring him to a big diamond and just wear him out, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Run the bases.
And I think he's not left-handed, so I'm not gonna make him a pitcher. He doesn't appear to be left-handed, at least. He did throw the ball with his left hand today, but I think he just does that because it's closest.
Yeah.
He holds forks and spoons with his right hand.
My girls, one of them's left and one of them's right, so it's a little weird. It does make it easier to tell them apart, though. Which ones?
The thing about being left-handed is, other than
Tajay Sharp,
other than baseball pitching, the world's designed for right-handed people. Scissors, desks.
Yes, true.
Clothes, all of it. It's all kind of designed for right-handed people, unfortunately.
Those desks. Those desks are the worst.
It's just the desk. It's got to be the worst.
Legitimately, like, try and, like, get the left-handedness out of society.
Like, turn sideways and you're looking at the wall instead of your teacher.
Oh, is Adam Thielen?
Yeah, scissors you can't cut right because of the way they're designed.
All right. Minnesota moving it a little bit. Couple catches. One by Sharp, one by Adam Thielen. See what goes on there. There's Devin Cook. Oh. Yeah, I'm one of those people. I golf and shoot hockey left-handed, but I write right-handed. So there's more of us like that up here in Canada because we all started shooting the puck when we were younger.
That I get. You know, Phil Mickelson, the only thing he does in his whole life is play golf left-handed because he would stand and mirror his dad.
Right.
And his dad was right-handed, but he does everything else right-handed. My wife does everything in her life right-handed except play pool.
Really? She plays pool left-handed?
She and her sister both play pool left-handed.
That's a weird one.
Yeah, for sure.
That feels like something like that. No, that's weird.
I don't
She
know.
must have just learned that way.
Maybe their dad, and I think I asked him, like, was your dad left-handed? Yeah, left-handers do make good first baseman. Daniel says he shoots a basketball left-handed, but right-handed otherwise. So, like, you throw a football or throw a baseball right-handed, Daniel? Daniel's on the ones and twos.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Shoots left-handed. Huh.
Shooting left-handed and then throwing it right-handed. That is weird. I'm not going to lie.
Odd. It should make it easier to make right-handed baskets, though, like around the rim.
That's true. Being left-handed basketball, I think, is a good advantage.
Yeah.
Well, I think it just sets people off a little bit.
For sure, they have to figure out how to guard you differently.
Yeah, I just feel like there's some skilled left-handers, and I think it sort of throws the defenders off a little bit. It's kind of like playing a left-hander in tennis too. You know, just a little bit different. Field goal. Another settling for field goal. So 6-3. Exciting stuff.
The Vikings doubled their score.
Oh, Mr. Hawk. Glad you're here, friend. Here we go, 6-3, a couple minutes left. I'm not going to lie, we might not get a touchdown here. This game seems destined to go touchdownless, so we can all hope and pray, but you get another bunch of points. Check the free rolls here. In the 250 free roll, we got a massive tie at the top. Dalvin Cook in the captain spot, 15.3 points. Zeke has 8 points. Thielen has 5.8. Gallup with 5.6. They both have 2 catches. Both D's over 10 points. My God. I'm 15th in our little contest. Doing well.
Yeah, not a lot of people are rostering both kickers and both D's.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I'm in 16th. Oh, no, I'm in 25th.
I only used the Cowboys D. Did I use a kicker? No, I didn't.
You have 5 Vikings, huh?
No, I used...
Oh, you're saying of the defenses.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't use that. Those are my only special teams guys because I didn't use the kickers either. So 3rd and 5. Okay, we can get into the punt. Let's go, Dak. Shotgun. Spread out. Spread formation. A star over the middle there. Vikings linebacker. Not sure what it is.
That's probably Kendricks, right?
No, that makes sense. Yep. Kendricks.
I mean, they've got 2 good linebackers with Kendricks and Barr, but I think it's Kendricks in the middle.
Let's find out since we're not doing anything
50
else.
foe.
Vikings. And if you do need info, guys, for the Madden stuff, go to the DraftKings DK Nation. Zach Thompson got articles up there every day. We got the Madden depth charts. You're playing paid contests. You want info. You need this stuff. So go over there. Go to the DK Nation page. Set yourself up. Some research. I'm looking at the Minnesota depth chart right now. Harrison Smith has an X factor. Daniil Hunter. Eric Kendricks. Oh, Eric. Yeah, I call him Michael Kendricks. Eric Kendricks.
Yeah,
Michael Kendricks. Who is Michael Kendricks with anyways?
Jail?
Yeah. Did he? But he was playing last year, wasn't he?
Maybe. He was like waiting to go to jail for his
The insiders. That was such a weird story. It still is a weird story.
Did you see the story that came out today about all these guys? Nick Foles, Von Miller, the 15 NFL players, part of an investment. fraud thing in Texas?
No, I didn't. My boy Nick Foles. Oh, there goes Zeke. Oh, just about broke a tackle. No, what happened? Give me the deets. Nick Foles getting his money taken away? Oh my God.
Well, this is going to be stretched out for a little bit, but here, let me find the story.
Oh, controversial loan program. Oh.
There you go. It's a controversial loan program.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, no.
Not great. I don't know if it's necessarily legal. That's why I didn't say illegal. It says controversial. I think there's lawsuits. This feels like this is going to be a civil litigation. So Captain Blood wants to know who we think Koff picks as his A1 NBA play. Well, I would pick Steph Curry tonight. Last time he played the Nuggets, he scored 53 2 Mondays ago. Now, at the very end of that game, Jamal Murray blew out his ACL. So there's a chance that you get an inspired Nuggets who have won 4 in a row that want a little revenge and don't want Steph to go for 50 again on him. So, nonetheless, empirical data would say he knows how to score on the Nuggets and everybody.
Yeah, Steph Curry having a monster season right now, obviously. So, okay, 6-3. Who else has the ball?
I know we're caught up on all the stats there. I saw this stat earlier, and obviously people around here are a little partial to Nikola Jokic as the MVP.
Okay, yep.
He has 51 double-doubles.
That's crazy.
Joel Embiid's only played 41 games. So at least those two against each other.
Yeah.
It's hard to argue for.
And I'm not someone
my man
who can
JoJo, and I'm a Jayhawk, so obviously I like seeing him do well. But.
No, I like the case for Djokovic, and I'm not like obviously a every night basketball guy, but
too busy watching hockey.
Yep, pretty much. Got to do my job, man.
Calgary, are they any good in the Canada division?
Flames are pretty bad this year. Oilers, who I cheer for, are doing okay. They're improved. Probably make the playoffs, so that's good. They do have 2 of the best players in the league, so it'd be sad.
I wonder if Jerome McGinley stayed here.
What's that?
Jerome McGinley, he came to Colorado because he liked Colorado and wanted his kids to grow up here.
Right.
But then he wasn't here very long.
But does he still live there?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It wouldn't shock me. Yeah, he grew up in Alberta. He was an Alberta-born dude and obviously played for Calgary. But I forgot he was on the Avalanche for a bit.
Wow, his name is super long. Have you ever seen his real name?
Yeah. Doesn't he have...
He has 7 names.
Isn't it a bunch of middle names or something?
Yeah. Oh, right.
Yeah.
You can only have one first name and one last name.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think technically. So his name, Jerome Arthur Lee, Leigh, Adekuniye, is that an I or an L? Or Adekunle Tig Jr. Elvis McGinley.
Yeah. Elvis was his dad's name, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly.
That's cool.
Yeah. Over the middle, touchdown. Yes. Who? Amari Cooper.
Amari Cooper.
First of the game? Yes. 10-6 Dallas. We break the goose egg here. Well, we break the touchdown goose egg anyways, folks. Dak to Amari, that should really shake things up. How long did Iginla play for the Avalanche? 2 years or 1 year? Is it just like a 1 year thing? I can't remember.
It feels like 1 year.
He didn't do too much.
No, let's see.
Really at the back end of his career.
Oh, because then he even went to Los Angeles too.
Oh, did he?
After that, yeah.
See, I just can't even remember. He was with Calgary for so long. Is really going to shake up the contest, that kind of score, especially when, obviously, we have, like, no scoring to begin with. So, Vikings D down to 7 points in the flex. Cooper up to 10 points. That was only his second catch. Dak still, even with the touchdown, only has 8.02 points. He's still got under 100 passing yards. This game is crazy low scoring, just low production. Kirk Cousins with 74 passing yards. 6 minutes left in the fourth.
At least it's going fast.
It is. It's going very fast.
Putting us out of our misery. What game do you have next?
I don't know.
You should bone up before the game starts.
What, do actual research? That sounds like work.
Oh, Green Bay, New Orleans.
Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, with Koff. Okay.
We'll definitely get Rodgers. I always captain Funches with the Bengals. And then the other day I played Kamara and Michael Thomas, and they were okay. It wasn't as good as the last time I had a Saint Sim and Michael Thomas went nuts.
With Green Bay, it is kind of interesting. I usually go Aaron Jones or Funchess. But
Try to
with
get
the
both
Saints
of
on the other side, Michael Thomas is going to be pretty attractive too. He can really just go nuts. He's going up against Jari Alexander. He's got really good ratings. Oh, he got it off. Cousins got it off. Cook, open field. Oh, tackle just for 50. 20 yards after the catch. Cook picking up some yards. I think that was like his 4th catch or something. So got him in the captain. That's going to help. We're going to see like 4 touchdowns in the last 5 minutes here. It's probably what's going to happen.
It'd be amazing.
It would be fun. I'd be okay with that. Figure out where Jerome McGinley lives, or
say that one more time. Oh, where Jerome? No.
Okay. I'm kind of interested now that we talked about it. So.
I'll see.
He's from where I live, like originally. Like he's from like very close to where I live now. So, but I don't think he's living here at the moment or anything.
We stayed in Southern California. That's also a good place to raise a family when you got $100 million.
Yeah, that's where I would expect.
Like the biggest criticism of SoCal is how expensive everything is. But when you've made that much money, then it's just about where do you want to live. You live down by the beach, Beach County, whatever. Beach or the beach towns, Manhattan, Hermosa. How often, when there's not a pandemic going on, do you come to America?
A couple times a year.
Where do you go typically?
Go to Arizona. I used to go to Vegas like every year for at least once.
Just for cars?
But with my kids now, like I just haven't been doing it as regularly at all, quite frankly. So now I go to Arizona. My parents have a place down there, so we can stay like easy. And yeah, that's kind of my 2 hot spots. It's really easy to get there from to Vegas and Arizona.
Where in Arizona, without giving away your parents' address, your parents' vacation address?
Oh, where in Arizona?
Yeah.
Oh, Surprise. Do you know where the Cactus League is? Yeah.
Surprise.
Really
Surprise is where.
Yeah.
Are the Rangers in Surprise and the Royals?
I'm pretty sure the Royals are actually.
I think the Royals and Rangers share a facility in Surprise.
Yeah. No, it's really close to the Cactus League stuff. It's cool. It's a cool little spot.
So,
I like it.
Personal life. Wow, this is long. He married his high school sweetheart, Kara. They have 3 kids, Jade, TJ, and Joe. They've been dating since grade 8. His half-sister, also played college hockey.
DeMac Lion says, Moose, it's more likely Michael Thomas will be guarded by Kevin King. That means he's going to kill it. There's some good info. We're gonna hit you up on that, DeMac Lion, next sim. I'm going to bring that up to Kaufman. He's going to make fun of you if Michael Thomas doesn't have a big game. But if he has a big game, you'll get all the credit for it, I assure you. So.
Since retiring, McGinley has resided in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts, and, I don't know if I pronounce this correctly, Kelowna, British Columbia.
Yeah, no, that's right. Kelowna, British Columbia. There's Justin Jefferson quickly over the middle. I think that was his first catch. That makes sense. He's probably a Canadian citizen, so he probably can't just live in
the
States.
Yeah, I guess his wife's Canadian too. It's where do you want your kids to go?
Yeah. He played for the
Justin
Bruins
Jefferson.
for a bit. Did he play for the Bruins? Am I remembering that?
He did play for the Bruins in 13-14.
Yeah.
So 1 year there, and that was enough to get him back to Boston.
So he still resides a little bit in Massachusetts. That's interesting. I wonder. Good for him. Kelowna's a really nice spot, though. It's a super nice city.
Can you live there, or that's like a vacation spot?
It's a vacation spot, but it's like a fairly major. Well, it's not like major. Like you wouldn't be a sports team there, but it's big enough that like you can live there year round for sure. Right on the lake. Amazing in the summer. And it's really close to like ski hills and stuff too. So great place to live, quite frankly. There's your boy, Double J.
Nice.
Yeah, Kelowna's a spot I would not hesitate to move towards one day as Mahal. May even end up in there one day. Who knows? Justin Craven says, Blackhawks fan, I'm appreciative that our young guys had to play in the Central this year. Good for development. Blackhawks done okay. Blackhawks are a weird team. Really don't have good defensive metrics at all, but they've been scrappy this year, and they do have some good young players. They're starting to get some depth Kirby Dak. Hi, Sutter. Need to get Taves back for another run.
Yeah.
So we're getting the touchdowns now, guys. This is exactly how I said it might play out. So we got Amari Cooper and Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson should be super low owned, I assume. Again, stats obviously manual, so perhaps haven't been updated. I'm trying to find Justin Jefferson. Oh, 40% owned, excuse me. Justin Jefferson, not that super low owned, 3.9% in captain spot. This is for the 250 free roll.
I'm in 70th. So that's not wrong where I need to go. Because I don't have Amari.
Dante Speak says, Jerome again, the part owner of the Kelowna Hockey Academy. There you go. Good info. Not
okay. But what does that mean? Like, does that mean you got to be there a lot? Like, that's where you have to live?
Probably just means it's a business that he owns. He probably doesn't do that much.
Yeah, he also owns
maybe he does.
He owns a minor league hockey team, too.
Yeah. No. Is it the Kelowna the Rockets or whatever? It wouldn't shock me.
Kamloops Blazers?
Oh, Kamloops Blazers. Kamloops Blazers is really close to Kelowna. It's like a couple hours. Like, I don't even know if it's 2 hours. It's like an hour and a half away. So,
okay.
Yeah, that makes actually a lot of sense. I want to say, again, they played for the Blazers when he was coming up, so maybe there's a connection there. But I don't know if that's
He was on the cover of the NHL video game in 2003. Do you want to guess how much money he's made? Because I got the salary page right now.
I have no idea. $60 million. Probably more than that. 80 million. I'll say 80 million.
Okay.
No, that's too much. No. He played for a long time. There goes Dak for a run. Trying to guess again those salary. I'll say 70 million.
He played 20 years in the NHL.
Oh, wow. Okay. He made more than that. He made like 100. 100. I'll say 100.
Okay. Career earnings. Loading. A lot more Jerome McGinley talk than you were.
Yeah.
This is college Kamloops.
Yeah.
Now his first few years he didn't make any money.
That's right.
Then he made from 2002 on $7 million a year.
Yeah, it's not quite $100
million a year. $96 million.
Oh, really close. Good for him.
And that's American dollars, so you can do the conversion rate.
That's right. So yeah, there you go. Dante knows the Jerome McGinley stuff. He did play for Kamloops, as I suspected. That's right. They had a little powerhouse back then, didn't they, Dante? I remember that. Maybe they are still a powerhouse. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up on the WHL, OHL stuff. Probably because we haven't had much minor league hockey for the last 2 years.
Yeah. What are those guys been doing? Working at?
I don't know. Those are the guys I feel bad for, like the developmental athletes and like the Olympic athletes. You know, like, man, that would suck. You know, those guys don't have millions of dollars to fall back on. Here we go. Shotgun. Dak. Gotta have this.
Oh,
we got it. Cooper, first down to the 15, minute and a half left, 3 timeouts left for both sides still. So clock becoming a factor. Dallas in position now to punch it in, not just tie up the game though. See what happens. Gonna let it tick down here. Minnesota's the one who should be calling timeouts right now. They should be calling it after this play. No huddle. Back in the pocket. Over the middle. Got a man. Down to the 1. CD Lamb.
So this is good if you got Zeke in the captain spot.
Yep. Zeke could eat here. Would be in Dallas's best interest to kill clock too. Gonna go no huddle. No back in the backfield. Empty backfield. Dak.
Run it, Dak.
Run, Dak. Run. Do something. Oh no, he's got him at the end zone. Touchdown. Zeke. I thought that was like an 81. I'm like, is that like the tight end?
No, that was one of the tight ends.
Oh my God, it's Zeke. Okay, things are picking up here, folks. 3 touchdowns in about 5 minutes. No Zeke in the backfield there, but Zeke on the corner route in the end zone to the pylon. Perfectly placed ball by Dak. Okay, we got ourselves a little game. Dallas up 4. Minnesota 3 timeouts. They could still answer too. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Somebody in the chat pretending to be Kelly Clarkson.
There is a Kelly Clarkson in the chat. I'm just assuming.
Their avatar is
also, so it's really
actual Kelly Clarkson.
It's got to be real Kelly Clarkson then.
This person said I turned 39 yesterday. Here's the thing: the real Kelly Clarkson turns 39 tomorrow. So this impersonation was going great until they got the birthday wrong. Well, I always joke about that. Like, Koff and I talked about it one day, that anybody that uses some celebrity name is that actual person. Like how Eric Ronaldo really is soccer legend Eric Ronaldo.
Right. Yeah, generally, like when Batman showed up in the chat, it was actually Batman.
Yeah, real Batman, not Lego Batman.
That's right.
Players of the game.
Yes, we do need to do that. Why don't we start thinking about it? We do have one more drive to go, but definitely start thinking about it. If you got someone you want off the bat.
Tom Cruise shows up. Zeke's at 28 points. Well, what's his ownership? 83% in our contest. 19 and almost 20% in the captain spot, like you did. But that's part of the winning lineup right now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I got Zeke in the captain, but my lineup has gone down because my rest of my players suck. But yeah, Dalvin has 15 points. Amari has 15.3.
Gallup's 5.6 might get him in line for babysitter Billy Not My Kid award. 30% owned, 6% captain.
Cousins back, throws, sideline. Ooh, tackled in bounds though. That's gonna hurt. But they're gonna burn timeout. 30 seconds left. Let's see. Justin Jefferson 10.8 at 5K. It's actually a pretty good return. Zeke is the high scorer with 19.2 right now.
CeeDee Lamb's actually worse. His ownership's a little bit lower than Gallup, but he's like 4 points.
Yeah. What about Blake Jarwin? Kyle Rudolph.
Well, Rudolph, he's probably got a goose egg, right? Does he have any catches?
Yeah. I don't think so. Oh, missed there, but I don't know who Cousins was thrown to there. Missed though. 27 seconds. 2nd and 10. Jarwin actually has 4 catches, so that's not even that terrible a day.
Madison's got a goose egg, but that's what he's supposed to have.
Yeah. Alex Madison, yeah. Yeah, CeeDee Lamb.
Thielen's got 5.8 in the flex. I captained him at 8.7.
Oh, actually, what about Kirk Cousins for
Yeah, Thielen's not that highly owned.
10 points. Thielen. Yeah, Thielen's a pretty good candidate for the worst player.
There's only 22% owned. Where's Cousins? Olabisi Johnson, he grew up in Dallas. Hoping to get some.
Delker. Wow. Brutal. Gonna have to burn another time.
Cheeto on the corner sack.
This might be cementing Kirk Cousins for
new
Bengal
game here. Cheetah Uzier.
Is it? Yeah, new Bengal. That's right. Nice signing by them. It's a pretty solid.
The only reason I knew that's where he signed is because I just talked to that guy about the Bengals. Kyle Rudolph, 20% owned, which is pretty low, but at $6,200, zeros, goose egg. So unless he does something here.
Okay, Kyle Rudolph. There you go, babysitter Billy. Unless he scores here. Oh my God!
That throw. Come on, Cheetah almost had
that. Come back to haunt the Cowboys. A clear, easy interception dropped. 4th and 20 though. Got to have it here.
They still got one timeout, so you can pick up half of it and fire to the end zone.
Will the drop down to come back?
Must be once information on Albert O's a fantasy sleeper. Let's just get the kid healthy. We saw how fast he was. Next to Noah Fant, it seems like a lethal combination, but he's got to be on the field.
Cousins throws it up. Oh, complete!
That was hot.
Tajay, timeout.
That was picked.
7 seconds left. I thought it was picked. I thought it was anything but complete. Tajay Sharp catching it in traffic. Doing some man's work there. 62 yards, 3 catches. I think that's what I saw. We got 7 seconds. At least time for one more play, maybe even 2.
The thing here is Hail Mary doesn't get us overtime like it got us last game.
No, we're not going to get OT.
But we did see a Hail Mary completed. 2 to Gesicki.
Okay. Here we go. Going for all the beans.
Out of the end zone. What a terrible throw.
Yeah.
One more shot.
Oh, 1 second left. Good call, BK. I didn't even see that. That was a quick throw, so maybe a good strategy there by Minnesota, just releasing it quickly. Sim taking that into account, leaving themselves 1 second in their back pocket. You get another one. Don't have to rush this one, Kirk.
Take your time, set your feet, let it rip. Throw it to Thielen,
Here we
6'4".
go. Okay. Oh, it's back in the end zone again. The exact same play.
Terrible. You're playing at home, too. You'd figure you'd have some feel for it.
Got
Brutal.
Fans were on. Okay, that's it. That was a nice little last 5 minutes. I'm not going to lie, because the first part of that sim was brutal.
Yeah, it almost made up for
end.
it. Hopefully you get a good game next. Green Bay, New Orleans. I might even make a lineup if I can remember.
Well, that really saved it. But who's your player of the game? We know Rudolph's the Not My Kid award, though.
They're going to give it to Zeke. Almost 30 points
Zeke.
almost 30 points in the captain spot.
Captain spot.
He gave you what you paid for.
Okay, no, absolutely. Zeke was the chalk. Cook wasn't terrible either, considering how many how many points the other players scored. Justin Jefferson was a good return too. He's actually in the in our little free roll. The number 1 spot has Justin Jefferson in the captain spot, 5.3% owned. He's got 16.2 points, 2 catches, 28 yards, but one of them went for a touchdown. So Jefferson was a good return too. And guys, coming up next, you don't need to go anywhere because guess what? fantasypoints.com. Graham Barfield joining Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan on this week's podcast to talk about his yards created RB metric and how it relates to this year's RB draft class. Graham is a really smart dude. I would actually recommend tuning into this. It's going to be good info for your season-long drafts next year. Guys, we'll see you in a bit. Take care.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings, and we are just 8 days away from the 2021 NFL draft. I can't wait. I get so excited. I love the draft. Like, combines all of my favorite things of college football, pro football, picking players, all of that stuff. And that's exactly what we're going to get into today. In particular, talking about running backs. We've got Graham Barfield from Fantasy Points on the show. Graham has been a stud at a couple of different shops over the years. The guy invented his own metric, okay? Like, if I was Graham Barfield, I would wear a T-shirt that said, I invented my own metric. My parents must be, Graham, your parents must be so proud.
Yeah. What's up, guys? They definitely are. My dad embarrasses me sometimes with his he's effusive in his praise. He gets overbearing for sure, but no, it's definitely cool.
Okay, how does your dad compare to Joe's mom?
Oh, well, I don't know much about Graham's dad, but my mom is very proud of me. I'm a mama's boy, first and foremost, always have been. But my sisters always say that I am the favorite. And my wife is she has a brother, so she's one of two, and she thinks her brother's the favorite. So I guess that's a boy relationship with his mom. My mom loves everything. She loves the podcast, and she's always listening, even though she doesn't play fantasy. She doesn't know anything about it. I live 10 hours away now, so I guess she wants to hear my voice. But yeah, my biggest fan is definitely my mom, and my mom loves Graham too. So Graham and I did a podcast a couple years ago, and she missed it when it went away. So yeah, my mom's my biggest fan. Graham's dad is his biggest fan, and I tell you, when it comes to metrics, though, Ross, the only time I've been anywhere close to a metric, I was 8th row in the Wells Fargo Center, and metric opened for the Smashing Pumpkins. That's the closest I've been. So like, this is why we have to bring Graham and Scott on the show, because they're inventing metrics, and I'm just here disseminating them.
So I mean, dude, I got a million things I could say off of just that 2 minutes. First of all, Smashing Pumpkins, they are amazing. Mm-hmm. Those guys helped me get through high school. I used to play before games Today is the greatest day there. Dude, I could kill anybody.
You sound just like Billy Corgan, Ross.
Or like, disarm, are you kidding me? I went to Smashing Pumpkins concert once, probably at Wells Fargo. You were probably there, Joe. It was
Might have been.
absolutely amazing. Anyway, here's what matters, okay? I am not the star of this show. I'm the former offensive lineman that loves fantasy football, especially best ball. But I love bringing on experts from fantasypoints.com like Joe Dolan, like Graham Barfield. Check out Joe on Twitter at FG_Dolan, the fantasy gangsta, at FG_Dolan. Check out Graham at Graham Barfield. Literally just got an email before we started the show from a guy that said, I love fantasy points, but my code's not working. I thought you said Feast 21. Incorrect. I won't say your name. I don't want to embarrass you. 21 Feast. Not Feast 21, 21 Feast. Although maybe Joe could hook a brother up and make sure 21 Feast works too. We could figure that out. But anyway, what matters, 21 Feast. Here's what also matters. Graham literally has a metric that he invented as it relates to evaluating running backs, which is what we're talking about today. So, Joe, before we get to Graham's metric, I want you to reinforce. And I know we did quarterback and wide receiver the last couple of weeks, and we can do tight ends. It's Kyle Pitts. He's good. But let's talk again why it's important for fantasy football purposes that we have some baseline of how we feel about these players before they get drafted. Because I feel like as soon as they get drafted, people put blinders on and only think of the situation and circumstances and almost forget about the player themselves.
Right. So one thing we've been doing when we were talking with Scott Barrett, when we talked about the wide receivers, it's important to understand kind of where these guys, Graham always, he borrowed this from Josh Norris, I think, but where these guys win, what are they good at? And I think so often in analysis pre-draft, it's what a guy isn't good at. And I think coaches have become much better at picking out what a guy is good at and getting him in that situation. So I think it's what you have to do is, and this is why why Greg Cosell is so important to what we do at Fantasy Points, because when he breaks down a transition for a player, he tries to not predict, but necessarily think based on what his eyes saw, what kind of offense this guy would fit the best in. And sometimes it lines up perfectly. Sometimes you have to do a little bit of work, but it is important to know about these players before you go in. Now, and I'm sure Graham will tell you this, running back is probably the single most landing spot dependent position in all of fantasy football. It's impossible to separate where these guys go from their skill set, because certainly there might be a guy who has an inferior skill set who's in a great situation who outperforms a guy who has a superior skill set and is in a bad situation. That's not uncommon. We see that with quarterbacks and wide receivers as well, but running backs might be the most team dependent. But Graham is going to tell us here about his yards created metric. By the way, Ross, this is, you might think, oh, it's like a saber metric, it's like analytic. It's really not, because Graham charts this. Like this is a film watching metric. So like it's just putting a number to what happens on the field. So it's not something cooked up in spreadsheets. That's what this is. Like, and people have a distrust of that stuff. Well, Graham is actually just watching and putting a number to it. And Graham is going to be able to tell us with his yards created metric, Graham, not to put words in your mouth, what correlates to fantasy success, what transcends landing spot here, if anything. And Ross, I think that's what we have him doing, and this is why he starts doing this task before the draft.
And Graham, you can explain. I've had you on, and maybe a couple of years ago, and you explained the metric, and I'll let you do that. But essentially, you have to watch every run of these guys, right? Like you have to watch every one of their runs, correct?
Yeah, so I typically watch 6 games. So it's for college season. It's like half the typical season. And then obviously this year with COVID, like Trey Sermon only played 7 games. It was basically his whole season. But yeah, I usually try to watch half of their year. And Yeah, it's literally every run. It's every passing down snap. It's every pass protection snap. It's all encompassing for sure.
Okay, and so I think people in their head probably have some idea of what it is, but can
Sure.
you go into exactly what the methodology is?
Yeah, so I mean, you're a former offensive lineman, so you understand that, like, the offensive line and running back play will never be fully divorced, right? There's no way to fully say, hey, this running back is gaining 100% of his team's rushing yards and vice versa. Essentially, what yards created is it's the number of yards a running back creates on his own after the offensive line has or has not done its job. So if the line opens up, let's say they open up a hole that's 3 yards wide, the running back gets through it, he makes a linebacker miss and gains 7 or 8 more yards. Well, I'll chart that as 3 yards blocked for the offensive line and 7 yards created for the running back. And I'll also chart how they force that missed tackle, either through elusiveness, power, or speed. And then vice versa. Let's say the play gets blown up at the line of scrimmage, center blows his block, guard blows his block, and Javonte Williams gets hit in the backfield, but then he gains 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. I'm going to say, hey, that's negative 2 yards blocked on the offensive line and 5 yards created for the back. It's pretty simple, honestly. It's really just kind of giving more context to yards per carry.
Right. Now, what are the other running back? Like, there's yards per carry, which has never been a great one because it is so O-line dependent. Yards after contact, I think, is a pretty good one. But what if you're a running back that's not a contact running back? What if you're a guy that makes guys miss? Like, Shady McCoy didn't get a ton of yards after contact. He just made guys whiff.
Yeah, well, that's my pushback on Yak too. Is not only it kind of hurts running backs that are very shifty and very elusive and make guys miss, like you say. It also comes back, and this is just the nuance of charting and Pro Football Focus, I'm sure, has this problem too. But when do you establish contact? Is it a guy just going through an arm tackle, like he's barely getting touched? Like, is he truly forcing a guy miss through that contact? There's a lot of nuance there, and there's nuance in yards created. That's the thing. That's the beautiful thing about football, is there's so much subjectivity in everything that we do. There's no one perfect way to chart games and have it be completely 100% objective. But taking things like yards created, taking things like yards after contact can certainly get us there.
All right. So how long have you been doing this?
It's crazy. This will be my 6th year now. I've got 5 full years under my belt. Have definitely learned a lot from when I first started.
How well has your metric translated to NFL production? Do you feel like you have enough of a sample size to speak to that, or is it too hard to kind of translate it like that?
Yeah, so I mean, I obviously wish I had way more of a sample size. I actually just did a 5-year review on fantasypoints.com that you can check out right now. And I looked into just that. I ran some simple correlation numbers into, how yards created per attempt predicted future fantasy points at a career level. And it's actually twice as predictive as yards per carry and more predictive than receiving yards per game, receptions per game, counting just your traditional counting stats. And it's way more predictive than the combine. Scott Barrett, who you guys just had on, he just wrote an excellent article about just how noisy athletic data, athletic testing data is. And my numbers showed the same thing. But yeah, yards created for the very small sample that I have has been fairly predictive. But again, Ross, it's one of those things where it's no one statistic or no one model when it comes to football can really jump you light years ahead. We're always looking to get 5 to 10% better with our models and with our statistics. It's not a 50 to 60% jump. But when it comes to yards created, it's definitely been pretty predictive for fantasy.
That's life though, right? I've got a couple small businesses, always trying to get a few more downloads, always trying to get, increase number of people that order it, go big recruiting. I mean, that's where we're working at. Okay. So let's get into this year's draft class. And really, Joe, I want you to speak to this. It feels like typically if running backs are going to be good, they're good right away. And it feels like there's a lot of value to be had in fantasy with rookie running backs, but you're the expert, not me.
I mean, there are some examples where guys have had bad rookie seasons and have ended up having really good careers. Now, it's just a 2-year sample, but David Montgomery comes to mind recently. Yeah. Melvin Gordon had an atrocious rookie season, and he's put together a pretty solid career. As a matter of fact, I remember winning big money the year after Melvin Gordon was terrible as a rookie with the Chargers because I ended up drafting him at a discount. Even though I didn't like what I saw from him, I ended up drafting him at a discount, and he ended up having a huge second season. But in large part, a lot of rookie running backs end up producing numbers. Jonathan Taylor was a league winner this year. James Robinson on the worst team in the league was a league winner. He didn't even get drafted. But guys like DeAndre Swift who flashed, and Edwards-Helaire probably didn't have the year a lot of people thought he was going to have. I will be drafting a lot of Clyde Edwards-Helaire this year, by the way. But he ended up having some nice moments. So there were obviously some Cam Akers, who was buried at the beginning of the year, ended up being a league winner by the end of the season. So there were a lot of examples like that of maybe a rookie running back. It might take some time. But they come in and then they adjust to the speed of the game, and then things start to pan out. And the one thing I have to wonder about was last season an anomaly with some of these guys like Swift and Akers and Taylor coming on a little bit later in the season because of the COVID offseason. We always think, running back, you could just plug them in. There was some evidence last year that maybe that's not necessarily the case, but rookie running backs are going to be valued high for fantasy, especially if they land in the right spot. But this is the question I'm posing to Graham. There are some very good prospects in this class. The problem is when you compare it to a class like 2017, Ross, when you had Alvin Kamara going in the 3rd round, and I think Marlon Mack was a 4th-round pick, and you had guys all over the board getting drafted who are producing up and down. I think this is a very top-heavy class. And Graham, can you speak to that? Is that true or not?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, last year's top 5 was like clear cut. Where it came down to was just what order you had them in pre-draft and post-draft. And I'm 100%. I'm with you on Clyde over there. I'm backing on that. But this class, man, it's a top 3, and then I think there's one guy after the top 3 that I'm really coming around on, and then after that, it's kind of guys that, to me, if I were doing grades, they would all be, round 4, 5, and 6 grades. So yeah, I just think where the top end of this class, like Harris, Etienne, and Williams, are all very, very strong prospects and all bring a lot to the table. Ironically, they all have 3 fairly different skill sets. But yeah, I just think this class is lacking in depth.
You know what's really crazy, too, is just to think about Etienne and Najee Harris actually stayed all 4 years. You know what I mean? Like, they could have easily been in last year's draft class. There's usually some underclassmen that really jump out to you, but evidently not. All right, so on your yards created metric, Graham, did any of these guys really stand out? Was there a clear-cut number 1 in your mind?
Yeah, so I guess we can start, talking about the big 3. We'll start with Javonte Williams because he actually led Harris and Etienne in yards created per attempt and actually did so by a mile. He created 5.6 yards per attempt. That's above Harris at 4.47 and Etienne at 4.22. Williams leads this class in yards created per attempt. He leads this class in missed tackles forced per attempt. And honestly, I felt like he was very underutilized as a receiver. Obviously, Michael Carter played a bunch on passing downs. They basically split targets like right down the middle. But man, Williams is a beast, like just a beast through and after contact. He's fantastic at avoiding contact. He's fantastic at getting through contact. I think I mentioned at the top, but I chart missed tackles 3 different ways: through power, elusiveness, and speed. And Javonte Williams is one of the most powerful running backs that I've ever charted. But he backs it up with great elusiveness and nimbleness. Joe, I know this will bring back good memories for you, man, but we kind of discovered Kareem Hunt around the same time. I remember I was charting him. I remember I was charting Hunt, And I was texting you. I'm like, hey, dude, have you seen Kareem Hunt, this guy from Toledo? And he's like, yeah, I've watched a few games. And then we both just kind of went nuts over him. I haven't seen a running back. Yeah, man. I haven't seen a running back be able to convert his burst to power and also use his burst to make guys miss in a very, very small windows since Kareem Hunt. There's a lot of Kareem Hunt in Javonte Williams' game. And I think Williams is going to go a lot earlier than people are expecting. And I actually think there's a chance he could be the number one running back drafted. It would not surprise me if some teams have him as their RB1 on their boards.
Yeah,
wow, that's awesome. He's a Greg Cosell fave too, I think, Joe.
Oh yeah, he was. That was the one Cosell was on. We're going to talk about another Cosell fave who he turned me on to last year, and which is good because he didn't play in 2020. But Graham, I just want to bring this up to get it to a bigger picture right now, because I remember you and I adored Kareem Hunt. And then he tested at the combine and he ran like a 4.63 or something like that, and people were like, "Oh my god, it was awful." You and I decided we're going to trust our eyes. We're going to trust the tape. And as a matter of fact, in your 5-year yards created review, you've actually found that there is a negative correlation between 40 time and fantasy production. Like, what does that mean? It doesn't mean, like, when I put that out there, somebody was like, oh, so you prefer a guy to be slow. And I'm like, no, that's not true. Yeah. It's just that. Why is the 40-yard dash overrated for running backs, and what is a negative correlation? Because I don't think Javonte Williams is a burner by any stretch of the imagination.
No. Yeah, so this is something that Cosell always talks about, is like, you don't necessarily have to have your backs have home run speed. You'd like to have them have home run speed. Everybody wants that.
It's not a bad thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's not a knock that Travis Etienne is fast as hell. It's not a knock on him at all. But what really matters for running backs is burst inside of 2 to 5 yards. What really matters is, that even 5 to 7 yards. And I think, the note that I had in my article about, athletic testing and 40 times and stuff was basically like, I use 40 times as a benchmark. Can you run faster than a 4.7 at running back? Okay, you're probably fast enough for the NFL. Like, Kareem Hunt, you mentioned it, ran like a 4.6-ish. Javonte Williams ran a 4.55 at his pro day and Twitter freaked out. It's like, man, he passes the benchmark. Is he fast? No, but if you've watched more than one highlight tape of his, you would know Javonte Williams does not win on home run speed, and frankly, very few backs do.
It's a really good point, Graham. It's funny because I'm just thinking about the guys I blocked for while you're talking, and I'm just thinking about your metric, because in my mind, it's like not every yard created is equal.
Absolutely, yeah.
But ultimately, does it matter? In other words, like in Buffalo, okay, we had Willis McGahee and Travis Henry. Travis Henry would just straight up like stiff arm a dude or just run through a tackle and get like 3 or 4 more yards. McGahee had tremendous vision and would just kind of find a way to like, stay behind the blocks and then step here, step there, fall forward. They both would get like 3 more yards that were there. Henry's looked a lot cooler, and Henry was like, you're like, holy crap. But McGahee still always got like 3 or 4 more yards and fell forward. I always tell the story when I started the last 7 games for the Cowboys in 2002, which was Emmitt Smith's last year there. Yeah. And everybody's always like, dude, you got the block for Emmitt Smith? I'm like, yeah, like, what was he like? I'm like, well, he was small, but he was slow. But here's the thing. He knew how to get yards. Like, we had a terrible O-line, but he would set up our blocks. He knew where to go. He would it was almost like dodgeball, like dip, duck, dive. He would fall forward and get 3 or 4 yards all the time. And I don't know where that fits in the yards created thing, but I guess the question I have is, do you give them credit for vision on the yards created? So it's not making a guy miss. It's not breaking a tackle. It's probably hard for you to see unless you're watching like the end zone copy. But there are guys that just see it better than other guys and find a way to get yards.
Yeah, and that's one of the things your whole thing there is something I've always tried to parse through, and I think it's so hard to quantify vision because, like you mentioned, Willis McGahee was one of my favorite backs growing up as a kid. By the way, he was awesome.
Don't make me feel old, Graham. Don't make me feel old.
Oh man, sorry. No, he was awesome, and I feel like he's one of the most underrated backs ever. But it's really tough. It's really tough to kind of quantify vision. But I think yards created does a little bit of that. I won't say it does it perfectly by any means. It's definitely not a perfect stat, but I think it definitely speaks to and tries to quantify that vision because like we talked about at the top is like. If you're not getting contacted, let's say you're not getting contacted most of the time because your vision is so sweet, you're going to be hurt in a stat like yards after contact all the time. And somebody that comes to mind for this is Najee Harris. Najee Harris has some of the best vision I have seen out of a rookie running back that I've charted in the last 6 years. Man, maybe since like Nick Chubb. I thought Nick Chubb had just excellent vision coming out of that class, and he just did not waste movement. His feet were always aligned with his eyes. Najee Harris is the same way. Like, it's very unsexy. Sometimes like Travis Etienne is a lot sexier because he's fast and, he's making guys, defenders' angles look terrible. But Najee Harris does that with his eyes and his vision and always getting his body in the right position. He's 6'2", 235, whatever he is, but he moves like he's 5'10", 210. He is just his feet are just so in tune with what his eyes are reading. And, Alabama obviously has a great offensive line. I charted them with the most yards blocked in this class. And every time I chart Alabama's offensive line, they always come out well in my data. So, there's always that caveat with Bama. But, man, Najee Harris definitely earned his yards on his own. And, he was very good sustaining back. Real quick, I want to add something on Harris, too, is like, not only can he be, a foundation inside runner because he's so big, he can handle those, 15, 20 inside carries if you want to give him those. He was a fantastic receiver. He actually forced the most missed tackles per reception I've ever charted in 6 years of yards created. He beat Christian McCaffrey and Alvin Kamara. Those guys were top two for a long time, and I've never thought anybody would touch them because they were just ridiculous. But yeah, Najee Harris, man, he is like not only does he have fantastic vision, but he is very, very elusive, and he's great with the ball in space.
So many things to talk about after that. That's fantastic to hear about him in space. And I always say Alabama's O-line should win the Heisman every year. But what's funny, just as an aside, I did the U.S. Army Bowl for a number of years, which is like the high school all-star game. The two most physically impressive running backs that were ever there in the 5 or 6 years I did it, were Nick Chubb and Najee Harris. They both physically, if they were on an NFL minicamp, you would not have known that they weren't NFL running backs. Chubb was so put together, his lower body, and Harris looked like Eric Dickerson. Harris was like 6'2", 220 already. So that's really interesting. So what about ETN? Because we got to get to ETN and your thoughts there.
Yeah, where ETN wins is kind of – it's pretty straightforward. Off the top, I mean, he scored very well in the 80th percentile in yards created per attempt on his off-tackle carries, and that's strictly because he's so damn fast. He's so good in outside zone, and he's the definition of a slasher. You give him that one cut and he goes. Etienne was pretty poor on inside carries, though, and I think some of that might have been Clemson's offensive line. Scott and I were talking about this a couple weeks ago. They lost a bunch of offensive linemen last year, so that could play a part in it. But yeah, Etienne is kind of, I don't want to say he's stiff. Like, he's not like just a straight line bruiser type of back, but he did not perform well at all in some of the elusiveness stuff I look into. The majority of his missed tackles came by speed, which again is not a knock on him by any means, but Etienne has been getting a lot of the comps to Alvin Kamara and Dalvin Cook coming out of college, and I kind of just don't really see those. I actually see a slightly heavier version of Chris Johnson, and for fantasy, that's that can be gangbusters. But yeah, my questions on Etienne is he a boom or bust runner, and where does he fit best? Because I think I think if he goes to a team like the Jets, Mike LaFleur just came from a Shanahan offense. If he goes to the Jets and gets into an outside zone scheme, that's where he needs to be. Real quick, ETN answered all the questions about being a great pass catcher. He's second in this class in yards per route run behind Kenny Gainwell. Did pretty well in the missed tackles, forced per reception. The biggest thing, though, for ETN, and I always go back and forth on how much pass protection matters, but ETN is one of the worst pass protectors I've ever watched. I mean, he got manhandled in a few games. His technique was really poor, just did not square up well or consistently. So if there was a big knock on ETN, it would be pass protection. And I know that's something that matters to coaches. For fantasy, it doesn't matter as much just because when ETN's on the field in passing downs, he's most likely going to be running routes. But I thought it was worth mentioning that ETN was a really poor pass protector.
Graham, one more guy that we need to get to before we let you go, and this has obviously been awesome. Thank you for making my job easy on this podcast, by the way. The best named running back of all time, Kenneth Gainwell. Did he gain well in yards created? I mean, so this was a Greg Cosell favorite. He turned me on to him last year, and he sent me an evaluation, a tape evaluation of him last year, which remains unchanged because he didn't play in 2020. You obviously went back and looked at his 2019 tape. What did you see from him?
Yeah, well, the number one thing with Gainwell is he's a fantastic receiver, and Memphis used him. They used him as a wide receiver, basically. I mean, he was running legitimate ISO wide receiver routes. I mean, there was a couple plays against Tulane, I believe it was, where he ran like comebacks, like 15-yard deep comeback routes to the sidelines, and he's beating corners. Granted, it's, not SEC corners, but I mean, he was beating corners. He's one of the better receiving prospects that, we've seen come out in the last 6 years. I mean, every single receiving metric that I follow loves him. I mean, he leads this class in yards per route run, leads this class in target share, leads this class in targets per route run, and was pretty elusive too when he had the ball in space. But man, I am really concerned about him as a runner. Memphis's scheme, Mike Norvell's scheme, is now at Florida State. He does such a fantastic job at making life easy for running backs. And this is one of the things that, I think I missed on with Darrell Henderson. And, Gainwell really struggled as an inside runner. I think some of this is his frame. I think also some of it is, even though he is a smaller kind of fast back, he's not elusive in a way that's like, he's not as stiff as ETN, like I was talking about, but he's definitely he's not shifty, I would say. He's got a little spin move that he pulls out, but it takes him a couple steps to kind of gather himself. But I think his size limits him as an inside runner. He scored really poorly as an outside runner, which for a guy who wins on speed is not something you want to see. But coming out, man, Gainwell, the biggest question will be is he a James White type where he's only going to get 4 or 5 carries every game? Or is he, an Aaron Jones, Alvin Kamara type of guy where you can give him 10 to 15 carries and obviously let him do his thing in the passing game? And I would tend to lean towards the James White archetype.
All right, so Joe, don't take this the wrong way, okay?
I won't.
But we talked to Scott last week and Graham this week. These guys are off the chart smart, and their stats are amazing. Everybody and their brothers and their mothers for Mother's Day needs to go to fantasypoints.com and put the code in 21Feast. These guys have invented stats for every position. And they're real stats. They're good stats that they came up with themselves. I take notes. Last week, I had like 10 notes from Scott. I got 10 more from you, Graham. Just tremendous information. Use the code 21Feast at fantasypoints.com. Follow Graham at Graham Barfield. By the way, Joe, you're amazing. I love you. You're the fantasy gangsta at FG_Dolan. I'm just very impressed by the Fantasy Point staff. You're all smarter than Hanson. I mean, you're all better than Hanson. And it is unbelievable. Check out DraftKings. You guys know the deal there. Next week, I think we'll do a little mock draftage, which is always fun. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit. Well, the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast competition is coming up, and joining us now is the big man, the infamous competitive eater and YouTube star, Eric Badlands Booker. What's shaking, dude?
Hey, Emerson, it's all good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here. I know you're going to be competing in one of the undercards here for this event, which is the soda gallon chug. So it'll be a head-to-head competition between you and Derek Hendrickson, where you're both going to be served 128 ounces of soda. First one to finish will be declared the winner. Your YouTube channel is literally called Badlands Chug. So how confident are you in your chugging ability?
Well, I'm pretty confident, but I can't sleep on Derek because you know he's a great competitive eater, and I know he got some chugging skills too. So I'm gonna come in there hungry and focused, empty and ready, and hey, may the best chugger prevail that night.
All right, what's going to be the time? What will be the winning time? What do you think? Give me a guess.
About 30 seconds.
30
okay. Seconds, 30, if I take my time, 45, if it's like pedal to the metal, I probably can do it in about a good 15, 20. We'll see what happens. All right.
Yeah, for sure. How much different is chugging soda compared to like other liquids that maybe aren't carbonated like that?
Yeah, well, chugging soda is number one, is the carbonation. Okay. You have to deal with, not only the liquid coming into you, is that extra pressure that the carbonation is getting, especially if we're doing like a diet soda, which I don't know what kind of soda we're drinking, but if it's diet, it's even much more, intense but for some reason, it's just the diet soda just puts more gas into you. So, it's like since it's a gallon, you think about a gallon. That's like pretty much two liters. Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you know, if you got to stop at all, you know, because, you know, the force that enters your ingestion engine gets too great, you know what I'm saying? The kinetic forces that it has to go, you only go one way, then that's, you know, that's out. So, if you're chugging, it's like, oh my God, I can't take it no more. I got to stop and burp. You know, that's going to be a key too, you know.
I was going to say, you probably let out the biggest burp in the world when you're done with these things.
Oh man, it's, you know, there've been some baby ones and there's been some epic ones, you know, but
like,
you know,
earth shaking, man. Like I can feel you from Boston.
There was one time I had a real impressive burp. It was 9 seconds long. Even Mrs. Badlands upstairs in the room was like, oh, she heard it from there. She was like, oh my God, what are you doing down there? What's going on? Because, you know, the
house is shaking.
The fellas like the burps, and not so much the ladies, you know what I'm saying? They tolerate it. They tolerate it, you know, because I feel that a burp is like you know, the closest thing to our lion roar, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, how, you know, we in the jungle and we're here and this is our dominance, you know, I'm here to, yeah, you know.
Dude, you probably scared your little dachshund, who you've named Coney, by the way.
Yeah. She was just like, what the heck is going on here, you know?
Yeah. What's the hardest thing you've ever had to chug?
The hardest thing I ever had to chug. I've chugged apple cider vinegar once. That was tough. That was tough because it was super acidic. And oh man, my throat was out of commission for a whole weekend. Let's see, what other thing that's pretty hard, you know? Like you know, the hot sauces are pretty hard too. You know what I'm saying? I've chugged a bottle of sriracha once. You know,
oh my God.
I like the hot sauces though. But so you know, I was a little more nervous about you know me being on fire for the rest of the night, but it wasn't too bad. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't too bad.
I mean, people might hear the apple cider vinegar and think that's disgusting, but then when it comes to like strangest, when I'm like digging through your YouTube account, you've chugged Thanksgiving gravy. This was like 4 months ago. Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, and then you had the habanero salsa chug. Like, how do you chug salsa? But it's the spicy stuff you love again.
Oh yeah, I love the spice. I mean, when I did that, right, it was me and another YouTuber, Dane Drops, big ups to him. We was in a Walmart, right? We was going to do a video for his channel because he has his own ice cream. I mean, he has his face on the cart, and like Eddie Murphy has his face on the money in Zamunda, right? So we just saw like this big like display of Tostitas, you know, habanero hot salsa. I've never seen habanero hot salsa before, right? And so I'm looking at it, and you know, Dame is like, so what you gonna do, Badlands? And I'm like, I'm gonna grab it up and let's just make a video. But it was rough, but it was cool. It was rough, but it was epic at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know if I would ever touch gravy again if I had to chug gravy like the way you did, dude. Like, I don't know. You're a different breed, though, man. This is a head-to-head competition, though, Big Land. Okay. So how much does that change, like, your strategy or way of thinking compared to like more traditional events with multiple competitors surrounding you on stage?
Well, it's a little more personal. It's a little more like, you know, it's like, you know, Derek against me. You know what I'm saying? It's more like I could see. Since we're head to head, I can see where he's at. You can see where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? You know, we can get the emotional things in play. You know what I'm saying? Like, like the menacing, like saying, are you ready for this?
You could, like almost give him a nice solid stare, like stare through his soul as he is sucking down a gallon of soda.
It was like, you flew all this way to get conquered by Mr. Badlands Chugs. It's on, man. Okay. You know what I'm saying? This, I'm like Leonidas in 300. Like, this is Sparta. You know what I'm saying?
You kick him off the stage.
I don't go that far. I ain't gonna go that far. I'll keep the intensity in the chat.
Yo, would you consider like texting him like next week, like leading up to this event, just to talk a little bit of smack? Since it's 1-on-1.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna get him. All right. It's going to be an all day thing. I'm going to get into his head. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be like, oh, what do you think? You know, it's tough, right? He's going to be like, oh, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But big ups to Derek. He's a fierce competitor. I can't sleep on him 1 inch. Okay. This is going to be, really balls to the wall competition. And it's going to be, oh my gosh, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah. And there's some other really good eaters and strong competitors in some of these other events, which include like eating the most 24-ounce servings of popcorn and eating 50 hard-boiled eggs. So what advice, hearing about those events, what advice do you have for the eaters taking part?
Well, as far as the popcorn, right? Popcorn is really deceivingly hard because, if you're eating like 1 or 2 kernels, like if you're watching a movie, it's not that bad. But when you're grabbing handfuls and shoving it and drinking, you know what I'm saying? I would say just go with a hot liquid so you can break down the kernels, all right? Because if you just keep eating kernels, you know what I'm saying? It could be like rough on the mouth, on the jaw, inside, because it's popcorn and this has some rough edges. So I would say go with a warm liquid. You know what I'm saying? So you can break down the popcorn a little bit and just get a good rhythm. You know what I'm saying? You always want to get like a good Joey Chestnut rhythm, okay? Because if you notice, every time he eats and when he gets in a rhythm, then, oh man, it's on. And as far as the hard-boiled eggs, well, I was in a contest called the Glutton Bowl back in 2002. And, I was the egg eating champion there. So basically, what I learned from, the great Takiro Kobayashi, right, is that it's best to find a rhythm and to like try to bite the egg, you know what I'm saying, just like bite half, then drink, then the other half, then drink, bite half, then drink, then the rest, then drink, so that, you know what I'm saying, you don't have to like worry about the, the yolk, the chalky yolk inside, because if you just put the egg in your mouth and you start drinking, and you got more eggs coming in, that yolk is going to get you. It's going to be tough to like break it down. You got to drink more water. So to just combat that, just bow, drink, bow, drink, bow, drink, bow, drink, and just keep the momentum going, keep the rhythm going until your capacity says no or until you finish.
Dude, I'm doing that at dinner time. Me sitting at the dinner table with my wife and be like, bow, drink, bow, drink.
She's gonna be like,
what the hell are you doing?
She's gonna get the phone. It's gonna be a TikTok video.
I'm gonna say, yo, you gonna finish that too? I was like, wow, drink.
It's gonna be a big view. It's gonna be viral, man.
Let's go, man. And you and I can link up our YouTube account. I think I'm up to like 200 people, bro. All right, here we go.
Duet going.
That's right. The competition though is on Oscar night here, of course. So that's why we named it the Red Carpet Film Feast. How much do you enjoy eating at the movies?
Oh, come on. You can't watch a movie without eating something, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
well, you got to talk to Matt Stoney. Matt Stoney says, I do not eat food when I watch a movie.
Oh, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even though, you get your stuff at the concession stand, and by the time the previews are over, most of it is gone.
It's done.
It's still, you got to have something. I mean, even if it's just some Raisinets or Goobers or something like that, or just one thing of popcorn, you got to just have the big popcorn. You're there with your family and friends, and it's just, you take a couple of scoops and you pass, and then it's going to come back about a half hour later. And so you gotta have munch on something, you know what I'm saying? But hey, to each his own. Big ups to Matt Stoney. He's a great guy.
Dude, when I was a kid, my mom would bring like brown paper bags and then like fill it up, grab the large popcorn, fill it up, give it to my sister and I, and then she'd send one of us out to get the free refill of the big tub. So you're just ready to go.
Yeah. That's the thing about it, is that, you definitely got to get the big, a tub of popcorn or the big soda. So when it's like time to go to the bathroom, you like, okay, this is the slow part of the movie. Let's go and get the stuff, you know what I'm saying? And, and rush back and then, round two, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that was part of my next question was just thinking how much like you chug soda, like when you go to the theaters, like, do you switch up your strategy, maybe not chug as much because like you don't want to be leaving when you got to go to the bathroom?
Right. Yeah. No, I like, take my time. I take it easy. I use the straw. You know what I'm saying? I don't
It's not
bring-
like popcorn, sip, popcorn, sip, goobers.
No. I like try to enjoy the movie. I try to, take it all in, and I take little sips. You know what I'm saying? I may bring my own straw. I have a big it's like a PVC pipe of straws. You know what I'm saying? So I can get more, more soda in. But basically, I just I take my time and I enjoy the movie. And then when I hit the bottom, and then okay, this is the slow part of the movie. Let's re-up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. That's like the dude at the pool hall who brings his own stick, or the guy who brings his own ball to the bowling alley. It's like, you don't mess with that individual.
That's right. You got to bring the tools of the trade in order to work. You know what I'm saying? Even when you enjoy, even in your enjoy time, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
I got you. So movies up for Best Picture this year are The Father, Judas and the Black Messiah, Mank, Minari, No Man Land, Promising Young Woman, Sound of Metal, and The Trial of the Chicago 7. So have you seen any of those?
I've seen Judas and the Black Messiah. Actually, my little inside thing. My son Brandon, he works for Company 3. He does post-production on film, so he did work on Judas and the Black Messiah. So,
oh, that's sick.
So it was like as soon as he told me that he worked on it, I was like, I can't wait for it to come out. Yeah. So I definitely rushed to see that. And oh man, the movie was totally awesome. So I haven't really seen the others, but that movie was totally awesome. So
so you're rooting for that. That's the one you're rooting for.
Yeah, Judas and the Black Messiah. Yeah.
Oh man, so how cool would it be to have this father-son weekend suite too? Like you win your chugging competition, his movie wins Best Picture, for crying out loud. How cool would that be?
That would be a beautiful day. That would be totally awesome. Oh man. I couldn't ask for anything more.
Yeah. What's your favorite movie of all time before you get out of here?
My favorite movie of all time. That's a tough one. Jeez.
Yeah. Or a favorite actor, you have one you just gotta
Okay. If I was to, wow, that's tough, because
tough.
When it comes to science fiction, of course I like Star Wars, I like Blade Runner, and it's like I like some movies that are not common, that people know. As far as horror movies, I like Galaxy of Terror. That was the blueprint. It was a Roger Corman film, but James Cameron worked on the whole film. And if you watch that film, you can see the inspiration for Aliens. In that film, it's called Galaxy of Terror. That's a good one.
What about the Killer Clowns from Outer Space? Is that still?
I still haven't seen that one, but I gotta check it out. I haven't seen. I know. That's like saying I haven't seen Star Wars in this day.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think we'll watch that one tonight, Killer Clowns. But I know of it, but for some reason, I haven't checked it out though. But
okay, well, just don't forget your straw when you decide to sit down on the couch.
Definitely. I wish I had it with me. You can see it. It's a big old straw. It's about as thick as my thumb.
Dude, Eric Badlands Booker, man, happy chugging. We appreciate it, and good luck.
All right, thanks for having me. And oh yes, it's going to be on Oscar night.
He's the number 1 overall ranked eater in Major League Eating, and he's out for revenge at the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast competition. He's the one, the only Joey Chestnut, Jeffrey Esper, Nick Weyer, the big man, the infamous competitive eater, and YouTube star Eric Badlands Booker, 4th ranked eater in Major League Eating. That's Matt Stoney. What's your favorite movie of all time before you get out of here?
My favorite movie of all time. That's a tough one. Jeez.
Ghostbusters I would have to put it as all time. As all time, it's never gonna. I'm not gonna get old. It's tired of it.
Castaway is probably the only movie where I've ever shed a tear when Wilson floats away. That's probably
my God, that gets you?
Dude, that's
Wilson floating away?
Cinema history. The Green Mile is close, but Wilson floating might be more sad.
Of course, I like Star Wars. I like Blade Runner. And it's like I like some movies that are like not like common that people know. Like as far as horror movies, I like Galaxy of Terror.
I am excited to see Godzilla vs. Kong. I've not seen that one yet. I want to see.
I hear that's pretty sick. I hear they just beat the living snot out of each other.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall. That
Oh
movie.
my God.
There's just things about that movie that make me laugh like crazy.
That was like the blueprint, it was a Roger Corman film, but James Cameron worked on the whole film. And if you watch that film, you can see the inspiration for Aliens, in that film. It's called Galaxy of Terror. That's a good one.
That changes, because it's like pretty cool action movies. I have to say that they're doing the Cool Hand Luke 50 egg thing before our contest. So that was always my favorite movies growing up for sure.
Oh, man. Good
Wow.
to see you, DK Sim fam. You feel like you go a whole day when you just missed the first few simulations of the day, but here we are, and here I am for the next couple. Looking forward to it, but right back with us, Jeff Ulrich, I'm Adam Kaufman. We got the Packers and the Saints in front of us. Lineups have locked, so it's not like we can give you any sort of advice. You are just stuck with whatever you rostered, but that's okay because you've been here long enough. The hashtag team always here. I'm sure you are feeling great. Speaking of feeling great, how are you, Moose?
I am feeling great. Yesterday was not a good day for me. I had vaccine side effects, and by side effects, I just mean natural side effects. The antibodies were doing their job, making me feel like a big piece of poop. Today, I feel like great again, though. Got my, natural defenses working again.
Good.
So big turnaround here for me. Big turnaround day.
Now, is that shot number one or number two?
Number one.
Interesting. I feel like you might be, maybe not the first, but certainly one of the only people that I've spoken to that had side effects from the first shot.
I got a different brand than is available in the United States. That's probably
there you go.
why.
You got the Canadian vaccine.
That's right. So I did, a special brand. But from what I read, the brand I got, more likely to get first-time side effects.
Is it? But it's still 2 shots.
It is still 2 shots. The one I got. Yeah, it's not Johnson & Johnson. I don't know why we're dancing around the brands, but it wasn't the one-shot Johnson & Johnson. It was AstraZeneca.
Gotcha. All right. Well,
AstraZeneca, as I like to call it.
AstraZeneca. Well, I'm glad that you're feeling better too. Did you have a sim last night that you had to feel like poop?
Yeah, no, I did too. I felt gradually better during the day. Like I did the sweat in the morning, and I told the guys there, I was just about to die. But gradually got better. By the end of the last sim, I was actually feeling really good, and then had a good sleep. So rough 24 hours.
Well, I'm glad that you're doing better now. I'm glad to see the Kilgores and everybody else here with us in the chat. As Jared writes, cough, Jeff, sim fam. And I couldn't have said it better myself. Great to be with everybody here. The prime time sim, the prime time that we're here for a couple all-time greats free roll. Again, the Packers, the Saints, one retired QB, another that's maybe not far behind. Sort of depends on your perspective. He could be the future Jeopardy host. A lot of balls in the air for that guy, Aaron Rodgers. What's your lineup look like?
I captain Michael Thomas. I know that much. It's the one part about it I remember. I'm not going to lie, I don't remember too much about the other part, but I got Michael Thomas and Drew Brees in there. I think I put Jared Cook in there. I did put Jared Cook in there as well, and Will Lutz. So I went more Saints heavy. I got Aaron Jones in there for the Pack, and Valdez Scantling. So I kind of like this lineup, if I'm being honest. I usually don't like my lineups. I like this one.
I'm good with mine. I wouldn't say I'm great with it. I'm not bad with it. I'm not even okay with it. I'm good with my lineup, which has Devin Funchess in the captain spot, as about 11% of you did in our smaller contest here. 57% owned overall. Aaron Rodgers, only 2% captain Aaron Rodgers. That's interesting, but I guess with all the pay-up options available here, he sort of lost out. Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara. Kamara is certainly the chalk, 21% the captain slot, almost 70% owned overall. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is well over here, MVS, and Will Lutz is, kind of, sort of a punt play. I mean, he's about 18% owned. We know he's going to get some points. I hesitate to call him a full-on punt play, obviously, compared to some of the other options available, but nevertheless fits the bill for my lineup. And the larger showdown, the free one, Kamara's ownership, very similar. Almost 21% in the captain spot and about 67% overall. 3-yard pickup for the Saints to start things off. 30 seconds gone by. Virtual New Orleans. 2nd and 7. It is Alvin Kamara and runs himself into traffic. Just a 1-yard pickup.
Yeah, Robert saying I stole his lineup. You stole my lineup, Robert.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
We'll live and die together, friend.
It's just a damn cough, man. Cough and Moose. Those are the all-time greats. Madden division. I had somebody bring up to me, I believe it was the mayor of Simland, Greg Coffin, the other day. He said, call me nuts, but I just noticed this, and I don't know if this is deliberate. Fumble! Pack DST comes away with it. All right, Green Bay. Aaron getting his opportunity. Just to finish off that thing. It's just a damn Kaufman. Now, I don't know if you remember. I mean, you've been here, obviously, but I don't know if you remember all the way back. The original name there for It's Just a Damn Kaufman, before he shortened it, was It's Not the Rona, It's Just a Damn Kaufman. And I always kind of thought it was funny. didn't always want to read it. He picked up on that. He eventually shortened it to "It's just a damn Kaufman." But what Greg pointed out to me was you could actually read it as "It's just Adam Kaufman."
Oh, you never picked that up?
I never picked that up.
What?
I never picked it up. Because I always read it as "It's just a damn Kaufman." Like,
you didn't notice that was your name? Are you serious?
I never noticed. I legit never noticed because it wasn't what it was intended to be. So I always read it as what it was intended to be, as that fumble was obviously reversed there and punted away by the Saints. Green Bay now will have it from the 20. I never noticed it. I never saw it. Mine eyes here, Jeff, never picked it up.
Yeah. That's one of those things. Once you read it the one way once, your brain will never fixate on it unless you like pointed out to you or something.
Yeah, it's like,
that's pretty funny though.
You stare at that painting long enough and either you see the sailbone or you don't, right? And then once you do, it never goes on the other way. AD Poker says, duh, come on, cough, LMAO. I never saw it.
Yeah.
Speaking of jarring things, by the way, and I almost texted you, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to save this conversation for the sim.
Okay.
I looked, I saw that we were going to be working together. I'm going to save this. So I'm laying in bed the other night doing what people do, which is, just surfing the internet or looking at, your various social media apps. And I'm scrolling through Facebook, and I don't know, just on my wall, on my feed, whatever, I come across a picture that you must have very recently posted of your little ladies there.
Right.
And so, I give it a like or whatever it was, and then and I was like, you know what? I don't think I've ever clicked on Jeff's profile. Fumble! Saints gonna have it? It's a reversal! It's going the other way! Saints touchdown! What a monstrous, bizarre start to the sim. Robinson score.
Amazing.
Yeah, Congo Cab says, wow, I just picked that up too, Cough. Thanks. You see? It's it's your brain, not your eyes, says Steven.
It is true. You read things one way once, your brain won't
you just
go back the other way.
So anyway, I go to your Facebook page, your profile.
Right.
And
I haven't updated since like 2008.
Yeah, I mean, you're not a frequent poster. Which is fine. Like, to each their own. I don't care. There's no judgment. There's no judgment in it. You're probably sitting there going, "What is coming now?" There's
I'm really not.
there's no judgment coming in any way, shape, or form. What's coming, again, activity of the brain. This is all very well related. So I think I come upon a family photo of yours.
Right.
You, your wife, the kids, and then I go to your photos, like specific. I'm like full on stalking you at this point. I go to your photos, and I'm just looking at picture after picture of Moose. And I gotta tell you, and I'm not kidding. I'm not trying to be funny. Like this 1000% genuine. How long have I known you?
God damn it. 2016?
Yeah, let's call it 4 or 5 years, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I have only ever seen you this way. Okay?
Right.
I've never met you in person. I've only ever seen you in that room. Well, a couple other rooms, but mostly that room.
Yeah, my old house.
And this Zoom window, basically. I've only ever really seen you from like, pecs up or whatever. Lindenbaum defensive touchdown. Seeing pictures of you, having known you for this long, seeing pictures of you, full body pictures of you, I found jarring. It was a real mind bleep, if you know where I'm going with that, people. I couldn't for some reason, it's not like I didn't know you had a body, but for some reason, actually seeing you head to toes in pictures was just so mind altering. I can't even begin to describe it. It was weird. It was borderline uncomfortable. I had to keep looking at more just for the reality to soak in, that you weren't just this floating like torso and up, like Ted Williams' head cryogenically frozen, that you actually have a full body. It was really, it was so bizarre.
That's fair, dude. I understand. There's also not very many good pictures of me now that I'm looking at it myself. I'm like, which pictures was he looking at? I'm like, oh, there's like a couple wedding ones. A lot of my kids up here.
You know, running ones.
Yeah, running ones from like early in the day here. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I don't know. Did you think I was taller or something? Because I'm not very tall.
I definitely.
Also, like,
I think
really, when I was running a lot, I was really skinny, so my body looks weird.
Well, I always thought you were skinny. I don't think your body type is all that different than what I might have expected or pictured.
Yeah.
But you're definitely seeing you in relation, like in pictures with other people. You are shorter than I think I would have thought.
Yeah, 5'7" and 3/8.
Yeah, maybe I just would have put you closer to like, you know, ye old average 5'10" or whatever. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
It was such a strange sensation seeing you with a body for the first time. Yeah, a lot of it was like, Jeff has legs. Stop it.
That's right.
Kitten
It's
Club,
true,
that's
though.
okay.
Like, when else would you have seen me?
That you were in bed.
When would you have even seen me standing?
Never. That's what I mean. I mean, even when I see you leave this Zoom window, I feel like it's almost in as we have a touchdown here, Aaron Jones. I feel like it's almost in an.
It's in a weird perspective, right?
Well, it's like a Chris Collinsworth slide out.
Right.
Like you're just, you know, as opposed to the roll in, you roll out. Like just the fact that you actually can go vertical, for some reason, really threw me. 7-0. Couple minutes left here, opening quarter. Good touchdown for Aaron Jones.
Stalking people's old photos.
I'm saying. Yeah, Obi-Wan. Moose is a real person. Maybe that's it. Like we used to joke that you were just a hologram. Maybe I really thought you were in some weird place in the back of my mind. Turns out, nope. Real guy. Real guy, Moose.
It's always weird to look back on people, even like on your own photos, but also people you know. Like before you didn't know them, I find.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like if you didn't know a person when they were younger and you look back, it always seems to me it's like,
just look
that person looks like that.
Yeah, picture of somebody from 10 years ago.
Even when I look at pictures of my wife, like before I knew her, like when she was in high school or something, it's like, that's just like, it's weird.
it's weird. I didn't know you then.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't have approved of this. Yeah, it was different. It was very different, people. First and 10 from the 31. There's a completion for the Saints. Drew Brees, 2 out of 2 for 21 yards. If you are just joining us, Jeff's a real person with a real human body. Checking in at 5'7" and change.
Yep.
Aaron Jones has a rushing touchdown, and the Saints have a defensive touchdown off a fumble. That is what you've missed to this point.
Not much.
Sean says, Cops, whatever happened to the sumo wrestler contest with Glash? Get next? I don't know what you're talking about.
I think we floated that idea at some point.
Was there a
sumo wrestling contest?
I mean, I like it. Hey, if people haven't heard, by the way, I don't know if I've mentioned it, but I think Glash has. We are doing a sim together, the two of us. This time slot, the 8 o'clock game, prime time, Sunday night. So a little less than 48 hours away. Like it or not, you will have the two of us together. I think what happened was I did a sim with Emerson for the first time. Glash it made Glash very uncomfortable, and he had to get back in a sim with me.
He was in the chat. I mean, I was in the chat too, obviously.
Yeah, which was great. You, Rossi, Zach.
You and Emerson were really like you guys almost become bullies together. It's a little scary. Like
we become boys. Is that what you said?
No, bullies. I said.
Oh, bullies. Yeah.
Oh no, you guys are like a bad mix. It's like mixing two, bad influences on each other. But no, Glash was in the chat. He did seem a little riled up.
He was. So I don't know if you know this, I don't know if anyone knows this. So the next day, we have a couple times a week, larger, just to let people behind the curtain, a minute to go here in the first. We have staff meetings. We all pop into the Zoom and talk and whatever. And so one of our bosses, our head boss, if you will, not like Jason Robbins, but of our department, says, just kind of a open-ended, a blanket. So how'd the bracket final go?
Right.
And Glass just goes, it's fun. And I think Tara Lynn pops in and was like, something to the effect of, boy, Glash, you upset you weren't on it or something? And the whole thing just gets awkward, but kind of funny at the same time. We had, he was a little riled up. I'm with you.
So that'll be taking is that going to come right after the Major League Eating? Is that right?
Yeah, I guess. Maybe the two of us should just be sitting there eating as the sim opens up. It's just Dan Kaufman, or it's just Adam Kaufman, says, will he be on your porch again? I don't know. Actually, we haven't discussed that. I don't think that's in the offing, but he's welcome if he wants to come on over. Porch is always open for Brendan Glasheen. I can promise you that.
I want to say Glash is getting his vaccine, or did he already just get it or something?
He's getting his second shot in.
Second.
Yeah, he's getting his second. I think early next week, maybe. I believe that's the case.
Good for him.
Yeah, 7-all right here. Rogers 3 of 3, 56 passing yards. Breeze 4 of 6 for 43. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. Aaron Jones, he has a touchdown on the ground, 5 for 36. Alvin Kamara 4 for 25. And, of course, receiving numbers, MVS, our guy, 2 for 27. Manny Sanders, 2 for 24. Traquan Smith, 1 for 14. Devin Funchess, my captain, 1 for 29. Those are some of the more notable numbers. Again, defensive touchdown for the Saints as well. That'll be good. I'm looking forward to being with Glash, though. Be a good time.
Oh, yeah. Good time slot right after the Major League Eating. Like you said, guys, you guys can tune in for that around 5:30 Eastern with the preview. You can watch the eating, and then you just go right into the Glash and Kaufman show, which is always a fun time. I'll have to try and dip in. I want to dip in and see the Major League Eating as well.
You should. I had remarked on the sim and to Emerson.
Touchdown.
It's touchdown. Who hit it? Traquan Smith. Saints go ahead.
Yeah, this game producing. Unlike the game, actually, the one BK and I did before this was about 55 minutes of nothing, and then we had like 3 touchdowns in 5 minutes. This one's far better, though. So Traquan Smith.
Good start.
Michael Thomas with nothing. Just killing my run. Oh, well.
So that sim that Emerson and I did together was easily, I'm not even being facetious here. It was easily the longest conversation he and I have ever had. I mean, we've hosted shows, as you well know, together, but that's a different dynamic because, you're alternating segments, you're pitching to people, questions and your turn, my turn, your turn. It's not a real conversation. It's not a real hangout kind of thing. And certainly in the office, we've had conversations, but never for 75 minutes straight, just uninterrupted, the two of us. It was far and away the longest conversation we've ever had. So I do hope people enjoy it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you probably guys had a lot to say too, right? Because you obviously have known each other for a long time. You know a lot about each other.
Yeah,
but you probably
might say.
Yeah, but you haven't sat down and talked a lot, obviously, and haven't had a chance to converse at all during the last year and a half in person. So.
Second quarter just underway. Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman. We got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director. Those two were around for that night, actually. They had to put up with us. Cobra K, Tate, and Game Ops. You know what today is, Moose? If you know what I'm going to tell you.
I think I know where you're going. Is it Mortal Kombat Day?
Mortal Kombat Day.
It is, isn't it? I was asking
HBO
people in the
Max,
chat last
it's
night.
Mortal Kombat Day, baby. Who's watching after The Sims tonight? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, probably me.
Are you that enthused? Are you going to jump into it tonight?
Potentially, yeah. It's either that or The Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to decide between. Either I'm going to watch the end of Falcon and Winter Soldier because the last episode was released, 3 a.m. last night or whatever. We'll just call it today. Yep. And so it's either that or it's Mortal Kombat. I don't know which way to go. I don't
either.
I'm very
used to having
conflicted.
choices over the last year. I feel like anything that's come out, we just have to watch right away because there's been nothing else. So it is weird to have a choice. Two new things at once. It's amazing.
Well, if people want to if anyone has seen Mortal Kombat, by the way,
yeah, give us a review.
Let us know in the chat what you thought. Certainly interested in hearing it. Goodbye Stream Trash presented by Alana here, our friend Alana Kilgore. We've got Glash's eyebrows, Tom's giant head, Jeff's imaginary legs. Goodbye Stream Trash. Emerson's quads are so offended right now.
Oh boy.
It's hard to know where to go. I think I would have to buy Tom's giant head. We see it all the time. I'm going to stream Glash's eyebrows because they are only around every so often.
What is this Shadow and Bone thing on Netflix? Do you know anything about this? Daniel's dropped it. I saw an advertisement for it.
Shadow and Bone. I've never even heard of it.
Does anyone know anything about it? Is it based on something? I haven't had a chance to look it up. Feels like something I'd like.
Based on a book series, Daniel says. Tate, by the way, says, do Mortal Kombat just in case it disappoints you. You can always go to Falcon and Winter Soldier. That's true, although I'm not the type to punt on a movie in the middle of watching it. I got to see it through, unless it's... I mean, it's got to be really, really
Yeah,
bad.
I don't think Mortal Kombat's going to disappoint us.
I don't either.
It would have to be so, the action sequence are going to be awesome, so,
touchdown Green Bay.
Yeah, touchdown Green Bay. No one cares about that. We all care about Mortal Kombat. I think is that Scantling? Yeah.
Yeah, MVS.
Andrew
says he was pleasantly surprised with how the movie turned out. Set up for a good franchise. It's got to be, right? I mean, there's no part of me it can't be worse than the original two.
Exactly. There's zero chance, and I'll still watch the original. It's fine. The thing is, when you go with it, I'm not expecting the next Inception or whatever, so I have low expectations. I'm sure it'll be great.
How long is it? Daniel, I feel like probably knows that off the top of his head.
Yeah, Daniel is like the Oracle. I know. It's great for these things. This is where I get all my information now.
Touchdown for Aaron Rodgers, by the way. 23rd to MVS. Yeah, I got to check out the runtime because, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not going to rule out watching both. If that movie checks in at $130. Oh, it's $150.
Right. That's about right. I might watch Mortal Kombat tonight. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to see it. I don't know. It's a really tough decision. This is really. Can't believe how tough my life is right now.
Trent, nice to hear movie talk when I come for 1 sec, LOL, aka why I'm not listening. Good. Mute us, Trent. But everybody else, smash that like button. 200 people watching on the Dream Stream on YouTube, thousands more across all our platforms, whether it's the Game Center, DK Nation, DK Playbook, obviously Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Andrew likes it, and I like Andrew, so I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking real long and hard about it. Congo Caps' Mortal Kombat was awesome. This is, you know what this is for me? This is the kind of gratification that I was looking for when we started asking people how the Coming to America sequel was, which I still have not watched.
Me either.
Because I was so excited about it, and then including producer Mike, just poop emoji'd all over it.
Yeah.
And so now I haven't been drawn to it. And I was pumped about that one.
Yeah, I know, because again, we were at a time when it's there's no movies, but it wasn't even it could have been better, but it was okay. It was just this is terrible. So I'm not going to waste my time with it.
Yeah, I mean, my time. I'm going to watch things that I want to watch, right? I mean, you got to find the time. You know what? I just started binging. You probably have seen all of them. Most people probably have, but I had. I'd only seen a couple over the years, so now I'm in. I've started, and I watched season 1 literally in a day because it's only 6 episodes. The League.
Oh, The League, yeah. I have only seen the first 2 seasons.
Yeah, so season 2 is next.
Oh, it's a funny show, though.
Trent says, haha, guys, you both sound like awesome guys. Well, he's wrong about that, but you both sound like awesome guys. I like y'all both a lot. I'm just being honest. I want to hear the game. And I asked a million times, and many agreed they want plays called. I got to say, Trent, I don't think most people want heavy play-by-play in these things. I think that's why these have evolved into what they have. Because way back when, and remember, these have been around for north of a year now, at the beginning, and it was never exclusively play-by-play, but let's say at the beginning there was like a 70-30 split in favor of play-by-play, and it has just slowly gone towards probably like 80-20 the other way.
I don't even think it was ever at 70% play-by-play.
60? 65?
Maybe like 50 was the highest we reached. I don't know. I honestly can't remember because we've done so many of these, and the past year has been like a decade, so...
AD Poker. Ruxin, my guy.
I mean, Glash and I were doing like push-ups on camera like 2 months in, so.
Tate says instead of play-by-play, let's just have a mic recording all of my keyboard taps of stats. How about that? That's true. You want the manual scoring update? Dion says definitely no play-by-play. Oh yeah, what's up, Cough Moose? We're here to talk smack and trash, says Peace of Mind. Captain Blood, Kaufman's on Rossi's speed talk level. What's a AD Poker shouting out Ruxin? Rodney, that's what it is. Rodney's his real name, but he doesn't like when anybody calls him. Yeah, that is a funny show, and I always knew it was funny. I don't know, I never made the time for it, and now I'm starting to get in. Although it's so weird because obviously the show ran from, I think it was 09 to 15, something like that. Mm-hmm. So hearing them obsess over football players that are so far removed from the NFL now is really strange.
It ages. It's a show that like the comedy's funny, but it like ages weirdly because the football players that are in it,
right,
like get mentioned.
AD Poker says, if anything, there's always been a nice combo of play-by-play and just random chat. As Bill shouts out, hey, Cough, buy Stream Trash, Jumanji, The Next Level, Coming to America 2, and Bad Boys 2. I'm glad you said Bad Boys 2, Bill, because that movie sucks, and I think that's what you were going for there. If you had shouted out Bad Boys 3, I might have had to quibble a little bit. I'm still going to buy Jumanji The Next Level. It wasn't horrendous. Then I'll go Bad Boys 2, and then I guess I have to put Coming to America 2 in the trash because I still haven't watched it. What about you with those three?
Okay, so we're talking about Bad Boys 2 instead.
Bad Boys 2, where the only real redeeming scene is the Martin Lawrence scene at the Chiefs' house. And if you know, you know. I probably can't go into any more detail than that. With the fish tank.
I didn't mind Bad Boys 2. I haven't seen it in so long. I mean, Jumanji, The Next Level. I haven't even seen Coming to America. So yeah, I'll just put it in the trash like everyone else. I don't even know where I'd go on the other two. Oof, Jumanji really wasn't that good. I'll buy Bad Boys.
Zach Morris is trash. Why TF is Marcus Morris suddenly listed as out when DK showed him as active? Yeah, he got ruled out. I was watching for that, Zach Morris is trash, while we were doing our pregame. He got ruled out about 10 minutes before lock, and they announced Patterson is starting for him. So I tell you guys all the time, I'm not the only one. I mean, this is just fact. This is very important in the NBA. You got to pay attention to late swaps. You got to pay attention. Tom Carroll, freeze pops, big head. We're going head-to-head tonight in NBA, and he texted me 10 minutes ago. Obviously wasn't watching it. He said, Morris with the late scratch, giving me a big fat 0. Feels good to be back. You got to watch for these things. It's not easy. I mean, like playing DFS, if you're gonna take it seriously, you actually care about your lineups and your investment, whatever amount of money it is. It's like another job. It really is. Especially NBA. Because that stuff, we got a touchdown for the Saints. That stuff really does change right before lock a lot of the time, and obviously late swaps after original lock. Michael Thomas with the touchdown right there. It's not, NHL, that stuff doesn't tend to happen right before. The only thing you're usually waiting on in NHL is who's going to be the starting goalie. And sometimes that first thing in the morning. Football, obviously, we know what that's like. You got to monitor the inactives, an hour and a half before the kickoff. And in baseball, once the lineups come out a few hours before game time, those rarely change. You rarely have a guy scratched out of the lineup, and obviously you know who the pitcher's going to be days out. So NBA is really the one that you can't ignore it. If you're going to play, and we've all been there. I've certainly been there. Short of a guy getting ruled out after his game locks, which has happened a couple times during this weird COVID year, you just have to, it's on you. It's on you if you miss it.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I mean, NBA is, it's its own thing. Like, you got to be right up to date with it. It's, for the NBA junkies, I think the guys get off on it. Like, they love the late swap stuff and just being able to move quickly. But if you're just playing casually, oh my god, it eats up your day.
Yeah.
So, that's why I like when baseball season starts, because if I want to add a sport, baseball's so much easier to add. You get the lineups, you look for the pitching matchups. Obviously still do research, but you don't have to worry about swapping unless you want to do some kind of strategic thing in a big tournament or something.
Jeffrey, Michael Thomas with that last touchdown is plenty of offense here. A minute to go in the opening half. 21-14. New Orleans in front. Aaron Rodgers with the gain right there. You love to see it. Yes, Morris from the Clippers. Lindenbaum. That is correct.
So we had Drew Brees 2 passing touchdowns, a defensive touchdown for the Saints. Michael Thomas and who scored the other one or Traquan Smith?
Yeah.
Traquan Smith scored the other one for the Saints, and then Valdez-Scantling and Aaron Jones for the Packers.
I'll tell you what, I am eager for a little DFS hiatus when NBA season's over. I've played every day of the NBA season. Every single day. I may even take a break when the regular season's over before the playoffs start.
Yeah. And what I feel like when NFL ends. It's okay, let's just get this over with.
Well, you know what it is the only reason I am so pot committed, if you will, is I'm
You're going for the crowns, right?
I'm going for the crowns.
Yeah.
I'm going for that 25,000 crowns for playing X number of days throughout the season. And I'm 16 days away or whatever it is. So I'm getting there. I'm almost there. But it is, and I love it. It's an unbelievable perk, obviously, but it is exhausting. Mainly because of when lineups lock. It's man, I'm in the middle of dinner. Now I got to go check on my, make sure nobody got ruled out a few seconds before lock. It's amazing my wife hasn't divorced me at this point.
Yeah. You just got to get her used to it,
Yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
We're an NBA family now. You only get me for 10 minutes a day. NBA DFS family. There is 11. Who's 11? Oh, that's Funches. I always forget because he isn't really on the Packers.
Bunches of Funches. We've got Mantinelli. No, Mantellini? I don't know. Something like that. Is in first place by about 6 points in our small free roll right here. I am 54th. Where's Wave Goodbye? Oh, you're top 10 right now. You're in 10th.
Oh, yeah. I've got the free roll open here. Yeah, I am doing pretty good, actually, because I got Michael Thomas up there. What's going on here? Oh, my kids are fighting. That's awesome.
And Jared says, Koff, if it weren't for the pandemic, you'd just be that guy on the radio that updates me on sports stuff that I already knew. See? We've touched a number of people doing what we're doing here.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm in 10th. Michael Thomas, the captain. Breeze. Hey, I got Aaron Jones touchdown. I got 3 of the 4 touchdown scores. So. I do not have Mason Crosby. Oh, I rostered Will Lutz. Tough scene.
Alana says she won't divorce you when she sees all the sweet gifts you bought her with your winnings.
With your crowns. Just show her look how many crowns we have, baby.
Yeah, check out these 25K crowns, huh? Wasn't this a thing? I don't know about your wife. I mean, you are obviously we're in very different spaces in that You know, like it's just a component of my job. You, in a lot of ways, do it professionally. So it's very different. When I say to my wife, like I'll be back in 5 minutes, I'm going to go just check my lineup. Like that, like those are just words. Like I may as well be speaking German. She has no idea what that means. To this day, no clue what any of this means. Not a huge sports fan, doesn't know anything about fantasy, doesn't care to know. Like it's not. I'm not a high net drummer. It's just doesn't. You know, Mike says, "Do you get the eye roll?" I don't even get the eye roll. I get the like total ambivalence.
Yeah. Our wives would probably have a great time together because my wife is pretty much exactly the same. She knows there's money involved, so like she doesn't, but that's about it.
Yeah,
like,
in
sure.
fact, there are a couple times that she has said to me, you know, do you like why do you need to go do this right now? And it's like because I'm already entered into all of these contests. So if I like I'm literally just burning the money if I don't go deal with it at this point. You know what I mean? Like it's I'm either I have the potential to win or I don't. So we're not talking about life-changing money here, but it's the principle of the thing. We've reached the half.
Exactly.
Good to have everybody with us. Captain Blood says, "Cough, I've played every day too. It's not tiring. It's tax season, and the government gave me an extra month of work. NBA DFS is not work." Alana says, "It's all about those crowns. The girls, they love crowns."
Totally, man.
Yeah. Sup Sim fam, says Jordan. Good to have you. Good to have everybody here with us. Again,
That is, I mean, look, to this point, I mean, if you like DFS and you're interested in grinding, definitely make sure you are checking out the rewards on DraftKings. I mean, they have, I forget sometimes, but go to the rewards column on the main page and check out the daily rewards, the achievements. I just checked my PGA achievements for like the first time in about 3 months, and I picked up like 10,000 crowns that were just sitting there. So I just forgot to collect them. But, like do stuff like that. Like check out the rewards, guys. I mean, seriously, there's it's not free money. You gotta play, but there's good rewards there to be had. So make sure you're checking that out on DK. If you're grinding these, I know most of these guys know the guys who grind the Madden sims, but just a reminder, because I forget too. I mean, dear God, I mean, I've been on this site forever, so easy to forget.
Moose, I have been playing like this past year, the pandemic. I have played more DFS than ever. I mean, cumulatively, I have played more than ever before, probably like times 20. I mean, I did not play. I'd play football, not necessarily even weekly, but I'd play it a fair amount. Never any of the other sports really before this year. Now just exposing myself to everything. I kid you not, and I say this as a DraftKings employee. I think I went 4 years without collecting a single crown. and I said that to a coworker once, and he went, "I'm sorry, what?" Like, yeah, I never even looked, why do I need those?
Yeah.
Sit down. Let's talk for a second. 21-17 at the half. More on this conversation, so much more on the way, but we are going to pause for just a quick moment because we're going to lose me. But this guy Moose here, if you don't check out the Sweat Monday through Friday at 11 Eastern, you really should. You absolutely should, because so much great stuff going on. As Moose here, he has worked on his mock draft. It was presented, of course, for the NFL on the Sweat, and Jeff revealed his top 10 picks for the opening round. Let's take a little look, and then we can react.
Oh, wow.
All righty, with the first round of the NFL draft arriving on Thursday, I'm sure you've seen a mock draft here or there, but you've never seen one quite like this. DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich is here to reveal his 10-pick mock draft ahead of next week's event. I am so excited for this, Jeff.
You should be, buddy, because it's coming in pretty hot, man. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I got some pretty heavy predictions going on here, so we got to get to this.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeff, you have quarterbacks going 1, 2, and 3 in your mock draft. 1 and 2, pretty much expected here. But at 3, you have Mac Jones to the Niners. So please explain yourself. I know he's the favorite here, but those odds are getting a little shorter.
They are getting shorter here. Obviously with Justin Fields' pro day, he moved in front as the favorite briefly, the media kind of getting on it, but Mac Jones has gone right back in front. And Look, you look at Kyle Shanahan and what he's done. He's always been happy to take a guy who's just a good distributor of the ball. Kirk Cousins, he could have gone out and gotten anyone he wanted at San Francisco, and he chose Jimmy Garoppolo. He was with Matt Ryan and had a lot of success. He's got a type, Emerson. He's got a type, and Mac Jones fits his type. Mac Jones is a guy who at Alabama led a group of insanely talented wide receivers to a monster season, had a 76% completion rating there. He was a great pocket distributor. There's arm issues. He doesn't have the arm talent the other guys does. I just don't think Kyle Shanahan cares. Like I said, he covets a certain type of player. Mac Jones has been his guy from the start. Adam Schefter came out and reported this was his guy. Yeah, you go to Justin Fields' pro day, absolutely you're going to get enamored with him. I think he's the better prospect, but I just don't think Kyle Shanahan cares. I think Mac Jones has always been his target here since they moved up there, and I think that's going to be the case on draft day. So, me and other analysts probably don't really agree with it, probably think Justin Fields is a better prospect. I think Mac Jones is going to the San Francisco 49ers, though, and I think that's going to create a big hubbalub of to-do because once Justin Fields falls from 3, things will get a little crazy. Wilson second, Mac Jones third.
We're back. Here he is. Just, you hear his rankings and you come out of it and you hear some more rankings. Moose, we saw Emerson. So again, the top 10 mock draft for the upcoming draft, which is Thursday, rapidly approaching April 29th, round 1. And I want to, I know we've been talking about it for so long and now it's actually basically here. And it's going to be fascinating. It's going to be wild. We'll review these picks again just a second if anybody stepped away to take a halftime bathroom break or grab a snack from the fridge or whatever it was. But we thank you for hanging out here with us. Again, the Sweat comes your way Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern. And, of course, parts of it like that get replayed for you throughout the day. But you do not want to miss the original live program as you can get into the chat, you can interact, you can be part of the conversation. We always encourage that you do. Jesse hosts or Emerson hosts or I host. Someone's always there. And, of course, Moose and the whole collection, Bukes and Jules and Reed and so many others, Gary and Tim, list goes on. We see these guys on the Sweat. It's always wonderful. So let's get ahead to quarter number 3. What has been a very entertaining sim so far, 21-17. Saints are in front. And let's see, stats obviously are updated. Taking a little look-see at our primetime contest and where people stand. We have got Mantilini is still in front by about 6 points. Wave goodbye here. Moose has fallen to 12th, but still certainly in contention. Out of 151 entries, I am 48th. Not a great spot, not the worst, and that is where we are. But let's go back. Let's go back. What's that top 10? Review a quick top 10. What's it look like for us?
Okay, quick top 10. We got Trevor Lawrence going to Jacksonville. Zach Wilson going to the Jets. Everybody knows that. That's going to happen. No doubt about it. I got Mac Jones going to San Francisco. I think that's going to play out just as expected. It's a little bit of hype when Justin Fields went, when Kyle Shanahan was at the pro day and stuff, but Mac Jones, I think, is his guy. I don't think he's going to change his mind there. I got Pitts going to Atlanta. I don't think Atlanta's going to be the team to trade down. I got Sewell going to Cincy. Cincy is where it starts to get interesting because I think they're going to have about 2 or 3 players they could legitimately take. Wide receiver. They could trade down too, but I think they'll just go with O-line. Then I got a trade. I think that the Miami Dolphins are going to trade back. I think a team's going to move up for Fields. I pegged the Bears to do it. Realistically, there's probably 3 or 4 teams that could trade up. I think the Bears are definitely going to be a leader of the pack, being interested if Fields falls. Then I got Jamar Chase to Detroit, Rashawn Slater to Carolina. Again, Carolina's another team. We don't really know what they're going to do. I think if they stay put, Slater's going to be a very interesting pick for them. Shore up the O-line for Darnold. At 9, I got another trade. I think Denver is definitely a team where regardless, if one of the top 5 quarterbacks are available at 9, I think that the Broncos will trade back. I was talking to BK. He thinks it might be the Vikings. I pegged the Patriots there in my mock draft, but I agree. Like the Vikings, Patriots, and Washington, all kind of teams to keep an eye on there. And then at 10, I got Patrick Surtain to the Cowboys.
Okay. Interesting. So there's no big shock that you're looking for.
As in, like
what? Like I guess
like the Jaguars select Mac Jones?
Well, no, not that. But I mean, if you were to relate it to Mac Jones, and people by all means, YouTube or Twitch, if you have questions for Jeff about his top 10, if you agree, disagree, just whatever it is, weigh in, let us know. We're happy to address those. I mean, there are some people that would still be floored if Mac Jones actually did go to number 3 to San Fran. A lot of people believe it's whether there's infighting on the issue between Shanahan and Lynch, or it's just a smokescreen. I mean, everyone I think is in agreement that San Fran is going to take a quarterback. You just don't give up the haul that the Niners did in a trade to not take a quarterback. But why take Mac Jones is what some say. In fact, I saw someone float out some numbers earlier, and it basically argued, why would you take Mac Jones when you already have him on the roster, saying that Jimmy Garoppolo is basically the same guy but older, so you take somebody else.
I don't disagree with that, man. But again, Kyle Shanahan has a type. This is what I said on the Sweat today. He could have gone with any quarterback. He could have drafted a new quarterback. He could have tried to go after a mobile quarterback when he came to San Francisco, and he brought in Jimmy Garoppolo. He's been hot to trot over Kirk Cousins. We see the rumors. He worked with Matt Ryan before. He's got a type. It's an immobile pocket passer who can distribute the ball, who's good at reading D's, sitting in the pocket. I think he's just going to stick with his type. I think that's Kyle Shanahan's MO. I don't agree with it. I think Justin Fields is like the guy you definitely should be picking there, but I just think that's the way the draft is going to go. So if I was drafting 3, yeah, I'd take Justin Fields, but I'm not drafting there. San Francisco is, and I'm pretty convinced it's going to be Mac Jones. That's what Adam Schefter reported a couple weeks ago. You know, does one pro day change it? I just don't think so. So I hope for their sake they take Justin Fields, because I think it's like a waste if they don't. But
I'm no NFL scout, far from it. Not an executive, not an expert, especially on the draft in college and all like that. I couldn't, as most of you know already, so you don't even say, well, no kidding, of course you. I couldn't have less of a clue when it comes to how to properly evaluate a guy for the NFL draft and what makes a good fit for your team. But what I just don't get, I understand going over tape and college film and doing interviews, talking to players, talking to their coaches, talking to teammates, talking to guys that know them, get into their personal lives, like the real amateur, like draft day kind of Kevin Costner approach to it. Right. I do not understand the value in these pro days. Just, two guys in shorts and mesh playing catch on an open field with no defense. Like, what are you really getting out of that? Well, Mac Jones didn't really throw the ball all that well today in his pro day. Who cares? Or Justin Fields was exceptional at his second pro day. Mm-hmm. Who cares? I don't get it. I would love for someone to do a good job explaining that to me. And if you're that guy, please do.
Yeah, and the pro days are for media hype, right? Like, I mean, if you like a player, is seeing him throw in like shorts and a t-shirt going to change your mind? I mean, it shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
And the thing is, it probably has changed people's minds on like bad quarterbacks before. I think pros days help bad quarterbacks. Because throwing in shorts and a t-shirt, it masks your flaws, right? So there's another Mike Thomas catch, 7th grade day. But yeah, I don't think it's good. That's why I say I don't think it's going to change Kyle Shanahan's mind. I think that the report was, and it's from Adam Schefter, it's not like it's from nobody, that Mac Jones was their guy. Why has that changed? Like, because of one pro day? I just don't think so. Again, I don't think they're making the right choice. That's not what I'm saying. I just said, if the report was Mac Jones is their guy, Mac Jones is probably still their guy. So that's what I'm basing my third overall pick on.
2nd and 7 from the 38. No scoring here in this third quarter after such an entertaining first half. Dean Murray says, I agree 100%, Koff, but then just like that, Obi-Wan says, you never get it. You're closed-minded. Then AD Poker, pro days are a formality, like tradition at this point. I think that's more what it is. Obi-Wan, try being a bit unselfish.
Thank you,
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan, have the high ground.
Please, stop old man shaking fist at cloud on me here and tell me what singular aspect of what I just said was selfish. I mean, call me dumb before calling me selfish. At least that would make sense. Say, Koff, here's why you're an idiot. But why? Like, explain to me why. Don't just call me an idiot. Tell me why I'm an idiot. Says it ain't about you, it's about everyone else. Okay. I like that I've started to give Obi-Wan a voice in my head. He's this real city slicker cowboy.
Well, on the, in the interest of giving you the platform,
please.
What do you think about the Patriots? Because I mean, do you think that realistically they would move up at 9? And I put Trey Lance there, but look, it's a mock draft. I mean, I recognize I'm probably going to be wrong about like 80% of this stuff. So
I mean, you and Mel Kiper and everybody else.
Exactly.
It's a crapshoot. It's a dart throw.
Totally.
I'm not going to blame you one iota if you're wrong.
Again, my question was, if there's a quarterback at 9, regardless if it's Fields, Jones, Lance, do you think they'll move up? And if it is Trey Lance, do you think, have you heard anything? Is that even on their radar? Am I dead wrong on it, do you think? Or
so there's a lot of
the Patriots are hard to figure out too. Like, who knows?
They're impossible to figure out. Bill Belichick is impossible to figure out when it comes to the draft. Now, most people, like, this is what people expect from Bill Belichick. The unexpected. How cliche is that?
That's kind of why I put them at 9 to take Trey Lance, because no one expects it.
But that's what I mean. Like, how many people would truly be shocked if they jump from 15 to 9 if they really like Lance and Lance is on the board? I don't think anybody would. Now, if they stay at 15 and take a linebacker or a defensive end or a receiver or a corner, would anyone be shocked? No. If they trade back into later in the first round, would anyone be surprised? No. Because Bill Belichick has traded back in the draft more than anyone else by a large margin in the last couple decades. We've come to accept it, expect it even. The only thing, Jeff, that would floor me is if they traded all the way up to number 4 and swapped with Atlanta, because there was just that guy, whether, let's say you're right, and Mac Jones goes at number 3, and that it's Fields or Lance, and they love Fields, and that he is going to be available to them. That I don't see it. I don't see it. That would be such a move up, not only capital wise, but also, and I've theorized this before on The Sims, I feel like Arthur Blank hates the Patriots. He's still not over the collapse in the Super Bowl.
Right.
I think that if the Pats were trying to trade up to number 4, it's not that he wouldn't do it, but he would charge them more than he would charge anybody else, just out of sheer spite in the process to do it. I just don't. I don't see it. I don't see it. And there was a real period of time where I expected. No, I mean they'll take a quarterback in round 1 as we get to the end of the first quarter, but then you start talking about the potential of all 5 of those guys going inside the first 7, 8, or like you said, 9 picks, and it's no one's going to fall to 15. I don't know. It feels a little more realistic that it's Kellen Mond or Davis Mills or obviously Kyle Trask, one of those guys on day 2 or whether it's round 2 or 3. I don't know, but it's all just a very long-winded way of saying I have no clue what the Pats are going to do, and I am more fascinated in this draft than any other that I can remember, purely for that reason. Because now, the drafts were always interesting, but never in the way that they are for teams that need a quarterback, because the Patriots for 20 years had that position figured out. Bledsoe before Brady. That position was known for 30 years, basically. And now, clueless. No clue what Belichick's going to do to try and reboot this thing. And I'm really interested.
Yeah, well, and that's part of the reason why I put them at 9. And I didn't say they were going to trade up to 6 because I had the Dolphins trading back at 6 with the Bears. Because, again, I don't think the Dolphins would be wanting to trade with the Patriots either. So, but at 9, probably a more willing trade partner in Denver. Mm-hmm. These things are often they come down to, like you said, though, teams who with familiarity. BK actually made a great point that I think it's the GMs of the Vikings and the Broncos are familiar with each other. So again, I tag the Patriots, but if it could be the Vikings, I just really feel like Denver is going to be in a spot where, and it's probably going to be Lance as Michael Thomas almost gets another touchdown. where they're going to be picking a 9, and one of the quarterbacks is going to be there, and I think they're going to be willing to trade down. So that's why I put Lance to go at 9.
Yeah, and people are wrong more often than not when it comes to forecasting the NFL draft.
Forecasting the NFL, forecasting the draft is one thing. Forecasting trades in the draft is like ridiculous.
Forget it. Yeah, that's.
I might as well go like
forecast
the next person who gets struck by lightning. Like, you know.
How about we just get a Vulture TV right there?
Yeah, we did. That was weird. And is that who is that? It was a fullback, and it was so weird I couldn't even process it. Is that Levine or Levine?
Burton.
Burton. Michael Burton.
Ironically, I think I've seen him score a touchdown before, whether it was Madden 20 or 21, I don't remember. But Alvin Kamara owners, you have a right to be upset.
Major vulture there. I wasn't even like a wimpy vulture. That was a serious vulture.
As Rossi would say, "Caw, caw, I'm a vulture." Vulture the vulture. This is B-Don Walk.
A lot of touchdowns in this game, though. 4th for New Orleans.
Captain Bloodcoff, welcome to Lions Drafts. Clueless. I had a friend of mine texting me the other day saying, just wait, Patriots are going to take an offensive lineman in round 1. I said, I will scream. And it's not even not taking a quarterback. I swear if you take a tackle. If you take an offensive tackle in round 1 at pick 15, as opposed to a linebacker, a receiver, a defensive end, a tackle. Dean Murray, the real crime there was Murray was behind him, and I was pulling for the Murray vulture. Yeah, no Latavia's there for you. I'm sorry. 28-17, early in the 4th quarter. Moose, Koff, Mike, Daniel, Cobra K, all hanging out. Brad Wallace, Lazard needs to come to life. Sure, if this were real life. Alan Lazard, very hit or miss, very boomer bust in these sims, which is why he's priced the way he is. And I've taken that plunge before, Brad. I get it. But you can't depend on it.
Yeah, I mean, I see people now trying to project Trey Lance at number 3. Just
there was an article I was reading yesterday. Here, I still have it open in my tabs here. NBC Sports Boston put this out. 2021 NFL mock roundup for Patriots' first-round pick. Okay, so all they did was compile first-round projections for the Patriots from mocks across the country, you know, local and national, obviously. There are, I'm seeing, Kwity Paye, defensive end, Jalen Waddle, receiver, Justin Fields, quarterback, Micah Parsons, linebacker, Fields, Devontae Smith, receiver, Fields, Zaven Collins, defensive end, Micah Parsons, Trey Lance, Mac Jones. I mean, all of the, and these are just, they're like, pick your favorite writer, basically. I mean, it's such a dart throw. It's amazing. And I don't blame any of these people because it's a guessing game.
Yeah. I am surprised at how many people just don't believe that San Francisco is going to take Mac Jones. That's the one thing I am... Like, I'm not going to say it's a lock or something, but, like, there is a lot of people who just don't want to put Mac Jones in their mock draft at number 3. And, again, it's not that I think Mac Jones is the 3rd best quarterback in the draft. It's that I think Kyle Shanahan wants to take Mac Jones. So that's the one thing I'll say.
Passed on running for a first down that he had.
Yeah.
And just threw it across his body across the field instead for an incompletion.
Yeah, that was worth interrupting for. It's a weird play. He's gonna pick up the first down anyways. I'm Mercedes Lewis.
There you go.
But yeah, he's out for a little drive.
So will you be glued to the draft? Are you that invested in it where, you know, once it starts Thursday night, you're sitting there for the 3 hours or whatever it is of coverage and watching to see how all this unfolds?
Yeah, I might take a little break once we get past like pick 10 or something, or pick 12, but I'll watch the majority of it for sure, 100%. Still, pick! Nick, he made it, yeah.
Oh, Rodgers.
A linebacker pick from Aaron Rodgers of anyone. I think that's their safety. Wow. Jeez. Don't see that from A-Rod very often. Or from like a non-cornerback making a pick. This guy's like, wow, the sim let me catch it. This guy's always dropping.
Trots Drew Brees, 201, a couple of touchdowns to his credit.
Yeah, I'll be all over the draft watching that next Thursday. It's a good event too. I mean, they do good. You get to see the players come up, happy for them.
Well, and I don't know, I haven't really read about it. I don't know how similar it is to last year's setup where everything was completely virtual and
Goodell's vaccinated
inside players' homes and coaches' homes.
Yeah,
I just thought that was so incredibly well done that, I mean, it's not like you were going to change it to be that way permanently. Guys love to be there and to walk up on the stage and, hug or fist bump Goodell or whatever it may be. And I know I saw the article that he's vaccinated now, so he can hug players. Like that's a story. Goodell can hug draft picks again. But I just thought last year was so special and unique, and again, well done. That if you told me it was always going to be like that, you could get a real inside look at players' homes and players with their families, and that was so much cooler to me than seeing guys just sit at a table and put a hat on and walk up on stage.
It was pretty well done for how short time they had and stuff. I agree. It kind of went off without a hitch. You're right. It was kind of cool for a year. I'd rather just go back to
Kingsbury's palace that he's got there.
The different houses, Nike, the dog, drafting for the Patriots.
Yeah.
The brain trust of the Patriots finally being revealed.
Exactly.
That's a classic, man. Will live forever. Bill O'Brien just yelling at his computer at one point, I think.
Well, and the people who thought that, remember it wasn't O'Brien, I think it was Vrabel, right? Vrabel's house that there was circulating thinking somebody was going to the bathroom in the background.
They caught someone on the toilet. It just looked bad. Yeah. Yeah, the whole night was just people trying to catch something bad on Zoom. That was the whole broadcast.
Pretty much, yeah. It was the whole point.
Nothing tops Nike the dog. It really just doesn't.
Yeah, just Belichick's nowhere to be.
And there's the Patriots.
Nike's just in the chair in front of the computer.
It's amazing.
Just perfect. Ooh, can't quite muscle for the first. 3rd and 1 on the way. Bob M in the house. Nice to be missed. Let's party, he says. Bob, good to see you, sir. Yeah, AD Poker shouting out Vrabel with the bathroom door open. Brother Phil, I think the Pats need more speed in their linebacking core. Speedy, smart linebacker with pass coverage ability should be on their shopping list. I'm sure it is. Let's not forget, Pats were just so historically active in free agency and trades after the season that they really did address a lot of those very important needs going into the draft. Which again is another reason why I would be just yelling from the mountaintops if they dare to take an offensive tackle in round 1 as miss kick on 4th and inches from very long.
Yeah, they're just gone for it. Okay, I have a 2-part question. Did they sign linebackers? I feel like they did, and I just can't remember. But
Kyle Van Noy is back.
Van Noy's back, so that's good. Yeah,
that's a captain presence. There were 57-yard try on that last one. There was the guy from Minnesota is a defensive end, right? He's not a linebacker. Judon.
Oh right, yeah. No, that's true. Yeah.
Who else?
I don't think they signed any other linebackers.
Patriots offseason moves.
Just wondering if they might be in on Micah Parsons. Could be. Again, I have no idea what the Patriots.
Oh, I think he's absolutely someone that's actually Judon's considered a linebacker. So Judon's a linebacker. Van Noy, like I said, Raekwon McMillan's a linebacker. So those are the linebackers they had in the offseason. But
yeah,
Micah Parsons, if he's available at 15, wouldn't surprise me in the least. Mike Bizzle checking in from a bar. This is at a bar, could barely hear, but Kaufmeister reps. Like given. We're here.
Yeah, never mind. Judon and Van Noy is two pretty good additions, actually. So, yeah, maybe not Micah Parsons, but I could see it. Just loading up. Yeah. Patriots can go a lot of different ways. A lot of teams like that, too. Carolina's another one. Carolina can still be on a QB. I mean, I kind of pegged them that they're just going to settle with Sam Darnold for a year, which I don't really like, but they're going to do that. They're probably going to try and surround, maybe even go wide receiver. They could go wide receiver. Oh, everybody going for it. Oh, I got it.
Get there. Devontae Adams, touchdown.
Why do we have to wait 58 minutes to see Aaron Rodgers throw it deep to Devontae Adams, who has amazing metrics?
Amen.
Is going to win those passes like 70% of the time.
54-yard score.
Just like that, folks.
Here comes the 2-point conversion.
We're a 2-pointer away from being within one score. New Orleans has choked this game away. All they had to do was get an inch, convert the first down, and we'd be done. Now we're going to get OT, or potentially.
I love that you have already just, with less than 2 minutes left, given Green Bay 5 more points.
I have seen these sims. I know how this plays out.
I've seen these sims. I've been here before. This ain't my first rodeo. Watch him flub the 2-point conversion here.
Absolutely going to happen.
Rodgers completed.
Ain't my first rodeo, brother.
And that is Mercedes Lewis.
Mercedes, yeah.
Mercedes Lewis came away with the 2-point conversion. It's a 3-point game, all timeouts available, both sides. And of course, Saints getting the ball. Got to assume, based on the fact that it's a 3-point game here and all the timeouts, that Green Bay is going to kick away. I don't think we're going to see a onside kick here.
They might. Yeah. No, I think they're going to onside kick. That's my prediction. Sim's usually pretty aggressive here. Nope, you're right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm stupid.
Rodeo either.
You're good looking. I'm terrible.
You'll watch Mortal Kombat. I'll watch Falcon and Winter Soldier. Boy, the Nets are taking it to the Celtics right now. Mid-third quarter, 11-point game.
I Googled Nike the dog, and one of the things that came up was a Nike shoe called Walk the Dog. It's like a dog print on it.
On?
Really doesn't look that good. I kind of want to get it now, though, just because it's based on a dog. But I wonder how much these cost. Sold out? That's not good.
Whoa. Popular.
All right. I'll waste money later. Let's see what happens here.
So I'm just seeing it. A. Porcelli, who must be part of the Sim fan, otherwise this is a coincidence because I haven't tweeted about Mortal Kombat today. Tweet, watching Mortal Kombat right now, big guy, so far, pretty sick start. You the man, keep being you.
All right.
My burner. It's my Stuart Smiley account.
That's right, yeah.
Keep being you. Can't wait to watch. Maybe tonight. Boom.
Will you watch with your wife?
I guarantee.
Could you ever convince your wife to watch that with you? Like, is there any like?
I guarantee she's never even heard of Mortal Kombat, like the video game.
I can't. Like, I'd legitimately have to pay my wife money. That is like our money. I know it's like, but I'd have to like give her actual. Like, I'd have to like buy her a present or something. To like have her sit there for the full 2 hours and watch it with me.
No, my wife would never.
Not a chance.
She's generally not that interested if it's not a rom-com anyway. Like there are, like she's never seen any of the Marvel movies.
Oh, no, neither of them.
I think she might be willing to give those a try if I,
Maybe she could get into like one of the funnier ones, like Ant-Man or something, hey?
Right.
Natalie Portman's going to be Thor in the new movie, apparently.
Right.
Maybe she'll get on that.
Heaven forbid she. Well, has she? Maybe. You know what? I was going to go the other way on this. I do think maybe she has seen some of the Fast and Furious movies with me.
Okay.
Not in the theater, but home viewings.
Home viewings. The theater room.
The theater. In the theater.
Somebody asked me, who was it? We're talking about hobbies or something, and we're like, what's Kaufman doesn't have a hobby, and I'm like, he's gonna build a blockbuster. Just rearing up for it. What's that with? Might have been Glash. Probably was.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Oh, Daniel says that was last night with BK.
Oh, was it?
Daniel's got an encyclopedic memory.
No, dude, I know. I'm not kidding. Daniel's found his perfect role as the. Oh no! Look at this.
See ya. Devin Funchess, Captain Devin Funchess, with a 66 score. How's that feel, Saint?
Superman did outside the pocket, jumped in the air, rocket ship down. Look at this.
Oh, Funchess captain, Rogers in the lineup. That's going to do wonders for my build right here, my friend.
Dude, it's like a top 10 Madden play right there. We just
Daniel says New Orleans grabbing an L from the jaws of victory.
Yeah, typical New Orleans fashion. Yeah, I don't have Funchess, so I'm way down. I don't have Rogers either. I went from 4th to 30th, man.
That only jumped me 4 spots. How is that even possible?
I have Funchess probably really popular.
Oh, no, okay. Now here we go. Yeah, now Tate's coming in. Big difference. Yeah, I just jumped from I jumped from low 40s to top 15.
Oh yeah, I'm 64th now, so I'm on the elevator shaft going down.
And yet somehow Mantellini, who I've been shouting out all day, is still in first place. What does your lineup look like, sir? MVS and the captain with 44 points. Rogers, Breeze, Funchess, Cook, Traquan. That's a hell of a build.
Yes, no kidding. Hopefully you got some of that in the real money contest. If not, who cares? You got the prestige of winning the
bonus for Funchess. Yeah, that's a big deal.
The chat for
as well.
All right, New Orleans still has 3 timeouts. They could at least get to midfield, get a Hail Mary off here. A male Harry.
The male Harry. Oh, the Bruins are getting waxed in Buffalo. Never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, on the night I started to Alaskan goal. It's awesome.
Apparently, you can't beat them in 3 straight in their own barn.
No.
Final 20 seconds. If you thought we were going overtime, not anymore. 4-point game, 60 combined, 32-28. Packers lead. Aaron doing Aaron things, says Cassie.
Yeah, completely.
Lindenbaum says Westbrook 40 in 1 half. I assume we're talking 40 fantasy points, not 40 real points, but even still. That's a hell of a start.
Oh, yeah, if it's 40 fantasy points, that's still nice.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at how NBA is going. I'll get to that in a few.
40 real points would be ridiculous.
Yeah, that's... I wonder what the modern day record, like the last 20 years, let's call it, what the record is for points in the 1 half. Actually, not even 1 half, the first half. Points in the first half. I'd be curious.
Didn't Harden do something crazy? He got 50.5 points or something. I can't remember.
I don't remember.
I want to say it was maybe James Harden, but that's just the first thing that comes to mind.
You could probably Google around and find that. Probably exists on the internet.
God, yeah.
Red Sox right now. For now. Celtics making it interesting. They're within 6. A few minutes left, third quarter. Long way to go. 1st and 10, final 10 seconds. All right, Drew.
That's pretty much
Play like your career's on the line.
2, 1. Oh, you got it there.
Traffic and incomplete.
Yeah.
Came down loose. Okay.
I think we're done.
So somehow, some way, Green Bay comes back to win this game. Remarkable and just performances galore, man. Rodgers goes for 353. He had 3 passing touchdowns, 1 shy of the Bundy. Funchess, 44 in the captain spot, 6 for 139, that long touchdown. Thomas was in double figures. Kamara, probably your babysitter, Billy. Tough day for him. MVS, about 30 points in the flex, 9 for 112, a touchdown, low owned, low priced as well. What are your awards, sir? Who's your Krusty Koff player of the game?
Yeah, definitely Kamara for the babysitter Billy. For the Krusty Koff, it's interesting. I almost want to give it to A-Rod just for the insane passes he made, but I'm going to give it to Valdez-Scantling.
Yeah.
9 catches, 112 yards, and a touchdown. The 9 catches is just ridiculous. What was he, like 5,000? Yeah, he's
5K, yeah.
He gets it,
You know
man.
what's crazy, though, is Rodgers and MVS ownership, not that different, but obviously priced very differently.
Yeah, priced very differently again. So whenever those value plays go nuts for you, that's the guys you really target. That's why we target guys like MVS, because when they do this, we get paid. So
yeah. Mike has looked it up, by the way. 40 points for Klay Thompson in 1 half in 2016.
Oh, I remember that game. Yep.
Crazy.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Absolutely crazy.
Sunk a million threes.
Very cool. All right. Well, man, bonus for MVS, bonus for Funchess, bonus for Rodgers. What a day. Top 16 for me. Mantellini, if I'm saying that right. Cruising to the 5-point victory, waved goodbye, plummeted. He literally waved goodbye to any opportunity to contend and win this contest. Oh, Devin Booker, 51 in half number 2 back in 2017.
Yeah, I remember that
70-point game against the Celtics?
Yeah.
I bet it was.
That's the one I assume you were referencing, that nuts game.
Had to have been.
When they were completely out of it. It's towards the end of the year or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, and here's what people don't remember. Celtics won that game. So go ahead, go off for 7.
That's right. That's right. They won the game and everyone was on them because they were still taking pictures and celebrating because they lost the game.
Like, dude, you lost the game. Congrats on your 70 points. Bears Seahawks. I'll be back with Tom Carroll for Madden After Dark in about 45 minutes, a little less than that. You do not want to miss it. Jeff, he departs here for the day, but he will return tomorrow for 2 Sims. He'll be with Tom. He'll be with Rossi. He's at 4 and 6 Eastern. So make sure you come on back for that to see Moose tomorrow. We'll be together, it looks like, to kick off the Nooner on Sunday. So until we meet again, my friend, I look forward to seeing you and pictures of you and your weird legs. It's going to be
some
terrific.
new ones up there for you.
Just please. More full body shots of Moose. Coming up next, DraftKings Dream Stream here. You got Pat Mayo, our buddy. Pat Mayo, Scott Yeager, and the rest of the PME experience. They're going to be breaking down the state of the race, not for golf or anything like that. No. It's the 93rd Academy Awards, including the 2021 Oscars bets and best odds on the betting board. That Sunday night, but the picks, those are coming your way right now. Moose, thank you, sir. Catch you next time.
A good one.
Well, that brings us to best original score. Giant favorite for Soul, unless they somehow split the votes with themselves. Is that how it's going to work?
I don't know, but it's interesting. They're both the 1 and 2 favorite here. So it's like if they lose to themselves, and they don't even have to share an Oscar with John Baptiste. So, it's interesting. I think Soul's the best of both worlds because both they and the movie has kind of 2 scores. It has their kind of social networky, techie score, and then it has the jazz stuff, and all that stuff is included here. So I'm totally cool with this movie winning. I told you, I think the best score of the year wasn't even nominated in Tenet. Minori's got a fun score, but I don't think it's enough to get it done here. So I think Soul wins, and Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross take home another Oscar.
Yeah, they won for Social Network, right? Like what is probably widely known as the best score of the past 20 years.
Yeah, I think they're ripping off themselves with this score. So I think it's interesting. I almost think the Manx score is almost more interesting from their perspective, because to me that was was a pitch I didn't know they had. That was a curveball by them, and they managed to perfectly score this movie that takes place in the 30s or whatever it is, 30s and 40s, and have it scored like it's from that period, but also with their level of sensibility and kind of the modern, tension points and stuff. So I actually found Mank to be the more interesting of their scores. But I think when you throw in the jazz stuff from Soul, 2 for the price of 1, I get why that's the one getting it done. But it's a little too derivative of their Social Network score for me to, really think they need to run away with it again.
Well, it's funny because I might be getting this wrong, but there's like weird rules in this category for score and even for song. But like, and maybe I have this wrong, but Johnny Greenwood wasn't nominated for best score for There Will Be Blood, right? Because he had stuff that was previously written or something, but it was not released.
Yeah, it was stupid, but that's one of my favorite scores.
Yeah, that is a horror movie soundtrack for that movie. That and Social Network, I can just, in my mind, imagine just like those are the 2 best scores, except for maybe, I don't know, Mulholland Drive from very early in the 2000s.
Yeah, no, I really love that Greenwood score. It sucks that didn't get to be nominated. I think he got nominated for Phantom Thread, though, Greenwood, but I don't know that he won. So, but yeah, I think that they've really, to me, it's so cool because I think Hans Zimmer has done this a few times, right? Like I think Hans Zimmer, he did it in the 90s with both what he did with the Lion King score, and then you kind of had everything kind of having this like, kind of African vibe, and then he also the kind of action movie scores that he created with the Crimson Tides and the Rocks of the world, and then Gladiator I think has a little bit of that, but also a little bit of the tribal stuff that he infuses in that movie, especially towards the end. And then he does it again with the Nolan stuff, and to go back to the bombs of the Nolan and the trailers and the Dark Knights and the Inceptions, and then he kind of does it again with the the Interstellars and the Dunkirks of the world. Hans Zimmer's constantly doing that. And I think with Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, we talk about it with the documentary we just saw about the admission scandal. They, with the Social Network, created this vibe of this, like, it's like very techie, like almost millennial thing where it's like inverting. It's like telling you that something is like a think piece. And that's what they do with score, with Soul. And so much of the scoring they did is what takes place in this, like, existential purgatory thing, and it almost like does all this math for you just by having this score. Kind of the seeds that they planted in 2010 with the Social Network, it like tells you that like this is a very intricate thing that was put together by God, and this is your plan in life. And it's like the same way that like Mark Zuckerberg is like putting together the thing on his window, and it's been mimicked and mocked in so many times once over, and there are so many things you can do with it that all resonate back to that Social Network movie and score. And how, and truly is when people are putting together their decade lists, why to me it was my number one is because even things like that you don't think about, that like, of course, Facebook plays a part in this too, but that movie that came out in 2010 really set the tone, literally, score-wise, especially for the decade in movies and TV and stuff, and kind of put this millennial technological sound to filmmaking and TV. And all you have to do is either have Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross or have somebody who can do a good impression of them. And you can really just like, create an entire sound space in the viewers' heads just with that, sort of thing that they created 10 years ago. So interestingly enough, 11 years later, they're kind of, going to get a second Oscar for doing pretty much the same thing, but I'll take it.
Best cinematography, Nomadland is the favorite, minus 400. Mank, which won was the Ace Award, is plus 350, and then you have the rest of them. So Nomadland or Mank? Is this a spot where we can take Mank?
Yeah, so I mean, look, I said it when I was talking. So I took Nomadland at minus 200, and it is now beefed up. It is both beefed up to minus 400, but also has since lost a cinematography precursor award to Mank. So Mank won the Cinematography Guild Award. And the thing with that is people are saying, all right, the cinematographers understand the idea of interior lighting and black and white and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. But when you bring in the other people, Oscars wise, the big showy, scapes and stuff of Nomadland, it's still going to get it done. It's enough to scare me. It's enough to maybe say, do you want to throw a little bit on Mank? And it's enough to say that it opens up Mank as an alternative. If you're in a pool and you think that someone's taken Nomadland in all these categories, I don't mind taking a flyer here on Mank in the pool. I really don't, because of that. And I don't know that anybody in your pool is going to know that it won that cinematography award. So I think it's probably one that not too many people are going to take here in your pool. So that's always a good value.
Best film editing, The Sound of Metal. This is the first time we've seen it pop up as a favorite for the amount of awards it has. It's a slight favorite, minus 118 over The Trial of the Chicago 7, which is minus 110. Then you have Nomadland, The Father, and Promising Young Woman. They're all long shots. So it does seem it's between Sound of Metal and Trial of Chicago 7. Going through this so far, we have neither one of these movies getting an award. So I would think that because there was no movies really in theaters this year, and we kind of saw this with The Irishman a little bit, and even Roma to a certain extent, that there was backlash, I think, amongst voters, that these were Netflix movies, you could watch them on your TV, you didn't go to the cinema, and that's why there was kind of pushback against it. But now everything is streaming.
Now everything is that
we're seeing this year. So maybe that's not so much the case, but it feels like the big prestige Netflix movie doesn't do all that well.
Yes, it's and the thing is that especially with Trial of Chicago 7, sadly, the things that it did really well, other movies did better. And so, had a great screenplay, but I think Promising Young Woman, the screenplay itself, the originality, and then obviously this great female auteur in Emerald Fennell, being able to kind of give her this big award to kind of launch her career, kind of a better narrative than Sorkin getting another screenplay award. Then you go to editing here, and I think the movie's very well edited. I think it's one of its strong suits. Remember, it starts off by interweaving these pretty much 7 different stories and then kind of bringing them together, and then it tells the story of this trial from inside out, and I think does a really good and effective job doing so. So I think this might be its only award, and I think it could take this home here. Sound of Metal, we're going to get to it, as a big favorite in another category that I think it'll win.
Let me guess, the sound category.
Yeah, so I think that the editing of the Chicago 7 will win here.
Okay, so Trial of Chicago 7, we'll put that in. If the one thing that I've learned about the best editing category at the Oscars, they love a good time jump. Like, I like Dunkirk. Dunkirk's one of my favorite Nolan movies, but I thought the editing in that movie was horrible because I couldn't figure out what was going on the entire time or who everyone was, because everyone looked exactly the same. Now, maybe that was the point of the movie, that it was just one unit, that kind of thing, of the British Army during that time period. But I just found it was confusing at some points where I couldn't really tell who was who and who was going on, but that like runs away with best editing. And I just thought it was very poorly edited for me just watching it. I do editing in my day-to-day job, video editing. I can figure out how some of this stuff works, but they do love the different time periods and weaving different stories into one. Like that's just like catnip for the best editing category.
Yeah. And, likewise, I agree. I mean, it took me probably the second time to truly understand what I was watching with Dunkirk time period wise, like what happened before what. And it is a bit confusing, but I think maybe the people that did see it again or got it the first time, probably appreciated the degree of difficulty. I think with Trial of Chicago 7, it's pretty seamless, works very well. And I think that with Sound of Metal, it's probably what I would imagine they're giving credit for is the way that it, plays a lot with the sound and the perspective. And, Sound of Metal, for those who don't know, is about a guy who's basically going deaf. He's a heavy metal drummer and he's pretty much losing his hearing. He's kind of coming to terms with that. And they play a lot with the sound design, but they also play a lot with the editing and kind of, showing you as a viewer what it feels like to be going through that. Similarly, the Father, which is in a terrible underdog position and has zero chance of winning. That movie is about a guy, going through, early onset or even late onset dementia. And they do some really interesting editing stuff in that movie. So that would be a movie that I would think in another year, maybe against some different competition, could be its award to win here. Because I think that and the production design and some other ways that the craftsmanship of that movie helps carry through the narrative of this great performance by Anthony Hopkins, of course, but you get to go through it with him due to some tricks that they do, but with both the editing and with the design and stuff like that, and even the casting. So it's a shame it's, I think, 20-1. I wouldn't take it here, but that's another movie where I think the editing is on the forefront. I wouldn't be shocked with Sound of Metal. So here, flip a coin. If you want to take Sound of Metal here, that's fine. But I think, again, if you have people going down their ballot and taking the favorite, you might be able to pick up a point here if you end up winning with Trial of Chicago 7. And I think what I can see happening, and this has nothing to do with the psychology of the voting, but just as a bit of a someone who is a bit of a cynic, the editing award sometimes is a precursor for the best picture winner. And I know a lot of people are going to be watching on Sunday, dreading anytime someone says Trial of the Chicago 7, and that includes editing and screenplay. And so I could see editing coming out in the first third of the telecast, it winning, and a bunch of people in film Twitter being like, uh-oh. And I think Nomadland still takes it. But so that's why I kind of see it winning here for some reason. I kind of feel that panning out.
Best production design. If Mank doesn't win cinematography, this seems to be its best bet to pick up an awards. -500 favorite. Ma Rainey's Black Bottom is +650. Tenet is 8-1. Then you have that weird Tom Hanks movie from Apple Plus that came out that I don't think anyone... Does anyone watch Apple Plus?
Well, what's interesting is you're confusing. So the other movie, so Greyhound is the Apple Plus one.
I'm sorry.
Which is and News of the World is the you had to rent it movie, so even worse. But I watched this movie. It's, not great. And so I can check this one off. I wouldn't give it to this one. I don't even know what was so great about the production design. It's kind of like your standard Western. But to go back to The Father, I think The Father would be a great movie to give this to. But again, it doesn't look like it in that spot there. I love the way Tenet looked. I think that's a really cool nomination here. I would love if it was a live dog. I don't know why Ma Rainey is. I mean, to me, it's a movie that, is so clearly like a stage adaptation, and I think did a decent job of moving it onto the screen. But like, to me, I wasn't like blown away by the production design by any means. Mank, I totally get it here. It makes sense. So I think Mank does win. But if it doesn't, I wouldn't be shocked. Man, talk about like a really, really live dog at plus 2,000. I would throw $5 on The Father. I really would. Because the production design, if I can, I don't think this is a spoiler to say that the movie's about a guy, kind of losing his wits and he has dementia and he's kind of, and a lot of what they do is, he thinks he's in his flat, but he's really in a home. And it's kind of like, toying with you as a viewer and what you're seeing and where he is and where you're seeing it from his perspective, but then you're seeing it from the other person's perspective and this and that. And a lot of that, as much as the editing is also in the screenplay, but in the production design. So, at 20-1, worth a 5-piece, I think. I don't think it takes it. I wouldn't take it in your pool. In the pool, I would lean towards Mank here. Probably, I would stay with it. I don't love Ma Rainey as a second pick there.
Do you find it odd that Tenet's not getting all the love in these technical categories? Because it seems like there's that one movie every year that kind of, like the year that The Matrix came out. The Matrix didn't have any huge nominations, but it
Mad Max Fury Road.
Mad Max Fury Road, but that was at least nominated for Best Picture. But there's these certain movies that are so above and beyond technically. And when we had our David Fincher versus Christopher Nolan discussion, and we talked about the budgeting that comes along with Christopher Nolan, I'll talk about that with Cust. If you're listening to the audio podcast, probably at the back end of this show. If you're watching the video, it's its own separate video. We'll also be coming out a little bit later where we talk about the movies of the last 15 years because we had nothing else to talk about because neither of us saw any of these movies. But he loved Tenet. But Tenet to me just seems like the perfect representation of a movie that would kill these categories, and it's not even getting any love here.
See, I think what Tenet ended up being was it was like the fulcrum. It was like coming to a head of both what people who hate Christopher Nolan wanted to hate about this movie and successfully were able to hate about it. And then also what some people who even like Christopher Nolan would just kind of went over their head and they didn't even like it. So that coupled with the frustrating release strategy of this movie was earmarked to potentially be the big return to theaters. They overshot it. They honestly, Nolan, I appreciate him like standing firm, but they really should have put this on HBO Max or whatever they needed to do, made it easier for people to see, because I think it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way because it's one of those movies. Again, Nolan over the last 20 years has built up this cachet where you want to see his movie, not just in theaters, but the week it comes out. And he made everyone decide, do I want to die potentially to see this? For a lot of people, the answer was no. And for a lot of people, that pissed them off. So then when it, showed up on their lawn as a screener, or when it finally came around to rent for $20 in January, they said, F you. Or they said, I've already heard for 6 months that this is hard to understand, or it makes no sense. And if you go into that movie thinking that, that sentiment is going to be echoed. I wanted to love it. I actually did risk my life and go see it in a theater in Stamford, Connecticut in September. And I still had to see it again at home, and I still had to put on the subtitles. And it's a hard move. But again, a lot of his movies, he has built up this equity with people where, you know what, didn't love the first time, give it again, boom, oh, now I do appreciate it. And that's probably what he got from Dunkirk and Interstellar and Inception and all these other films. But with this one, I think he really sacrificed a little bit of that goodwill with the way he handled this. And you see that with it not picking up score, which I think it should have been dude, the guy who does the score for this movie, because what happened was Hans Zimmer could not do this movie. It's the first time he hasn't done a Nolan score, and I think since I want to say The Prestige. The only reason he couldn't do it is because he was doing the James Bond movie, which ironically was supposed to come out before around the same time and still hasn't come out. So he goes to Ludwig Göransson, who won Best Score for Black Panther. He has since done the score for The Mandalorian. He is amazing. And he somehow both embodied the epic nature of a Hans Zimmer score while creating his own new kind of Nolan back and forth. And it was breathtaking. And the fact that missed here, and the fact that it only picked up visual effects and production design, I think it can go home empty-handed on Sunday, including production design, where it's including visual effects, where it's technically the favorite. So I think Nolan kind of shot himself in the foot with this movie. I honestly think in a different scenario, not even in a different year, but I think truly, definitely in a different year, if say no pandemic, this comes out in the theater, I think this gets, sound. I think it gets, visual effects, score, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think maybe even Robert Pattinson sneaks in a best supporting actors conversation. Who knows, right? Even in the pandemic, if they dropped this on HBO Max and made it easy for everyone to enjoy, I still think it picks up some of those extra tech categories, picks up score. And I think it's kind of, probably one of the only big budget fun movies we have on this slate of relatively small movies, since Dune moved off this year and Fast moved off this year and Top Gun moved off this year, and Nolan would have been the one guy to clean up all that stuff. Instead, he made it so you had to go to the theater. Not enough people did it. And I think he kind of shot himself in the foot with a movie that was already kind of a hard sell. So no, I really like it. And I feel like the people who didn't like it, I have a hard time talking them out of it. And I think that's part of the reason why.
Yeah, I still haven't seen it, so I'm going to wait. Maybe they'll re-release it into theaters, and I can watch it in IMAX.
May 1st, it's going to be on HBO Max. I don't know if you guys have that up north, but May 1st, it will be for free if you're an HBO subscriber on HBO Max.
All right, it's money time in the pool. This is how we win, so we need you to be right here. Best animated short. So we have, what is this? If Anything Happens, I Love You, minus 335 is the favorite. Then Opera, Burrow, Genius Loki, and Yes People.
So look, the one way to go about it is chalk, and I'm okay with that. I did see Burrow. I actually watched it. It's on Disney Plus. Is delightful. I think that's always kind of a safe bet to go Disney. So
yeah. So Burrow, check it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one, best documentary short: A Love Song for Latasha, minus 250. A Concerto Is a Conversation. I would dispute that, but I guess I have to see the documentary short. Plus 350. Colette, 10-1. Hunger Ward, 12-1. Do Not Split, 14-1. And who even sees these things, really?
All 5 of these are comedies, as you can tell. I'm just kidding. No, I would say A Love Song for Latasha is the favorite, and just feels, it feels like a win for me. So I would go with that.
All right,
one.
so
we'll go say thanks for doing all the research, Scott. I'm literally judging it on the thumbnail photos of the posters you're showing.
Okay, perfect. So. Best live action short: The Letter Room, plus 165. 2 Distant Strangers, plus 150. Feeling Through, 12-1. The Present, 12-1. White Eye, 33-1. I just feel like not enough people see these things or care, but still vote on them, that you can just see weird upsets.
Yeah, it happens all the time. And again, you joke about it being the categories that end up winning these pools. I sometimes will try to negate that, and I will make them less because I don't think that's it's one way to look at it is it's like a fun way to win a pool, and then the other way is like that's what I got kickers taken out of most of my fantasy.
Kickers is one thing, but now you're like, I don't think the tight end should be in the league because there's only 3 good tight ends, and not everyone can have one. Hey, you got to make your picks. Come on.
So I'm going to go with, I don't know if you noticed the good-looking chap in poster number 1 there in the favorite spot, but that is Oscar Isaac. So I'm going to go with that movie because it's rare you get a big star in one of these. So I think that'll jump out at people.
I'm going to pick 2 Distant Strangers just based on this thumbnail. I think that's going to win.
You know what you did is you went to the restaurant and you didn't get the cheapest bottle of wine. You got the second cheapest bottle of wine. Yeah. That's what you did.
Yeah, you could have got the cheap Pinot, but instead you upped it to like a Cab Sav that was like
there you go,
$24 or something like that. Best costume design: Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, huge favorite, minus 500.
Yeah, this was a lot tighter, and I think that Emma was considered to be in there as a live contender because I think British period films often do well here, and this one even has like another spin to it. Is this kind of got like a modern Clueless like feel to it as well with some of the costumes, but not full on 90s, but like in a way with the colors and stuff, different palette. But Ma Rainey has won a lot of the precursor awards, and I think that Ma Rainey, it's ironic because it did not pick up the Best Picture nomination here. But with having the potential for 2 of the best actor wins, especially the one that we know is a lock, and maybe 2 if Viola wins too, it could come out of the awards as having won the most awards, which is really interesting for a movie not nominated. So I think here it's safe to say it might pick this one up. I think it has a better chance in makeup, but I wouldn't be shocked if Emma pulled the upset, but I would go Ma Rainey here.
Okay. Best Sound of Metal, minus 2,500. Let's just check that one right in. That leads us to best visual effects. Tenet is the favorite at minus 560, but we even talked about it that The Midnight Sky, a movie which you did not like or make it through, is plus 275, but might be the pick here.
Yeah, I would take this in the pool too, actually, because I think a lot of people in the pool they know Tenet. They've heard about Tenet for years. They don't know what Midnight Sky is. If they Google this, they'll see the odds. They'll go Tenet, Tenet, Tenet. And again, it's not a sword I want to die on, but it's like, to me, I love Tenet. Like, I don't think Tenet's going to be mad at me for saying this. I don't believe in the relationship that Tenet has overall with the voters and with the viewers and with Hollywood. I think it's not a well-liked movie. And I think you can tell, again, as you said, by not the other nominations it failed to even get. So as much as I think it should be a runaway here, I think it's a good pool pick and a nice little betting underdog in Mr. Midnight Sky.
All right, that will do it for the Oscar pool picks. There's something I want to bring you back for at a later date to talk through about the Oscars. Maybe we can say this for next year's show. But you put out, they said pick your 3 favorite Oscar Best Picture winners of the past 40 years. And you went Parasite, No Country, and a tie between Gladiator and Braveheart for third. I think I got some problems with that.
Well, I get it. But, to me, I believe it was framed as like only 4 get to stay and the rest have to go away and stuff. And like Schindler's List, of course, I think is one of the best movies ever made, but I can only watch it every 10 years, And so I tried to think of the movies that, both I really like, but both that I watch the most often. And I really would say that most years the Oscars gets the Best Picture winner wrong. And I can count on 2 hands probably the times that they got it right. And among those 10 times, by far my favorites, I think, are probably Parasite and No Country for Old Men. I think both are like absolutely perfect movies. I love Braveheart. I think probably without Braveheart, there is no Gladiator, but I think Braveheart has some problematic things about it. Actually, it has one problematic guy about it, But Braveheart, I think, is one of the best movies ever made, truly one of the best movies of the 90s. But the fact that I can't get past the Mel Gibson of it probably 100 Days of the Year, I lean towards Gladiator. But I think both of those are kind of neck and neck. And if you want to know who my tier 2s are, it's Silence of the Lambs.
Silence of the Lambs is number 1.
Yeah. I love Silence of the Lambs. I love Silence of the Lambs too. It's probably, like I said, my next tier, but yeah.
All right. Scott Yeager at Shotty Yeager.
Departed. I like Departed.
Yeah, I like Departed too. That's not a great movie. It's a fun movie.
I just rewatched it. It is not, it's funny. It's like people say it's not a great movie. I think it is a great movie, but it's not a prestige movie by any means.
No,
There's like
just
so
fun.
much.
It's like John.
Yeah,
it's like John
fun.
Wick.
Yeah, it kind of and Jack Nicholson's doing one of the most odd performances that I've ever seen, and Mark Wahlberg, which I remember loving at the time, and somehow he got nominated for the Oscars, doing like such a surface level shtick, but it works. But it's still like I can't believe he got nominated, and like DiCaprio didn't, because that year he got nominated for Blood Diamond, which when was the last time you watched that? But upon rewatch, he is so good in The Departed. Leonardo DiCaprio is one of the great unheralded performances is him in that movie, because that movie does not work if he is not as good as he is, and it works for me.
Don't throw any shade at Blood Diamond. My man Demon Hanashu was great in that and in America, a very underrated movie which no one has really ever seen. But either way, I will let you get out of here. I have taken up way too much of your time. At Shot of Yeager on Twitter, Challenge Mania Podcast. What's the Patreon for the Challenge Mania Podcast?
Patreon.com/Challenge Mania. And we've been doing weekly watch-alongs for All-Stars, which I know up in Canada you guys don't get yet. But for those watching or listening to this that do watch All-Stars on Paramount Plus, you can watch it with us. And more importantly, you can watch it with Derek, who's on the show, and you can watch him watch it and then ask him questions about it live on Zoom. So we're doing fun stuff during this. First time he's been on the show since we started the podcast. So it's been a lot of fun.
You will be taking part in the main event of the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast. So it's the popcorn eating contest. Whoever eats the most 24-ounce servings of popcorn in 8 minutes will be declared the winner. How fired up are you to defend your DraftKings title?
Oh, man, popcorn's going to be so much different than anything we've ever eaten before. So I'm a little bit worried about like what's going to happen and how the popcorn's going to go down. But, I'm going to do my best no matter what.
Like, what experience do you have eating popcorn? Any at all?
Wow, just regular recreational popcorn eating, I guess.
So what's been going into like the training for this? Have you started yet?
I did a little bit with the popcorn, and you know what? The problem with it is it wrecks your mouth. It's like eating, the hard kernel. So I got to try to figure out how to eat it where it doesn't wear on me. So because it's an 8-minute contest, and I don't want to be hurting at the end. Slow down too much because you're not going to really get full with the popcorn. So it's real technique type of food.
You took down Joey Chestnut in our snack down event at the Super Bowl. Where does that rank among career highlights for you?
Yeah, I like those quick contests, like 5-minute contests, 4-minute contests. So anytime I can beat Joey at one of those, it's memorable for me for sure.
Like you're a high school teacher. What did your students think of taking down the GOAT?
They don't care. It's not video games. They don't care.
Really?
Yeah.
So are any of them interested at all? Like what you do outside of school?
Oh, they know about it, but they don't really talk about it too much. And
okay.
Yeah, not that big of a deal to them. They want, if I'm not on TikTok, they don't care.
Yeah, that's just the way it is. I wasn't sure if it's like you were in the lunchroom and they're like, hey man, like challenging you to like a Uncrustables, eating battle or snack pack or Gushers or something.
No, that's never happened.
What have you been doing to stay in eating shape?
Just regular, just I do challenges at home here and, put it on my YouTube and just stuff like that. Every now and then I'll wait for a contest to come up. And if a contest is coming, then I'll stop practicing. So there hasn't been too many. I did practice a little bit for that, the last one we did here with DraftKings. Besides that, I haven't really done much practice for contest eating, mostly just like for my YouTube channel and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, for this event, it's a 3-man race. So it's you, Joey, it's Matt Stoney. How much does like your strategy change when you're just facing like 2 competitors?
I don't really, when I'm at a contest, I don't see any. So there could be 10 people there, 15 people there. I don't see them. A lot of the people say they look to the side and look to see where their opponent. I never do that. I'm just always focused what I'm doing. I don't ever know where they are. At the end, I'll go over and ask them, how'd you do? How many did you eat? Because I have no idea during the contest.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter.
This competition is on Oscar night. So of course, that's why it's named the Red Carpet Film Feast. What's your snacking and eating strategy when you're at the movies?
At the movies, I don't, my favorite thing is just get a giant Diet Coke or something like that. That's my thing to go to. I don't really do too much of the snacking when I watch the movies.
Really? Yeah. You and Matt Stoney are the same. Stoney said the same thing. He's like, I don't actually eat food when I watch movies. I found that to be crazy.
Yeah. I just like a cold drink and sit there and watch the movie and sip on my soda, and that's it. It's pretty simple.
All right. What's your all-time favorite movie? Or one of your favorites?
That changes, because it's like pretty cool action movies. I have to say that they're doing the Cool Hand Luke 50 egg thing before our contest. So that was always my favorite movies growing up for sure.
How long do you think it would take you to eat 50 hard-boiled eggs?
So I actually did that on my YouTube. I did a practice run with 50 eggs before I even knew this contest was coming out. Yeah. And did it right around, I think it was 2.5, just under 2.5 minutes. So damn. Yeah, if they should be able to get it down to about 2 minutes, I figure.
Do you have any words of wisdom, any advice for those taking part in that?
In the egg contest?
Yeah, in the egg contest.
Be prepared to smell really bad.
It looks messy. It looks like one of the messier foods you could eat. Yes or no?
Actually, it's not. They stay together pretty good. We eat some pretty messy stuff and it goes fine, especially when you're dunking, like hot dog contest and stuff like that. Actually, I think the popcorn contest is going to be a lot more messy. It's just hard to keep that. You grab it and it just tends to want to fly everywhere. So
your profile on the MLE website says you're a quiet man who says very little but eats very much. So how about a little trash talk right now? You have a message for Joey and Matt Stoney?
Yeah, I'm not really much into trash. I wish him the best. That's about it. Do your best. And
stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, I'm not really into that trash talk. You know what? I think when someone trash talks and then they get their butt kicked, that's like the worst in the world. So I don't like to do that just in case I get my butt kicked.
Oh man, because they hope you fail miserably at this contest.
Yeah, Joey's pretty good at trash talking, but not me. I wish him the best, because if they do their best and I still beat them, then all the better.
Well, the good news is it's a lock to finish top 3.
Yeah.
So you've got that going for you, which is nice. Jeffrey Esper, man, good catching up with you, dude. Go mash it out there.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
that brings us to best original score. Giant favorite for Soul.
Hello, friends. Here we are, Madden After Dark. We have said goodbye to a man with legs, Jeff Ulrich, and we say hello to Tom Carroll, Tom Ace, the man with the microwave. I'm Adam Kaufman. Madden After Dark, it's coming up, folks. Lineups locking momentarily. The Madden After Dark, the still can't believe Russ wanted to go to Chicago free roll, or Chicago, as some out that way say it. How are you, my man?
I am doing well, Koff. I feel like we haven't worked together in a long time.
It's been a bit, huh?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's been a while.
It happened this week.
Yeah, no, this is the first time in quite some time. I had some time off last weekend in the beginning part of this week, so
you've earned it.
Good to be back, dude.
Good to be back with you. It's funny. I don't feel like the gap has been as long as I normally would feel it's been, only because I've had the chance to tune in from time to time during when you have been on.
That's right. I've seen your face pop up in the chat.
Yeah, so even though we haven't, been conversating ourselves, I've heard your voice. So you've
been responding to me out loud in your room. Yeah. So it's like we're hanging out. I get it.
I'm just sitting here talking, and your answers are really delayed, is what it is. You have to process the question, and then you give the response. And
that's generally how I work, anyways.
In real time, which I'm often not. I have this. I don't know if other people do this. Probably not, because people, are not here for us largely. I mean, we're part of the package, I guess, for
like 10% of people.
But people generally are here for the Sims, for their lineups, as they should be. But because I'm not, when I'm listening, I'm here for whoever's commentating. I'm here for you guys. I don't care about the Sim at all. I don't make a lineup for games I'm not commentating more often than not anyway. So it might be, let's say let's say I'm sitting down to do my radio work as we get into the sim here, and we'll tell you about our lineups and all that good stuff. I might be sitting down to get ready to do my radio work for the morning. Let's say it's, I don't know, 9:30 or so Eastern time. So right smack in the middle between sims, right? Between the prime time, between Madden After Dark. I have, I don't do it all the time, but I might scroll the YouTube back to the start of the 8 o'clock and just pop it on double speed. You know, you can blow through the whole thing in like a half hour. I'll just pop it on double speed. And while I'm reading some articles and doing my research for radio stuff that I'm doing, I'll listen to a sim.
Good research.
Yeah, just see what's happening, see what you guys are talking about.
Check in on the lads.
And I'm not going to lie, I might be more inclined to do it depending on who's commentating. There's some sims I might not. There are others that I might. Depends on how I'm feeling, who I'm in the mood for. You know, like everybody else out there, right? Who am I feeling tonight? Do I want to hear Glash and Freeze Pops? Yeah, maybe I do. Do I want to hear Rossi and Christian? Maybe I do. Do I want to hear Moose and Kenny? Maybe I don't. Who knows?
I was gonna say, do you want to hear Ducey? Probably not.
Yeah, I would say, who knows? Who knows?
Well, it gives me some solace knowing that you are checking in on a sim that I was doing. It lets me know you want to hear my voice, and that makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Absolutely. Alana says stream conversation has replaced real face-to-face communication. I think I forget how to interact with real humans.
True.
I said to Moose, to that very point, I won't go as long on it as I did when talking to him, but you can probably relate to this, and it's kind of similar, I guess, with you. So I have known Moose for like 5 years, but strictly in this kind of format, talking to him, interviewing him over Zoom or Skype or whatever, just over video chat. But I've never met him.
You've known him since the Skype days? Damn.
Probably, yeah. But we've never hung out. We've never been in person with one another. So I told him I fell down this rabbit hole of Facebook stalking, and I started looking at his Facebook profile last night or the night before, and so I'm looking at pictures of him with his family, like full body shots though, not just pecs up, like chest.
And you're
up,
like, yo, Moose is jacked.
No, well, it wasn't even. Well, one, it was like Moose is actually shorter than I thought he was. He's a little guy, Moose, a teeny little fella.
Interesting.
But no, on top, it was. I said to him, I think my words were, I found it jarring seeing a picture of you with legs. Like it was weird seeing your entire body head to toe. Intellectually, I knew you had one.
Well.
And
who
yet,
knows?
yeah, I mean, you could, as I joked earlier, it could have been like the Ted Williams cryogenically frozen head situation.
If you told me LaMarca had no legs, I'd believe you.
Yeah.
I've never seen his legs.
Like born on the 4th of July.
Ducey, too. Never seen Ducey's legs.
Ducey, for some reason, I don't know why. And maybe I've come across a picture or two of him, in like on Instagram with his his woman, as he likes to say, is that ball is fun. Boy, we're starting just the way we did with primetime. An early fumble. Let's see if this one gets overturned.
No, keep it with Seattle. They're in my lineup.
As Monster says, Kopp's still starting a long story with an explanation of how he won't make it long. Guys, you got to recognize this is a short telling for me. I could go the entire first quarter telling this tale if I wanted to. No,
I would like to go through every single member of the DK staff and tell you which ones I would believe don't have legs and which ones do. It's Ducey. It's LaMarca. No, I've seen your legs in pictures. I've seen Emerson. Obviously, he posts himself on Instagram constantly. Glash, I've seen walking down the hallway dressed as Cam.
Oh yeah.
So you guys get the pass. Christian, I've seen his legs because he sits weird sometimes. I've seen Reed's legs in pictures. So yeah, it's really just LaMarca and Ducey at this point. Rossi's, oh no, definitely haven't seen Rossi's, but that's just because he's really short. No, I actually met Rossi in person one time for like 6 minutes, so he does have legs. And I think that's everybody. So there you go. 2 stumps. Ducey and LaMarca.
2 stumps. Who's got stumps, guys? Monster cough. How many days would it take for a long story? You don't have that kind of time. You don't have that many days on this earth, Monster.
How many hours straight do you think you could talk? Like, could you be in Congress filibustering?
Like, how long could I filibuster?
Yeah. Like, could you be that guy that goes in and just reads the dictionary?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I would have to take many sips of water, right? I mean, I couldn't, eventually the mouth's going to dry out. You get an all mouth and that sort of thing. But could I just stand up there and go? 100%. I am absolutely, and I'm not saying this would be a good listen, so I want to preface with that. I'm not saying anyone wants this. I'm not saying we should do it. I'm not saying it would be enjoyable for anyone. But I absolutely believe that of all of us, other than maybe Christian, I am the most equipped to, like, I could just do a solo sim effortlessly. I just go.
Yeah, I believe that, because you've probably done solo radio shows, and that takes practice. And this is kind of like the same thing. Greg Olsen,
touchdown in those terrible bright green jerseys, although they are better than the neon ones. So
so these are like their older alternative jerseys, right? They don't wear these ones anymore. I like them. I like them.
We got ourselves a touchdown, folks. Seattle on the board. We haven't even done our lineups yet. What's yours look like, my friend?
I'll tell you, that sequence for the Seahawks, from fumble recovery, Russell Wilson to Greg Olsen, very fruitful for ya boy. I have Russell Wilson in the captain spot. I have Greg Olsen in the flex, and I have Seattle DST along with Philly Dorsett, Montgomery, and Madden Mitch. So I have a sneaky good lineup here, Koff. Sneaky.
Well,
sneaky.
Presumably going to be in better shape than me. Daniel says he captained Olsen, so good on you. I went Russ in the captain spot, as I often do. I did look at Greg Olsen. I didn't pull the trigger on it. So Wilson at captain. Got to have Madden Mitch. I couldn't decide who I was going to captain between the two, but I knew it was going to be one of the QBs. I went with Russ. I've got Trubisky, Madden Mitchell in the flex, along with Chris Carson, Tyler Lockett, Jason Myers, Seahawks DST. I didn't even realize it until I just looked at it and said it out loud. What a heavy Seattle stack that I have. But
Seattle's a good team.
I am very apparently anti-Chicago here tonight.
Well, Seattle just won the tournament, I believe, right?
Correct.
And you named the contest tonight like anti-Chicago. So it's living in your subconscious that Seattle good, Chicago bad.
That's a good point. That's a real good point.
So, Koff, I actually just got this tweet, and I want to present this to you.
Okay.
It was in reply to my lineup that I tweeted out. And this guy, his name's @It'sAugust, tweeted at me. He said, if I were to want to look for an explanation of what you're doing here and what the heck this is, where would I go? So, not to tell him where to go, because who knows if he's listening or not.
Oh, you can tell him where to go, all right.
Well, hey, get out of here. But how do you explain what this is to people when you try to explain it? Like elevator pitch.
Sure, elevator pitch. Okay, so the 30-second pitch of what this is. Well, if you like esports and you're really into daily fantasy and you're a big NFL fan, but you are into the podcast style of watching a computer-on-computer simulation, you got to check out the Dream Stream, man, because some of the most hilarious people on God's green earth come together 6 times a day, 7 days a week, more often than not, to hang out together about an hour at a time over the course of 13 hours and just talk football, talk life, talk movies, talk whatever it is.
Talk about the sim.
We talk about the sim. We talk about the sim. We're just hanging out. We're watching football, and you can win money doing it because people make daily fantasy lineups. It's a little more than 30 seconds, but that's more or less an elevator pitch. I don't know if it's the best one, but I do think it's accurate to what we've got going on here.
I love how niche the audience was that you described. You're like, if you're this exact type of person, you're gonna want to come by.
Oh, Glash is in the chat. Glash says stopwatch is on.
So, like you prefaced yourself here, it wasn't an elevator pitch length, definitely not a tweet length. So I just said to the guy, "You're gonna want to sit down."
You're gonna need to spit down. Sit down. We got some stuff to tell you.
This is gonna take a little bit to explain.
If this is an elevator pitch, we are in a very, very tall building.
Look, my grandma
I didn't tell
watches
you how many floors I had to travel.
My grandma watches every single one of these, and I bet she probably still doesn't know what the heck's going on.
I was gonna say, how would she describe it? I mean,
Grammy, if you're listening, text me what you would describe this as. Like when our relatives ask you, like, "Oh, what is this Madden thing you watch that Tom does?" What is it that you say to them? Send me a text. Doesn't need to be long. However long you want to be with the text, feel free.
Daniel says DFS plus NFL, Madden, podcast, humor, make money. It's the dream stream.
That truly is a dream. Like, those are all, like, if I was to create a vision board of my life, those are all words that would really like resonate in like the, they'd be the bigger words in the word cloud,
He says, "Oh, and add DraftKings to that equation."
Yeah,
I
love
guess we should probably
DraftKings.
do that.
Love DraftKings.
Alana says, "DK Sims. If you need a break from your family and you like to talk movies, DK Sims."
Glash already teasing ahead to when him and I are together tomorrow. The Nooner.
The Nooner.
I rarely do weekend early Sims with Glash. That's sort of out of the blue. I like it.
I'm sure he's mentioned this. He and I are going to be back together for a sim Sunday night.
Okay.
Glash, correct me if I'm wrong, Glash. Is this just the third time? Is it the fourth? Might just be the third time that the two of us are together for a sim in the length of the Dream Stream, the whole existence of the Dream Stream. It does not happen often. And I got to know, sir, what's the weather? Are you coming by? Is this a porch sim? I mean, what's
good
happening?
idea. I like
bring me
this.
some Chinese food at some point, maybe? I mean, what do we have to look forward to as we get to the end of this first quarter?
I really like this idea. Well, first of all, so you guys are following Major League Eating on Sunday, correct?
We are.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's awesome, number one. Number two, after we go through the stats, I would like your Chinese food order.
Okay. Maybe, all right, so 67 passing for Trubisky, 5 for 5, a touchdown for Wilson, who's 3 for 3, 37. So the QBs are perfect so far, not the passer ratings, but no incompletions to this point. Zalana says, DK Sims, computer glitchy boys throws a ball sometimes. Glash says, Porch, holiday with Jeff, Super Bowl weekend. So this will be 4. Okay. And all right. So I can always count on him for details. Surprised Daniel didn't chime in on that quickly. Daniel has a real knack for knowing the history of the Dream Stream here. Graham, 2 for 23. Lockett, 2 for 29. 1 for 23 for Ginn. The touchdown for Olsen, 1 for 8. And that's what we have. He said, sorry, I was distracted with the Warriors and Nuggets. Daniel, come on, man.
Gotta love Curry versus Jokic.
Yeah. Russ faded Joker tonight. We'll see how that goes for me.
I'm in 20th.
In the big pot?
In the free roll. That's shouting distance, Cough. That's shouting distance to bragging rights right there.
There you go. Oh, and this one. I thought you meant our last minute NBA Century.
Oh, no. I'm fully focused on the sim at all times. Talk about the sim.
Talk about the sim. Kate, can you explain that to me real quick, by the way?
Just talk about the sim?
Yeah, like I said, I like to listen from time to time, and I've heard you and Glash do the talk about the sim, talk about the sim.
There was just one night where everyone was telling us, one night everyone was telling us to talk about the sim at like an obnoxious amount of level. So I just started saying that over and over again for really no reason. And
I like it.
I think we almost went an entire quarter of just saying talk about the sim.
Talk about the sim. Glash says his NBA lineup is not sucking. Glash and I are going head to head.
Little double negative action for
not.
those
No, Glash
keeping
didn't
score.
play today. What are you talking about, Glash?
Maybe he joined another contest. He cheated on you.
He would never. How dare he? I don't know if he's in our.
Joe Humphrey saying, "Man, Tom looks like Mark from 60 Days In, season 6." I have no idea what that reference is.
That's a very specific poll, right there.
Okay.
I have
60 Days In. 60 Days In, season 6. Cast. A guy named Mark, he says? Was it Mark? Now I lost it.
Jared says, Koff came in second in the last-minute C showdown with my bad lineup. Came in second with the 1K pick and roll with my good lineup. Oh, Clash says, not sucking because I didn't play. That's what I thought. Lana says, sim, baked beans, sim.
Gotta find this guy.
Yeah, how did the Celtic showdown go? So, you edged me out. I finished third. Still in the money, but Curtis was 1. Jared, you got me by half a point. You were in second place, and I finished in third.
Apparently this guy, oh no, that's season 3.
Half a point.
Stand by.
You jerk. If Glash does come over Sunday for a porch sim,
that would be legendary.
He is. He's always invited. If he's coming over for a porch sim, and we're following Major League Eating, I sort of feel like he and I should be having like a wing eating contest.
100%.
If he's here and I'm here.
Yep, that needs to happen.
That's sort of something that I feel like needs to go down.
I fully support that. By the way, to the person that said I looked like that random character from that random show, which is seemingly on A&E, I believe you meant to say Matt if you were talking about season 6, to which I would say, yeah, I kind of do look like that guy facially. I don't have long hair. I don't have a goatee, but all of the other features, I'll go with it. He's got nice eyes, though. I will say that. What's up?
Trivia. Daniel, trivia. Can you guess who produced the original porch sim? I mean, there's only been one. Who produced it? Was it Madison?
It was on the weekend, right? Probably, I assume.
Yeah, he says, yep, Madison. That's what I thought. I thought it was
She's on to greener pastures.
Green like those Seahawks jerseys.
She left us behind in the dust. I wonder if she's listening. No, definitely not.
Definitely not listening. No chance.
Yes, Daniel's saying she's got less niche things to do. I always say niche. Is it niche or niche? Or niche?
Have
we done this before? I feel like I've talked about this.
I think it's niche. I've always said niche. I've always said niche.
It's kind of like a tomato situation.
No,
although I don't know many people that say tomato.
I believe one of those is actually, like, nobody says tomato. It's more
people
like
from the UK say tomato.
It's more like scenario.
Yeah, or like data versus data.
Yeah, that's another one. Or you know what? This is a very Canadian one. I hear hockey players do. I don't think I've ever heard Jeff do it. So maybe it depends what part of Canada you're from. Maybe it's more Eastern Canada. But contribute, as we say here.
Oh, instead of contribute.
Contribute. I've never understood that one. Never.
Yeah.
Contribute.
So I had a host that I worked with in St. Louis, and for anyone that's from St. Louis listening right now, you guys probably know who I'm about to mention, Bernie Miklas, who hosted Mornings Here Forever. He's sort of like the Bob Ryan of St. Louis for Boston listeners. He always pronounced research. And he loved to talk about his research. He'd be like, I did the research on this. Every day. He said research like 3 times a show.
The research.
And I felt myself like saying that internally. I'd be like, I got to do more research on this. Like religiously, that's how he pronounced it. And I never called him on it, but research. No, but he said replay correctly. He'd say recur. Yeah, normally no, research.
Yeah, I haven't. That's not a big one for me.
That's weird, right?
Yeah, it is. That is weird.
I should have called him on that.
Get there! Touchdown! Who it is? I hear you!
That's my man Philly. He's in my lineup. What's up?
That's another one, man. Looked at Olsen. Nope. Looked at Dorsett. Nope.
Your boy is about to be like very high in this contest.
Your boy.
Your boy is about
it's your boy. It's your boy, Tommy Fresh. Freeze
You're
ball.
close. You're close. Let's see. I know that we have to wait for scores to update, but I'm currently in 10th. Let's see if I stay there. Oh, I'm in second. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm in second by 0.2.
I apologize to everyone listening, but I want you to know, Flash, I am actively rooting for Freeze Pops to win this contest.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
None of the rest of you. We got. I'm sorry, JMCF1234, who is in front of Tommy by 0.02.
Yeah, get out of here.
Just that close. 0.02. I'm rooting for Freeze Pops. I want Freeze Pops to win.
Thank you. Thank you. I want me to win too. I never have won any of these things. Come on.
Yeah, want you to win.
Thank you. CEH saying, ever hear Bill Polian say Patriots? No, I don't think I have actually. Because he's always crying so much when he says them. Oh, the Patriots. Oh, they hurt our receivers.
Alana's got another one, advertisement versus advertisement.
No, I've never heard that.
You've never heard advertisement?
Advertisement?
Yeah,
no way.
I don't hear it often, but I've absolutely heard it. Or,
no, I've never heard that. Maybe
often, as opposed to often. Sorry, people. I'm sorry.
Never heard that.
Advertisement. Is Glash proposing a proposing? That's not right. Proposing a floor candy eat off. He says, let's have a Skittle floor candy race. You know what we should do? I mean, we shouldn't. It'd be such a terrible idea, but it'd be funny.
We should, but we shouldn't.
We should get like each buy a pint of ice cream.
Okay.
See who can crush that the fastest. Think about the pain of the ice cream headache that would probably engulf both of us simultaneously, and how just awful that might be. Winalda, wait, Dorsett's 11. I totally blew this one. Remember the formula? Damn it. Winalda,
Totally.
You screwed up, Willinda. You screwed up.
You were so close.
You gotta play Dorsett. You
You
blew
were
it.
so close. Cuff, that idea, I think it would be funny to watch, but I believe I would do permanent damage to my brain. I am a big, like, brain freeze guy. I can't go fast with the cold stuff. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Can't. I can do hot stuff. Though.
Not gonna do it. You do the hot stuff.
I'll do hot stuff.
Wings are probably the most practical thing. Wings you're not gonna hurt yourself.
No, unless you eat a bone and choke and die.
Yeah, but I don't think either of us is a competitive eater where we're gonna go to those lengths. But I'd worry a little bit about choking on a Skittle. I don't like that idea.
Yeah. If you're going too fast, 100%.
Yeah. Look at Glash in the chat chirping the international soccer great. Oh, wish I felt bad.
Wow.
Wow. All right, Glash.
Glash, you don't need to defend me against Winalda. Him and I made up. We're
the
fine.
Barnstable football team, evidently.
I would be curious, Winalda, if you're still listening, what you thought about the Super League just BS going on there in the UK. That was just a debacle. Stan Kroenke showing once again just the most tone-deaf owner in sports.
Total mess. Although I did love the video of John Henry going around apologizing to fans of
That was
Liverpool.
awesome.
But then all the Red Sox fans going, where's my apology video for the Mookie Betts trade? Where's my apology video for signing Pablo Sandoval? Where's my apology video for hiring Bobby Valentine? Where's my apology video for letting Theo Epstein and Terry Francona go? Where's my apology? Like,
you know what he should say to all of the things you just said, other than the Mookie thing? He just needs to show them the 2 additional rings that have occurred since a lot of those signings went down.
Yeah, exactly.
And, like, Red Sox, and I am one, and I don't like how they've handled the team over the last few years, but like, God, this ownership group, all they've done is win. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, generally speaking, for sure. No, I think the biggest problem, not to go down this rabbit hole, but fortunately, at least we're less than a minute from the half and won't go to the point beyond that. The biggest problem that people have with the Red Sox ownership group locally, Red Sox fans or wherever you are, Red Sox Nation all over the country and the world, is is that they don't. I mean, they care about making money, certainly.
Yes.
But they don't seem to actually care about baseball. And so, truly, I'm not even sure John Henry likes baseball.
No, it's an asset for him.
Exactly. And so that's the gripe that Sox fans have. I mean, Wick Grossbeck, who owns the Celtics, is such a diehard, passionate Celtics and NBA and basketball fan in general. Whatever the equivalent would be, I guess it would be like Jason Tatum, right? As we have a fumble, Seahawks come away with it, preventing Chicago from getting in the end zone. I guess the equivalent would be like Jason Tatum versus Mookie Betts. Never in a million years would Wick Grossbeck be okay trading Jason Tatum, unless you were getting a superstar in return, not certainly, pennies on the dollar just to save some cash. Mookie Betts is he's certainly a top 5 player in baseball. He's arguably number 2. He's arguably the second best player in all of baseball. And while, look, I like Alex Verdugo as much as the next guy, but I mean, they gave him away for nothing just to avoid paying him. And it's no one. A lot of people are never going to get over it, ever. 33rd lost fumble for Mitchie T. Ugh.
It's a very, very, very tough pill to swallow, especially when they win the World Series in their first year.
Yep. Flag. We got a flag.
It's gonna take the Sox having to win at least one ring post Mookie.
Yeah.
And even then, people will still be mad.
Second and 14 coming from the 19. DraftKings Metcalf with that catch. Daniel says the Glazers don't care about soccer and own Manchester United.
Very true.
Donkey and Arsenal. Whatever. Let's just all watch Ted Lasso together.
I really do need to watch that show. Everyone says it's awesome.
Still haven't done it yet, huh?
Still haven't done it. I'm a huge loser.
No, not a loser.
I'm a loser
there yet.
I'm a loser. All right, let's see where I am in this contest. I still got to be top 10.
I hope so. 14-3.
Okay, I'm in 5th.
All right, good.
I feel good. I need the Bears offense to start doing some stuff. I need some Mitchie T points. That's going to help.
Sure.
And honestly, if Russell needs to start going off.
Not JMC F1234, not Scott and K7, not Smunderwood, or run M over. I don't want any of you. Tommy Freeze Pops pulling for you, baby.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
He's doing anything amazing. A couple of fumbles for Madden Mitchell or Mitch here in this one, because when he stinks, he's Mitch. When he's good, he's Mitchell. Madden Mitch, 2 fumbles. He's rushed for 30 yards, just can't hang on to the ball. And we'll look at the receiver numbers as well. Again, a touchdown for Phil the Thrill Dorsett. He's got one. Greg Olson had the one before that. Those are your scorers to this point. Dorsett's just the one catch for 9, 4 for 40 for Graham, 4 for 28 for Miller, 1 for 23 for Ginn. Thought about playing him. Guess good thing I didn't to this point. Olson 3 for 27. DK Metcalf just the 1 for 6 after he had that complete.
Stinks in these. He really does stink.
It's unfortunate. Even with the superstar trades after the December update, he just doesn't do. I think I gotta believe. I'm making myself believe it's going to be different come Madden 22. I really am. I believe it.
Okay.
I have no evidence as to why, because it's not like, DeAndre Hopkins doesn't have every single trait available to him and 98 rating or whatever he is, and he stinks in The Sims too, or at least is wildly inconsistent. But I'm rooting for you, DK. I really am. Before we get back for half number 2, folks, want to remind you Sunday. No, it has nothing to do with NASCAR. It's a big deal though. This is something we got going on here at DK, and we are excited about it. Not DK Metcalf, DraftKings. Get your popcorn ready, because as part of the Film Awards festivities, Major League Eating is hosting the Red Carpet Film Feast in Las Vegas, Nevada. this Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. You can watch it right here on the Dream Stream, folks. DraftKings also offering a free entry to a DraftKings Sportsbook pool that will hand out $10,000 in prizes for answering a series of questions about the Major League Eating contest on Sunday. The DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast is scheduled to stream live on YouTube and Twitch starting at 5:30 with a little preview show. You don't want to miss that. And then, of course, once again, it is the DraftKings Red Carpet Film Feast followed by the Major League Eating event. It's going to be a big, big deal. Going to be a lot of fun. And then right after that, you get Glash and I, 8 o'clock prime time on Sunday, and maybe doing a little eat off of our own. Maybe not. Maybe we're just going to be here hanging out. But either way, it's going to be a great time.
I love it. I love it. Sounds amazing. I love these award show seasons. Even if I don't see all the movies, I still enjoy watching because I like seeing all the celebrities, and I'm sort of into like the nerdiness of which movie won what award, what year, and like, oh, okay, that's career number 1 for them or number 2. You know, I'm sort of into that stuff.
I could not possibly agree more. I thoroughly enjoy watching all of it. I don't really know why. It's not, it's not like you've said. I haven't seen all the movies. I certainly don't know any of these people. On
it's impossible to see every movie.
What BK does, he makes it a point, at least the Best Picture nominees.
He's crazy.
Well, he sees all the Best Picture nominees. I mean, that's doable. That's
that is
10 movies. It's not like he's watching every movie nominated for everything. He's not, watching like Best Costume Design. Probably.
So for the podcast that I do, Great Dane Nation, check it out, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. For the segment I do with our Vegas Insider talent every week, we had someone coming on to talk about Oscars odds. And in preparation to be like the Oscars guy for the website that week or the last 2 weeks or so, he watched every single thing that had any implications towards an award that will be mentioned on Sunday. Nice. So we're talking like 40 hours of movies over like a 10-day span, including foreign films and all the shorts and everything. The dude just cranked out so much watch time. That's nuts.
Great. That's fun.
So he had all the ins and outs for me. So if you're looking for info ahead of Oscars Sunday, check it out. Great Dane Nation this past week. We also had Mark D'Antonio, Michigan State coaching legend. Figured, lead up to the draft, talk with a college football coach, get in the season.
Make sure you check it out, folks. Great Dane Nation. You can leave a comment. You can leave a review.
Get in there.
Subscribe, all the ratings, all that stuff available to you. Love it. I got to say, too, you do, and I'm assuming it's just you, and maybe you have some help doing this, but I'm going to give you all the credit.
Give it to me.
A great job of pushing the show out on social media. Like all the clips, the videos that you put out on Instagram and elsewhere, you really just do that's... There aren't enough podcasts in my mind that really hammer home the video component. And you see a lot more of it here during the pandemic, the last year plus than was happening prior, because I think this time in the world has obviously, as we well know with the Dream Stream, has forced people into certain situations where all of a sudden video conferencing reigns supreme. But the way that people have taken that in the podcast space to really push video and say, well, wait a minute, let's let people behind the curtain and not just hear, but see what's going on, which is just that extra element that is just so important, so vital. You do a great job of putting clips from the show out that I think, I have to assume anyway, is driving that much more traffic to the program.
Well, first of all, I appreciate that. Secondly, yes, it is all me. Give me all of the credit. And thirdly, it's been a ton of fun putting that stuff together. It's vital in today's day and age where there's 7 million podcasts. You got to stand out somehow, especially when you're a podcast that talks about, football generally. If there's 7 million podcasts, there's 1 million of them about football. So we try and stand out the best we can.
How many have Morton Anderson?
Not one. One the last time I checked. So
but seriously, I'm saying that for a very specific reason. Like if you and I were to just start a football podcast,
No one would care.
Who cares? Yeah,
exactly. The DK Sim fan would care.
Maybe. But there's
they'd lie to us and say they listen.
Well, like, what unique thing could the two of us offer to, like, you have 1 billion available football podcasts to you.
Yes.
Why should you come listen to us? And we'd come up with a reason, and we'd draw some listeners.
It'd be fun.
I'm confident it would be a good, fun show.
It would be entertaining, guys.
But what we wouldn't have is a Hall of Fame kicker who was in the NFL for 25 years.
Correct.
And offer just so much individual insight across a great chunk of the history of the league.
Yeah, I mean, 25 years.
What it takes now to make a successful podcast is not only the content, but the who.
Yes, 100%.
And if it's not the who of the host, it's the who of the guests.
And honestly, dude, like, the dude's Rolodex is insane. Like, we just had this episode's coming out in 2 weeks. We recorded an interview last night with Bill Murray.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So
it was no. All I did was talk to him to get him on the line.
Yeah.
It basically was a full day experience to get Bill Murray on the phone and record this interview.
Back down from what
so he just recently got a cell phone. Like Morton was telling me before that, he had a 1-800 number that you would leave a voicemail on, and if he wanted to call you back, he would. But apparently, it came time for him at whatever age in the recent years that he was like, okay, I need to finally get a cell phone.
Yeah.
So he said, I got this flight on Thursday, and we'll record at this time. He never specified time zones. Morton assumed it was Eastern time zone. It was Western time zone. We didn't find that out until like an hour after we thought we were getting ghosted. So I stayed on standby all day. Come to find out, he only had like an hour chunk of time between connecting flights between LA and Chicago. So we get him on the phone when he lands in Denver. We're like tracking his flight to see when he's lands, so Morton can like text him to remind him, because he's the flakiest dude ever, because he's Bill Murray. He does what he wants when he wants. We get him on the phone
in the airport, or was
no? So we just did a straight phoner. Bill Murray. We were like, it's Bill Murray. You get him how you can when you can. So he hid in a utility closet in the Denver airport and did 40 minutes with us, and it was insane. It was so funny, and he just goes like Morton could not get a word in. He just tangents, just absolute tangents, and
like talking to Christian.
Totally. And so it's going to be a blast to edit that thing, let me tell you, because I'm going to try and mirror the phone audio with the on mic audio of Morton, because I wanted to try and catch a visual so we can put some video stuff out. But Morton could not get a word in so bad that the video portion of Morton looks like he's just trying to get a word in the whole time. So I can't even use the video because it looks like Morton. It's hilarious to watch, but it's not going to work as a visual element. So I'm going to have to be creative here. But yeah, it was amazing. You guys, 2 weeks, you're going to want to check that out. Bill Murray,
really
legend.
I'm really excited. I would say remind me when it drops, but to my point before, I will see it on your social media.
You will.
So I am eager.
I push that stuff out, baby. Subscribe if you already haven't. Leave a 5-star review. Apple Podcasts, Great Dane Nation.
See, you guys didn't think this whole third quarter was going to be dedicated to Tommy's podcast, but
but here we are. When you get Bill Murray, it's allowed to be.
Punts away, 14-3. Fortunately, we didn't get the offense to interrupt that conversation. I guess not so fortunately if you care about entertainment value of the sim itself.
I want Madden Mitch to do something here for Bill Murray. He is a Bears fan. Do this for Bill, Madden Mitch. Let's go.
Yeah, there are some. I wish I could remember any of them specifically, but it's an easy Google. There are some phenomenal stories about people just trying to get hold of Bill Murray.
We were shocked.
Like filmmakers, guys with scripts, trying to pitch him, like even like his agent, because as you said, and he was renowned for it. Like he never had a phone for years and years and years.
And Morton doesn't think he has a laptop. He doesn't think he has a tablet. So he's like, he didn't even ask him to do the video thing. He's
like
we're
I'm
lucky
not
he has a phone.
An email address. Like the guy, like total, seclusion here
off the grid.
Yeah, totally off the grid, and has been for a long, long time. It's and there's some incredible stories about just the process of trying to get hold of him and pitch him a movie and get him a script and having to travel cross country to meet him at this very specific place and time and just hoping he will be there, and who the hell knows, because it's Bill Murray. Very much like you're tracking him on a plane in between flights situation. But it's Bill Murray, so you do it.
Exactly.
What I don't get though is how did, outside of being funny as hell and obviously an entertaining actor, I'm not dismissing the guy's career. He is a Hollywood icon. I'm trying to figure out though how Bill Murray reached that status.
Yeah.
Bill Murray, Bill Murray's not Tom Hanks.
Right.
Bill Murray's not Robert De Niro.
Right.
How did Bill Murray become that guy?
He must be granted, I do love a ton of his movies, but I understand what you're saying. It's not like he's the GOAT per se. He's just but I think it's because he's such a cool guy behind the scenes, and people love hanging out with him and just vibing with him and creating with him, that he's allowed to have sort of this artistic way that he lives, that people just roll with it, because when you can get Bill Murray, it's magic.
Daniel says, just saw Michael B. Jordan's Without Remorse trailer coming out April 30th on Prime Video, and it looks great. Red Sox win 6-5, by the way. What's the movie about? What is Michael B. Jordan Without Remorse over, Daniel?
I like Michael B. Jordan. Funny Bill Murray story. So Morton knows him from doing these celebrity golf tournaments, and he said that it's usually at East Lake every year. Well, not every year, whenever, that's the story, I guess. So it was a few years in a row he was showing up, and then it was getting close to the tournament time starting. And Morton says to the guy that organized the tournament, he's like, hey, is Bill coming? And then he's like, if he shows up, he never tells us ahead of time if he's showing up to this thing. We just have all his stuff ready in case he does. If he shows up, we'll let him be here and he'll be a part of it, and it'll be great. But we never know. He just shows up.
To your point about people loving him too, he's that guy that, again, people have thousands of stories along these lines. He's that guy that just he just walks in off the street into your wedding reception.
Yes.
He's that guy.
Yeah.
So cool. So fun. Carson 56 on the ground, 30 for Mad Mitch with those couple of fumbles. Cohen is 19. Again, it's 14-3. Tough day for Russ on the ground anyway. 1 for 16. That is it. He has not been the Russian Russ as we've gotten used to here in Simland. Ginn at 5 for 52. Graham 5 for 61. Miller 4 for 28. A touchdown for Olsen, 4 for 39. Score for Dorsett, 2 for 19. You blew it, Winalda. Lockett 2 for 29. Metcalf still just 1 for 6 at this point.
All right, where am I here? Let's see.
Where
Metcalf
are you?
Stinks.
Where are you hanging out?
6th. I'm still shouting distance, Cough.
There you go.
Still shouting distance.
There you go. Pulling for you, baby.
You love to see it.
Right there. How many points out of first are you? I'm 48.
Oh, I just exited
Not
out.
good.
Here we go. I'll get back in.
He's getting in.
I'm getting in. I'm logging into the motherboard here. I have 66.4 first place. Ooh, 74.78. That's going to be tough. He has Wilson, Graham, Olsen, Carson, Ginn, Seahawks, D. So we have differentiation. So
okay.
If Mitch has a big 4th, I could see myself skyrocketing here.
Jordan says, I say that, what did he say? Hang on, let me scroll back. The 80s, that's why. Says I say that in a good way, but late 70s, late 80s showed everyone how good Bill Murray is. Old man dog fan. Okay, seriously, Saturday Night Live back then, you wouldn't understand, I guess. I'm totally familiar. Believe it or not, I'm familiar with the movie history, with the IMDb, with Saturday Night Live, Bill Murray, the catalog. I get it. I am not dismissing anything Bill Murray. I'm just wondering how he became that guy. And I guess, to answer my own question, I suppose, as Flash will tell you I'm prone to do, he probably became that guy for all the reasons that we've already outlined. All of the, peculiar, off-grid, uniqueness, legendary stories stuff that exists around Bill Murray away from cinema, away from TV, that elevated that iconic status that much further. Like if he were this, easy to reach guy that, just did a billion interviews and never showed up anywhere, meeting at like some random baby shower in a park or whatever else. Like there weren't all these funny, awesome Bill Murray stories. He probably wouldn't have the iconic status that he has right now.
The cachet, yeah.
Yeah, he would just be known as like an unbelievable SNL alum with a great movie track record.
Yeah. Right. It's all the stuff he's done off screen that adds to the legend. Oh no!
Fumble! Seahawks DST does it again. Jack Griffin.
Wow. Mitch, what are you doing, guy? Winaldo saying that I missed his response. No biggie. Tommy, you need to move to Vegas. Winaldo, I just scrolled back. I did not see your response about the Super League thing.
Why does Tommy need to move to Vegas?
Well, I work for Vegas Insider, so maybe that is what he's talking about. But look, Vegas, great place. If I had to live there one day, wouldn't be mad about it.
I was talking to some people in Vegas the other day and mentioned that I don't think I've been to Vegas in a decade.
Fellow employees out in Vegas, now that we have our sister outlet, VSiN?
Sure. Yeah, and I was like, I need to get out there. I need to say hello.
Yeah.
I need to see what's going on. Walk the area.
The strip.
People are like, Vegas has changed, man. It's changed. Third fumbles in this game for Madden Mitch.
I went to Vegas in 2019. I think it was February of 2019, so about a year before the pandemic.
Okay.
But I mean, Vegas is never gonna go away. I don't care what happens to the world. Vegas will live on. It's a great place. I've been twice. I love it. Great place to go with the bros.
We got a 1st and 10 from the 21. 5.5 to go. Regulation 14-3. Oh, so I was telling you about this a little bit before we came on. Then I said I'll save it for the sim. I'll save it for the sim.
Talk about sim.
My idea that I was talking about, I don't know, maybe it was last night. Who can remember? All these days they blend together. Daniel can tell me. Daniel is the historian of the Dream Stream. I really think it'd be perfect. It'd be perfect for a Friday or Saturday Madden After Dark. And obviously, I don't know, we gotta have the right feel for it. It's definitely a Friday, Saturday Madden After Dark. It's gotta be Madden After Dark. I think that we should have a night where we decide, we pick a movie, a shorter movie, not a 2-hour movie. So, like Rossi was saying, like 30 minutes or less, which is like checks in at like $1.20, or, the Bench Warmers, which is around an hour and a half. Like it's got to be like 90 minutes or less movie. It's got to be a shorter movie. So we start the sim at 10, but all of us, we all, me, you, production, game ops really couldn't, because they have to focus on the sim. Whomever else with us, in the chat that would want to, but more the merrier. That's the whole point. We all queue up a movie together on some streaming service. Pick a movie on Netflix or Prime or whatever, something that most people have. We all put a movie on at the same time, and then while the sim is on, we basically just do a director's commentary of the movie while we're watching it.
I like the idea.
We'd have to run a little bit longer than normal, obviously, to account for the entirety of the movie. But that's again why it's got to be Madden After Dark, because you're not worried about anything that comes after. People would have to buy in to stick around a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But
no, I do like this idea. My only critique or question would be, so as far as like listening to the movie, are we talking like you'd have one earbud attached to your laptop and one earbud attached to whatever you're using to watch the movie on?
Correct.
Like how?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or you just have to
be really familiar with the product.
or be sitting far enough away from the TV and the volume is, loud enough that you can hear it, but low enough that your mic doesn't pick it up.
Right, because we don't want swear words.
No. Can't do that.
No.
Yeah. I mean, the safest bet is probably the first thing you said, which is like one earbud on the TV and the other on, on each other.
Daniel recommending
from the 20s.
Yeah, I like it. I like that.
We'll just sit here and do a Charlie Chaplin film.
Exactly. Winaldo's saying Vegas is different than people think. Great place to live. We love it here.
Brewster says, love the idea, but what are you guys talking about?
It's a good question.
Alana says, and then the movie would sync up with the sim like Dark Side of the Moon and Wizard of Oz. I think that'd be a lot of fun, though.
I'm in. I'm totally in.
With the amount that we talk about movies,
yeah.
Mike, you tell me. You're the producer here. Is that something we'd even actually have to clear with anyone?
Come on, you know that's a no. That's a no.
Or could we just do it?
No. I like the idea. It's never happening. I just want to be patently clear.
But I mean, what truly though? What are you even clearing, other than, hey, are you guys okay with us just not talking about the sim at all tonight? That's really all you're clearing, because you're not broadcasting the movie,
but you're clearing the liability of the movie volume having swears that get on the family-friendly Dream Stream.
Well, we'd have to test that first.
Yeah.
To make sure that it couldn't be heard over the sim, obviously.
So there'd be some pre-production involved here.
Daniel says, can't have your mics on auto level in Zoom. That's tech stuff. I leave that to you. I'm talking about that's the smarter people stuff.
Justin Craven's asking a good question. How famous do you have to be to have your own autocorrect on an iPhone?
I don't even know what that means.
Because he was talking earlier, he mentioned that he spelled Aykroyd wrong, and his iPhone corrected Dan Aykroyd's name to Aykroyd.
Oh, no kidding.
And Schwarzenegger to Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, you got to be.
You got to be real famous.
You got to be a big deal.
Like Kaufman is not getting autocorrected to Adam Kaufman.
Nope, doesn't need to be. You guys will just get it right on the first try.
Weird thing that my phone does is
have a hard name to spell. Well, do you think your phone? Try it now. Do you think your phone would autocorrect like Krzyzewski?
I don't even know how to begin to spell it, so I'll try it.
I doubt it.
Let's see.
Starts with a K. K-R something or other.
I don't even have the slightest. I'm going to try and text it to you.
What about this?
I know it begins with a K.
What about voice text? Like if you tried to...
Oh, good idea. Okay, I'll try it. Okay, here we go. Mike Krzyzewski. Oh, I did voice text wrong. Okay, stand by.
Duke head coach Mike Krzyzewski.
I so rarely use voice text.
Yeah, I use it all the time. Way too lazy to text. Give it full.
Here we go.
Context.
Duke head coach Mike Krzyzewski. Oh, it pulled up a contact. I don't have him as. I don't have his number, but it pulled it tried to add. I'm sorry, that came across wrong. It tried to add it as like a person in the text. Like,
you know what? I'm gonna do it because obviously.
Yeah, you try. I clearly have no idea what I'm doing.
All right, we've got a timeout.